talking about tapes.
Guys, we're doing Alien 1.
Oh, I thought we were doing Alien 3.
No, everyone keeps asking when are we going to do Alien 3, and I keep telling them its 30th anniversary's in May.
That's a pretty good little Easter egg that you know, if you pick it up, maybe it might be coming out around
and
that
I've
time.
said this multiple times recently, and then people are like, yeah, but when's the Alien 3 review? And I'm like, the 30th anniversary is in May. But
when in May?
Don't worry about that. We'll figure that out.
Damn it.
Google.
So yeah, I thought,
When
we've
is
only ever done one Alien movie on this show before. We did Alien vs. Predator.
Probably the worst one you could have picked, I think.
I don't know, Alien Covenant.
Yeah, I was going to say Covenant.
I don't. You know what? That just totally left my mind as an Alien movie. So
It really did.
Yeah, I was just being asked upstairs. They're like, how many Alien movies are there? I'm like, well, technically 4. And I was like, oh, wait, those others exist.
Yeah. We saw Alien Covenant together, and I remember like walking out and just being like, as someone who hated Prometheus, I walked out of that movie being like, I kind of miss some of the stuff from Prometheus.
I thought
that movie that I hate.
Prometheus is good. Alien Covenant was like, he's like, Dan O'Bannon's dead, and fuck you. Oh my God, James Cameron. Yeah, fuck you, James Cameron. This is my Alien movie.
Yeah, that was bad.
Were we like laughing hysterically too at some parts?
Oh yeah, when Michael Fassbender said, "I'll do the fingering" when they're playing the flute together, and I just bursted out laughing.
This is like a full theater too. We're just being so obnoxious.
He's like, "I'll do the finger," and I was like, "Ha!"
Well, he like makes out with himself, doesn't he?
Yes.
In that movie?
I forgot about that.
Kick up the fucking Careless Whisper.
Anyway, I thought, before we jump into Alien 3, let's go back and do the first two. Let's work into it.
I'm so excited. This is great. I'm so excited to be here and not talking about a Blair Witch movie.
Do you want to talk more about Blair Witch
No.
too?
Nope.
Okay. Nope. Yeah, so Alien. I've said many times, like, I don't really have like everyone's like, what's your favorite movie? I'm like, I can't really do that. Break it down into categories for me. And
It's
if you
impossible.
do horror, like, it's always like, it's like Alien and Halloween, like neck and neck. Alien maybe a little bit more because Alien is like the first movie that got me into like wanting to know how films were made.
Sure.
So I remember this very vividly. I was with my best friend growing up, Kyle. I haven't seen him many, many years, but I just saw his mom and sister at my sister's wedding.
Cool.
And I told them this story. I was like, I kind of knew what Alien was because Alien 3 had come out in 92? Yeah, 92.
Yeah.
And so I remember seeing like in comics and stuff I was like 6 at this point. So this is a few years afterwards. And I remember seeing like the Alien. I didn't really know what it was.
But it was cool looking.
It was cool looking. Yeah. So I was like aware of this thing that was called Alien. And then my friend's dad came home and he was like, hey, Alien's on tonight. You guys want to watch it? And I was
it
like,
on AMC?
I don't remember what channel it was on.
Okay. I was going to ask like when you first like saw it. Like,
Yeah.
what
And I
age?
was like, yeah, I want to watch that. Sure. And I fucking fell in love with the movie right away. Like people were always like, the first one's boring. I'm like, I don't know. I was a kid. I was just captivated by all of it.
Absolutely.
I think the people who say it's boring, I think they watched the second one first.
Oh, that's what I was going to get to when you were done.
Okay,
Because my first exposure to Alien, like the Xenomorph, was Aliens.
Yeah. And I think that's a lot of people.
I'm a little bit older than you, but not too much older than you.
I think that might have been
only
it.
a couple of years. So like, I have Predator 2 and I have Aliens, and those are the two that really launched like the Kenner action figure toy line and the comic books.
Speaking of the Kenner toy line,
all that stuff.
Our good friend Peg Warmers, go back and check out that episode. We did the Kenner Aliens for that one. But yeah,
But I hadn't seen this. I hadn't seen the first one until a little while after that.
Yeah. So I wanted to know, like, when I saw the end, I'm like, this is the first time I was like, wait, how do they make movies? Like, I never asked myself that question. And luckily, I have it here. On TV, they played the making of Alien 3. Mm-hmm. Now, the making of Alien 3, it goes into the backstory of how they made the first two movies.
Yeah.
And this is, like, the first behind-the-scenes thing I remember watching. So, like, Alien, like, ignited my love for like filmmaking and stuff,
really?
and wanting to know behind the scenes stuff.
Mine was Behind the Shells, the extra tape that came with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 release.
God.
Yeah.
Equally good films. Alien.
Dude, Jim Henson's Creature Shop behind the scenes, that was like, oh my God, I want to make puppets and monsters and stuff, you know?
Oh, you like puppets and monsters?
Yeah.
I've noticed. So you saw Aliens first.
That's the one I recall the most because that was the one we watched the most. Yeah. Because my old man loves action movies, so it was like if it was between Alien or Aliens, Aliens is going on.
Yeah. So do you remember the first time you saw Alien, or just?
I can't really pinpoint it. I think it might have been a little ways later when I started like being able to get my own movies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or on DVD. I don't know if it was probably VHS. Yeah, because I have the 3 set. That had come out.
Which is I think it's this one with the little square boxes in there.
Yeah, and it came with the what do you call it? And I think the bonus one was making of Alien 3, so it was like 1, 2, 3, and then the bonus.
When did you first see Alien?
I don't remember how old I was, but I remember my dad watching it on AMC because that's how I got into like every movie, like Predator, and Halloween, all of it.
Oh, I had to watch it, edit it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I wasn't like traumatized like you were as a child, you know.
So the
watching Silence of the Lambs.
So what is it? Chestburster scene. You're just like, what's everyone bitching about, Dad?
I mean, you still see.
Oh wow, that guy, he fell on the table and then a worm appeared out of nowhere. Dad, where'd that alien come from?
Why is everybody covered in red stuff?
Why is that lady screaming?
I don't get it, Dad. The alien touched that guy's head and then he was gone. What happened?
Bless. And
so yes, you saw it on AMC.
Yeah.
And an impact on you?
I mean, I was obsessed with it. I eventually obviously went and like watched the original.
Yes. Yeah, so we all love this movie growing up. Hello.
Antonio.
Hi.
Hey, this is over.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Just giving you a courtesy call, let you know, want to see what time you're going to be by to pick it up.
Give me like an hour or two and I can swing by then.
Sounds great. See you then.
Thank you.
I just pictured that guy like in a garage with like chains hanging down and
I
the
should have
fucking
asked
alien
him.
grabbing him.
Up there.
I should have asked.
Water's dripping on his face.
He's like, oh, this feels
I
nice.
should have asked him if he liked Alien.
And then he gets
No, I'm
killed.
not gonna piss that. That guy's working on my car. I'm not gonna piss that guy off. Not like the spam
I don't
caller.
think that
Blair
would piss
Witch.
him off. I'd be like, he'd probably be like, oh, that's really cool. I really like that movie.
Hey, you like the movie Alien? Yeah, sure.
It's all right.
Anyway,
It's boring.
so guys, I have here the officially authorized movie of the magazine, the Alien magazine.
Movie of the
cool.
magazine.
Magazine of the movie is what I meant to say. And it has sensational new pictures, scenes cut from the film.
Oh,
The Chestburster in color.
as opposed to black and white?
Yeah,
Well,
what?
because a lot of it's black and white.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, the sweet newsprint that's in there.
Yes.
Does it rub off?
So they have some cool stuff in here that I want to show at some point.
It's like a giant TV guide. I love it.
Some of the behind the scenes set, and it also gives you the backstory of the space jockey. We'll read that when it gets up there, or what they thought the backstory was at one point. And this is my favorite. It has where is it? God damn it! Hold on.
Did you see Star Wars?
Yeah, it's Fox, so they were
Wow.
trying to sell Star Wars with.
Space. It makes sense.
Oh my god, guys! For Patreon, we got to do the alien quiz.
Okay.
Could the alien really exist?
We're only a couple years off of Star Wars.
Yeah.
So like they were like,
Yeah, this is like a year or two after Star Wars.
yeah, we gotta.
Oh, here we go. At the end, I want to talk about what their theories were for
it's Alien 2. It's
On
not
Earth,
Aliens.
right?
Alien 2.
So yeah, this is a great magazine that I found on Facebook Marketplace where I find most of my stuff.
I have a surprise for you when we get. I have a couple surprises for you.
Oh wow!
When we get to third installment of a certain franchise that we might have referenced earlier.
Oh,
in this
okay.
episode.
That's also where I got some other magazine that had like the behind the scenes for 76 King Kong. Yeah, so
My
this
favorite
movie. Huh?
My favorite movie.
Is that the one with the Kong boobs?
No, that's the second one.
that's the second one.
That's her second favorite
Okay.
movie. This movie was written by. Oh God, ripping.
You're killing me.
Written by
Why are you
Ronald
folding
Shusett
it?
and Dan O'Bannon.
Yes.
Produced by David Giler, Gordon Carroll, and Walter Hill. They produced all the Alien movies, for better or worse.
Do you know what this originally was supposed to be called?
What was it supposed to be called?
Star Beast.
You know what it was called before that?
No.
Memory.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This was almost going to be a Roger Corman movie.
Could you imagine
Yeah, I can imagine
Well,
it. I've
yeah.
seen a lot of Roger Corman movies,
Probably.
Joe. I can imagine
I
it
know.
pretty easily. I mean, it does have Buchanan from Frankenstein Unbound in the movie.
We're going to get to that.
Yeah, so they wrote this movie, and it kind of came from the idea of Dark Star.
Dark Star was, and O'Bannon had worked with Carpenter on that film, who didn't
Yes.
get credited for any of the work that he did on it.
Dan O'Bannon didn't get credited?
Yeah.
Well, he's in the movie. Did he at least get credited for acting?
I think so, but like
Okay,
that was a
it'd be
big
kind of
point.
hard to not credit him for acting.
It was a big point of contention because he did a lot of the special effects and
Yes. Have you
editing.
ever seen Dark Star?
I don't think so.
Oh,
It's a good time.
I want to show you Dark Star. It's actually, it's a fun, it's like a very, it's like.
I don't know. I don't trust you after that one suggestion.
What movie?
Johnson's?
Oh, it's the strange thing about the Johnsons. I warned you about that.
No, you didn't.
No,
you got to tell me what the twist is on that one.
So, Dark Star is the movie they all made like right out of college. Or
In
was
college.
it their thesis?
It was their
film? It was
thesis
their
film.
thesis film.
Yeah.
I have my thesis film right there.
Yeah.
Not as popular as Dark Star.
Daisy Durkin?
Yeah.
No, not
yeah.
Daisy Durkin.
Daisy
Durkin. That's my good friend Mark Wagner's movie. Anyway, Mummy Cop is actually going to be in the new Daisy Durkins coming
there
out.
you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daisy
Oh my
Durkins
God.
3. He's working on the 4th one now. Dark Star,
Yes.
there is a subplot about an alien that breaks loose,
Mm-hmm.
and Dan O'Bannon has to catch it, and the alien is literally a beach ball with things glued to it.
Oh, it's great.
and I remember Dan O'Bannon saying, like, George Lucas was like, but Dan, it's just a beach ball. And Dan was like, yeah. But it's like, apparently George Lucas is like, damn, what? This sucks. It's just like,
Why don't you come work on Star Wars in the effects department?
And also shout out to the late Dan O'Bannon for directing Return of the Living Dead, one of my favorite zombie
Also,
movies.
one of my favorites that he's done is The Resurrected with Chris Sarandon, which is based off the case of Charles Dexter Ward from
that one I've
Lovecraft.
not seen.
Great flick.
I've not seen that.
Look
But
for
yeah,
it on Movie Dumpster.
there was like 2 theories. Apparently Ronald Shusett,
Shuss it. Whatever.
Shusett,
Shush it.
he says that he had a dream that something burst out of his chest.
Bullshit.
Yeah, but,
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing that. Yeah.
but then people say there are like there's like a wasp or like a parasite that does something similar.
Dan O'Bannon was diagnosed with Crohn's disease.
Okay.
And just back up real quick. When he does Dark Star, right after that, him and Carpenter split for creative differences. I'm not going to go into it. Look it up.
No.
But he ends up writing this story, which is called Memory at this point, not Star Beast yet. And he has this idea of this, basically a man giving birth and what that would feel like and how that could be kind of terrifying.
I've seen Junior.
But he had Crohn's disease at the time, so he had like a lot of pains in his stomach
Yeah.
and stuff. So that's kind of like where the seeds were planted for that monster living inside you bursting out.
So Ronald just a liar.
Look.
I mean, maybe not his stomach, but his butt. It could have been. Like,
Now, Dreamcatcher, right? The shit weasel. Stephen King was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do okay."
Yeah, so like I said, it was going to be a Roger Corman movie almost.
Mm-hmm.
Like a real cheap movie.
Dan was psyched because he's right out of college. And
Yeah.
he's
He's like, Roger Corman,
make
that's
my
great."
movie for $750,000.
Somehow gets to Fox. And like they're like, hey, why don't we actually like, put money into this? Because sci-fi is blowing up right now because of Star Wars.
and they're like, "Shit, baby."
Horror's doing well. They're like, let's marry the two. Why
'Cause
not?
The producer, what's his name again?
There's 3 of them. Gordon. Hold on.
Will.
1 second. Thank God I have the official magazine
Yeah,
of the
my
movie.
fault.
David Giler, Gordon Carroll, Walter Hill.
Walter Hill.
Okay.
Yeah, Walter Hill, not Will. Walter
One
Hill.
of them directed The Warriors. But anyway, keep going.
Walter Hill. Where was I going? Where were we just talking about?
We're talking about how like the movie went to Fox.
Yeah, well, he's like, don't give it to Corman. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it like a big budget. So it blew up to like, what was it? Something ridiculous.
Probably a lot.
Yeah.
for
It was-
1979.
Yeah, it was a huge budget, and they were like, look, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it right, and it's not gonna be because the budget would have been so big because originally it was supposed to be like these spider creatures.
Something
So
like that.
it was like proto. It was like proto the Thing,
a little bit. Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And then Carpenter goes to make Halloween, and then this is kind of.
And
you
I
know.
think Dan O'Bannon is the one who found H.R. Gier's work. Or
Yeah.
was it Ridley Scott?
No. That's something now I want to talk about. I've been waiting to talk about because
Okay.
nobody talks about it.
Well, please
and
talk
and
about
it's Dan
it, Joe.
O'Bannon's credit on this film and how much it's really. Alien is Dan O'Bannon's baby.
By the way, Kudos to 20th Century Fox. I'm sure Disney's going to ruin all Disney is going to ruin all future releases because they fake all their behind the scenes stuff now. But
there is no behind the scenes anymore. It's just giant green screens or blue screens. Like there's nothing.
Oh no, do you see what they do now? When they do behind the scenes stuff, everyone like hates blue and green screens, so they digitally color the blue and green screens gray to make people less angry about seeing blue and green screens for the behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, that's not going to change it for me.
My favorite is when I went to...
They're still doing the thing that they're doing.
When I went to MGM Studios, I don't give a shit what it's called now. They were like, hey, here's a Star Wars video about how we do all the Star Wars movies. I'm like, cool, let's watch this video in the theater. And then it was like, women are great, and they watch Star Wars. And I'm like, the fuck did that have to do with the movies? What the fuck was this behind the scene? But what I want to say is, the Alien series, or at least the first 4, every DVD release, like after like 2003, and even this Blu-ray set, gives you so many behind the scenes stuff. And you're right, Dan O'Bannon is in there the whole time.
Yeah.
I don't know why I watched Resurrections behind the scenes so much, but
well, no, that one's pretty bad. Well, actually,
I want to talk about that one.
I love it.
We'll get to when we get to Alien 3, we'll talk about the behind the scenes of that bad boy.
Oh, in the original script?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. Like, I didn't know it as a kid, like, because I had the original DVD with just the director's commentary, and then I got the Quadrilogy one, and then this is that plus more.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm like,
that's
wow.
what this is.
Oh, that's what that is?
Sideshow put this. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail you. But Sideshow had put this out, and you know my tendencies to.
Oh, that's sick.
So actually, that's the Quadrilogy. This is the anthology.
Well, this is the anthology too.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, Quadrilogy was the DVD.
Quadrilogy, right? With that. Oh yeah, that was a cool.
With the
release.
green stuff. Jessica has my Quadrilogy ones.
Do you remember
right now.
the one with the xenomorph, the silver?
Silver, yeah,
that was cool.
I wanted that one.
So this is just like a fancy release of that.
You didn't get the one that was in the head? I always wanted to get that.
I forgot about that one.
Wasn't that a British release?
Yeah. I'm a fucking adult now. I'm going to get that. Anyway.
It was fucking $500 then. I can't imagine now.
Well, I'm an adult now. I'm going to get it.
I'm going to get it for $500 too.
No, fuck you. No. Anyway.
That's an unfair advantage.
I don't know. I think it's great.
Anyway. Yeah, so
Dan O'Bannon,
he he's the one, I believe, who found H.R. Giger.
Yes, because they worked on Jodorowsky's Dune together.
Yes.
It was Giger, and there was 2 other, I think Shusett and somebody else were on that project with Dan. And Dan was like, yeah, I got all these talented guys around me. Like, we need to, if we're going to do this, like, we're not going to do the arachnid thing. We need to do it in a suit, but I want Giger to design it.
Yeah,
right?
and Giger has that painting. I forget what the painting's called, where it's basically the alien. It doesn't have legs and it does have eyes, but it's basically the xenomorph.
It might be. Do you want me to flip through this and find it?
Yeah, flip through real quick. Because it's not in the official magazine of the movie. It should be. Like, it's like the picture.
He's like a little sneak looking John.
Yeah.
Right?
There's also a very good...
Everything looks similar.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It's in... I think it's in that Alien book. That's a book right there.
Well, fuck it. What are we doing? I'll just show the picture of it.
Yeah, just show... H.R. Giger's Alien thing.
Yeah. So they took the design of the alien from this painting H.R. Giger did. Here it is here.
But he also did the effects, too.
Yes,
So he was responsible for making the suit. And I can't remember the name of the actor.
Oh, I have it. I have
do?
it in the... Don't worry, I got you.
Did they find him like in a pub or something?
Yes, Balaji Badejo.
There you go.
He lost out on the dude who played Chewbacca.
Oh, he did?
Peter Mayhew?
Yeah, whoever played Chewbacca, whatever.
Oh, Peter Mayhew was going to be the alien?
Yeah, lost out to that guy. Just random guy in the pub.
Yes, that's the famous story. Like, they were in the pub and they're like, holy shit, this guy's really tall and thin. He's our alien.
I think that's what it was, though, because of how thin he was.
Yeah, he did not like being in the suit.
Would you?
Yeah, they had to build him a swing because he couldn't sit in a regular chair. Because how the tail was attached. My favorite story is...
He looks miserable in all its behind-the-scenes photos.
You see him with the head off, and
he's just like...
What's her face? The girl plays Lambert. Why am I blanking on her name?
I can see her in my face. In my head.
It doesn't say there.
Pixie cut girl, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Veronica Cartwright.
Yes.
There you go.
She actually tells a story in the commentary track where they were like, at one point, they were like, oh, what if we put maggots in the skull? Like, he's got like maggots in his head, like a brain or something. And apparently the actor was like, I draw the line. Like, he was like, you're not putting fucking maggots on my head. They're like, okay.
Sit down, Lambert, okay?
No, Lambert was just relaying the story. The filmmaker said that.
Oh, which one?
I don't know. So someone had the idea of like putting maggots in it to make it look like you have this pulsating brain. And apparently he was like, no, I'm not doing that.
No.
So yes, so H.R. Giger designed all the alien stuff, and then Ron Cobb did all the human stuff. And there's like this weird, like Egyptian. There's like, if you look, like there's like little hieroglyphics all around the ship, on their helmets and whatnot. Even like their little logos and stuff. Like the Weyland-Yutani logo is like a winged eagle,
yeah,
and whatnot. So I think. So people focus on H.R. Giger so much, they don't realize that Ron Cobb did most of what you look at in the movie.
All the set dressing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
he designed anything that was like a human thing,
Yeah.
he designed.
Yeah.
And then H.R. Giger did all the alien stuff.
Right. But also, I think Cobb is also coming off Dune, too. So
Okay.
it's all of that kind of still lingering and kind of leaking over into this for another sci-fi movie.
And then somehow Ridley Scott gets roped into it. He just did The Duelist.
This is why I get pissed off about this movie, because everybody's like, oh my God, Ridley Scott's masterpiece. And it's like, this motherfucker made one movie before this.
Yeah.
And Walter here was like, Dan O'Bannon, you're not directing this, you fucking whack job. He's like, all right, Ridley Scott, come here, you. And the rest is history.
Although Ridley Scott does put a lot of work into this. I mean, it's his movie for sure.
I'm not knocking him.
Yeah.
In the instance of him making this film and coming out.
Oh, yeah.
But in
it was kind of, there was like stories the producers did not get along with Dan O'Bannon. And I'll mention a part later on where they definitely disagreed with. And
big time.
Yeah, and Ronald Shusett was like, I loved it.
Yeah.
He was a team player.
But a lot of stuff that happened in this movie that was Ridley Scott's decision was Walter Hill being like, shut up, Dan O'Bannon. And Dan O'Bannon was like, check this out. And Ridley's like, that's fucking brilliant. And then he would go back to Walter Hill and he'd be like, okay, sure, Ridley. He's very entwined in this, and he just doesn't get the credit he deserves.
And Ridley Scott, I think he's the one who said, like, look, I want to film this like 2001.
Sure.
Like, I want it to look like big spaceships and whatnot.
He's got the money.
Why not? Not? So let's get into this wonderful film.
Oh, sure.
One last thing.
Yep.
All the characters were written gender neutral in the script.
Yep, correct.
That's why they all have last names, because they're like, you can cast whoever the hell you want in this. Here, we gave them all last names, men, women, whatever you want. There you go.
Even though they were supposed to be gender neutral, Ripley still wasn't supposed to be a woman until like last minute. They were like, you know what? Make her a woman. And then Ridley Scott was just like, yes.
Oh yeah, her audition, she had to be like scared. There was like a tree in there, so you had to be scared of the tree and stuff.
Well, Bannon wrote it because he didn't want to do, because it was the 70s.
Yeah.
So there's a ton of like low budget revenge movies coming out, like I Spit on Your Grave and shit like that. So he was like, yeah, I'm just gonna whatever. It's all men and there's no what's the word I'm looking for?
No.
were you struggling with
damsel
that?
in distress?
Damsel in
is
distress.
what I was going to. Yeah,
I agree, but then they decided to put women in it and ruined it. So let's get into the movie. Yeah, when you put women in things, they always ruin it.
Yeah,
yeah, this movie's ruined now. You can't watch it.
One of the most iconic characters of all time. Yeah,
I really like the movie until the end. Then it gets woke, and I turn it off.
Speaking of like a woke stuff, or whatever, I do really enjoy this movie because it literally is just a woman being badass. Like it has nothing to do with her being a woman.
They don't really.
It's not like shoehorn. You know what I mean? Like shoehorn that in anymore.
None of the characters.
She's the person.
She's there.
None of the characters are like super developed. Really, we don't get a lot of backstory, but it's because the movie wants you to guess who's going to survive at the end.
Yeah,
like there's a lot. Like Halloween, you watch it, and you're like, well, Jamie Lee Curtis is making it out of this movie. We're spending so much time with her. So Ripley doesn't really become the main character of this movie.
Yeah, in the beginning, it's like everybody.
Until like the third act, and then it's like, oh, I guess she's the main character now.
She's also the only one with common sense.
Yeah, throughout this movie, yeah. Well, we find out why. Anyway, let's get into the movie here. So the movie starts off. We get a beautiful painting of the planet, and then the letters start to come in. Now, the letters were originally going to be, there is one in here, but I don't think it was the one that they were going to go with. It was going to be bone and flesh. Mixing together, spelling the name alien.
No.
They have a thing in here.
No.
It's like the beginning of Child's Play 3.
Oh my God.
With the plastic and the blood.
Oh, yeah.
Seed of Chucky.
Oh, God.
I can't find it. I'll find it later. But yeah, the one in this magazine, it looks like an H.R. Giger style. But I think in the DVD they show there's like spiky bones and stuff. That was the original idea. They didn't go with it. They went with this like hieroglyphic sort of like it fades in.
Yeah,
but it's like a fade in. It works.
We see the Nostromo and it's massive. What is it carrying 20 billion tons of mineral ore or something like that?
We're going home, baby.
Yeah, they're going home. They're on their way to Earth.
We just had a great mining, successful mining mission. We're going home.
And then like, showing the sets just completely empty and stuff. Like this is like, hey, this is where you're going to be hanging out the whole movie. Look how scary it is.
It's comfy.
And a lot of the sets were expanded with mirrors. Not really noticeable in this one. In Aliens, there's a mirror shot that's super noticeable once it's pointed out to you, and you're like, oh, I don't know how I didn't notice that from years. There's only like 3 of those pods that open up, and they used a mirror. Anyway, there's like 2 Vasquez's in one scene.
She's just too bad.
Yeah. So yeah, the corridors are like really creepy, and like this is like the scariest spaceship. Like
haunted house in space, man.
Yeah.
I do like that though, because you see like Star Trek and stuff, and I guess Star Wars helped move this kind of spaceship.
Yeah, it's not like chrome and all. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because like in
future-y looking, it's just kind of like a thing.
We're past the atomic age where everything's shiny and like, oh, it's futuristic.
Yeah. But even in Star Wars, you see like the Imperials or even like rich people have nice cleaner ships, but then there's like the Millennium Falcon and stuff, which is all more like ragtag.
Lived in.
Yes, and this feels very lived in. This is like
it's supposed to be like relatable.
Yeah.
Especially the characters.
Yes.
It's like an oil rig.
Yeah.
In space.
What the hell are those dipping birds called?
The
birds. The plastic things.
What are those? I've never seen those in person.
Aren't they what they call? Aren't they what they're called? The dipping birds?
Maybe, yeah.
I know Homer Simpson used one to do his job in the episode where he became 400 pounds so he could work from home.
And I know Jean-Claude Van Damme used one in Double Team to get out of the prison that he was in because he cut his thumbprint off and it like touched it with an eraser. That movie's fucking great. We should do that with Rodman.
Oh yeah, Well, is that movie just like a ripoff of The Prisoner at one point with the island that they have to escape?
All I gotta say is Mickey Rourke.
Pretty sure a guy accidentally kills himself, but it's made to look like Mickey Rourke did. He accidentally locks himself in the car as he blows up. Anyway, so I really liked the helmets and the computers being projected on the helmets. It looks like the helmets are like talking to each other. And they tried to redo this in Alien vs. Predator. Did it work for you in Alien vs. Predator?
Completely.
Oh, okay.
Totally,
All
yeah.
right.
1979. 78, really, when you think about it.
Yeah.
I appreciate the reference, but in Alien vs. Predator, like, it wasn't cut to make it look like the helmets were talking. It's just, okay, we have a weird room where the Predators just put their helmets and it stares at a map and no one's there. It's like, all right, that's kind of weird. Why do they have that?
That movie's so disappointing.
Yeah, that movie was very disappointing.
It's just
very, very disappointing. So the first person we see wake up is Kane. The whole Joe Buchanan.
Oh, hello, I'm back, Tony!
John Hurt.
Rest in peace.
Last minute replaced an actor whose name I don't have, but there's behind the scenes footage of him. There was an actor who played the part of Kane, and I think he found out, like, got real sick and he found out he had, like, hepatitis or something.
Oh, Jesus. Well, that's what happened. Joe Buchanan shot the fucking Buchanan, and he came out of the pool and he said, hey, I'll take over your role, no problem.
Oh, my God.
Frankenstein Unbound. So good.
Please. It connects it all, everything together.
So, yeah, John Hurt. I think maybe it might have been one of those cases where they wanted John Hurt initially. I had to go back and check, and they weren't able to get him.
No, yeah, and then there was something happened with him. Well, no, with John Hurt. Where
he was like in a play or something.
Yeah, there was a conflict.
Yeah.
And then the other guy came in and then got sick.
Yeah.
And then they tried to get John Hurt again, but then there was something about he was denied a visa because they confused him for somebody else.
That's what it is. Oh, yes. They confused him with someone else. His name was similar to someone else. And like he couldn't get a work.
John Hurd or something like that.
Yeah,
something,
the guy from Home Alone.
Yeah.
And John.
I mean, maybe. But yeah, it was something like that, and then eventually they ended up getting him.
Yeah. Good call, remembering all the details of that story.
I don't. You started talking about it. I'm like, wait, I know this.
I didn't even know that. That's cool.
By the way, so they show Kane wake up first, and I think it's to trick you into thinking he's the main character.
Oh, definitely.
But this scene like makes me sad now because half the room's dead. John Hurt's dead. Ian Holmes dead. Yaphet Kotto
Second
died.
movie we've reviewed together with Ian.
I know.
Harry Dean Stanton's dead.
He goes to the Shire after this, man.
So it's just Tom Skerritt, Sigourney Weaver, and Veronica Cartwright.
Yeah.
That's it. Fucking the alien's dead. He died young. The guy who played the alien. I forget what he died from. But yeah, so now I'm watching, I'm like, oh, that's a bummer.
It's usually complications with like big people like that.
Yeah. But it's funny, the main cast, like they're dying like real close to each other. Like it's like every year, and someone watch Sigourney Weaver.
I wasn't understanding what
She's
you were
not
saying
allowed
for
to
a
die.
second.
Oh no, I meant the actors are dead.
Yeah, I know. They all died. And he's like, I thought you were making a joke.
No, I mean like it's sad because the actors are.
Well, you're always a smarmy motherfucker. So I was like, oh,
No, I was trying to be nice.
That's really funny.
I like this movie.
I actually was on your side this time. At first, I thought he was going the route you thought, but then I was like, oh no.
I'm sorry. It took me a second to catch up. R.I.P. For real.
Okay, how are they smoking in space?
Don't worry about it.
What you mean?
How are they smoking cigarettes in space?
Like you smoke a cigarette on Earth.
No, that's not how that works.
How do you know how this
They
spaceship
have
functions?
good ventilation and gravity
I think
stuff.
Ridley
and,
Scott will be like, they figured it out.
Well, if it's cycling the carbon dioxide and the oxygen.
Well, did you ever see Thank You for Smoking?
No.
It's a really good movie, and they're talking about like
you know who directed that?
Who?
The same guy who directed your favorite Ghostbusters movie.
Oh, yes.
Jason Reitman.
Yes, that's when he made good movies. I actually really like Jason Reitman's movies. I think he's a very good director. I think he had a couple flops, and then he called his daddy for help, and then he made a terrible Ghostbusters movie. But let's focus on the good movie here. I do like Jason Reitman. Jason, I forgive you for Afterlife. Go back to making good movies.
I started watching it when I was coming back from Disney, but then I saw Scream 5, Scream 5 was available to watch, and I was like, fuck you.
So
I'll get back to you later.
So, where was I going with that? In Thank You for Smoking, they're talking about getting like a cigarette into like a sci-fi movie, and they're like, but what in a flame and an all helium atmosphere cause an explosion? And then I think Adam
Don't
Brody
worry
goes,
about it.
that we say something like, thank God we made the whatever device. It's a movie. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Whatever.
Out of all the things.
Are you quoting other people with the "it's a movie" line?
No, when something but it matters, like Smokey doesn't matter in this, I normally say plot.
Whatever. So Dallas gets alerted by the ship's computer. By the way, they all think they're like home. They're like, good old Earth. I don't remember it being
Mother's
orange
waking us
with the
up.
ring around it, but
Wait a
sure.
second, where is it? Not LV 421.
So Dallas gets alerted by the ship's computer mother. That they are being sent to investigate a signal. They don't know if it's a human signal, and they don't know if it's a distress signal or whatnot. They're like, you got to check this out. And like, what you call Parker and Brett, they're like upset about it. They're like, I don't give a shit. And they're like, if you don't do this, you forfeit all your shares of the mining stuff. And they're like, oh, we love it. Let's go.
This is like Mitten Hand shit, right?
It's Dr. Mitten.
You're going to go to the planet and get the alien.
Now, is that why you love Leprechaun 4? Because it reminds you of Alien? What would you prefer to watch? Leprechaun 4 in space or Alien?
Alien.
You know, these days, it's neck and neck for me. I'm like, I don't know. I kind of like...
Second time I've been on set talking about space stuff and it's green. You trying to indoctrinate me? Like, what are you doing?
So, the matte shots are still kind of dodgy. Thank God there's not a lot of them. Like, there's that overhead shot of, like, the windows of space, and it's just, like, it's, like, rough 70s blue screen. But, like I said, there's very few of them in the movie, so...
It's still charming to me. I mean...
But the paintings and the miniatures are phenomenal.
I love the miniatures so much.
Oh my God, the Nostromo looks so... So the Nostromo has, like, a mining thing that it carries, but it also can separate. And then it also has a shuttle.
Yes.
I don't know why they never try to just trap it in the mining area and then leave, but whatever.
Plot.
So, shut up.
It's also moving around places where they don't really have access to.
Yeah. So I love, because they were like, oh man, this is like a slow scene of it landing. How many shots of the ship do we have to do? And they came up with the whole computer display thing. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that's clever. And it actually, because it's a lot like it's similar to like the yellow barrels in Jaws. It's like, we don't want to show the shark too much. Let's do this. We don't want to show the landing too much. Let's do this computer layout, and it's foreshadowing for later in the movie when they have a different computer layout tracking something.
It's funny you say that because Dan O'Bannon's whole thing was like, oh, it's like Jaws in space. That was his pitch.
When they're landing, the one leg of the ship just gets damaged because it lands on a rock.
It happens.
It seems like a shitty design to me. Like,
and it's not even like it's like, oh, this is like messed up. Like everything started breaking.
yeah, that one leg being bent, like the hydraulics get fucked up and start shorting out stuff. Who built this son of a...
You think it would like crush the rock, right? I don't know.
Yeah, you would assume it could crush the rock.
Or
I mean,
like it has like some type of like bouncy thing in there where like it lands.
like a shock? It doesn't have a shock?
Yeah, shock. Yeah, like something simple like that. But no.
So
it trips.
Despite the damage, Dallas, Kane, and Lambert, they go off to investigate, and they're being monitored by Ash. The shot of them in the elevator leaving the ship, it's, I believe, where the fuck did the thing go? I believe it's Ridley Scott's kids.
Oh,
yeah, it is to show that it's bigger.
They have a picture of them in here. Hold on.
That's pretty clever, though, to make, you know.
Oh, it's like it's a genius idea.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Every time I go to find one picture, I'm just going to scan it.
Little people on big sets.
I'm going to scan it. Yeah, so it's like, hey, these sets are big. How do we make them look bigger? I'm like, oh, just put kids in the suit.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Ripley, she checks in on Brett and Parker, and they're just giving her shit, and she's just not having any of their bullshit. It's a common
yeah,
theme.
whatever, guys. Go fuck yourself.
Why don't you just fuck off? But then fuck is like kind of censored a little bit.
Yeah.
Why don't you just fuck off? What?
Like it kind of disappears for a little bit. And she's like, yeah, you're entitled to a share no matter what they find. Will you just fucking relax? Because they're just so money hungry.
Well, there was a lot of gore in this movie, especially for the 70s.
Yeah.
So maybe that was why.
Yeah. The ship, again, designed by H.R. Giger, the alien, the derelict ship, is beautiful. Yeah, like, and I'm not saying that because it has giant vagina doors.
One of my favorite stories about the vagina doors is Sigourney Weaver brought her family in to like see the sets and everything, and then she's just cracking up because they're looking at this door that is clearly a vagina, and she's just sitting there like, yeah, I work here. This is what I do.
Want to see the face hugger?
Yeah, you see that over there? Yeah. Yep. I'm doing this.
So they find the space jockey, which they actually made like a miniature of this for the premiere of the movie, and someone lit it on fire. There were complaints that it was like a satanic imagery or whatever, and then someone lit it on fire. So they have the space jockey there.
This enigmatic icon of film.
It's awesome.
It's awesome.
It's awesome. Look at this big, like, bony thing. It's definitely not a 9-foot tall, pale guy in a fucking suit. It's not that bullshit.
Picking up what I'm putting down.
I
didn't need that.
Nothing made me sad. Like, when I first started watching Prometheus, I'm like, who's that pale guy? That guy sucks. Hope I don't see him again. And then as soon as they had the head of the jockey and they said it's a helmet, I went, oh no. I was like, oh no. And then it was the pale guy and I went, oh God.
Tony, it's my fucking alien movie, Tony.
And then they're like, it's human. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, humans didn't make the aliens. And then Alien Covenant came out and it's like, oh no, our robots made the aliens. Like, oh my God, this fucking sucks. Anyway.
Those movies don't exist.
Seeing the jockey, it like lit up my imagination as a kid. I'm like, oh, what's its story?
Yeah.
And then Prometheus ruined it. But we have...
It's kind of like with Halloween. Like, technically it didn't need a sequel. Like, why is Michael Myers doing this? We didn't need to know. That's what made it scary.
It was the Thorn cult.
Please.
But luckily, guys, we have the space jockey's tail.
Oh, God. What did they say?
That's actually a really cool picture.
Yeah, it is.
What do they say in the book?
And by the way, I think this also was their kids around. Like the close-ups.
Yeah,
it was the
anything with him in the ship to show how big things are, it's his kids.
And do you know what the... Oh, by the way, vagina. You know what the hallway was that they were...
Can I borrow that?
Do you know what the hallway was that they were walking down? I don't know if they were real, but they were modeled off of whale bones. I think they might have been real whale bones.
Oh, really?
That they built the set around, yeah. All right, so here we go. According to the official Alien magazine. A deserted bone-like spacecraft of staggering size, a trio of thick-lipped organic openings.
Thick-lipped.
That's pretty funny for 1970. They knew what they were going for there. Yeah. A little kid's reading this being like, oh yeah, they are thick-lipped. Like, not realizing it.
Mom, they got these thick-lipped doors.
In the side of the U-shaped derelict within a chamber whose walls are reminiscent of a human rib cage, but it was actually whales, whose air is permitted by a thin blue mist. I got a fun fact about the mist in a second that you're going to like.
Oh, okay.
In its center, a great disc, a cannon-like device, and the fossilized remains, definitely not a suit, of a giant long-dead pilot, the space jockey. The being's radio is still functioning. It's still transmitting a final frightening message to the universe. Stay away! Really dramatic. The space jockey.
I mean,
Who is he? Or is it a she? No. Or or an it? Maybe. Biomechanical part of
Maybe
the
it's not
craft in
gendered.
which it was traveling. Where did it come from? Where did it go? If it hadn't been for... And why?
We don't need to know.
To conquer, to colonize, or simply to visit? Why are there hundreds of alien eggs in the hold in its spaceship? In the original draft of Alien, the Alien plot, the jockey was not from space, but from the very same world as the alien, one of the small planet's 3 civilizations, and the vehicle was not a spaceship, but a landcraft. Landcraft.
So LV-426, I said 421 before.
Yeah.
LV-426 is its home world, according to that,
According to this, yes.
in 1979.
Yes. Well, there's theories here.
Okay.
This is the original script, so keep in mind
Right.
that. And the vehicle was not a spaceship, but a landcraft moving from one sector of the planetoid to another. Then the concept changed. The jockey came from outer space. Its mission, unknown. Its fate, killed by the chestburster. Its legacy, a faint etching of a triangle on its instrument panel. I don't remember that. A silent alarm, anyone who might happen along. A warning not to go near the huge pyramid which stands on the horizon, for inside the pyramid is death in the form of 1,000 unborn aliens. Does a pyramid full of aliens sound familiar? Seems like they put this one in the idea pile and brought it back later. Actually, some of the designs of the pyramid is used in Alien vs. Predator, the 1999 video game. The alien that you're in, it's the same design.
That's a great game. And again, there's so many great,
Yeah.
and that's a different conversation.
But here we go. Budget cuts for simplification of that second storyline, eliminating the pyramid all along with its hieroglyphics showing the alien's reproductive cycle and an altar housing the lethal eggs. Sound familiar? Yeah. Paul Anderson, you're great. Paul W.S. Anderson. Sorry, P.T. Anderson. I didn't mean to call you out. So a third plot was conceived, one in which Lambert, Dallas, and Kane follow the spacecraft's radio, blah, 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 blah. Let me see here. So here's the story that the magazine has. Thousands of years ago, the jockey's race had hoped to settle on the alien's barren world. I don't know why. It looks like it sucked.
Terraforming it?
barren world. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
That's what they do in Aliens.
Like most advanced civilizations, they had long ago outgrown their native world. A large, fit breed. They plan to use their sophisticated... See, a large, fit breed. Definitely not just a kind of tall guy in a suit.
Definitely not humans.
Yes.
Or humanoid. Maybe?
It still makes me mad. It's been like 10 years, and it still makes me really mad.
It's not that bad. If you don't consider it part of the Alien franchise.
First, the colonists made certain that they would not be destroying any native life forms with their atmospheric manipulation. That's a lie. Unfortunately, since the alien eggs were dormant, the sensors of the benign giants indicated no signs of life. A ship landed, its crew hopeful that the job would be swiftly accomplished. They began their work. After screaming into their radios, were never heard from again. Oh. You never knew this story. No. Now you know it. Second team suffered a similar fate. I said a familiar fate.
I mean.
So the third landing was made by the jockey at the controls of an armed vessel. So this is like a warship. He's like, oh, fuck.
So is the Horseshoe the armed ship?
Yes.
With eggs on it?
Well.
Continue.
With one finger on the trigger of the cannon, the pilot warrior looked
Get away from her, you bitch!
looked
and
for
then
the
he
creatures,
shot the queen, right?
which were presumed to have slain the previous parties. There was nothing to be seen, no remains of the jockey's fellow beings or their attackers. Stepping onto the planet's rocky surface, the jockey did some exploring and, like those before him, discovered the alien eggs. Thinking them to be harmless in their unhatched state, idiots, and possibly damaged by the environmental changes begun by his predecessors, the newcomer loaded them onto the ship's hold to bring them home
Well, you know
for
what? He deserved to die.
yeah,
Like,
for
what?
protection and study. By the way, there are thousands of eggs, and it's just one guy. He was doing this for a while.
Yeah, but like to preserve it, like there's so many there.
The parents of these creatures must have perished protecting their unborn children against what they thought was an invasion. Surely they could not be blamed for that. Suddenly, about to leave the hold, the jockey was assaulted by a facehugger, so he picked up 1,000 eggs. And it wasn't until he put the last egg down and was ready to go home when they jumped out.
Oh my god.
I wonder if the Krites are on this planet too.
The jockey was assaulted by a facehugger and, unable to see, stumbled to the bridge of the ship to surroundings which were familiar and could be navigated by touch alone. So he's walking around like, blah, 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 blah. When the facehugger's task had been completed, the aliens seed implanted in a host, the chitinous carrier, I don't know what that word is, died and fell away. The unsuspecting victim recovered quickly and broadcast the story home, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, that's it. So that's the story.
Can the facehugger change its size?
No.
I know. I figured because this being is much bigger.
It's got a big enough head. If you look at it,
it's pretty big.
Yeah, but the face
Maybe
is...
it adapted, like, you
No,
know.
I think it can get its fingers around.
Remember,
But now...
it was a big one.
Unless
in
it was a-
friggin' Prometheus.
But now
Unless it
you
was a
guys
queen
know...
facehugger.
Yeah, now you guys know the story. One alien came to find his friends, and then he picked up thousands of eggs, presumably one at a time, and he's very big. Hopefully they're very light. And he put them in a ship, and he put a little blue light on all of them, and then one of them jumped out.
Because he broke the seal, right? Of the blue light.
I guess so. Don't break the seal.
I don't know. I don't need to know that shit.
God.
It's much more fun to be like, what is this wacky ass thing?
Yes.
What is
you
happening?
Can use your imagination.
Yes. And of course,
Fill in the blanks.
Ridley Scott always had the theory that they were weapons, and that's what led to Prometheus. Even back in like the 90s with the commentary track, he was...
James Cameron, you mean?
No, Ridley Scott.
What do you mean?
Ridley Scott said his theory for the jockey was that they were carrying the eggs to be weapons. He thought the jockeys like made them for that purpose, and he always had that idea. And as a kid, I was like, "That's a great idea, Ridley Scott. Make that movie." And I wish I could go back in time and kick myself.
Yeah, because he listened to you.
Yes. So there's a little bit of foreshadowing where Ash prevents Ripley from going out there because she's like, "It sounds like a warning." He's like, "Don't worry about it.
She's gonna blow the whole fucking thing."
Now, the blue light with the laser and whatnot. You know who did that? Anton Furst, the designer of Tim Burton's Batman.
Oh.
Yeah, he did a little bit of work on this.
Interesting.
He was working in like nightclubs and stuff and experimenting with like lasers and stuff, and they got him to do that.
I was doing my laser show for the DJ, and I was like, hey, Ridley Scott, I'll shoot this over the eggs. What do you say? Sorry, Anton. He's probably not German.
Well, he's been dead since 1991, so I don't think he's going to hear this.
What if he is?
Huh?
He's listening right now.
He's listening.
The ghost of Anton.
He just appears.
So yeah, Kane goes down there to the eggs. Also a little foreshadowing with the chest burst out. I like the water droplets are going up the eggs.
Yeah, it's really cool.
They just hung it upside down.
Yeah.
And it's Ridley
Simple.
Scott's hands in the thing for the
is it?
face hugger. And they went to a butcher, like a butcher place, and they just got cow guts to throw in the egg. Which
Makes
is fucking
sense.
They
gross.
did that a lot. They used like I think it was like oysters and stuff.
Yes,
too.
oysters
Yeah.
later on.
It sure
Now,
looks
can we
like
talk about how the logo,
oysters.
the logo on the poster, the famous alien logo, is not the egg from the movie?
I love how like that was like promo art that they were just like, fuck it.
And they're still using it. I'm
think-
like, but that's not the egg.
I think it might be, especially at that time, it might have been more off-putting if they put, you know.
Oh, with its thick, luscious lips.
Yeah, makes you want to kiss the top of it, right? Come here,
Yeah,
you.
those kinds of lips.
Yeah,
Yeah, what other lips are there? What are you talking about?
both.
I mean,
So yes, the face hugger pops out, and everyone jumps. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Oh my god! And they
Let me
bring
tell
him
you,
back to
let
the
me tell you
ship.
something. Kane is fucking staying there. See ya.
isn't the egg animatronic too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got like a hydraulic.
The
thing.
noise that it makes when it opens, like,
Yeah.
it's
Don't
like,
they not
man.
use that again?
What do you mean?
Do they keep using that sound? I can't remember.
No, I think in the later ones.
I think it
it's
was
like-
only in this.
There might be a.
I actually like the ones in Resurrection
I was gonna
and
say.
even AVP because the whole egg like moves now because they could do that. I didn't like Cameron's eggs. They just look different.
You don't like Stan Winston's eggs.
Nah, that's what I meant. Yeah. So they bring Kane back, and Ripley is like, no, not going to let you in. It's going to contaminate the whole thing. You got to stay there.
Wasn't a part of this cut at any point?
There's a part after this that was cut. Well,
That
you watched the director's cut.
No,
What was the scene the same?
Yeah, this scene was the same.
Yeah.
I hate that it's called a director's cut. It's not a director's cut.
It's not a director's cut.
Guys, the theatrical cut is the director's cut.
Yes.
Even Ridley Scott said, like, I don't know why they called it that.
They just inserted like a partially deleted scene and then just trimmed shit where it shouldn't have been trimmed.
Yeah, they trimmed the tension.
Yeah.
Went right to the action, which I think is why I think they did it on purpose, because I think at that point, Aliens was out, right?
This director's cut is 2003.
No, that's what I mean. Like, they fixed it to make it more action-y.
This movie's boring.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
trim it.
I remember they re-released it in theaters and they wanted a new cut, but like call it like an alternate cut. Like it's not a director's cut,
No.
which is weird.
Didn't he like cobbled it together like quickly?
Maybe
Something like that?
He adds like there's like weird additions and then it's shorter. It's like a
And then
minute
weird
shorter.
subtractions, yeah.
Anyway, there is a scene related to this that gets cut afterwards.
Correct.
And you got to let me know if it actually is in the director's cut because I don't remember.
That's why I watched it.
Anyway, so ironically, the science officer doesn't trust the science and he does the opposite of what he should do.
Protocol.
So yeah, he totally ignores Ripley, and he just brings them in. Also, Dallas is a shitty captain. He should be like, oh yeah, I gotta say.
He's like, no, I'm in charge. Like, you need to open the door.
I'm outside.
And she's like, I'm literally following the law. Like,
yeah,
I'm listening to the science android. Well, we don't know he's an android yet.
oh yeah. Spoiler.
Sorry, Milkman.
So then this scene when they're doing surgery on Kane.
Mm-hmm.
There was a part they cut out where Lambert comes in and just slaps the shit out of Ripley. Oh, because she's like,
That's in the director's
That's
cut.
in the director's
Yeah.
cut. She's like, you bitch, mother.
she's like, you're gonna leave us out there. And she's like, I'm literally following the law. I am following protocol.
Ripley's a little bit of a goody-goody, if you ask me. Fucking Karen
If
over there.
she literally got her way, this would have never happened.
Oh yeah, and she would have got their shares.
Yeah. And
Everybody would have got their money. They would have been rich, not
Yeah.
dead.
By the way, Parker makes a good point. It's like, why don't you just freeze him?
How come they don't freeze it?
Yep.
Why don't
he says
he
it
yells
over
at
and
him, why
over.
don't you just freeze him? And Dallas, that idiot, doesn't go, oh yeah, why aren't we just putting them on ice? and
Ash is
wait?
like, don't worry about it.
Ah, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so this whole scene is like tense because they go to touch the finger and it tightens around the neck.
Man,
They
I
find
love
out
that shot.
the puddle on John Hurt's neck.
Oh, yeah,
of
it's
the
so
sweat
gross.
is just like. I don't
originally
know.
the facehugger had its hands up here, and Dan O'Bannon's like, yeah, can you like put it to the side so it can actually hug the face because it doesn't make any sense.
Wait, do you mean Dan O'Bannon was on set?
Yeah, well, no, during the design of it.
I know.
Yeah.
But he was on set. He was kicked off the set.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was like, hey, this should be this way. And they're like, why don't you go shut up?
Look, Joe, I'm not arguing that he had really good ideas that they should have listened to. But also, I do think he might have been kind of an asshole.
He is kind of an asshole.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing the fact that like
There's probably things he could have done to be a little bit more respected. Like, hey, instead of being like, I can imagine him with the stupid bow tie being like, you gotta do it this way. Or
it's also his first big movie. He's nervous.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He wants to make sure that it's good. And I get
Yeah.
that. But they did him dirty when they released it. But anyway.
Yes. I agree with that, but also I feel like he might have been kind of a dick on set.
Oh, 100%.
So where are we at here? So yeah, they figure out it's giving him oxygen, and Dallas is like, just rip it off his face. Ash is like, I might kill him.
Make an incision at the knuckle.
I love when Ash is like, you'll take full responsibility, right? He's like, yeah, I'll take full responsibility. He's like, all right, yeah, let's rip this baby off. So yeah, they go to cut it, and it's got acid for blood. And I love this because I think Dan O'Bannon said, like, I didn't want this to be like a bulletproof monster or something stupid. Like, I want it to be just an animal. You can kill it, but
There's a consequence.
But
for
if
it.
it didn't-
serious repercussions.
but if it didn't have acid for blood, you could just beat it up with a rock or something.
Well, yeah.
So it's like, oh wow,
Get it with that cattle prod.
yeah. But now it's like, oh shit, if we cut it, it can like leak through the hole and kill everyone. They forget about.
I do like the scene with them running down, seeing like, oh god, is this
Yeah.
going to go through everything? 'Cause what, it went
with
like
the
3
pen?
floors?
Yeah, it went
Oh,
through
the
3
pen.
floors. I mean, they forgot about this by the time Alien Resurrection came out, and they're just shooting aliens left and right.
Maybe they had it. Hey, you don't know. Weyland-Yutani could have had an acid-proof hull.
Maybe.
No, they don't because they get out of Brad Dourif's fucking cage.
They use their acid to bring up, but they're shooting aliens left and right. It's like, where's the acid coming?
And at one point, when the one dude shoots the alien, and then it hits the dude in the face too. Like so, like there's
But
it doesn't go through it. It literally just gives like a slight burn to it. It doesn't even go through him.
So
I love
so
that
yeah,
movie.
so I love that change. It's like, hey, it's just a normal animal, but you probably can't kill it in space. Probably gonna have a bad time. And then the stakes are a little different in the next one because you can just shoot it, but it's like you gotta make sure it's far away.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, you gotta attack it with ranged weapons, and you can't really do that when they're just climbing on top of you.
it's so good in a completely different way than this is.
Yes. Ripley chews out Ash for not respecting her authority.
Choose out ass.
Chews out Ash.
Oh.
Not ass. We're not doing this one again. You are still not invited to my Morgul dinner. But yeah, so much like Clarice, Ripley is a self-made woman who has to put up with men not respecting her and constantly holding her back. Joanna can't relate because, men are responsible for her career. You're welcome. So let's go move on to the next one.
I don't know. I think that I'm responsible for my own, especially seeing as, I make $500 for just, existing.
Because I put you on a show that got you a lot of sims. All I want is a thank you.
No. All you do is bully me, and then I bully you back, and then people get mad over that. And I'm just like, what? So I can't stand up for myself?
By the way, actually, Trisha sent me a comment that she got. Hold on.
God.
Related to that, actually. Hold on. I want to say, well, one, people now want to see her Stickman tattoo. That doesn't exist. I just made that up. She's like, thanks.
Way to plant that in there.
She should literally just Sharpie it on her arm.
Episodes with Trisha and Tony
big
are
toe.
palate cleansers in between the other episodes where Tony gets endlessly reamed on.
Like, seriously, though, rewatch any episode or whatever. I'm just minding my business. We're just talking about the movie, and then he makes some fucking comment, and I'm just like, all right, fine.
It would just be nice.
I'm in the middle of a war.
It would be nice once a month. You just go like, hey, Tony. Thanks for everything. Couldn't have done it without you.
Tony, I literally just drove you I drove to where you dropped your car off and drove you back here. And I'm assuming I'm probably going to have to drive you to get your fucking car, too. Did I get a thank you for that? Because you sure as hell did not thank me for that. All you said was, and
Joe,
I quote,
can you drive me to Mavis so I don't have to thank you?
I got someplace to be.
I already did it! Literally, all I got was...
Come down, please.
Calm down, please. Where? It's right next to... So I was like,
don't cut out that last part.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cut out the pizza place, god damn it.
And then come now, please. Just not.
I said please.
No, thank you.
Joe, I said please.
Look, don't put me in the middle of this.
I'm trying to talk about.
I can't get out of it.
I'm trying to talk about Alien with Ripley, who's a self-made woman that Johanna can't relate to. God, can we just get back on track?
Didn't you do the same thing? You mooched off other people to get famous?
I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you fucking say anything. Anyway.
You talking to me?
The next day, they find out that the face hugger crawled off Kane and died. Good little jump scare where they knock over the trash can.
Yeah.
Followed by... So, so the face hugger just gets up and then it crawls away?
Yeah.
And then it's just going to hang out here?
It impregnates, it puts the embryo in, makes sure everything's nice and cozy, and then it falls off and dies. My problem is they're just like, hey, you okay? All right, let's go have some dinner. This fucking alien thing.
Didn't what's his face say he wanted to freeze him again?
Yes.
Like he said after he woke up.
So at
maybe
this
we
point,
should put him in the freeze.
So at this point, she wants the thing to be launched out.
Yeah.
And Kane's like, Ash is like, no, I gotta keep it.
Yeah, I gotta study it.
I gotta keep it. And Dallas is like, sure. And then at one point she's like, do you even know this guy? He's like, oh no, they replaced him 2 days before we lifted off site. It's like, he's kind of shady. He's not doing what a science officer should do.
I feel like Dallas is in on this to an extent.
Not really.
No. I know, but I feel like clandestinely. He's just like, okay, he got the little bit of hush money or something, you think?
Maybe he knows, because he's like, yeah, the company, and that's what they want.
Okay, fine. Then he's a shitty captain.
He doesn't know about the overall plan.
Yeah.
He probably guesses something's happening, and he's just keeping his mouth shut.
Maybe it's his last go-round, and he's all set up on Earth, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's like the John Smith on the Titanic. He's just like, oh, my last hurrah. Let's, power up those engines. Let's go. Oh, God, we're all dying. Wow, it's exactly like Titanic.
And they didn't have a Billy Zane.
I was going to
there.
say, you got to be like Billy Zane.
I'd be like Billy Zane. Billy Zane would have said,
yeah, this is my child.
I have an alien.
You just gotta grab the cat instead.
Oh,
this is
that
my
would-
Jonesy.
Oh, yes.
I already talked about it in The Godfather. I called back to the Billy Zane. I'm like, oh, you know, that little girl that he saved was Ruth Bader Ginsburg. He's the hero of that film.
I think you used that joke before.
I did in the Titanic episode. Well, no, remember I did what was it? I did Susan B. Anthony, and then we found out she died before the Titanic, so I had to change it.
God, I hate you.
So they go back to space, and Brett always says right whenever Parker says anything, and I love that thing. She's like,
Right.
you always say that. He's like, right. Right.
What's his name again?
From Harry Dean Stanton.
Harry Dean Stanton. I always forget his name. I'm always like, oh yeah, Brain from Escape from New York. Yep.
The janitor from the Avengers?
Yeah, Alice Cooper.
Yes. So yeah, Kane wakes up and they're like, hey, we're going home. Let's have some dinner first.
Everybody's like, yay, we're eating. And then
Yeah.
Kane's like, I want to have some real good food when I get home.
And Parker's like,
food
I
ain't
want to
that
eat
bad,
some,
baby.
I want to eat some sweet muff. He makes a joke about that.
Muffins. Yeah.
Muffins.
Sweet lips.
Some juicy lips.
He's got him right there, right? You know?
He says at the front of the car, he's like, I'd rather be eating something else, but I'll stick to food. And before you can register like that joke, me as a little kid was like, what does that mean? Like, before I could think about it, I'm like, oh no. That reminds me of Predator, the pussy jokes. When I was a kid, I thought they were about cats, and I didn't get them.
Oh my God. Anyway.
I was like, what? Why is the cat as big?
I had a fucked up childhood where like I was babysat by a lot of older kids.
Yeah.
So I knew what it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's the way
Anyway,
why I am the
Kane
way I am
starts
today.
choking.
Kane starts choking, and then the chest burster happens.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Koto's got the best line of the whole movie.
What's he saying?
The food ain't that bad.
Oh,
baby.
the food ain't that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you meant after.
No.
The food ain't that bad, baby.
So apparently, no one knew what it was going to look like except for Tom Skerritt.
Yeah, and then what was it? They knew that something was about to happen, but not blood spurting everywhere.
Yeah, I think they cut out Veronica Cartwright fell.
She falls on the floor. She slipped.
Oh.
Yeah, is it in the film or?
No.
Yeah, there's in the behind the scenes you see her. She like falls back and her like cowboy boots go up in the air. Remember those cowboy boots for an interesting fact later on.
Dan O'Bannon cried when this happened in the theater. He saw the premiere, and everybody fucking was screaming for like 5 minutes straight, and he was like crying because he was so happy that it like went off without a hitch.
And this
I mean,
scene,
this is like the most iconic scene in like movie history.
I didn't know
like,
it, and I was lucky enough. This is like the Vader, I'm your father. I was lucky enough not to know the spoiler going in.
really?
Yeah.
That's like the thing that they use to promote it. Like, Alien, here's the chest burster coming
Yeah.
out of.
Well, remember, I wasn't there in the 70s.
Well,
all I
mean,
know
like,
is
in
that
the
there's an
90s.
alien in this movie. My friend's dad came home, turned it on, and I went in blind. So when it came out of the chest, I was like, what the? I'm like, no, what? Years later, I realized, I'm like, oh, it's just a penis with teeth.
Yeah.
I like that it talks
What's the
to them.
opposite of a vagina dentata? Would it be just penile
Penile
dentata?
dentata.
I like that it looks at them like, hi.
I like that it doesn't have eyes.
Yeah, that's so creepy. Although it does have a skull inside of it.
Yeah, I know. It's the
But
human
even the skull
yes.
doesn't have eyes in it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they have like a telepathic. It's insinuated later, but like
Yeah.
they have telepathic links or whatever.
Yeah.
So this probably sees them as some kind of like heat vision or I don't know what.
Yeah.
Other sensory organ.
But the idea is like they have like the skull of whatever they adopt. I mean, they change it a little bit in the next one. Even the Pred Alien has a predator skull inside of it.
Yeah.
Not to bring up that shit movie, but that's a cool design.
I don't know. The alien predator stuff in that is cool.
When you can see it.
Sure.
The action figure's cool because I know what it looks like. You put the movie on, you're like, where is it? Is that it?
Needs a regrade.
Oh God, definitely. Yeah, so like I said, I love the scene of it looking and then running away, but you can actually see the little rod underneath it.
It's so cool though.
But yeah, I love just no one talks. They're just like,
They're shot.
they're just like, did
And
I-
then-
Oh no, Ash was like, don't even like try to kill it.
oh, he's the one who says
touch
like,
it.
don't
Yeah.
touch it, don't, because the acid blood. Well, really, it's because he wants it alive,
Well,
but
yeah.
also the acid blood.
Yeah. But he wants it a lot.
Yes,
I kind of figured at that point. I was like, okay, something's going on.
but he also probably doesn't want to be sucked out into space.
This is also true. Well, then the missions failed. I love how like it's all quiet, like you said.
Yeah.
And the only thing that breaks it is like Kane's convulsions, like on the tape.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, okay.
And by the way, it's like not even in like a dark scare. It's in the most brightly lit setting in
Yeah.
the film. Like it's just like, oh, uh-oh.
And that was the way to do it. you
Yeah.
know?
So let me see here.
And you were all comfortable too because it's like, oh, a nice happy scene.
Yeah.
He's okay.
Yeah.
Didn't
Everybody's
expect it.
having fun.
He's
and it's just
felt
like, oh
better
God,
now.
this is horrifying.
Imagine being like, oh, that thing that fell off his face must be like alive, right? Somewhere. It's going to drop out on him.
So they come up with a plan to split up and capture the alien in a net.
They have
It's the future.
They have a cattle prod too.
They have,
Yeah.
they have an electrical cattle prod thing. I don't know why they have that for mining mineral ore, but they have it.
It's to get off Minox off the outside of the ship.
But don't forget, they launched Kane out of the.
Oh, right.
ship,
They
too.
shoot Kane out of the thing.
Finally, they had a good idea, even though it was
Also, I
pointless
felt
at that
bad. They're
point.
like, does anyone want to say anything? And no one says anything.
Burial at space.
I mean, it was kind of, they were all in shock and yeah.
I mean, if Dylan from Alien 3 was there, you would have had a whole prayer set up, but we'll talk about that in Alien 3. So yeah, they launch him out into space. That's how I want to go. Just when I die, send me to space and just launch me out of an airlock.
Okay, Elon Musk. We'll do that.
Nah, don't let Elon Musk do it.
He's the only one.
Nah, NASA's going to be too stuck up to do it. He would be the only one to do it.
I think there's a thing that you can do when you get cremated. I think they like shoot you into the atmosphere.
No, I want my body out there.
Like a firework?
They're not gonna shoot. Yes, they don't. They won't shoot your actual body.
They
No,
set
but I
up.
want them to.
No,
They're not gonna do it.
I want to be launched into space.
Someone
the
has a
body?
telescope. They're like, oh look, it's Orion's belt. And you just see Tony's dead body. Like,
I don't even want to be
floating
like,
next to the fucking middle finger of the leprechaun.
What's it called? I don't even want to be like exhumed or whatever. I just want to be launched out. My organs all
Exhumed?
intact.
You mean embalmed?
Embalmed.
yeah,
That's what I meant to
exhumed is
say.
the opposite.
Somebody's
You're
getting
already
opposite.
buried.
One of your crazy fans is gonna dig you up and then shoot you into space.
You know what? Even better. Even better. That would actually be funny.
I like the firework
Going up to my
idea.
family, someone took your son's body. Oh God, where is it? Okay, so you know Mars.
You ever see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Or imagine that, but on the moon. I was like, how did he get to the moon?
There you
Anyway.
go. You just nailed it. Texas Chainsaw in space.
Oh,
That's
we
how
gotta do it.
happens.
We gotta do it. We gotta do it.
Oh God!
Oh God, I'm surprised they haven't. So
Don't
yeah,
give them ideas. Cut that out. No.
so when they're going around looking for the alien, they accidentally find Jonesy the cat. They have a cat on the ship. I assume to eat rats and mice.
Was it always there? I mean, they knew it was there, right? Isn't it? Is it like the
they
community cat?
They knew the cat was on
Yeah.
the ship.
Yeah.
They just didn't know where it was. So does the cat also go into hypersleep with them?
I mean,
It does.
at the end, it does. So,
I
like, I would
assume-
assume it does. In
I assume the cat is there to take care of mice and stuff.
I assume it's there for like emotional support being in space that long.
that too.
could be.
I
Not
know.
your cat,
I know.
though,
I
right?
live. I know. I live with Space Cat, but that is the last cat I would want to bring to space.
Why don't you ask Space Cat?
No, I tweeted her this morning about it. I took a picture of me trying to watch the movie and her just like blocking the TV. I'm like,
Too bad you don't have a Jonesy.
This is true.
Yeah, if only I ever had an orange cat named Jonesy. But unfortunately, I had an orange cat named Raid Shadow Legends, and I don't have it anymore. Anyway,
Lost it in the divorce.
anyway, let's move on.
You can't cry on camera.
I can act like a man. All right, sorry.
Only Kevin Smith can cry on camera.
Yeah, so they send what's his face Brett to look for the cat, and then he walks into a big gold room, and that room looks awesome. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I was always trying to figure out. I'm like, is that like supposed to be like a boiler room? Like, what?
Oh,
is
apparently
that?
someone said that to like Ridley Scott. They're like, why would there be condensation and water on the ship? And Ridley came up with some bullshit thing. And he's like, because I wanted to look cool. Like,
Yeah, and that's all you need, really, because it looks
Um,
fucking cool.
But the next room he goes into is the leg of the ship. It's like where it like comes out of.
Yeah, because
and-
they're trying to fix it,
yes,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, or that's just where it goes when
Yeah.
it gets pulled up. So yeah, he finds the skin. Now, I had lizards growing up, so right away I knew what was going on. I was like, "Uh-oh, it's growing," because that's what happens to my lizard. So
Or a snake. Yeah.
yes. Reptiles.
All reptiles? Do Komodo dragons shed their skin?
I'm pretty sure they
Pretty
do.
sure most. I don't know.
I don't think they fully like shed like that, but I think they like molt. I think is the word. I'm
Okay,
looking
yeah,
for.
yeah. I mean, spiders
Yeah.
do that too.
Turtles probably do. I think most reptiles do it.
Is a turtle an amphibian?
I don't know.
No, turtles are reptiles.
I don't think turtles do it.
Maybe not like crocodiles or turtles. We'll look into it.
Whatever.
Find out if crocodiles, alligators, and turtles molt.
Turtle shells grow with them, don't they?
Yeah. But I
know
think like
that's
their
the
skin,
thing.
I think they might molt their skin.
Oh, maybe.
Anyway.
Whatever.
Need some Jergens.
So I knew
Go
that it
ahead.
was going to be a bigger alien. I just didn't know how big it was going to be. So yeah, he finds Jonesy. And do you know how they got the cat to be scared?
They pissed it off somehow.
I know.
Yes.
I know. They had a doggy.
Yes, they had a dog behind like a board. So the cat would like come out and they would lift the board up and the cat would be like, oh no. I don't like this shit. Now, what a great tense scene this is, Joe, because we don't see any sign of the alien until the tail comes down.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it would have been really stupid to show an alien not blending in at all with the surroundings.
I'm sorry. I like this scene.
It's so...
I like the scene. No, because of any other type of like horror thriller, whatever, they would play like a music note or something.
Stinger, yeah.
Yeah. No, he's just chilling there, and you're just like, looking, you're just kind of like,
hate that
if you're not paying attention, you can't, like, you wouldn't be able to tell at one point.
So the director's cut, they have the alien
Right. In the
hiding in the chains like this.
Yeah.
For some reason, he's just like,
He's hanging.
He's stalking him. He's having fun. Leave him alone.
Also,
Well, he's taking a shower for some
Yes.
reason. He's just like, oh, this water's nice.
Also, I like if you look at some of the behind the scenes stuff, like they couldn't like get the tail to wrap around, so they took the tail off and put it on the front. So yeah, but like it's not like later in the movie where the alien does blend in with the
With its head,
surroundings.
yeah.
Like when I watched the director's cut, I'm like, oh, it's right there. I'm like, oh, well now
I like
that's
it.
kind of taking me out of it, to be honest.
This one's less obvious though than the deleted scene with Lambert.
Oh no, we'll get to the
Okay.
crab walk.
Yeah,
I want
no,
to talk
I'm
about
gonna
the crab
say,
walk.
yeah.
But
Yeah,
sorry,
so this,
I like it. And,
I don't
and,
like
then he drops down, whatever, and it's still super quiet because you don't hear music until the actual like reveal of him like starting to lift his head.
Yeah.
And then I think,
cool.
does the director's cut, or is it the deleted scene where they show like they actually do like a wider shot of like Brett like bleeding?
I think that's a deleted scene.
I think that's deleted.
That's
I literally just
deleted,
watched it
and
this
also
morning.
it's deleted. So he like pulls him up into the whatever,
Grabs him by the head.
and the scene just ends with the shot of Jonesy, which is great.
just watching like
The original
Yeah.
deleted scene is and actually it would explain how Parker and Ripley were able to describe the thing.
Yeah.
Because it's
yeah,
just
and
like,
get there
wait,
so fast.
how did they
Yeah,
see
'cause they
it?
weren't- yeah.
And it's like because they came in and they're like, oh shit, he's gone. And I think they get covered in blood.
Yeah, it like drips all over him.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
wasn't in the director's cut.
Yeah, so I mean that's a cool scene,
do
but I
like-
like how it just ends with the cat watching.
Yeah.
I just like in the description, it's just like, it's big.
It's cool though, but the
big.
tail's
Does
my favorite
Ash
part.
say it's Kane's son or Kane's size?
Kane's son.
He says he whispers something like Kane's. He either says size or son.
Oh geez, I
forget.
don't know. Did you watch it with the subtitles on?
I didn't.
Oh.
Sorry. I watched it with a cat in front of the screen.
Maybe
not
that's why you
leaving.
missed it.
So yeah, they come up with a new plan to rig up some flamethrowers and chase it through the vents to the airlock. Ripley volunteers herself, and Dallas goes, "No, I'm gonna do it." Just listen to her. Come on.
He's been wrong about everything else.
Literally everything.
Yeah.
This is why women should be in charge.
That's why Ripley's like, okay.
Well, no, not even.
Bye!
Yeah.
Listen, if I'm captain and I'm just like, guys, there's a monster in the store. It's in the vents, and Johanna's like, do you want me to look for it? I'd be like, yeah. Go
You're
ahead.
the only one fit for the job.
You're the only one
But
because
see, I would
because
come back.
because I
wouldn't go the wrong
respect your,
way.
I respect your independence so much. Please go up there and get it. So yeah, he decides to go into the vents. After Mother is no help to him.
Mother's
Okay.
no help to anybody because she has allegiance to
Yeah.
Ash anyway. Well,
So the computer screens,
yeah.
do they look like they were redone for this, like the re-release? They look really clean for 1979. I gotta see. Well, no, because this tape is the modern release. I gotta find like an old copy of Alien and see what the text looks like.
What is? I think it's like the old CBS video.
Yeah, I'd have to
One-
look at that
yeah.
because the text looks so clean compared to everything else.
I don't know. I mean, they could have.
I mean, that's like a change that doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
So, it's just one thing I noticed. I'm like,
The CRTs look better than you think, though. But
yeah,
could be wrong.
So yeah, he goes into the vent and it's super stressful, even though I've seen it a trillion times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this scare every single time. Every single he's just like, hey!
And it also sets up for the next movie too, because they have the motion tracker with like the little dots.
Fucking reading right, man. Look.
Reading right. It's not good with 3 dimensions, but who knows where it is.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's really good. What I like is that there's so much mechanical stuff on the ship that you could just put the track for the camera at the bottom and it just blends in.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh wow, that must have been because like when you film with those things, like how do we hide the track? And when they were filming, they're like, oh, we don't have to. So whatever, it looks like it's part of the spaceship. So yeah, I like him going around with the flamethrower. This reminds me of Alien Isolation.
What a great game. You didn't like it?
If it was like a 5-hour game. I don't like that they padded it out to like a 10-hour game. The fucking...
It got repetitive with certain things.
How do I open the door?
And,
I gotta do a puzzle to open the door. Make that picture look like that picture. Let's do that 15 more times. It's like...
Minus all that, it was still great.
Yeah.
I like playing...
The mechanics were great.
I
and
like
the gameplay was
playing
great.
the movie levels that they had.
Was that extra?
Yeah, that was DLC,
Oh,
where they get like the
didn't
cast
play
back
that.
and everything.
Shit, I gotta fucking
Yeah,
download
it's really
that.
good.
Oh, I
Pretty
gotta
much
check that
everyone
out.
came back. Ian Holm didn't come back right away, so that's when they did the preview for it. His face is constantly in the dark, and his voice sounds different, and then he did show up. Yafikoto did the voice, and
That's so cool.
he sounded not like 1979 Yafikoto.
I did
Go
enjoy
figure.
the alien being super glitchy in the beginning, too.
Oh yeah, the alien is super glitchy.
Like before they like patched it, it was so glitchy.
It's a great idea for a game. I think the padding was really bad. And then the ending where they just didn't know what to do, and they're like, you just shoot a bunch of aliens. It's
Yeah.
like, well,
Yeah.
that's not really sold me on. And also isolation. There's like 50 billion people on the ship. So,
Yeah, but no one's really like an ally to you.
whatever.
You're literally
You feel isolated.
Yeah.
I'll play it again. I'll try it. So,
Good game.
I love the whole like he goes down the ladder and it's just sitting there and it grabs him. That's fucking horrifying.
Give me a kiss.
Literally, it's just like, wrong way, you're going the wrong way. And then he's just like, oh shit. And then he's just, it's just like, hey.
By the way, they're like guiding him, and they're like, "Okay, it's coming up on you," and he's like, "Huh."
But I think it's like
I don't see it yet.
He's an
It's like
idiot.
the second one. It doesn't
Yeah.
show like what, like it doesn't show like 3
Yeah, but
dimensions.
she's
I know what you
telling him don't go that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
And he's just like, I'm going to go this way anyway.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have the flamethrower? Like,
And he tries shooting him, but he doesn't know where it is.
yeah, but he literally turns into it. Like, I don't
I'd
know,
have been like, I'm going to keep this on and turn.
or just like,
Well, that would be like
Pull the
aiming a
trigger.
bazooka at the back of someone's head. You're gonna get blown up. Anyway,
you're gonna get fucking killed either way.
Yeah, whatever. Take it out and save your crew. Like,
so
Or burn a giant hole that kills him.
there's an escape pod. They'll be fine.
So Ripley takes full command. She comes up with another plan to like throw it into the airlock. And she chews Ash out. She's like, I want you to do what you've been doing. Fucking nothing. She really gets angry when she gets power.
Yeah.
And she finds out from Mother that her crew is expendable. And they're like, no, we only want the alien back. Your crew's expendable. Make sure it comes back. And she's like, well, fuck. How does Ash sneak in there? Every door on this ship makes the loudest sound in the world, and somehow Ash got in there.
Maybe he was already there.
Where's there to hide in there?
I don't
Under
know.
the table? I don't know.
Maybe he opened it really slow.
Was she just so like captivated and sad that she just didn't hear it?
I
Maybe.
guess so. I don't know why they didn't just. I mean, great. You have a giant. How did they plan on containing it when it got back to Earth? They're like,
they're just going to leave it in orbit and then send people in to grab it.
I
Like
guess.
send the military in there to like grab it and stuff.
I guess.
I don't know. That's what I would do.
Why not just have it gestate within Kane in a laboratory and under controlled
I'm not
conditions?
Wayland Yutani. I don't know
Oh,
about
yeah,
this
they
question.
make freezing it?
Yeah, they make the worst fucking decisions.
You know,
how does Wayland Yutani have so much fucking money?
listen,
They keep botching this project.
But look, poor decisions like this is how they get bought out by Walmart in the special edition of Alien Resurrection. I love that that's canon. I made a Walmart Wayland Yutani logo.
I remember you did that.
Like, I watched the special edition because I'm just like, yeah, that's what I want to happen to Wayland Yutani. What happened to him? Oh, Walmart bought him out.
Oh my
That
god.
makes sense. Bioweapons at Walmart. They got chuds there already.
So, it's pretty fucking good. So, Ash starts attacking Ripley, and it's
With
revealed.
with the magazine.
Well, yeah, do you know the significance of the magazine? Ridley Scott had a theory.
Let's hear Ridley Scott's theory.
If I remember right from the commentary track, let me know if I'm wrong. I didn't have time to re-listen to it. His idea is like Kane has like sexual desires, but he doesn't have that part.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
I mean, there's a wall of porn behind her, which we probably can't even show the scene now that I think about it. So
You can just blur out the wall.
that's true. That's true.
I think this
Jessica's
is
good at blurring things out.
I feel like this is retroactively going back and looking at a film that's heralded by all the
I
people
also
and being
think,
like,
I also think that also could
yeah,
be
you
Ridley
know,
Scott just trying to.
that's what we meant. We meant to make it phallic and put it down his throat because he couldn't have sex like a regular person. Did they have dicks? Probably, right? That model did.
Yeah.
I don't think Lance does, though.
I don't. Lance doesn't seem like he has a dick.
Oh my god.
So this whole thing was put in there. Dan O'Bannon didn't like this because he was like, a lot of movies were doing like a Russian double agent, secret agent plot
Sure.
line.
Yeah.
I think the producers wanted this in here, but apparently, if I remember right, Ronald Shusett loved it. He's like, I love the robot. He's one of the guys who says robot.
My dad says robot.
Robot. It's a robot.
I don't get it.
So they added it. I think it works, but it definitely makes the movie a little bit longer. But yeah.
I like it. I think it's fine. I think it's kind of cool. I like
Yeah.
that it's not just a person, that it's an artificial person.
Yeah, and I like that it's
preferable
World
term.
building too.
It's
Yeah.
different than anything we've seen before.
Big time.
Because it's not just gears or whatnot.
it's like caviar and milk.
It's
and,
like milk
yeah.
and
Oh, it's
shit. It's
disgusting.
gross.
Those like little balls and stuff.
Yeah.
But again, you said it perfectly. It's nothing they've seen before. We're talking about a film that came out in 1979. There
Yeah.
was no shit like this.
But it's
You
kinda
can't
cool
talk about
if
it
you-
now like, oh, well, that looks like this. And it's like, no, motherfucker, that looks like this.
It's kind of cool if you go into the idea that the alien is biomechanical because
Yeah.
it was made by an intelligent life, and like our androids are biomechanical.
Oh, that's
There's,
a cool way to look
relation-
at it, too, yeah.
Which I guess they were trying to go with in those two other movies, and they sucked.
Oh my god.
So
Don't need to over-explain it. Just looks cool.
So yeah, Ash tells them after his head gets cut off and
smacked off with a fucking fire extinguisher.
That's one thing. Once the head comes off, whoever's acting in the suit is like, "Oh, I'm a robot."
Yeah, I noticed that because he was flailing at one point,
Yeah.
and then he's just like, all of a sudden, I'm like, oh yes.
And it's like, we're not really. No one had the. Maybe he couldn't hear. And they're like, no, it's not that kind of. Whatever, just film it.
beep up or go.
What if Ian Holm just came on set one day and he's like, okay, I'm ready.
Beep up, beep beep up.
What if he did like a C-3PO impression the whole
Oh
time?
my god.
Could you imagine?
Oh boy, let me tell you about the alien. And Ridley's like, stop it.
Trying to make biological warfare.
Oh
dear.
So he tells them that they're all gonna die, but he has their sympathy. He has their sympathy.
Yeah.
But not really, because he's...
And
Yeah.
then he smiles.
You have my sympathies.
Now this is one edit in the movie. It doesn't work.
No.
Yeah.
They should have cut to something else. They were a little too confident. When it cuts to the fake head cutting to the real head, the
And
jump
like,
cut.
Ian's face was like just like a little subtle smile, like
Oh no,
and
well, the cut before this. But yeah, you're
Okay.
right. You're right. After he dies, that's also at least
And
they
the
cut to
smile's
something
like-
else.
Like
At least they
Joker.
cut to something else in that case. But when they first put his head on the table, it's just like a
Oh,
jump
yeah.
cut.
Yeah,
And it's like
straight up.
And it's like, no, that's not the
yeah,
same
she's
head.
still
That is not
pressing
the
around
same.
the thing.
Yeah, she's like trying to like center it or like stand it up.
It's almost as bad as Terminator 1. They linger on that animatronic head a little too much in Terminator 1.
That looked better than this.
That looked better than this, but even then, like, they should have cut it a little quicker because
Sure.
you see, like, it's all rubbery. It's
Still
like,
pretty awesome though, dude.
it's awesome. It just should have been trimmed just a little bit.
I get
Just
it,
a
I
little
get
bit
it.
of trimming.
This looks like shit. But
Yes.
the practical effect
Once
is
the
cool.
head is
Yeah.
in there and it's talking, it's fine.
And it's, like,
but just the
spinning up
cut
shit.
between the fake head and the real head is
Because
bad.
wasn't it like as she was like trying to push it back up after it fell over?
Yeah.
Which I'm pretty sure was not like they were not.
So they decide they're going to take the shuttle, even though it can only hold 2. They're just going to take their chances in the shuttle. I don't know how that would have worked.
Because
out.
what? There's like 3 of them right
Yeah,
now,
there's
right?
3 of them.
3 of them
Yeah.
left.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, Ripley wants to save Jonesy.
It's a poor innocent kitty cat.
Ridley Scott said he would do anything for his dogs, and he would have saved their dogs, his dogs, if they were on the ship.
Well, yeah.
I don't know, like
Just put it in a
is thi-
backpack or something.
Is this her personal cat?
She treats it like it is. She has a fucking cage for it and everything.
Maybe it's just
Because if I'm
thing
on
that
a,
was there for her while
if
they
I'm
were
on a
isolated
ship,
in space.
if I'm on a
Ship
ship
cat.
and you die, and I hear your cat, I'm like, well, see you later, Carson. Hang out, bye. But if it was my cat, I'd be like, well, Not my current one. But if it was a cat that I liked, I'd be like, oh, let me go get that cat. But if it was someone else's cat, I'd be like, it's a rough day to be you, buddy.
I would save whatever animal.
Depends.
Because I'm not a cruel, heartless person.
1,000-legger?
I said animal.
That's in the animal
insect.
kingdom.
No,
Insects
that can burn along with the
Insects are
alien.
in the animal kingdom.
No,
feather legs are good bugs.
no, please, no.
It depends who I would be there with, like what humans were there.
Yeah.
And then that would determine if I was going to save the cat. I'm like, all right, you fucking stay. Give me the cat.
Yeah, I would say, Tony, you're staying. We're taking the cat.
You got Dallas.
So while she's trying to save the cat, Parker and Lambert are gathering supplies, and they get attacked by the alien. And then again, another really cool reveal. Lambert's throwing like the oxygen tanks,
And it rolls into it.
and then she looks into it, and you see like the shadow and whatnot. Now, would it have been cooler if the alien was just crouching down with its crotch up and then did a little crab walk and pointed its tail like a boner? Would that have been cool?
No. It looks
Because
like
they
shit.
shot that and they didn't use it, thank God.
Yeah.
Jessica, please play the clip of the alien crab walking with Dr. Zoidberg sound effect over it. I remember seeing that scene for the first time. I'm like, oh, you can see a lot of the alien. I'm like, it's not.
It
good
doesn't
looking.
work. It's cool that it exists, but
Yeah.
you know.
It's not as extra perfected the crouching down.
Oh my god, dude, that scene is terrifying when it goes across this road.
You know, I really didn't like Extra when I
No?
first saw it.
Oh, when you first saw it.
And I really did not like that movie. And then I watched it a couple times to show people how ridiculous it was. And then I ended up loving the movie.
It's awesome. It's a
really
trip.
grew on me.
It's a trip. Have you ever seen Extra?
That effect is so stupid.
You'd know if you've seen Extra.
Yeah. Probably
You
not,
might have
though.
seen Red Letter cover it. It's like an
Oh.
early best of the worst.
Okay.
It's good. It's one that they actually liked.
It's like a British horror, but it's actually pretty good.
Oh God, I referenced another review channel. That means I'm ripping them off. Oh no.
It must be. You know, you're talking about movies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh God. I'm ripping them off because I mentioned someone else who reviewed movies. Oh no. Hey, have you ever heard of Siskel and Ebert? Anyway.
You
So
can
they're
never
gonna get
talk about bad movies or B movies because somebody's already done it. Tony.
Oh no. All right. So they're going to take their.
Have you talked about Alien on Movie Dumpster?
We're gonna talk about Predator 2.
That's not Alien.
You're talking about Predator 2?
Yeah. Don't look at me like that.
I mean-
you can come on if you'd like.
I do like Predator 2.
We'll talk about the breast Predator, the best Predator movie.
Best Predator movie.
If we can ever get fucking Dick Masterson to come out here, I want to do Predator 2 with him.
Yeah.
I need a Latinx representative who grew up in LA to let me know if this
Jesus.
was accurate.
Dude, Scorpio is ready.
I'm like, hey, did 1997 turn out like this? Did the Jamaicans and Colombians go to war?
Oh my
Anyway,
God.
Fucking voodoo magic, man.
fucking voodoo magic man. So yes, the alien attacks. Lambert. Parker can't shoot it because Lambert's in the way. And if I was in his shoes, I'd be like, bye, Lambert. I'd be like, Lambert, I feel really bad about this.
Honestly, if I was her at that point, I'd be like, yeah, just fucking shoot it.
Right? Or do you want to get punctured through the skull?
Like, yeah, like,
No. So,
I'd rather die that way.
Well, on
yeah.
fire.
So it knocks him out.
I mean,
and
you're about to get,
apparently-
like, brutally like murdered by this alien thing. You don't even know what the hell it's
You're
about
gonna
to
get
do, really.
face fucked
Yeah.
by
Yeah.
this thing. Yeah.
Apparently, Yaphet Kotto didn't want to die. He like decided like, oh, I don't want to die, and they had to be like, oh, okay, no,
You have
this is script. You gotta stick to the script. He was unlucky, unlike LL Cool J, where they're like, oh, we're definitely killing the main character and leaving you alive in
You
Deep
ate
Blue
my
Sea.
bird.
Did you ever see Deep Blue Sea?
No, I never saw it. Of course I have.
Oh, wait,
I go to sleep
Okay.
to it like
Do you
3
ever-
times
I
a
was
month.
gonna-
Do you ever
I-
notice at the end no one's mourning the death of the main character?
The lady?
Yeah.
Because nobody cares because she fucking put him in
Well,
that
no,
situation.
she didn't die in the original cut. That's why there's no reaction to her.
Oh. I know how to get her.
And they were like, yeah, let's keep LL Cool J alive.
We
Everyone
should
likes-
do Deep Blue Sea.
I'm
The
surprised you
summertime,
guys
we
haven't.
will.
I mean, you did Lake Placid. That'd be a nice.
Yeah, the summertime we will.
I love those shitty ass movies.
Oh, it's
Lake
great.
Placid.
You don't like Lake Placid?
No, that
Look.
episode underperformed, and I did it to cash in on Betty White's death.
That's your fault, so it's karma. But also, I'm glad it happened because I finally got to watch that movie and I adore it.
Oh, it's so
so
good.
good.
It's so
It-
good.
Cloris Leachman plays her sister in Lake Placid too.
Oh my god.
You know what? I
anyway.
don't want to watch any of the Lake Placid sequels.
I kind of want to watch Lake Placid versus Anaconda.
I also want to talk about Anaconda.
Is it an anaconda just versing the lake?
I don't know. She like grew a gaggle of crocodiles. Excuse me.
A gaggle of crocodiles.
So after it
Flock of
kills
freaking alligator.
after it kills Parker, it goes after Lambert. Did you notice anything about the tail between her legs? Do you know this fact?
It's not her legs.
It's Harry Dean Stanton's legs.
Oh.
It's from because she wears cowboy boots.
Oh, I was gonna say, is this a cowboy boot
Yeah,
thing?
she wears cowboy boots, and then the grating on the floor is complete. So it's from the earlier scene when Brett gets attacked, but they like that shot.
It's a cool shot.
It didn't work in that scene, but they wanted to use it, so that's why suddenly she turns into Harry Dean Stanton for a second.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, she pulls it out. She's
I'm
like,
thinking about it now. Like the
She's like, yeah, I wear cowboy boots the whole movie, and then suddenly in my death scene, I'm not wearing cowboy boots for one shot. Yeah, so
they're not practical to run around in. Maybe
Yeah,
who knows?
yeah. Okay, this is where we get a first good look of Balaji Badejo. I'm sorry to our Nigerian audience if I butchered that name. As the alien, yeah, he is super tall and thin.
Yeah,
like it's
creepy.
Yeah, I do like the weird hovering it does going after.
Or like when it like walks.
Yeah, I mean it's awkward looking, but it's because the actor can't see.
I was gonna say, don't they like say it's like canonly because like the way it's like walking so slow and everything is because it was like dying because it only has like a short lifespan.
I never heard that theory.
I never heard that. Wait, I might have heard that theory a long time ago, but I don't.
I could have sworn I saw that somewhere. That's why it was like in the ending part of its life, and that's why like later on it's like just like kind of passed out,
Almost like a fly or something. Yeah.
Maybe that's an interesting theory. I
I
guess.
read it somewhere like a while ago. I'm pretty sure it was about Alien.
Well, they
I don't trust
they
you.
call them bugs in the second movie.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, Ripley sets up the self-destruct, and it goes, yeah, you have 5 minutes, and I'm like, I don't know, I would have programmed it just to.
a little bit more.
Yeah, but self-destruct, you have 10 hours. I'm like, oh, thank God, I'll get out of here in 10 hours.
Get a couple of rounds of
I don't know if
isolation
I'm
in.
blowing up the ship. Like,
Galaga.
who designed this? It's like, all right, well, the shuttle's here, they're there. I should probably give them an hour or two to get over there. But no, we get 5 minutes because that's movie stuff.
You think Mother was fucking with her though?
No, because it says it on there.
I would say
I know, but like
probably.
5 minutes. There you go, kiddo.
That's enough time, right? They move faster.
So on the way to the shuttle, she gets blocked by the alien. And I love that shot of her like leaning down the wall with the strobe effect.
Yeah,
That shit's fucking
It's
cool.
really cool.
And she leaves Jonesy behind. She's going to try and turn off the self-destruct. And what happens in the director's cut?
Was it? It's not the self-destruct.
No. The alien slaps.
Oh, the
Jonesy.
alien slaps the carrier.
You know the scene of the alien like looking at the carrier case? In the director's cut, like it's a couple seconds longer. The alien like literally slaps the case across.
Well, because you have to.
And actually, when I first watched the director's cut, that scared me because I wasn't ready for it because I
man.
knew that scene so well. So when it changed just slightly, I'm like, oh my God.
Well, that's how it gets out. That's how Jonesy gets out to make it back, right?
No, he's not out. No,
Oh,
he's
she
still
does pick it up again,
Yeah,
right?
she picks it up
Never
again.
mind.
Technically, Ripley abuses the cat, whatever, more than the alien because
Oh, yeah.
you see what
she
she's
puts
walking.
it in the box. She's like, I gotta save the cat.
That's literally what she was doing,
my
though. Literally, it's
goodness.
just like woohoo, banging against the wall.
Do you not
Poor
do that
thing.
with cats?
See, when I put my muffin in his carrier, I'm carrying the carrier like it's him. I'm just like, my poor baby's in here, and then I make sure he's like nice and seatbelted into my car or whatever, so he doesn't go flying everywhere.
Space Cat's carrier is way too big. I think it was for one of the dogs, and now it's her carrier. But it's like it's so awkward. She like bounces around inside of it.
Yeah.
Put a
You know, when I
blanket in there.
kick it down the hallway to get.
You son of a bitch.
I don't do that.
I saw Tony drop it down the stairs once when I was there.
Tony is an animal abuser. Hashtag cancel Tony.
He's like, remember that scene from Alien that they cut out? And he kicked the fucking cat down the
I can
stairs.
recreate it.
It's my favorite scene. That's the only thing in the director's cut I like.
Mean.
So she goes back. Now, is the famous deleted scene before or after she tries to turn off the self-destruct?
I think it's before, isn't it?
I think it's before.
Because it's still going off, and she's like, I think so.
You
I'm
just
pretty
watched
sure-
it.
Yeah, I'm pretty
the red
sure.
lights are
It's
going
before?
there.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's before. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So she, at some point during all this, she goes into a room. I think it's actually the leg room from earlier.
It might be.
And she finds Brett being turned into an egg.
Yeah, it's before. It's
Yeah.
before.
And then she finds Dallas cocooned up, also turning into an egg.
What do you guys think about that turning into an egg?
I mean, it was before the idea of a queen.
I know, but why couldn't it just be cocooning, them for food later or something?
I get that, but you see, like, it literally is like the egg is growing around them.
I guess.
It's weird.
I mean, it's never outright said, so it could just be cocooning them for whatever
Do you
reason.
dissolve and then turn into a face hugger?
I guess so.
You morph into, like, how does that work?
I don't know. I didn't
just
make the
saying.
goddamn movie.
I'm just saying, it makes more sense to be like, oh, I cocooned him up for later or whatever because
It was kind of funny that James Cameron just, like, came up with a thing that totally, like,
defined
totally, like,
the creature.
Just destroys this deleted scene. But yeah, no, although he does steal a moment from this.
No, I don't think I think he actually heightens this scene, to tell you the truth.
I forgot in Resurrection 2, there's the kill me and then.
Yeah, well, they do it in Aliens.
Yeah, I know that too. But I forgot that they did it in
But
Resurrection
it
2.
came from this,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
she finds the captain in the wall, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Kill me."
Because you know what's a cool idea? These things being an animal that actually like cocoons somebody up for like a bigger organism.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
It's fucking cool.
I mean, I also like the Queen too.
Yeah, so do I.
The Queen is awesome.
It's like an ant hive.
Yeah, bees
That
have
mother's big. Sorry.
She's mean too. Actually, they're not like queen bees and ants. They just fucking sit there all day long.
Kinda, yeah.
They need to get a job, if you ask me.
Oh my
boy.
god.
All their husbands need to get them.
So Alien.
Yeah, so Alien. So yeah, she finds the captain. He begs her to kill him, and then she does, and she's sad. I understand why they cut it out. It kind of ruins the whole pacing of
Yeah.
the,
Big time, because
especially when there's 5 minutes.
it screeches to a halt.
Here's how this scene goes. If I have 5 minutes, like, oh no, I got to get out. Oh, Joe, you're on the wall. That's weird. Okay. Just
Oh
keep
my
going.
god, see ya!
Yeah, it's about to blow up anyway. Bye.
Oh, Johanna, are you an egg? I don't have time to talk about it.
Why? You want to talk about my eggs any other time?
You brought it up. I didn't bring up
Oh,
your
boy.
eggs that you lose more and more as the days and years go on.
Need to propagate the species.
I haven't made that joke in so long. I stopped that joke and then you brought it
No,
back
you
up.
brought it back a few episodes ago.
I did?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, this is the one to bring it up on.
Yeah,
really is
this
one.
would be the one where
Yeah.
I'd be like, all right, I understand.
Are your eggs?
Because I was waiting for it, because every time you said egg, I'm like, is he going to do it?
are
Is he
you-
going to do it? Is he going to do it?
I did make a joke in my head, but I
course
didn't
you
want to
did.
get yelled
Were
at.
you laughing at yourself too? Like,
But-
ha ha ha, I am so funny.
Earlier, when I was like, there's thousands of eggs, I was going to be like, Joanna,
I knew you were going to, I knew it.
do you know the backstory of the egg thing?
No.
There's this like weird like right-wing dude on Twitter, and when Taylor Swift turned 30, he was like, "Oh, Taylor Swift's turning 30. It's hard to believe over 70% of her eggs are already gone. She should think about it." It was the weirdest thing in the world.
People are fucking weird, man.
It was
People are like, oh, you watch horror movies. That's so strange. And it's like, this guy's talking about this.
It was like
you know
the
what I mean?
weirdest thing in the world, but then he started to like own the joke because people would send him like a spider with thousands of eggs. He's like, that's great. Anyway, so I just took it from that when one of her birthdays, I'm like, her eggs are almost gone.
I remember you making
Yeah.
a
Oh,
joke.
Sean was there for that.
I
And
didn't-
then you had
Yeah.
Justin drinking the freaking thermos.
That was his idea. That wasn't my idea.
Y'all are sick.
Even I,
Get help, all of you.
to my credit, I cut that skit down a lot. That skit was way grosser. And even I was like, no, this is not, no.
Did you put it on Patreon?
No, I didn't.
You should. People
too
gonna sign
gro-
up for it.
No, it was too gross for that. I didn't want to. I didn't even want to cut the scene together because how gross it was. Anyway, so she gets back to the shuttle and she takes off. The alien, who knows where it is, and then the ship blows up 3 times. Oh, we forgot to mention she went to go turn it off, but she was too late. And she yelled at the computer. So she takes off and the ship blows up like 3 times. And it's the most massive explosion I've ever seen.
Well, it's like a giant freighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, holy shit. Like they want to like blow up. It's like 3 atomic bombs that are like multicolored and
Well, think
whatnot.
about probably the fuel that's on there and everything too.
Yeah.
And then there's the mineral stuff, whatever that they have.
Whatever that is,
yeah.
or like if that is that
Could be
explosive.
combustible, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that was to be like, because this feels like the third act.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, that
everything's
alien's
fine.
definitely fucking dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you son of a bitch.
I got you, son of a bitch.
I got you.
So yeah, then the film gives you a sense of security and calmness. It slows down, and then it has Sigourney Weaver dressed down to show off her hard nips and flat butt.
But-
that
but
was very... Only in the 70s would they be like, yeah, show off that flat butt. It's like,
Apparently,
oh, okay.
people were mad about this. They thought this was like sexualizing her, and she's like Sigourney Weaver was like, there's like blood and guts all over her, probably
Yeah.
some urine and stuff, whatever. Like she's about to go to sleep. Like, what is she supposed to do? Sleep and all that? Like,
It also
no,
shows her vulnerability as well.
Yeah,
too.
that's the thing. So we talked about this in the Psycho episode that not enough of you people watched. Me and Crystal.
Sorry, I don't watch movies past 1996.
Sorry. So me and Crystal talked about how like there's a difference between a movie where it's like, hey, I want the character to be dressed down because they're less protected and it adds more fear, and then just some schlocky director being like, I want to see some boobs, get some boobs.
Leprechaun 4?
No,
Well.
that was very important.
No, it
Like,
wasn't. No.
That was very.
No.
That was very important.
No.
Mitten Spider needed to eat those pants.
Yeah.
Okay?
But no, we talked about it was to make
Needed
her
his
look
fiber.
more vulnerable. That way it was more exciting when she overcame the odds. And it made it more aerodynamic running through the spaceship. But yeah, there are sleazy directors who like don't get it. And they're like, yeah, dress them down. Like, oh, the alien eats their clothes up.
sells, baby.
Did you ever watch the show Extras with Ricky Gervais?
No.
The Patrick Stewart episode where he comes up with an idea and he's like, oh yes, and then all the girls, I saved them, but all their clothes have rotted off. And like he comes up with this stupid like psychic James Bond plot that like he keeps coming up with ways for the girls' clothes to rot off. And he's like, and I've seen everything. They already But yes, this is a case where it's like, no, yeah, we want her to be like, because she thinks she's safe, comfortable, like this is the worst time.
Literally about to go to sleep. Put the
Yeah.
cat in a little pod. Like,
And now this is a case of where the alien blends in perfectly with the ship. Like it is next to three tubes that look exactly like its
Yep.
head.
Yeah.
And I like that it just opens up his arms like, ah! Like it was asleep.
I'm trying to sleep.
Ah!
I don't want to go to school, Mom.
And when you show people who've never seen this movie, it always makes them jump.
Yeah, it's a good scare, for sure.
So yeah, she like hides in the closet. And I like that the alien's not even trying to kill her.
I just want to sleep.
It's just like,
This
he
is
literally
kinda-
yawns. He puts his mouth out and yawns.
I literally think this is because that's where I read this from or whatever, because of like this scene specifically or whatever, and also him just moving slowly. That's why people think it's like at the end of its life.
I guess it didn't have enough to eat. There was only a few people. in
Yeah,
there,
so-
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that is a theory.
Interesting.
Or
I
is
never-
it
I never
molting to turn into something else?
Maybe.
There are some continuities where they're like,
Maybe it's like a Shin Godzilla thing.
well, there's some continuities, and even Alien vs Predator Requiem kind of played with this, where like if there is no queen, an alien can turn
Just
into
turns
a queen.
into one, yeah.
That's why the Pred alien has the crown on
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
and that awful Alien vs Predator for Xbox 360 that happens in the story mode.
I like that game. I mean, up until that point, that was pretty good, besides the PC one.
It's too short.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like the controls. Alien vs Predator 2
One's
for the
too
PC.
long, one's
was
too
great.
short when you're looking for that just right.
You know
Alien-
what, Joanne? I just can't be
Alien
satisfied.
vs Predator 2 for the PC is unbeatable.
Wait a minute, I thought video games were for children.
Not when they're Alien and Predator.
Well, I played it as a kid. I wouldn't play it now.
You just said we were gonna play Alien Isolation again.
I want to make sure it's good for kids. You know, my goddaughter's
That's not good for kids.
my goddaughter's 13 now. She wants to see like cooler stuff. I gotta make
Yeah.
sure it's acceptable for her.
Okay.
I will
you.
not be playing it. For her enjoyment. I will be playing. Anytime I play a video game, it's to make sure it's okay for kids. You should play the new Texas Chainsaw when it comes out to see if it's okay for kids.
To see if it's okay for
What about
kids.
the Ash versus the Evil Dead?
We got to make sure that's good for the
That
kids
too,
too.
and we got to make sure Evil Dead Rise is okay for kids too.
Well, that's a movie.
I know that's a movie.
That's for adults.
I know, but to tie in the video game.
Right. Anyway, she gets the spacesuit on and she forces the alien out of hiding. I don't know what purpose that button to shoot smoke serves, but
That's the anti-alien button. Psst.
is that their condensed air? Is
Yes.
that
It's a fun house.
I would love to have a condensed air can.
Yeah,
That'd be
maybe
really
people
great.
should just like ask or use that sheet that was made specifically for office supplies. I don't know.
Anyway,
Hold on. You just click something in my head. If you watch Killer Clowns from Outer Space, there's a scene where they're walking through the funhouse and one of the Terenzi brothers presses this giant red fucking button and it's just a shot of like canned air that blows up thing, and then like, what happened? They're like, I don't know. Maybe it was a joke to Alien.
Yeah, just a button that shoots air.
Yeah, just
who
happened
the
to be
fuck
there.
knows
Yeah.
why?
Plot.
So yeah, she's
What?
yeah, she's singing Lucky Star. What is that from?
I forget.
Madonna.
No, different.
Oh.
That's a different Lucky Star.
No shit.
Like a virgin.
You shine on me wherever you are in my underwear.
Oh, Madonna's social media is so much fun. That is a woman that's not accepting her age. It's so much fun. It's so much
Kind
fun.
of like Britney Spears.
No, Britney Spears is a different animal. This is like, it's like, Madonna, you're like your great grandmother. Relax. Anyway.
It's okay to get old.
No. Getting old is fine.
No, I'm just saying.
But it's just like, I don't think she's accepted
She's a
it.
gilf.
I'm saying.
Gilf.
I don't think she's accepted it, so it's fun to see. It's like, yeah, it's like when you see like an old guy with like a real obvious wig from like 30 years ago. It's like, all right, come on, man. Let's
let it happen.
Let's wrap it up here.
Let it happen.
Anyway, so she shoots it out into space. I do love that it like clings onto the engine. You're like, oh fuck, it's still not
because
out.
the gun that she had that she shot it with,
Yeah.
it has like a wire attached to it, and the gun got stuck when the doors closed.
Yes,
So that's why he was still there. So I was like,
that's
oh,
why
I'm
he's
gonna
swinging.
Yeah. So I'm gonna swing over to here and get back on.
And then it's like, oh shit, and then of course she just hits the engines.
Was that Luke Skywalker's grappling hook? Right? Or are they harpooning fucking whales in space?
I think it's like if you're outside working on the
probably, yeah.
ship and like something knocks you off, you're like, oh no! So the whole ship set was like in the air, suspended.
It's very cool.
And the engine is just giant light bulbs with water being shot down. That's how they did that whole like plasma effect.
It's awesome.
And then there's that weird shot where they show the alien falling like 3 times. There's nothing else in the movie.
And it like with the
It's
dissolves.
just like, wee!
Yeah, I was like, huh, okay. And the alien looks terrible here, but I think it's to finally show that the alien's vulnerable. And also how good could the rubber suit look in 1979
Yeah.
swinging on a wire? But I think it's
I think
kind of
that's why it dissolves.
I think it's kind of cool. It's like
Hey,
now
you're
it's
talking shit about the one scene where he's just hanging in the chains or whatever, where he's like this. At least this one, he's just like, yeah.
this one. He's like, ah.
Didn't that mimic one of the Gear paintings of the alien being like this with like its head down?
Maybe, I'd have to
Could've.
look.
Sorry, I just thought of that.
But yeah, so she blasts it away, and she's happy. She gets into cryo sleep. She does her little sign off, and happy ending.
Excellent.
You know how the
score.
movie was going to end?
Doesn't she die?
Yeah, the
She
alien was
killed?
gonna like either take her head off or punch a hole into her head with its mouth, and then start talking as her, and calling
I didn't like that.
like it was gonna be like she was about to land on Earth.
more paramedics.
Literally that. Literally, that's probably where he got that idea for Return of the Living Dead.
They didn't put it in my alien movie. It's going to be a zombie movie.
It was literally gonna be like she was like arriving on Earth, and then a hole punches her, and it's like, I'm Ripley, please, blah 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 blah.
Interesting idea, though.
Yeah,
Not for this movie, but I kind of like
Yeah.
it.
they do that. Like reminds me of
They also do it in Killer Clowns.
Killer Clowns did it. Yes. Or Prince of Darkness, all the bugs fill the guy up like a skin suit.
Yeah, that too.
God, Prince of Darkness is good.
It's great.
Have you talked about that one yet?
Nope.
We might have to
Okay.
cover that at some point. That's a really good fucking movie. I talked a little bit about it on Rental Reviews. But yes, so that is Alien. It's fucking great. It's
a great
perfect.
It's one of the best films ever made.
Yes. And I love it. And I hope everyone else loves it. It has a very long legacy. Some good sequels.
Some not so good.
Disney's about to ruin it. They're just going to completely destroy it.
I don't know how the hell we're gonna get a Disney-friendly thing, because I know that they put all the Netflix Marvel series on Disney. Are they gonna do the same thing with this?
No,
Are
they
gonna
put it on their
behind,
their stars, right? Because they own stars.
no,
and I
it's on Disney Plus.
It's on Disney Plus now. Like
It's just
Daredevil.
hidden behind an adult thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So are they
Yeah,
gonna?
so Jessica Jones, like, there's no like censoring or
Yeah.
anything. They're
no, but I
all
mean
on
like
there.
the Die Hard and shit. Is that still on their stars app?
That might be on Stars.
Yeah, I know
But I mean, they could probably start moving everything over because
Yeah, for like their R-rated stuff, they have it. They put it on stars.
Oh, gotcha.
So yes,
or Hulu.
or Hulu. Yeah, because they own that too.
That's just making me pay two different things.
What
That's
they
what
own.
the new series is going to be. So this had the 40th anniversary a few years ago. Did you watch the short films they did for it? I didn't. Well, Well, we got nothing to say about those.
I didn't realize that they had made short films.
Yeah, Fox made like 5 short films, I think.
Maybe I vaguely remember that. I'm getting it all jumbled up because of the Neil Blomkamp
to celebrate the 40th
thing.
anniversary. Like 5 short films about aliens. I think.
Did Neil Blomkamp do one of those?
No, he was going to make a sequel that ignored 3, and then it never happened. Bill Paxton's son, daughter, whatever kid he has, directed one of them.
Oh,
so
really?
I wanted to check him out. I just haven't gotten around to it. People always talk about like the new Alien stuff they're making. They want to know if I'm interested in the new Alien movie or the show. Here's what I would love. And I mentioned this before. This is my dream.
That they stop making Alien movies?
I just want Disney to come out and be like, hey guys, I just want to let you all know, we have no plans to ever make another Alien movie ever again. We will never make another Alien movie. There will be no Alien movies ever. And I would just get up and be like, oh, thank fucking God. I can't do it again. Like, I can't. I don't even understand. It's like an abusive relationship I finally got out of. I can't go back. I can't do it.
This is a weird series because like who is this for anymore? Like again, remember I was saying before, you had Aliens and Predator and the comic books and the toys and all that. We still get toys now, but it's geared towards adults. But
it's weird they have
like, is it for us?
It's weird, like even with the AVP movies, they didn't just do the lazy route of space marines shooting a bunch of aliens.
Yeah.
Like that'd be like whatever. Okay, I get it's lazy and simple, but it'll be at least fun. But they don't even do that.
That's
like,
a key word. Is fun.
Yeah, it's just miserable. Everything after 4 is. I don't even hate 4.
4's fine.
4's fun. 4's fine and fun. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would.
It is fun watching a movie about just some
nonsense.
Just some French guy who couldn't speak English just handed the keys of a franchise no one wanted to do anymore.
Who is a really good director, though.
He is a good director, but it was funny. They're like, yeah, we want to make a 4th Alien. You do it. It's like, okay.
Here, use this unused script from Alien 3.
Figure it out. I'm sure that's what he said.
Get that guy from that movie Delicatessen that we like. Put him in a wheelchair with a gun.
So yes, that's our Alien review. Probably went long. I know I've been trying to keep the episode shorter lately, but it's Alien.
It's Alien.
It's Alien. So yes, you're hearing it here. We will be doing Alien 3 in May for the 30th anniversary. Come back next month for Aliens, a movie people used to say was better. I disagree, but I've noticed there's been a lot of backlash with Aliens in the last few years.
I think that's due to the Ridley Scott shit and because of Prometheus and Covenant and him telling these people that, Alien is shit and James Cameron's movie's shit and there's no alien like my Alien that Dan O'Bannon didn't have anything to do with.
Yeah. No, there is this like sentiment of like aliens ruin the mystery or whatever, which I don't necessarily agree with, but
I can see it though.
I can see the points that people make, but I don't think that makes it a bad movie.
Yeah.
But it's fun. It's a blast. And if you're going to learn about a whole race of things and how they function, I think that's the way to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't hate it, but I have noticed like people, I will say when we get to that movie, out of the 4 films, that one like looks the dirtiest. That one's not the cleanest looking, and
which I like about it.
And a lot of the effects, once you learn how they do it, they're real noticeable. But they're still good.
It's fun time.
But there's some stuff where it's just like, all right, I see the string there. Okay, I can see the water going in reverse when they do a reverse shot.
So what?
It takes me out. The other movies don't really have that. I mean, the other movies definitely have bad effects in them.
I said at the beginning,
these are good effects. They're just noticeable.
These are 2 excellent movies for completely different reasons. Alien and Aliens.
Yes, and do women like this movie?
Yeah. Are
Why?
you kidding me? It's the lips.
Now, guys, before we leave.
Why are you moving on? I wasn't done.
Oh, okay.
Go to it in detail.
No, I think that
Speaking,
it's just look, girl being badass.
it's a woman who's right about everything.
Fighting cool monsters. Yeah, that too. Fighting cool monsters in space. Like, what's not to like about it?
It's just done well.
Do you want to get the alien ship iron on?
What?
The Nostromo?
Yeah. Okay.
There was a model kit in my comic book shop for the longest time, and I wanted to get it, and I just never picked it up.
Here's the last thing. This is what they thought Alien 2 was going to be in 1979.
Alien 2 on Earth, the Italian classic.
Oh, God. Not surprisingly, plans are presently underway for a sequel to Alien, one of the most enormously profitable sci-fi blockbusters in film history. As with such follow-up films as the Star Wars sequel, The Empire Strikes Back, and Damien the Omen 2, you don't see those two movies put in the same sentence these days. Much of the behind-the-camera talent which made the original film will probably not be involved. Director Ridley Scott has moved on to other projects, such as The Tale of Knights and Wizardry, which will be the subject of his next film. Which film was that?
Not Legend, not yet.
The writers are likewise developing novels and screenplays, which will permit them to stretch their talents in other creative directions. Creative people connected with the film believe that 20th Century Fox will come out with a sequel, and here are the scenarios which are presently being considered. Are you ready for these? The alien, merely stunned by its close encounter with the shuttle engines, manages to survive outside the craft and reaches civilization along with Ripley. So I guess when it got... how did it...
The trajectory is the same? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
But no, the engine pushed it back.
That's what I'm saying. So like, how did... Yeah.
But it's not hooked by the wire anymore. All right, well, they didn't go with that one. A second expedition to the planetoid is stranded there, and weathering a storm within the derelict and their own ship, its members deal with a group of aliens, climaxed by an appearance of the creatures to whose race the space jockeys belong. That's almost what happened. They are on the planet in the next one.
Yeah.
They go to the derelict, but it's cut out of the theatrical cut. Okay, here we go.
It's a great scene.
A prequel rather than a sequel, telling the tale of the space jockey and ending where Alien begins with the arrival of the Nostromo crew, which was supposed to be Prometheus before the rewrites.
Didn't Ridley Scott like, no, I don't want this connected to aliens?
He decided like way late that he didn't want to connect.
And then was like, no. All right, we're going to do Alien Covenant now.
And then they got Damon Lindelof to and it was a fucking mess. The original idea is a little bit better. Anyway, the planetoid of the alien explodes, sending alien eggs to Earth, where shades of invasions of the body snatchers.
That's a Roger Corman production.
A whole flock of these monsters runs rampant. All of the scenarios will try to incorporate the character Ripley, since actress Sigourney Weaver has proven to be the most popular performer in the film. Oh, poor Yaphet Kotto. Whatever the final plot of Alien 2, we're sure that when it happens, when it opens, it will, like the first film, have to be watched from behind the barely spread fingers of your trembling hands. So they were wrong. They were a little close here and there, but they were mostly wrong. I mean, they were right about the prequel one.
It was never going to be the same film, the second part of it.
Yeah.
It just wasn't.
Yeah.
It needed bigger, better, more aliens, more this, more that.
Although, I mean, the second one does kind of follow the plot of Alien just a little bit differently.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It's all intact in the beginning. We're not talking about that right now.
We're not talking about it right now. That is it from us. Joe, where can we find you?
MovieDumpsterPodcast.com, wherever you get your podcasts. We're also on YouTube, so please like and subscribe and do all that good stuff, please.
Johanna, where can we find you?
I'm on Twitter, Instagram, stuff like ours.
Are you doing any new promotions?
Yeah, I will show you my...
I can't believe.
What's the problem?
Everyone yelled at me when I had an OnlyFans, and then...
Hey, man.
They don't want to be sexist towards me.
Like, share, and subscribe. Call our voicemail line. Send us some fun stuff, and we'll see you next time.
Or I can send fun stuff.
Goodbye.
Oh, jeez.
Talking about tapes.
This time it's war. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing great, Joe from Movie Dumpster. Hello, Johanna.
Another Joe.
It's another JoJo episode.
JoJo.
That's what we're calling them now. They're called JoJo episodes.
Okay, that's fine.
Sure.
Everyone loved our review of Alien. They loved it so much. And when I was thinking of other movies to review, I was writing names on the board. I wrote Alien. I put a cash sign. I'm like, I bet if I do Aliens, I'll get more views and money. That's a deep reference, apparently. It's alleged that James Cameron like wrote on a whiteboard and did the cash sign for S to like
I didn't know
convince
that.
Fox.
That's like the vampire dollar sign that John Carpenter stole that book and made John Carpenter's Vampires. The title of that book is Vampire Dollar Sign.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. That should have been the name of the movie. Yes, Aliens. The critically acclaimed sequel.
It's great.
The one a lot of people prefer over the first one. I did mention there are different opinions these days of certain people that they don't really like this one.
You mentioned that,
Yeah.
and I can't wait to hear it and tell you how
I
they're
mean, it's
fucking
just-
wrong.
Yeah, it's just little thing. I think they're over exaggerating as far as
Probably.
how a sequel could have went. I think this is fine.
Yeah.
There are worse.
Yeah, I was gonna say it could have been way
Yeah.
worse.
way worse. We've seen bad sequels and stuff. Anyway, getting this movie filmed was a nightmare. Have you ever heard of the whole thing that happened with this?
Oh yeah, they couldn't figure out who was taking the profits or something like that, or somebody got
Yes.
sued or
So
something.
the producers of Alien, Geiler and Hill, they sued Fox because Fox like fudged the numbers to make it seem like Alien was a loss for them, even though it made like hundreds of millions of dollars.
Oh my god.
So they had to sue Fox. That was figured out. They wanted to do a sequel. Whoever was the head of the studio was like, nah, Alien was a fluke. So they put the end to that. That's why it took 7 years for this to come out.
Sure.
Another person is the head of the studio. They try to get it set up. Nothing. And then finally, someone gets it set up. They get James Cameron to write a treatment. He takes his script Mother that he was working on, which had a power loader. He just rewrites it to be aliens.
Yep.
Well, he also used some of that for Avatar.
And some of it for Avatar. And I think Geiler and Hill were the ones who told him they wanted like military in it.
Mm-hmm.
So he puts that in there, and he was in and out because of contract negotiations or whatever. So this is like a weird time. I listened to the commentary track. So in the span of 3 months, he also got the job for Rambo 2. And he
Really?
called Geiler and Hill, and he's like, which one should I do? And they're like, do both. So he's writing the script for Aliens and Rambo 2.
Huh.
And he's about to go into production for The Terminator. Go back and watch our worst Terminator episode. And he has to do rewrites for Terminator. So he has this whole thing in the commentary where he's like, so they all have to be 120 pages. So I divide it by this, and I allow myself this much workday on this. So he had to write 3 scripts in 3 months.
That's hella time management, dude.
For 3 I don't really like Rambo sequels, but 3 really big films. This isn't
Blockbusters, yeah.
Yeah, this is just whatever.
Yeah.
The studio was a little hesitant to let him direct because he had 1 previous directing credit.
I thought they gave it. I thought because Terminator did well, they were like, all right, go ahead.
No. So no. He already got the job as writer. I think after Terminator, they felt a little bit more confident.
Yeah.
But before Terminator, what's the only thing he directed?
Piranha 2, The Spawning.
I was gonna say.
Only
And
partially.
And I think he got fired from that, so not the best look.
And Roger Corman is the guy, right?
Yeah.
He's your dude in Hollywood, being
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, I can vouch for him, right?
Yes. But yeah, I think they were fine. Once Terminator was getting made, I think they felt more confident. Plus, he's a big effects guy. He did the effects for a bunch of movies.
Yeah.
Escape from New York, primarily.
Yeah, but he's also working with Stan Winston on that first Terminator movie too. So.
Yes. So yeah, they finally get him to direct. They didn't want his girlfriend at the time to be the producer. That was a problem. They did not believe in her ability or whatnot. They didn't think she was good enough. They thought she was just there because it was his girlfriend.
Yeah.
She was upset by that.
Like Sherry Moon Zombie, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They convinced her to be part of it.
Look how hot my wife is. Ugh.
So it gets time. They tell him to write it as if Sigourney Weaver's returning. So he writes the whole movie for Ripley's character, makes it all about Ripley.
Oh.
And then he finds out they never actually locked her down for the sequel. And she didn't want to do a sequel.
According to your magazine that you read, I thought she was like, yeah, the returning cast of Sigourney Weaver.
Oh, yeah,
and it was
well-
like, one thing could be Marines. What do you think?
Well, they had to do a bunch of contract negotiation with her. She got paid $1 million for this, which was big at the time. Especially for an actress, that might have been the most at the time.
This was above her. This is one of her biggest movies.
Yeah. Well, she wasn't sure about the sequel until she read the script, and she liked the script.
Sure.
But the studio didn't want to pay for her.
Oh.
Because they're like, that's way too much. So Cameron's like, I'm out. He goes, he marries his producer friend. They come back, and they're just like, yeah, Sigourney's in. We're doing it. Like, good. We're finally making the
Did they have a threesome with Sigourney Weaver?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
Something weird with the crew too.
Oh, okay, yes. So they had to film it in the UK.
Okay.
And they had unions. And the unions in the crew in the UK were super strict. And Cameron hated them.
Yeah.
And they hated Cameron. Because he would just do stuff himself.
Yeah.
If he needed to move a light, he's just gonna do it. Like Bill Paxton tells the story in the commentary track where like they needed to drill a hole into something to run some cord, and the union guys weren't able to do it because they were having like their 15th break or something. So
Oh my God.
Cameron just got a hammer, just did it himself. So he's having fights all during this with the unions.
Jesus.
He's firing his director of photography, who wanted to light the hive all bright so you could see everything. Yeah, and no one was taking him seriously because he's filming this, I think, as Terminator's like coming out.
Okay.
So they haven't seen Terminator yet.
Or like the aesthetic they're in.
Yeah,
Or even just
or-
what he's going for and like
or even just
honoring.
the union guys, they're like, you're
Yeah.
a little dude. You've been given the sequel to a huge movie. Who the fuck are you? Like, they're not taking him seriously.
That is so shitty, dude. I remember I was playing. I used to be in a band, and I had a big drum kit, and I went on stage, and the fucking sound guy was like, "Do you need all those drums, Mike, bro, or whatever?" I got on, I fucking ripped it, and then afterwards, he's like, "Hey, that was a good set, man." And like, I feel like that was the same thing going on here.
You're just like James
I'm just
Cameron,
like James Cameron.
who was friends with Johanna and calls during the show.
See, I'm such a big fan of the Titanic that like we're just biffs now. Like, you know, as much as I promoted it
Yes.
when we did our review, watch it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he's just kissing up to you because you have the heart of the ocean stashed somewhere.
No,
That's
no,
Trisha.
that was Trisha.
I had the butterfly comb.
Oh, he wants that more then.
Yeah. Did he say anything about our worst Terminator episode? Did he agree with? Well, Joe didn't like the one that James Cameron produced, but he's cool with me. I picked Genesis.
Oh,
right?
no, he probably endorsed the Terminator thing. He's like, yeah, it's the best Terminator thing that's come out yet.
He does have a habit of doing that. Anyway,
Jesus.
so he's fighting with the crew the whole time. He's firing people. It's a mess. Let me see. They cast James Remar as Hicks. At the time, they said it was like a family emergency, but he has since come out and said, yeah, I had a drug problem.
Oof.
He was doing, for the 80s, his drug problem was a little too much.
When was Tales from the Dark Side is 80?
That's a
I think it's
later.
late 80s,
Yeah, it's
early
late
90s.
80s.
Or no, it's like 94 or something like that.
Yeah,
Keep forgetting.
I mean, he didn't really, I
Yeah.
mean, he recovered eventually,
Yeah.
but he never was like the leading man again.
He's
Not-
always just like in stuff,
He's always
but he's
in
not.
stuff.
I also saw
And he's
his
good.
Penis.
Huh?
I've seen his penis.
Did he send you a
What?
dick pic?
I believe it was Sex in the City.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Very large penis.
He was rated in Mortal Kombat
Yes.
Annihilation. He is in the movie for like a second. And I will tell you what scene it is when we get there.
Do you see his face?
No.
Do you see his
okay.
penis?
No. Well, yeah, actually,
Maybe.
yeah.
in that
we were talking about
cryo tube scene,
we
right?
were talking about the look of this film in the previous movie.
Yeah.
And I have it here. Cameron now regrets not shooting it widescreen, but he didn't like anamorphic lenses for all the effects because he had a bad experience with it on Escape to New York.
Okay.
I forget what the issue is. Like now he says he regrets it because he knows how to do all those effects in anamorphic now. And the film stock they used, they hadn't figured out their grain issue yet.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, like, I agree with him. He's like, when you watch it on video, it's fine. But when you see like the first two movies like screened back to back, he's like, oh, mine does not look as good.
I like that he's the aesthetic of it though.
Yeah, but he actually mentioned, he's like, well, a lot of movies also look like this at the time. That's why no one ever really complained about it. It's
Sure.
just when you screen them back to back and on a theater.
Absolutely.
And
That
it's like,
Blu-ray
yeah,
looks
one
great
looks a
though.
little bit crisper than the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's finally get into this film proper. I assume we all watched the extended cut.
Oh yeah, that's the only way to watch this anymore.
Almost watched it on Tubi because of you.
I didn't rip
I
the
waited,
DVD
I don't
in
know,
time.
16 hours to finally get this movie from you.
Yes, I did. By the way, I'm having really bad stomach issues at the time of this, but I'm still recording it because I suffer for my art,
Like Dan O'Bannon.
like Dan O'Bannon.
I just want to mention that I have stomach problems all the time because I have IBS. You're
Joanna,
weak.
this isn't about you.
You're weak.
I know you're on your
weak.
high horse now because James Cameron called you, but
Yeah.
let's focus on me.
Biffles.
Uh,
old Jimmy.
so
Jimbo.
I'm ripping the Blu-ray for her last night, and which means I couldn't watch it because I had to rip the Blu-ray.
Oh.
And then I had to compress.
You don't
the
have another TV or something in
In
your
real
house?
time?
Yeah, it like takes a while.
Oh.
to rip. And then I have to compress it so I can actually send it.
Sure.
And like while that's happening, my stomach is just like, "Fuck you, Tony."
It's karma.
So I eventually just went to bed and I just fell asleep and I never sent her the file until this morning.
I tried to watch it on Tubi, but I was like, mm-mm.
I love
And it's
Tubi.
not the extended version. I have your account for some reason. Like I'm logged in on my computer upstairs.
Oh.
I don't know why. So if you see me watching weird shit like Titanic 666,
Oh no!
We gotta get Trisha in for that. We
Like,
gotta do that.
I saw that. and I
It's a
was like,
sequel to Titanic 2.
Yeah.
In the trailer,
Is
they
it-
call the ship the Titanic 3.
Is it Shane Van Dyke?
I don't think it is.
Oh, man.
But anyway, back to this. So we're watching the extended cut, which has one really important scene that the movie needed, which we'll get to. But other than that, I think the theatrical cut, a lot of the choices they made were fine.
Sure, but
Yeah.
again, when you watch this, the extended cut
Yeah.
with it, like all of those pieces to me, you know how I like my lore and my
Yeah.
character development and stuff. So
But remember, back then, the Gail Hurd, the producer, explained it. Back then, they didn't have like multiplexes, so you're limited on how many times you could show it. So they didn't want it being too long.
sure. Well,
Which
it's
is
also
why-
2.5 hours. Or
Yeah,
something
well,
like
that's why
that.
they
Yeah.
take out that one huge chunk, but
Yeah.
it actually works pretty seamlessly in the theatrical
Considering,
cut.
yeah.
But yeah, it starts off with Ripley getting picked up by a salvage crew.
And Jonesy.
And Jonesy,
And Jonesy.
getting picked up by a salvage crew. I didn't notice until I got the movie on Blu-ray years back that the gun from Alien is still wedged in the door from when
yeah.
the door's shut. I'm like, oh, I didn't notice that. But yeah,
Before you go on, I
Yeah.
just want to note it here. James Horner's score in this
Yes.
is amazing.
James Horner's just great in general.
it's
Like,
fantastic.
everything.
when we get to the end, I'm going to talk about
Didn't he
like
die?
Yeah, he died in a
Yes.
plane crash.
That's what it
Yes.
was.
When we get to
Damn.
the end of the movie and the big musical thing, I'm going to tell you about his relationship with James Cameron. And they did not like each other.
Oh, boy.
But he does Titanic.
No. I'll get to it. But his score is pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Oh, they only use it like iconically in every other fucking trailer
it's great.
ever.
And the
Yeah.
final, the
Yeah.
countdown one. So the big mechanical arm with the laser,
Mm-hmm.
James Cameron had to pay for that out of pocket. And this is a funny thing. So they didn't take Gail Hurd seriously because like, you're just his girlfriend. And they were afraid that she wouldn't push back on him, but she did it the most. And literally, he's like, I want this mechanical arm for a laser. And they were like, she was looking at the budget. She literally told him like, yeah, well, you're paying for it. So he had to pay for it out of pocket. So even his wife wouldn't give him any leeway. She's like, no, fuck you.
Well, nobody's thrown him a bone at all, it seems. And he still came out on top.
I feel bad for the salvage people. They're like, oh, there goes our salvage. There's a
That was funny.
survivor.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes our salvage, guys.
But then I thought about it realistically, and I'm like, just boop.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I found this ship just floating. I don't know. Hey, where's the cryopod? Yeah, I don't know.
You just see
Floating.
it floating in the background out the window.
There's a big sunspot where it was.
We went through the recordings. It seems like there was someone on the ship. Nah.
Definitely got a bioscan. I don't know.
So yeah, we cut to this beautiful matte shot with a miniature in front of it of the space station.
looks so good.
Miniatures.
And this is the closest she ever gets to Earth if you don't count the extended cut of Alien Resurrection.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, Alien Resurrection is the closest she gets to Earth. But at this point, like, we never see her on Earth,
No.
except for the alternate cut of Resurrection.
Sure.
So it's funny that she just never makes it down there.
Yeah.
But
think
she's got
it's a-
shit she's got to figure out.
It's a great, sad story
really
throughout this whole series that I
really
really
is.
like.
So yeah, we get caught up by Paul Reiser. And when I saw this movie, it was when my mom was watching Mad About You.
Oh my god.
And I was like, that's the funny guy. And I'm like, oh man, I wasn't ready for this guy to be a bad guy. I thought he
Corporate
was
slime ball.
I thought he was the funny guy. And he's dressed just like the guy in Carnosaur 2.
He is.
Talking about a lot of sequels.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of Carnosaur 2 comparisons.
Yeah, it's almost like somebody watched I think James Cameron ripped off Carnosaur 2.
Joe, this might shock you. Carnosaur 2 came out after.
I don't think so.
Joe, if you want to know more about Carnosaur 2, you can go to my Patreon where me and my good friend Clayton Fioriti reviewed Carnosaur 2 and 3. So anyway, so they knew that they had to do this scene. Oh, by the way, she's been in cryo for 57 years.
Yes. Floating.
Floating.
Yeah.
She floated
there.
in between.
Yeah.
Just by chance.
He
they found her.
mentions like she floated in between like two big sections and just got lost.
Yeah.
So this apparently was a real conversation that might have happened, but she's remembering it because this is all a dream. And the reason it's a dream is because everyone assumed that the sequel would be her having an alien come out of her or something weird with the cat. You
Yeah.
know, that doesn't make sense. But that's what everyone thought. So playing on the audience expectation, they're like, all right, let's just trick them early on.
It's a good one. It's a good gag.
It's a good one.
If you were in the theater for this, I would have been like, holy shit!
Dude, watching it on video because
Yeah.
I saw this one second.
Yeah.
I was just like, what's going on? I'm like, no. I'm like thinking, I'm like, wait, it never jumped on. And I'm like, oh, it's just a dream. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Dallas didn't turn into the egg, okay? It was cut out of the movie.
Do you know how they got the cat to hiss?
Another dog?
No, not. That's how you get a cat to stand still. How you get a cat to hiss. It's a very complicated technique.
Okay.
You take a cat that it doesn't
They got
know.
Paul Reiser to tell it jokes.
Yeah, no. Apparently, you just get a cat that the cat's never seen before, and you just put them next to each other. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. I've seen that play out many, many times. My orange cat that I used to have was the opposite. He was excited to see other cats. But
yeah, my cat literally only likes people.
But
Like,
Space
yeah.
Cat is like Jonesy in this movie, where it's like, get that fucking cat away from me. I never want to fucking see that cat ever
My
again.
I think
house.
she means that with like everything though. Like
The worst is when she like has a crush on another cat. And
a
then,
crush.
yeah, she followed Raid Shadow Legends the cat around when they were living together. And she wanted like attention from him, but then when she would get it, she didn't know what to do, so then she would just hiss at him.
Cool.
Space Cat's an idiot. Anyway,
Sounds like some normal cat shit. Touch me, play with me. Oh, God, get the fuck away from
Yeah.
me.
Raid Shadow Legends the cat would like spot her butt and play because he was used to being around other cats. And he's like, we're playing, and she's just like, I'm being murdered. And I have to scream at the top of my lungs. I'm like, all right, you guys, we're keeping you separated. Here's the
happy my
first
cat's
deleted
normal.
scene. The first deleted scene.
Well, you solved that issue by putting him in a crate and kicking him down the stairs.
Yes.
Yes.
So the first deleted scene, this is very, very important. And apparently Sigourney Weaver didn't like the way the scene came out, but she said, like, story-wise, this is the most important scene for her character.
Her acting is a little wonky in this.
I could see that. But
it's-
story-wise,
yeah, I think
so
it needs
you
to be
find
there.
out that Ripley had a daughter.
Do you have any news about my daughter?
And
Amanda.
while she was in cryosleep, her daughter died on Earth. Like 2 years before.
So that was after Amanda fought the
Oh,
Xenomorph
shut up.
on the space
Shut
station, right?
up.
Yeah.
No.
Which is pretty interesting.
Alien Isolation is not canon.
Yes, Kanan.
I don't consider it canon. That's a deep joke. No, no.
You hate that game?
I hate that they padded it out to 10, 15 hours when it could have been, they only had 6 hours worth
Yeah,
of game.
It's a fun, scary game.
It's a great game.
I don't like that they're just like, oh, a chair fell over in this hallway. Amanda Ripley can't jump over that chair. Like, just don't even put a chair there. Just put a wall. I'm like, I watched her mother punch an alien in the face.
With the
and
power
now I have to assume that her daughter's like, how am I going out the chair? Fuck. And then just walk the other way.
Well, to be fair, she's long dead before
Yes.
Ripley's found.
Or is she?
Or Ellen's found, rather. I like that she doesn't have any kids. P.S.
Yes. So her bloodline is ended.
Yes.
For now.
She's still the only
Kind of.
Ripley in the universe.
Yes.
Because technically, Resurrection, there's a lot of...
I guess there is a kid in Alien.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah.
So Amanda Ripley is played by Sigourney Weaver's mother. It's a picture of her, which
Oh.
is pretty funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, they try to do that fake out where they make you think Ripley's in the jungle, and that rear projection it's like not convincing. I'm like,
She looks fine.
no, I'm like, she's not in the jungle. It's too brightly lit.
It's not
so-
supposed to be her in the jungle. She's it's supposed to be like therapy.
It's supposed to trick the viewer into thinking, is it? Yes.
I don't think so.
Now, let me tell you about a
That's
bad...
not where my mind went.
That's not where mine
Yeah.
went either.
But
It serves the same purpose as the cat.
Let me give you an example from a bad movie that did this. The Lost World Jurassic Park. See that opening?
On the subway.
Yeah, the opening, they scream at the dinosaur, then it cuts to Jeff Goldblum
Yawning.
in a tropical setting, but it's actually just a subway poster. And I'm like, all right, that was effective. Here it wasn't effective.
That's not the point of the scene.
So anyway, she gets pulled in.
She's dealing with the loss of her child that she never met and told her that, like, oh, I went away on her birthday or something. I'll be back for your birthday.
No.
Her 11th birthday.
Just a word of advice. If you're going on deep space missions to other parts of the galaxy, don't make promises for when you'll be back.
They didn't expect
How would they know? How would they know?
They didn't expect it. Well, the company did.
Forget aliens. Just in general, like, you're going to another part of the galaxy, like, there's a lot of risk involved.
Tony, there's 300 surveyed worlds in this universe, and everything's fine. Space travels, we've mastered it.
Yeah, we nailed it. Anyway,
You have the probability of getting eaten by a shark than you do dying in a spacecraft.
So she gets pulled into the executive board meeting.
This is a great scene.
Yeah. And I love
it.
how all these people are mad at her as if they're like been her boss forever. And like, she's older than all of you. You were in diapers when this shit happened. But yeah, they're like, why'd you blow up that ship? Crazy woman.
That was a lot of money you cost us.
Did you see a spider or something? What's wrong with you, lady?
I would do that. Thousand legger. I'd be like, I'm blowing this up with myself in it. Like, goodbye.
I come down, the store's all burnt, and Joanna's just like, I saw a spider.
And then it crawls away.
Thousand legger.
It was the only way to be sure.
I can kill spiders now because of my fear of thousand leggers.
you nuked Hack the Movie's video from orbit.
Yeah, it's the only way to be sure. So I'm like, I had a lot of stuff in there.
I'm like on the moon aiming a rocket.
Well, no, the moon has spiders. Didn't you see Apollo 18?
No, it's cheese.
Well, yeah, that's how the spiders live there. They eat the cheese.
Did you guys ever see
That's why there's
Apollo 18?
craters.
I like that movie. The rock monsters.
Stupid.
I thought it was fun.
I was like, what? Anyway, so yeah, they're in there and they're just like, you're a crazy lady. Also, it's funny when you watch if you watch the theatrical cut, she's just mad. Then you watch the extended cut, it's like, oh, she just found out her daughter died. And now all these people are like, lady, why'd you blow up our ship?
You're a liar. You're telling me there's an alien that we've never seen before? Shut up.
Yeah. And she should be like, yeah, I don't know if you guys know this. Space is really big. There's probably a lot of stuff we haven't seen before.
They're like, yeah, right.
It's infinite. Who knows? But yeah, they demote her and
they suspend her license
Yes.
indefinitely.
Yes.
And they put her under like some psychiatric observation or whatever. She has to. It's like a probation.
Yes.
And they're like, yeah, you owe all that money too. See ya.
Is that why she's not allowed to leave the space station?
I guess so. Yeah, they had. Yeah.
She's an indentured servant.
Yeah,
now.
she has to run power loaders for the rest of her life until
What do
it's
you think
paid
the
up.
repercussions were of none of that mineral ore getting back to Earth? We never find out what the consequences were.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's not like a truck that, delivers something late. Like they were hauling thousands of tons of mineral ore.
What were they also using it for? I don't think we
don't
ever
know.
find out. Anyway.
I don't know. So yes, she tells the guy, she's like, hey, can you just check out LV-426? And he's like, I don't have to. There's a colony down there. Everyone's great.
We've been terraforming for 20 years.
I love that he yells at her, but then when he's explaining, he's like, oh, by the way, we've been... he literally just shoot her out. But yeah, he's like, yeah, we terraform. It takes decades. They're down there. No one's ever seen this shit. So...
What were those coordinates again you said? Where was the ship?
Yeah, where was the ship again?
There's like, I don't know, 70 families down there.
She's like, families? So, what was I gonna say? This is where another cut happens. This entire sequence in the extended cut is not here in the theatrical cut. So basically, we go down to the colony. We see a little tractor going into the colony there.
I think you need this. Personally.
I'll explain. Anyway. We do get a scene of a guy being like, hey, Newt's family. I don't know any of their names. I just know Newt. Newt's
Rebecca.
I was going to say Rebecca.
Nobody calls her Rebecca except for her brother. They're like, hey, this guy's out there. He said he was sent here on company orders, but if he finds something, can he keep it? And the guy says, I never asked them, because whenever I do, they say don't ask.
Don't ask, yeah.
And the whole don't ask thing was used for Terminator 2. I guess he wanted that line, and
it's a good bit between those guys.
But then this cut came out in 1990, so it was out by the time Terminator 2 came out, so he just reused it.
Whatever.
It works.
Yeah.
I remember being so excited for this when it came out on tape. Anyway.
Yes, which I have here, the special edition here. So yeah, the kids are running around the ship. We see the new Weyland-Yutani logo. Building better worlds. Okay, I'm good.
What's cooking up in there?
We're going to throw up.
Did you feel something moving?
No, I think it was a burp. Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
Stuff's going on. Stuff's going on.
The cornbread ain't that bad, baby.
So,
That's really good.
so we see Newt's family. They're on the rocky terrain. They find the derelict ship, which is even more broken because it broke in real life. They were like, yeah, it was in the guy's like driveway for a few years. And like we had to like piece it together as best as we could. They go in. It goes about as well as you expect. The face hugger. The one cool shot is Newt screaming as the face hugger's going around her dad's neck.
really like that shot.
They're also dumb. Like, oh, let's not call this in until we figure out what to call it in as. And I'm like, you're an idiot. This is why people die.
And they go through a hole in the ship that wasn't there before. They don't go through those thick-lipped doors.
I miss the thick lips.
Maybe they came on from the other side. The thick lips are over here,
Maybe,
and the
Also,
crack is
you know
on
what
this
it
side.
really was? know what it really was? We saw how
They went right in the back
We saw
door.
how big the set was for the thick-lipped doors. They're like, we're not rebuilding that. Put a fucking hole in the ship. There you
Whatever,
go.
matte painting.
Here's a little hole. There's a bone. You got it. So yeah, this whole sequence is cut. James Cameron had no idea what to cut out of it. And his wife, Gail Hurd, said, we can lose this scene. And he's like, shit, that kind of works. And he's actually happy because he has it here. He admits that he was never able to create the same suspense and atmosphere and look from Ridley Scott's movie.
He tries to do homages and things
He
like
tries, but he feels like it wasn't as effective. So he actually liked cutting it because then he could focus on all the new stuff he was going to try to do instead of recreating a previous director's. I mean, I like the scene. I think it works. I don't think the miniatures are as good as what we see in the rest of the film.
I mean, it's not so much as the miniature thing as like the whole vision. Like I like that you get a little bit of Rebecca and her
the
brother and her parents and stuff like that. Just a little bit more to be like, oh, where did
But
where
it also totally works just cutting it.
Sure.
Yeah. And it
But
makes sense.
Cameron, this extended cut is his definitive vision of the movie.
Yes, but like I said, it works. Yeah, it's the opposite of the other director's cut, which isn't a director's cut.
No.
So yeah, they basically go to Ripley and they're like, Ripley, you'll never believe it. As soon as you came out of cryo and told us where the ship was, just coincidentally, we lost contact. And right away, she should be like, you motherfuckers, what did you do?
She has her suspicions.
Instead, she's like, what a coincidence.
Well, she's also like, I don't want any fucking part of it. Like, just leave me out of
She
it.
slammed the door in the dude's face. She's like, nah.
Him and Gorman, who was in Hellraiser 2.
He's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name? Tim Pope? I forget his name.
I think so.
Yes. So they're basically like, look, we need you to be a consultant for us. If these things are real, you know what they are.
It's so fishy because she's like, what are you talking about? You have a bunch of colonial Marines that are like armed to the teeth. What am I there for?
She's got a point, though. It's like, I wrote everything that I experienced.
Here you go.
What do you need me physically there for? Just read the fucking file.
Go down there, check
There's
it out.
no reason for Ripley to go on this mission, by the way.
Except one.
No, because he stumbles into that.
Oh, he kind of blackmails her though, because he didn't know like if she was gonna. Because he banked on her being like, okay, you now we can prove it. And he's like, I'll tell you what, I'll give you back your license. How's that sound? We already got you a contract, kiddo.
Okay, yes. Because she's just using power loaders from now on.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, that's real. That's real
has
sweet.
Access to her psych profile. He's like, yeah, I read your profile. She's like, what the fuck?
Just like turning the knife.
Yeah. So she has another nightmare, and she's like,
aren't there HIPAA laws? In the future?
Not in the future. I mean, we're seeing the results of Johanna's voting decisions play out in the future, Joe.
Where's my Sharpie? That's not a Sharpie.
Whatever. I got the Sharpie here. Don't.
This will really hurt.
Yeah, that will hurt. That's a fan sent that. Relax. So, she calls Burke. She's like, hey, we're going to like destroy them, right? He's like, sure. She's like, all right, I'm in.
Not to bring back, not to study. He's like, of course not.
No, wink.
Get out of here.
Wink.
So yeah, we meet our Marines the next day.
Absolutely badasses.
Yes. We get a nice little establishing shot of the Sulaco, which some of it is full-size sets, some of it is miniatures. We get to the cryopods, of which they only had 3. They only had 3 functional cryopods, and what they did was they put a mirror on one side and then a mirror behind the camera to make it look like a big hallway, and it works.
It's pretty awesome.
Until you're told that. And then you look and you're like, oh, those 2 pods are a little too close together.
Yeah, but it's
and then
movie
in the
magic.
commentary, James Cameron even says, like, if you look close, there's like 2 Vasquez. But it's effective and it works.
There's also a scene cut there too, where that whole panning thing of the Sulaco isn't in the theatrical.
Oh, it goes right to the. It's been a while since I saw the theatrical.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But that was like an homage to the first movie.
Yeah. So yeah, they meet everyone. I meet my favorite character, Hudson. Who's your favorite Marine? Who's your favorite Marine?
Between Hudson, Hicks, Vasquez, and Drake, those are my favorite. I mean, everybody. Frost is great. Everybody's great.
I met Frost.
Yeah.
I met Frost at a convention. I got a picture with him, I think. I'll see if I can find it.
Apone, everybody's casted so well in this.
Nobody's annoying
No.
either.
Yeah.
There's no like, oh,
Well,
there's this
Hudson's purposely annoying later.
like,
No, but he's not like cringe annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are other movies with cringe annoying characters. What's her
Right.
name? Tina in Halloween 5. That's an example of an annoying character.
Tina sucks.
Yeah.
So, we also meet Bishop by Lance Henriksen.
I
James
love
Cameron
Bishop.
really likes to reuse his actors.
I'm into it.
Yeah, look at Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
Like-
Yes, Bill Paxton, who was a carpenter on
Fuck you, asshole.
Well, he was a carpenter on Battle Beyond the Stars, even
Oh.
before he was an actor. Then he brought him into Terminator to be the punk, and then he brought him into this. And then Lance Henriksen
Then
lost
he's in
out.
Titanic.
Yes, and then he's in Titanic.
I'm bringing up Titanic again. We're talking about James Cameron.
What you call it? Michael Biehn, last minute replacement for James Remar.
Totally works.
It totally works. The only thing he felt left out on is because the Marines all went to basic training together to build like camaraderie, but Ripley wasn't there. Like Sigourney Weaver and them weren't there.
Sure.
So they could like, reflect on their performance. But then like Michael Biehn was like, I came in last minute. I didn't do any of that with them. I felt left out.
There is great bits between Bill Paxton and Jeanette Goldstein in this,
Yes.
like busting each other's balls.
And I
that
have it
love.
here. Jeanette Goldstein as Vasquez is a win for diversity. Finally, we got Jewish, Moroccan, Russian, Brazilians playing Mexicans in movies.
Somebody said illegal aliens and she shined up.
There's all this
That really happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's all this controversy around her casting, and even she's just like she said, like, I'm a Jewish, Moroccan, Russian, Brazilian. She's like, find me a role that's that, and I'll play it. But other than that, I gotta take what I can get. And the whole thing was they needed an actress who was also like physically fit for the character, because you could find like these bodybuilding chicks, but they can't act, and then you can find actresses that aren't built. So she was like the perfect one.
Chickadee, who's the medic,
Yeah.
it's actually pretty hot.
Yeah.
And I always forget her name. I don't know. I
Crap.
always forget
I know
that
the
one.
other guy, Spunkmeyer.
Spunkmeyer, and the pilot is Caro or Caro?
God damn,
There's
I forget.
one other one,
I forget them.
because there's Wazbowski.
Where's Bowski? Yes.
Yeah,
He's
I used
the
to think.
guy.
I used to think Hicks used to say, "Where's Bowski?"
I did too.
Where's Bowski?
And I'm like, who's Bowski?
Anyway,
So
sorry.
anyway.
I think she were like. I mean, it's fine.
Well, I was telling you before, like, I knew Hispanic people. I had no idea she
No,
wasn't
I
Hispanic.
didn't know
either.
until later either. Like, because it's not like cringy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like.
I mean, they all. That one. I could tell.
Sorry, it's like the bodybuilders, like Gina, what's her face, whatever. My favorite actress.
Oh yes.
Oh, Gina Carano.
Yeah,
It's your
my
favorite
favorite
actress, right?
She can't act for shit, so she's a good example of why.
What if she was Vasquez?
Oh my god,
Hey,
that would be
pendejo.
so bad. This movie would have been canceled. Like, it
would've been great.
been
Would've
bad.
been great.
No, it would have been bad.
Anyway,
Could you imagine?
so Lance Henriksen is the Bishop android. And I love
I
how
love Bishop.
Yeah,
He's
I love
great.
how the whole film it wants you to think he's a bad guy.
I think it
So-
works.
Yeah, so and he looks evil, and they're constantly playing it as if he's just hiding stuff, and then
Yeah.
it's like, oh, he's just a really nice guy that everyone's really shitty to.
He's just a robot or artificial person. Excuse me.
Yes.
I like the scene with the knife. Because
Oh,
when
yeah.
they speed it up to
Yeah.
make it look like he's going super fast, but you still, if you look at it and you see Bill's head going like this the entire time, it's really
Well.
funny.
That might have been from the first time they shot it, according to Lance
Yeah,
Henriksen.
they got his finger.
Yeah, well, no, not even that. But they went out that night, and they all got
Super drunk.
They got super drunk, and then they got called back, and they said, "Yeah, the footage looks bad. We got to redo that."
Oops.
scene."
And then they ended up getting Bill's finger.
Yes, yeah, they cut him a little bit. Well, Bishop
Wasn't
cuts
funny,
himself.
man. Lance Henriksen, have you ever met him?
I stood behind him at Monster Mania while he was getting a donut.
When I used to smoke cigarettes, I gave him a cigarette and we
Yes.
smoked cigarettes together. But I had like conversations with this guy. He's like one of the most nicest, genuine dudes like ever.
He is really, really nice.
Why didn't you buy him his donut?
Yeah.
He was in front of me.
I would have been like, whatever he's getting, I'll pay for it.
I would have been like, "Oh my God, you were a man's best friend."
Oh my god.
I love that movie.
Love that movie.
You were in House 3,
Which isn't a house.
which isn't a house movie. The horror show, which I had him sign.
The funny thing is, Scream 3, when they try to trick you into thinking he's the killer.
I haven't seen Scream 3.
Oh yeah, he was the director.
Yes,
Oh,
but
that's
like I recently rewatched the show Millennium, which he was the star
Yeah,
of.
mhm.
Good 2 seasons. Stop there. But like watching him run in Millennium, I'm like, oh, he's not a very good runner. So when they were trying to trick you in Scream 3 as he's the killer, I'm like, he is not the killer. I've seen this guy run in other stuff. But
He's
yeah,
great
no,
in Tales from the Crypt, yeah.
yes, he's great.
Prolific.
In a lot of things I've seen, except for Alien versus Predator. Should have stayed out of that one.
Paycheck, baby.
I'm sure it was a good paycheck. I'm sure. You know what? That was a good paycheck.
And then
realistically, he's the only actor they could have brought back for that. So,
But then he took Bill Paxton's mantle because then he was officially killed by a Predator too.
yes.
So it was the Terminator, the Alien, and then the Predator. Got him.
He did it.
Yeah.
He did it.
Oh my god.
And a Sasquatch, I think. I think I have a movie of him.
Oh,
called Sasquatch.
exists.
There it is, right there. Sasquatch.
Is it?
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
No, it's not Sasquatch. Abominable is the one he's in, isn't it?
No, he's in Sasquatch. Grab that tape right now.
Are you sure? Am I crazy?
Oh, there
son
you
of
go.
a bitch! Is he also in Abominable?
I don't know. Anyway,
Sorry.
I only watched one Bigfoot movie, and that's Suburban Sasquatch, directed by my good friend Dave Wascavage.
There you
so
go.
yes, Ripley doesn't like the Bishop android. She hates him.
Well, I mean,
You just stay away from me. You got that?
Yeah, and Cameron has admitted now that he kind of screwed up Marines because he wasn't familiar with Marines at that point. Like the depiction of the Marines, he was writing them
Trying to get some Octorian Poontang? Is that what the
way
discrepancy
he was
was?
writing them was more in line with like regular Vietnam era regular army draftees who had like discipline problems. That's like the soldiers that were like painting like stuff on
Yeah,
their
but
armor.
you want that Motley Crue thing, man.
the
That's what's so
reason
cool
now
about
is
them.
After this movie, his brother joined the Marines. So then he learned a lot about the Marines, and he's like, oh, they're way more strict. Like, I screwed that up. So he apologized in the commentary track. But he was going based off what he was seeing in the Vietnam War with the Army.
It wouldn't have been the same if they were super straight-laced and boring.
But the idea is that they're so away from their authority figures that they're just relaxing.
Yeah.
Like, which again, apparently is what happened like the Vietnam War, especially people who were drafted and didn't want to be there. They're just like, fuck this.
I think even Bill Paxton says, he's like, 4 more weeks, man. I would have been out of here, man. Fucking aliens.
I like that the exterior of the Sulaco looks like a gun. It
yeah,
just looks like a
kinda.
big flying gun.
Big Nerf gun?
Yeah. And they don't take Ripley seriously, and they're like, whatever, it's a bug hunt. So I guess they have found other aliens in this universe, just not the Xenomorph.
Yeah. Also, Ripley, the character, is painted as a strong female lead the entire time. There is no building up to that. She's just like, yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
The alien thing really happened. I'm gonna drive this power loader. I can hang with the rest of them, kind of thing.
Yeah, you're right, woke. So
can we just
bringing it back.
can we just unalive him?
Not bad for a woman.
Yeah, she actually does show.
yeah, like
She actually does show them that, like, hey, I can do something. They're like, what can you do?
Be my guest.
And she's like, I can operate a power loader. And if I was writing this movie, the scene would have played very different. But instead, she can operate it very, very well.
It's great. Apone is so like satisfied and cheeky about it.
Bay
Like,
5,
yeah, Dr. Bay 12, please.
Bay 12, yeah.
Yeah.
I once dressed as a power loader.
Yes, I was just about to mention it. So how they did the effects. It's like this big foam core suit, and they have like a big, strong guy in there, like this 270-pound like bodybuilder sort of dude. And then because it's not just Ripley, another guy is operating the suit.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically stand in the front, and they're like walking together. And the guy can like lift up the arms, and then he has mechanical stuff. And yes, we did a review years ago for Aliens Colonial Marines.
Oh.
And at the end, our actress, Asta Paredes, had to fight an alien queen, and we built a power loader, which was Johanna in a yellow spandex suit. They had these like claws that the Guardians of the Galaxy movie had, and I spray painted them yellow. And then I got this yellow and black like rubber board you put down for like when you're working under a car, and I taped that to her face. So she was.
I want to tell you, it was so hard to breathe in that thing.
You cut a hole for her or something?
There was a hole. But then I put this board in front of her face.
Oh,
What are you gonna do? So then her and Asta had to like work together.
Move together? Oh my god, that's hilarious.
So
I feel like I remember that, but or vaguely.
Dude, I have the worst camel toe. It was so bad. It was
Everybody in the comments
That
go
shit-
look for that
hey,
video now.
Save it for your fans later.
I'm gonna post the actual picture. Zoom in. Here you go, guys. There's my thick lips.
Shut up. It's a family show.
You were just talking about thick lip doors.
Yes.
It's one way to get in.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So they finally get into their supercar, which is bigger on the inside.
It looks exactly like I think, did they reuse that from Terminator?
I don't think so, no.
It looks like it, like during the Future War scenes.
No. This
sure?
is totally new, yeah.
Okay.
And again, they did build a full-size one that couldn't move that well, so it's constantly being intercut with miniatures and stuff.
They all look good.
And like I
It
said,
looks
the
awesome.
inside is bigger than the outside, and apparently the roof caved in once and split James Cameron's head open.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was like a thing that happened.
Those damn Brits.
Yeah.
They
Taking their
literally,
breaks.
like,
Yeah, and he wanted to respect the union after that.
He just wanted to make a movie.
Imagine being like on a set and everybody's like, oh, this fucking wanker. You know?
So they land on the planet. They go through the atmosphere and everything. Hicks falls asleep.
In the pipe, 5x5.
Hudson's talking about how awesome he is. He's the ultimate badass.
My squad of ultimate badasses will protect you.
Me and my squad of ultimate badasses will protect you.
And
So
apparently
fucking
this,
knives, sharp sticks, supersonic electronic ball breakers. Why was that cut?
was that cut? in
That
the
was a whole
theatrical cut?
cut scene, yeah.
It's been so long since I actually watched the theatrical
Yeah.
cut. So they this is a commentary again on the Vietnam War where like we were the more advanced army or military that had the more advanced guns and everything.
Oh.
But we were fighting an enemy that we were not prepared for. Like
I never looked at it like that. That's
that's
pretty
how
interesting.
he described it.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Because that was the thing. Like we were going up against farmers and they were like kicking our ass because we're like, man, we weren't trained for this. We don't know where
They
the hell
also
we
know
are.
the land better.
Yeah, they do the land better and everything. You'd have all the advanced military in the world, and we've seen that play out multiple times
Big
in
time.
real life.
Yeah.
In other wars where it's like, yeah, we were supposed to be like the cool guys, getting our asses kicked again, and now they're on the bumper cars.
Fuck
Awesome.
yeah,
That's how it
America.
ends. That ends with them on the bumper cars. Cool. Anyway, so that's what this is. They're building up how awesome they are, just so the contrast of them just getting their asses kicked.
Yeah. I don't know if you're keeping up with current events, pal.
We just got our asses kicked, pal. They go to the colony and we see the aftermath of the battle. Now, do I have it here? Shit. I bought the comic Newt's Tale, which I think is a comic,
Yeah.
and I forgot to read it.
It's not a novel, right?
No, it's a comic, and I don't know where it is. I lost it in the move. But I will read that tale, and I will tell you what Newt's Tale was. But
If you see the extended cut of the movie, you know what it is.
yeah, we don't see them like the aliens attacking the colony, though.
But the aftermath is really cool though, because everything is like there's
Yeah.
still power on, but everything's like shut down,
Yeah.
and there's these big like acid holes in the ground.
Actually, when he spits in the acid hole,
Yeah.
you know what that is? He goes to spit, but like they couldn't build multi-layer sets, so then that's another miniature, and they have like a tier, like a drop, like going down.
Is it really?
It blends so
It's
seamlessly.
beautiful.
Like there's some effects that really stick out, like the drop ship's wings opening up.
Yeah.
That one's like sticks out, and then there's stuff like that where you don't even realize it's an effect.
Considering all the things against this,
Yeah.
the fucking movie's incredible,
And
and
apparently-
all the effects look really good.
Apparently, the producers, according to the commentary track, they're like, "What the fuck? Where are all our effects?" And they had to like point out because they had no idea that they were special effects.
Oh.
That's
And
crazy.
they're like, "Yeah, this is a miniature. This is it." They're like, "Oh shit, okay." But yeah, in this scene, we get introduced to their motion tracker, which is setting up a scene later on.
I think we got something here.
I love the sound effects in this movie.
Yeah. Beep beep.
Yeah.
Beep beep. Beep beep.
Yeah.
Who's feeding those goddamn gerbils?
They were hamsters.
Who's feeding this goddamn
The
hamsters?
xenomorphs,
They were probably eating each other.
right? They're pouring the pellets in.
Yeah, I always look at that. I'm like, wait, it's been 2 weeks and those fucking things are still alive. Don't those things like
probably
die?
eating each other.
What you
Oh
gotta,
God!
You gotta
That's
read.
the thing that happened.
You got to read Newt's Tale because right before the aliens hit, some guy fills up the feeder, like this big giant feeder, this big giant water thing. So they're good.
It's like when families in like the 50s and 60s would go on vacation, they just tie their dog up with a big thing of food, and they're like, "All right, we'll see you in a week." Some comedian told that story.
Oh
I
my
forget who
God.
it was. So yeah, they're like, well, a lot of shit happened here. They find two facehuggers still alive, and they mention it killed the people they took it off of.
Yes, he died taking it off.
Yeah. And I will say, for a movie that has so much action and stuff, like I always forget like how much suspense it builds for the first half. I'm like, oh yeah, you always think of this as like maybe because I'm watching the extended cut too.
Yeah.
But you always expect this to be like the one with the guns. Like, oh yeah, they actually take their time building up to it.
It's like that Texas Chainsaw thing where you're like, oh, that movie's bloody as hell. And it's like, there are big action set pieces in this, but not as many as you think.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And not so too early in the movie. Obviously, theatrical cut, they come a little earlier.
They take their time, and I love every second of it.
Yeah, and Stan Winston, like you said, did an amazing job with the effects on this. Yeah. Really blew it away. He keeps joking that because James Cameron basically just designs all the creatures themselves and just gives it to Stan Winston. He's like, all right, well, we got it. And in the commentary, his section is with Gail Hurd, and he talks about how he's like, yeah, James is one of my greatest artists. And it's like, I think he remembers the difference. He's like, oh no, does he not work for me? I thought he worked for me. Apparently, he's giving me all these designs.
Well, he had that idea for that thing from Avatar, and then that like transformed into the Queen to what it is now.
Yes, and we'll go more into the
we'll
when
talk
she
about
shows
it.
up. But they find Newt as the lone survivor of the colony, and her Christian name is Rebecca. Rebecca what? I forget the name.
Oh, God.
Cut to the name.
I was going to say Rebecca Chambers,
Rebecca Chambers.
Of course.
That's right. From Tekken.
From Resident Evil.
Oh, wait. No, there's another Rebecca in Tekken, right?
I don't know.
God damn it.
I can't remember. It's Rebecca. It's
out.
Rebecca something or other.
Cut that out. Cut out my Tekken thing. I sound like an idiot now.
It says it on her like award that she finds.
Yes. And I love the whole like, where's your brother? Where's your mom? Where's your dad? Like, they're dead. All right, can I go now? I love how she's like so over it. She's like, yeah, 2 weeks of seeing literal monsters rip people apart and then like implant other monsters in them. She's like, I'm done.
Maybe she's feeding the hamsters.
Maybe.
Oh, there you go. Give her a little Snickers, space Snickers, or whatever they got.
Space Snickers.
Whatever. She's got MREs from Burt Gummer in there.
Yeah. So the Marines head toward the atmosphere processors because all the colony people are microchipped.
They're all implanted with these chips,
and they're all over there.
Mm-hmm.
There would be a few dead people where they were. They're not dragging everyone to get impregnated. They had to have accidentally killed a few people.
We also don't know if they eat them.
Yeah.
We never like kind of go into that thing. I like how it's a ghost town. There's no blood. There's no bodies.
I assume they eat them once the chest burster comes out.
Like those spiders that lay, or those hornets that lay the eggs in the spiders?
Yes.
Oh, ew.
Yes. So yeah, they all go there. When they get to the hive, that's a hanging miniature where the top of the hive is not a part of the set.
So it's all forced perspective is what you're telling me, yeah.
And as the camera pans down, we see Hicks about to turn, and they cut to make sure you don't know that it's James Remar.
I love how that was like one of the first things they shot, right?
Yeah. I guess they got lucky. They didn't have to reshoot too much. But yeah, they enter into the hive, and it's awesome.
It's so cool.
Yeah, and they find out they can't use like explosive rounds, right?
I think that's what it was, right?
Or fire round. They can
just
use flame rounds.
They can use a flamethrower, but not like bullets or whatever the hell whatever they're called.
Yes, because if they rupture something, it could
it'll blow up the whole joint.
Yeah, the atmosphere processor can blow up the whole thing, which ends up being a ticking clock thing because they're idiots, and even though they're told what to do, they don't listen.
If you saw those things coming out of the walls, and your corporal was like, "Okay, guys, don't use your guns. Just try to run away or whatever." Wouldn't you just let's rock, right?
I would.
You pull out the
Okay.
What?
The problem is Vasquez and Drake, they do the whole we're going to use real bullets before the aliens attack. So it's not even like they're panicking. They're like, fuck authority.
Well, not even fuck authority, but like, I don't know what's in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, apparently Hicks gets to have a shotgun.
Close encounters.
I guess because that sprays, yeah.
I mean, I guess so.
Yes.
I don't know.
Whatever. Specifically the round in their machine guns are what they're not allowed to use.
Oh, they're smart guns, which I love.
Which are their
steady cams.
Yeah, steady cam.
The arms and the chest plate.
I only got to use those steady cam with the arms once.
I have one.
I was really drunk using it. And I was on a rooftop.
Safe.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a balancing act.
Yeah. Not the time to learn how to use a steady cam when you're drunk off your ass on a rooftop. No railing either. Looking back, I made a lot of mistakes in college.
Was this a temple? Because
Yeah, this is that temple.
yeah, there was a thing that happened to a dude who was super drunk and fell off a roof because there was no railing.
Because he was wearing a Steadicam, right?
Yes.
He was also doing a triple header.
It was actually Tony.
Well, don't bring in the true story. Well, mine was a true story, but I didn't die. Like, I lived.
To tell the tale.
Are you going to do that? I'm like, oh, hey, Joanna, I drove home. You're like, well, another guy was driving home and he drove into a tree and blew up. And I'm like, all right, well, I didn't.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But it could have ended poorly, is
Yeah.
what she's saying.
I'm trying,
whatever.
I'm trying to say I care. I don't want you to die.
Don't make more bad decisions.
Yes.
Okay. Who are you, really?
That's like when you came upstairs the other day and you're like talking to me, so how you doing? How's everything going? And I'm just like, what do you want?
It's just we don't trust each other. So yeah, the aliens attack, and it's awesome. I love how they blend in with the set.
They really go. They really go full force on.
Yeah,
them.
like they built holes for them to shove them in there.
Yeah.
And that one that like the tail comes down and it grabs the girl. That one looks so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. The medic that I was
Yes,
talking
yes.
about before.
Not the biggest fan of the ridged head aliens, but I understand obviously why they did it. You don't want 12 glass domes; they're gonna get shattered.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have made them out of glass.
Yeah, but it's just
It would have been like a
easier.
hard plastic or
Yeah, I
a
was
resin or
gonna
something.
And I like his
Might be too heavy, if anything.
Yeah, and James Cameron's like in continuity reason is just like, well, the alien we saw was only like a day or two old.
Well, that's a warrior, and these are drones.
Well, even before that,
Yeah.
his original idea, I think the toy line came up with the warrior.
Was it
thing.
really?
Yeah, but his whole thing was like, yeah, maybe after 2 weeks, the shell like it hardens and then he discards it. And I'm like, all right, that makes sense.
Okay.
But
Definitely
really,
in the
it's an
comics.
excuse. And he had a good point. He's like, yeah, the first movie did so much work getting this 7-foot guy, and then he points out, he's like, it's actually not in a lot of shots with the people in scale, so you could have just gotten anyone.
Yeah.
So he's like, so I just got regular 6-foot tall dudes and put spandex on them because like you never really see them back to back.
No.
Yeah.
And you see them a lot less in the film than you remember.
Yes.
Again, like you see them and it's very quick. They're
Yeah.
in the darkness, or you see that close-up shot of them shooting the mouth out and stuff.
And like I said, they're really, really effective because
Yeah.
I think maybe there was like a few full-on suits and then it's just black spandex with things glued to it. And it works. It works super well.
And like
But yeah.
lit with a flashlight. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
And shit goes nuts. I love the VHS camera stuff.
Yeah.
Imitate it perfectly in Predator 2. And then in Jurassic World. They literally had the same thing with the cameras on the heads. And probably a lot of other movies too.
Yeah.
It's a cheap way to shoot an action scene.
Well,
It's a
there
cheap,
you go.
effective way to shoot
Yeah,
an
why
action
not?
scene. But yeah, things get blown up. Poor Frost gets lit on fire. Ironic.
Oh yeah. You're missing one of the best parts.
Which one?
When they find the chick like
Oh yes,
up on
the
the
chest
wall.
burster.
Yeah.
Yes. And her eyes open up.
Help me.
Yeah.
Yes. And this chest burster has like arms.
Oh man, this
It was
thing
bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a little bit bigger, and it's just like wah!
It punches out, it's wiggling around.
Yeah.
Puts the hat and the cane and everything.
Hello, my darling. Hello, my baby.
But yeah, I like how they put all of their grenades in one pouch.
Yeah.
That just blows up.
And
all
poor
at
Frost
once.
gets lit up with the with her flamethrower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I said it was ironic that Frost gets lit on fire.
Stay frosty.
But the whole time Gorman's just panicking. And Ripley's like, well, I guess I gotta do it.
How many combat drops? 2, including this
Simulate
one.
it. Yeah.
35 simulated.
Yeah. So she takes control of the APC vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
She's not driving it very well. She's driving into walls. That's not a joke. She's literally driving into walls.
Doesn't it look like the Cybertruck?
It does kind of look like the Cybertruck.
Do you think Elon Musk was like,
stupid fucking
I'm
thing.
gonna make that.
I love aliens.
and not
I
even
love
make
aliens.
it right. Jesus Christ.
Is that how he said it? He's designing. I love aliens.
And then he
He's like
tweeted
sketching it out.
and then he
Here's
tweeted a
Stan
meme
Winston.
from 3 years ago. It's a fucking Elon Musk. I want to make a joke that would have been funny in like 2014. It's like, yeah, it's cool, Elon. Just fuck you.
Fuck him. Sorry, spit on you there. Little
I
acid
would like
spray.
him. I would like him to buy Twitter and fuck him all over, but I know he won't. I know they won't let him. But anyway, so she saves everyone. She drives right through the fucking wall. Poor Drake gets sprayed with
Oh, man.
acid.
Yeah.
Also, something we didn't mention was like Drake and Vasquez like have a thing.
Yeah, they
I
have
like
a
that.
thing. They're into each other.
Yeah, it's cool. You're just too bad.
They're just too bad. Yeah.
Just smacks him in the face.
Were they dating? You think?
Yeah, I think so. They were at least fucking for sure. Anyway,
They were doing something.
they were doing mouth stuff.
They were smooching.
They were smooching. Caught him smooching with his brother.
Holding hands so hard. Ugh.
So he's dead. I like how they put the shotgun in the mouth. And
Oh, man.
Eat this!
Yeah.
And it just backfires.
Eat this!
Ripley gets to kill an alien. This is her second alien, but this is the first one she's killed
Runs it
since
over.
the first one. Yeah.
Gets that Toxic Avenger head crush going on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And totally destroys the APC. Bad move on her part. She should have swerved around it. But yeah, as they're outside, they're like, all right, we're getting out of here. Fuck this. And Burke's like, whoa, I don't think we should leave.
Do you know how much this place costs?
Yeah. And he's like, you want to nuke it from orbit?
Significant dollar value attached
Yeah,
to this.
they also find out that any of the Marines we didn't see die, the ones that were captured, are still alive because
Yeah.
they're going to be cocooned,
Sorry.
and impregnated.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're just like, nah, we're taking off. Hicks is in charge now. Corporal Hicks. And I like
Corporal Hicks versus the aliens.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I like how like even Burke was just like, look, this is a species. We don't have the right to wipe it out. And they're like, fuck you.
I probably would have shot him.
Red
Like,
flag.
"Ah."
How they didn't kill him at some point, especially after what happened.
Well, they were about to, and then they got distracted.
Grease that rat fuck son of a bitch right then and there.
Yeah.
I would've
So,
done it.
so they decide to get out of here, and they call their drop ship. But
Spunkmeyer and Caro.
and that girl, yes,
Ciro, yeah.
turns out there's an alien on board. And again, this scene is very effective and cool. I think done better in Carnosaur 2. When it was the Velociraptor.
Was
I think maybe the miniature of the ship crashing in this is better than the toy helicopter in Carnosaur 2.
Maybe,
but
maybe.
I think the Velociraptor is way scarier than the
sure.
alien.
Mr. Arnold,
Christ.
yeah.
It's literally the same fucking shot. But yeah, they have the cool like rear projection thing where they're running away from the explosion. I like that the ship, it like flips and explodes, and then it goes into the atmosphere place and blows up the inside of it.
It's a weird shot too because it's like a panning shot.
Yeah.
Or like a dolly across.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it looks really good.
Yeah, yeah.
And I like the fact that like everything's practical in this.
Yes. But they got to get out of there because they mostly come at night.
We better get back, because it'll be dark soon, and they mostly come at night. Mostly.
Shut up.
Mostly.
In the commentary, she talks about how her friends make fun of her for that too. Well, as
South Park made fun of it.
As of 2003, when they did the commentary track, she's like, they're still making fun of me for it.
I feel like one of those kids saw it on South Park.
So yeah, I love Hudson's shift from badass to crybaby.
Game over, man. It's game over.
Like it's such it's just like game over, man. And he's just like, yeah, we're dead. Fuck it.
I love how he tries to act all badass, even like during the knife scene or whatever. He's like, yeah, do this. But once like he's involved
like,
in it, all of a sudden he's like, ah!
He can talk the talk. He can't exactly walk the walk.
Exactly walk the walk.
Yes. So anyway,
Sure, Tony.
so they have to come up with a plan. They say it takes 2 weeks to get someone to pick them up, but time is of the essence because they ruptured something in the atmosphere processor and it's gonna blow
In 7 hours or something like that.
Yes, which is not good. So they have a plan to send Bishop out there, but first they gotta like reinforce the area that they're in.
Again, this is a cut scene.
When they're testing out the
All
sentries are in the movie,
yeah,
but when they're setting them up
and stuff, yeah.
with the fire in the hull, which is cool. These guns suck in the video games when you're playing as an alien.
Yeah.
You ever play Alien vs. Predator, the first one, the PC game? The amount of times I've died from these fucking guns.
They're meant to stop you, Tone.
You gotta crawl up on the wall and jump up from behind them and then slash them. It's so fucking annoying.
I think you just suck at games.
Is that why you don't like Alien Isolation? Because you get caught every 2 seconds?
No,
He probably makes the most noise.
Yeah, Alien Isolation's super buggy, okay? That alien is broken. It doesn't work the way it's supposed to.
I've never run into like a huge problem.
Me neither.
I like how if you look at the alien, it's like feet aren't really touching the ground.
Oh, it's moonwalking.
It kind of it looks like it's constantly moonwalking. The one time I was playing it, I think it was with Asa. We were playing one of the movie missions. and like we're peeking through the thing, and just the game disappeared. It's just the alien was walking in space. Just the background completely disappeared. I'm like, well, I guess the alien's just in space.
What were you playing on?
PS4.
I play on PC, so.
I have not played on the PS4 Pro. I guess I will download it again. I haven't played Aliens Fire Elite.
Oh, Fire Elite Team. My buddy got it for me for my birthday, but I fired it up a little bit, but like not big time.
Predator Hunting Grounds was fun.
I didn't play that.
Except playing as the Predator is not fun. But
Go figure. That's why I want to play it.
But then also, like, playing as you think the Predator would is, like, bad for the game. You should just go in guns blazing. And I'm like, well, that's kind of defeating the purpose.
Yeah.
You know what we need? A remake of Concrete Jungle for PS2.
Yes, that'd be fun.
That game fucking rules.
Anyway. So they're setting up the sentries and whatnot. Ripley and Newt have a bonding moment.
I do really like their relationship. It's really cute.
Yeah.
Yes. But I think at this point, she mentioned she had a daughter, right? Or was that later?
I'm sorry. Did you go right to where she puts her in the bed to go to sleep?
Yes, but it's not when she's like napping with her. Like, I mean, yeah.
No, yeah,
it's just the scene.
When she puts her to like go to sleep. Right. That was a cutscene too. I'm pretty sure. Where she
I think that's in the theatrical cut.
When she tells her that she had a daughter.
Yes, because
really?
I swear I remember it in the theatrical cut and being real confused by that just random.
Oh, maybe.
Check the tape. Am I wrong?
Did you ever have a baby?
Yes, I did. I had a little girl.
I like how
Tony is wrong.
Yeah, she'll do it too.
I like how Rebecca's like, is that where babies come from? Like the aliens? And she's like, no. That's different, kid. Shut up. Go to sleep.
But yeah, she gives her the tracker that Hicks gave her.
Mm-hmm. It's not an engagement ring or anything.
No.
It's just a motion tracker.
So I like when they're about to put Bishop in the tube to go all the way to the panel to call the dropship.
Yeah.
He makes a joke and he goes, I'm synthetic, not stupid. Yeah. And then he just goes,
I may be synthetic, but I'm not stupid.
And according to
him laughing?
Cameron was like, what was that? And he's like, oh, I thought it'd be funny if the android realized he made a joke. And he's not sure if it like landed or not. So he has like a weird reaction to it.
So good.
Because no one laughed at it. So he's like, do I laugh? I don't know what to do.
I got a little concerned because the A2s were a bit twitchy. I didn't know what was going on there.
Did you see the behind the scenes still when he was going to have 4 pupils?
No.
So when he's checking out the face.
I've never heard of that. Am I crazy? I guess.
So when he was checking out the face hugger in the microscope and whatnot.
Yeah.
There's that scene where he turns and looks. Or when they originally shot it, it's like he had 2 pupils in each eye to like magnify.
Oh.
Even though he's already looking through
a magnifying
kind of stupid
microscope.
Yeah. So
hello, Bishop. Why do you have 4 fucking pupils?
Why couldn't they just make it like super like?
I don't know, but apparently,
like
if you have the Blu-ray behind the scenes, I think they show a picture of it in one of the behind the scenes thing. They never ended up using it because James Cameron, I think, was like, it's just too scary.
I don't remember that.
Like it's distractingly scary, and they're like, cut it out.
Looks like a goat.
But yeah, he gets in the little pipe, which is claustrophobic as fuck. He's just like,
man, when he gets in there and he's shuffling down the thing.
But yeah, I do like how Hudson's so ready to volunteer Bishop for it. They're like, send him. The sentries effectively scare off the aliens, but they've run out of ammo.
Barely.
Yeah, it took a real long time for the aliens.
C gun down, B gun down.
I love that moment where they're just like, are they whatchamacallit? They're empty, and he's just like, but they don't know that.
Yeah. Or they're like, it's totally empty. We're gonna go up in the fucking ceiling.
So they have a cute moment where Hicks and Ripley are bonding over guns. And apparently Sigourney Weaver is like super liberal and did not like using a gun.
Really?
Did not want to use a gun in the movie. Wanted them not to have guns. And James Cameron was like, well, they're Marines. And she's like, can I not have one? He's like, you're Ripley. You need one. But apparently, according to him, he's in the this is 2003, be a very different commentary track today. But he's making fun of her, like, she's really liberal. He's like, so I took her out shooting and she shot like a Thompson machine gun or whatever.
And she was all
and she was like, this is a lot of fun. And I was like, another liberal bites the dust. I'm like, I don't think James Cameron's going to do a commentary track like that on Avatar 4.
So then what the fuck's his name? I already forgot it. The Terminator. From Terminator Salvation.
Oh, yes. That
anyway.
Anyway.
I was going to make a joke. fucked it up. You know, it happens.
You're not like Bishop. You failed. Joe, a literal robot beat you at making a
Go
joke.
figure.
Gonna do your Twitch.
You just short down. You're like, oh god, I fucked up the joke. So yeah, Ripley goes, and now she's walking super confident with the gun. It's like, you just learned how to use this 5
Girl
seconds
power.
ago.
Leave her alone.
She's got to go save her kid. That's not really her kid.
Yeah, well, she's not even saying that. She's like, all right, she's sleeping under the thing. I'm gonna go nap with her. But when she wakes up,
dun, dun,
also they get 7 hours before this thing blows up. I'm not taking a nap.
Yeah.
I will never be able to, like, hey, a literal nuke's gonna go off. You want to take a nap? No.
It's the whole thing where she's like, it's kind of like bonding with Rebecca and like, oh, I lost my daughter. I didn't even get to
No, I get
enjoy
that, but
Yeah.
not when there's a nuke on the way. So when she wakes up, she sees the tubes with the face hugger. She's like, oh, fuck.
When I think about this scene and like what Burke did,
Yeah.
like he can't, like I see him tiptoeing in and like taking the gun and like putting it out on the thing, and then like taking one of these giant stasis tubes and just like dumping it out
Because they're
And then-
shattered, right?
It's like
Is the glass shattered or is it
no,
just
it's
the
like
lid?
flipped
Yeah,
over
it
with the
just-
top
yeah.
off,
I guess he like unscrewed it and threw them in.
or just like placed it and took the top off.
Oh no, he's not. Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
No, that's how you get face hugged. He definitely like somehow he either shattered one of them or he took the top. He loosened the top and
He
must
probably-
have thrown
yeah,
it
and
in.
And
just
then
went, like,
dumped it over.
Yeah.
And
like
then
he
ran.
had one finger on the button and he like tipped over with his foot and then shut
What
it.
if she had just woken up and just saw
Yeah.
Burke there? Like,
Oops.
like, I think he tried to face hug us, but it got on him instead.
Yeah.
So this is
Wayland's
super-
plans are foiled again.
This is super tense because for some reason the room they're in is soundproof. I don't know why.
Man, it's freaky. And
but
the
yeah.
camera thing.
Oh, that's the worst part. When
Ugh.
they're waving at the camera and Burke turns it off. He's like, yeah, yes. What were you saying?
Yeah, 7 hours.
So that was fun. But she comes up with a good plan to light the fire. The fire alarm
Yeah.
to get them in there.
The sprinkler system.
Yeah.
Yes. The fucking apparently a lot of the face huggers were just like rubber dummies they were throwing around, but they had the one mechanical one that looked awesome.
I'm going to attribute that to Rick Lazzarini
Yes.
to do the animatronics for that, and it's sick. It looks so good. It
Now,
still looks so great.
the scene where it jumps up on the thing and jumps at the camera. So that's it. Mechanical thing. They stopped. They put the rubber dummy on the piece of thing. They shot it in reverse.
Yeah. All the reverse stuff looks good too.
Yes, and then put it back on the thing. No, but then put it on the camera and shot it in reverse to go back to the thing. So that's why when you watch it, if you have a really good eye, you'll see that the water falling down suddenly goes the opposite
Yeah.
way for a couple frames.
They do the same thing when it wraps around her neck too.
Yes, but it works. It's
Yeah,
real effective
it's cool,
reverse
man.
photography.
Love
it's
it.
not like Anaconda with the waterfall that goes in reverse.
Jesus Christ, that fucking movie.
Did you ever see that? There's a scene.
I thought it was
they-
like all CG, except I mean there was there is puppets in it.
No. There's a scene in Anaconda where they needed a shot of the boat leaving the one area that they were in.
Yeah.
But they only had a shot of the boat going into the area. So they
Just reverse it
so
so
they
you
played
see
a
the
reverse
waterfall.
and you
That's
see
not
the
how that works.
see the waterfall going up.
With all the fucking shitty CG in that movie, they couldn't like fix that.
What are you gonna do? So yeah, they come in, they kill the face huggers. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Jesus, kid, watch out! They confront Burke, and they're about to kill him.
Yeah.
She's basically like, yeah, he was going to impregnate us, put us into cryosleep, and he was going to eject all your pods.
Yeah, he was gonna sabotage you all
Yes.
and slip in the xenomorph unbeknownst to everybody else through
Yes.
quarantine inside of us.
Yes,
I don't think Burke knows the gestation period of these things.
I guess he assumes the cryo thing would also freeze their gestation.
But they also need to. It's a gamble. It's a hell of
He's
a gamble.
not the smartest guy, Joe.
He's ready to take a risk, that's for sure.
He's a go-getter. He's just not very bright.
Yeah, if I was Ripley, I would have taken the gun and been like, all right, let's go.
he also
they're about
did
to-
like murder an entire
Like-
colony.
Well, that's
He's
yeah.
also
Oh yeah,
like
that's
saying what happened and everything. I wouldn't even have explained. I would
No.
just take the gun and be
that's
like,
right. That's right.
"Screw
She
you."
tells him, she's like, oh yeah, he sent them out there to
Yeah, I would have
investigate
just
the ship.
shot him and then been like, oh, I did this because.
Well, they want. She wants to bring him back to like nail him for like conspiracy and shit like that.
I don't know.
That's
who's-
not gonna happen.
I don't know who's worse, Burke.
I would have been pew pew.
I don't know who's worse, Burke. You or the goddamn things. You don't see,
See
them
them fucking each other over for a percentage. And then meanwhile in the back, you're like, yeah. So anyway, can we talk about the stocks here? These two xenomorphs.
There's just one alien that just doesn't really like the other. I I feel like I deserve to eat more brains this week.
He wears
and here's
glasses
why.
on his no eyes.
He has a freaking newspaper.
However, the aliens are a little bit smarter in this because they're able to cut the power.
How could they cut the power, man? They're animals.
I mean, they have some level of intelligence.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see like what a xenomorph does when it's alive for like years.
Well,
what it
maybe
can do.
because it's like insinuated that they're also telepathic in this too.
Yes.
Maybe what if it's just climbing and it like hit one of the power cords and just went out by accident?
Well, I feel like it's like, you know how like a cat and dog can figure out how to open a door.
Well, sure.
They understand the mechanics of it, even if they can't physically do it.
Yeah, Ellie the door locks. Yes.
Yes, it's like much like the Velociraptors. Just imagine like a smarter alien. They're like, oh, I bet if we cut.
I was talking about Carnosaur 2.
Oh, right, Carnosaur 2. Obviously, they cut the power in Carnosaur 2
with literal scissors.
Anyway, Carnosaur 2 review, Patreon. So where are we at here? Yes, the lights go off. The aliens are coming. They got the motion tracker, but they're inside the room.
It's reading right, man. Look.
I love this part.
Did you know what
so
was going to
good.
happen the first time you saw this?
I thought they were like underneath or something. I wasn't thinking about
They
above.
technically are.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
but
everywhere.
yeah, I remember like when he first like looks up and has the flag, and they're just all there.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I-
oh god,
I
That
love
stinger?
that shot.
Yeah.
Oh.
yes,
So good.
and just real easy shot. Just put the camera upside
Flip.
down.
Yep.
There you go.
Crawling on the pipes.
So yeah, they're running in. They're shooting everything. Poor Hudson dies.
Fuck you, man.
Rest in peace, Hudson. Burke locks them all out.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a case of what would Tony do? And it's like, oh yeah, I'm locking you all motherfuckers
An
behind.
asshole.
He would, wouldn't he? Like,
He
he would
would.
have the
No, he
chance.
would.
right?
Listen, he has two groups trying to kill him right now. Which one? What would you do? I'm gonna lock them
Well,
all in.
Under those circumstances, yeah. Sure.
Yes. He literally has no one to help him. He is the most.
I also would not be in that situation because I'm not an asshole.
That's true.
Wow.
The whole reason that all of them
Maybe
are there
you don't
is
care about the company, Johanna, but I bleed blue. All right. Arm
the working classes.
What did I tell you about your Garfield politics? All right. Anyway,
Did you see my shirt?
That's the best kind of politics, yeah.
so yeah, they're
What was he
shooting
going to say to Bishop, right? Oh, they all died. I don't know. Bishop's like, okay, Mr. Burke. Let's go back to Wayland now.
I'm gonna reset your brain,
Yeah.
Bishop. Okay. So
Tell me some of those jokes, Bishop.
I like that. I like that when Burke locks them all out, there's an alien in the elevator,
It's
grabs
so
them. Oops. And it's presumed he dies there, but there was something cut out that didn't make it into any version.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The Burke cocoon scene?
Yes, actually. You guessed it. So then they all get
And they shoot him in the head?
they all get into the air duct because now like the elite army has gotten their ass kicked and now the little girl has to lead them to safety.
Well,
That's how
just
fast-
put her in charge.
and she effectively does become in charge.
Yeah.
Because the reason she's called Newt is because she can like crawl around in these air ducts because the kids were playing in the air ducts and like a little lizard, she was able to get everywhere. That's where she got the
Spider.
nickname.
I
And
guess
of course,
Newt's cuter than Spider, I guess.
yes,
Or some other
James
name.
Cameron pointed this out. Air ducts in movies are always so big. They don't look like that. I think there was
It's a
one movie.
Future air duct.
Yeah.
I think it was one movie.
Bigger.
I think it was Wrongfully Accused, the Leslie Nielsen parody of The Fugitive, where they try to do the Mission Impossible scene and he's in the air duct, and I think he's like all frozen. He's got trash on him. I think it's that movie.
The air ducts in Double Dragon are like 8 foot by 8 foot.
And they're always so clean in
I was
movies.
gonna say, where are the cobwebs?
Yeah,
Like,
where's the dust?
Or
and
all the
everything?
dirt blowing through there.
Yeah, like,
I mean, Die Hard's kind of accurate.
I guess. It's
Yeah.
they got the size accurate, but it's
Yeah.
still bright and shiny.
Oh, yeah.
But
Because it
anyway.
looks cool when you bounce light off of it.
Yes. So yeah, they get attacked. Vasquez gets attacked by an alien. She shoots the alien in the face, but it is not Jeanette Goldstein's hand because she didn't know how to use a handgun. Because apparently in England you don't really have a lot of handguns. Yeah. So
Okay.
she didn't know how to effectively shoot the handgun. She got the recoil wrong.
Oh.
So producer Gail Hurd, who had plenty experience shooting handguns, she's actually the stand-in for the one close-up when they're shooting the alien. In
Is
the
it
head.
her foot, too?
Yes.
Oh, that's
she like
interesting.
wore the outfit for the close-up. But yeah, her and Gorman die together.
I like that
it
scene,
was,
too.
yeah, it was very cute.
You always were an
It's like-
asshole, Gorman.
Yeah. You got my boyfriend, husband killed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess they make amends.
Yeah, so they die.
I did like, and then they're like putting their hands on each other.
Yeah, it's good. You
was
get
like,
that
"Aw."
alien come in and just.
Yes, and then Newt gets separated from them. She falls down this other like air duct
What
wheel.
is that? Yeah,
I guess
wheel.
it's to circulate the air.
I thought
Yeah.
she was gonna get like crushed.
Yeah.
I was supposed to be like, holy shit.
But yeah, she falls down into like the sewer, I guess. And they have to go find her. They're using the tracker. They find her, but they got to cut through the metal. And
I
it's
love
super tense.
the
Yeah.
scene
Yes.
of the alien coming out. Oh my god,
it's really creepy.
With the tail
when
and everything?
Yeah, when I think of this movie, I think of that specific
Yeah.
shot.
Because it's so creepy. It just comes out.
Yeah.
And it's like a really great effect, except for you watch it on Blu-ray and you're like, there's the string for the tail.
Shut up!
Just watch it
Oh
on
my
Blu-ray.
God.
Like, it's barely there. You really got to look for
No,
it.
it's funny. Cameron is the one who points it out in the commentary. or no, I think Stan Winston does.
Yeah.
Stan Winston points it out.
It was cool, man.
Maybe there was just a string there.
Could be.
Maybe that alien.
From the air duct.
It was hanging down.
But yeah, I like when they find the doll head and the eyes close.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, that's creepy.
Dark.
But she's not dead. Because they cocoon you sometimes when the script calls for it.
Depends.
And other-
She didn't get a tongue rocketed through her
no,
skull.
she didn't get the tongue rocketed through her head. The pilot got the tongue rocketed through
big
her head.
time, yeah.
So yeah, they're just like, we gotta save her. It's like, we gotta get the fuck out of here, lady.
I believe you. She's alive. Can
Yeah.
we go now?
They get in the elevator and Hicks gets attacked by an alien.
That's a good one,
and the
too.
acid gets on him.
Yeah.
So we get rid of our hero.
No, we didn't. She's still there.
Nah, movie's woke now.
She's literally been the one.
Joe, I'm trying to be a successful neckbeard on YouTube. We have to call
That's
it.
right.
You don't even
I
have
forgot.
a neck beard.
I
need-
shaved this morning.
Needs more views.
Well, you can't be a successful neckbeard because you have a girl who's super liberal with colored hair. All I'm missing
Crystal's
is
not here.
I'm just missing the nose piercing.
I'm sure it's on its
I got
way.
the winged eyeliner on. Like,
I'm sure it's on its way.
I don't want to have a metal
So-
booger.
They get up to the top. They get Bishop, and he's like, "We're ready to leave." She's like, "We're not leaving." He's like, "We're not."
How much time?
Plenty. 26 minutes.
We're not leaving!
We're not?
At no point does he go, "Where's everyone else?"
That's what I'm saying. Brooke would have came up and he was like, "We're leaving." He's like, "Okay, come on in, kiddo."
So they're gonna go fly to the hive. I'd be out.
I'd be like, fuck y'all.
And they like go. He goes into it. Like you have to get in there.
yeah. Well, they can't go in the other way. The ship blew up the other way.
I know.
So they take the second drop ship. They go in there, and it looks like hell.
Yeah, it's
Just
really cool.
fire and everything.
It's really awesome.
All the electricity is from some other movie. I forget the
Terminator?
name. Well, it was no. Actually, the electricity was used in Terminator, but even that electricity came from another movie. So
Did it
they're like
well-
recycling the electricity effects.
They're really getting the money out of that roto.
Yeah. Which happens. There's plenty of movies that recycle effects, but I mean, it's a good cost-effective way. They're like,
Big
I already
time.
have this
If it
electricity.
works, it works.
If
Yeah.
it works.
It's not even like specific. You know what I mean? So
it's just random electricity
Yeah.
other places. So yeah, they go in there, and the extended cut. This is where you get the what's your name? My name's Ellen. Or she's like, good luck,
Yeah.
Hick, or I'll be back, Hicks. And he's like,
Dwayne, The Rock Johnson Hicks.
And she's like, Ellen. And they cut that out of the theatrical
I
cut.
thought it's a sweet scene, and I like that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
because you're like, wow, I have a good feeling about those two. I bet they get married.
They
in the
totally do.
sequel.
They're gonna have kids. They're gonna go back to Earth. They're gonna adopt Newt. They're gonna have Bishop running around like some kind of weird
You know,
half
it's funny.
dog.
So the Aliens comics, when
Yeah.
they came out,
Yeah.
they're all about Newt, Hicks, and Ripley and whatnot. But then Alien 3 came out, and they had to reprint them. A newly updated Dark Horse comic, Aliens Library Edition, and that one says updated to fit the 20th Century Fox film canon.
Why?
They went back and they re-edited the things.
I know, but why?
So
bother?
suddenly Newt turned into a different character and Hicks was someone else. And then Ripley, who's in the comics, is like a robot Ripley. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you're gonna, well, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, so she goes into the hive and it's just her with a machine gun tied to a flamethrower. And it's awesome.
Oh, yeah, it's awesome.
So good.
This is where Burke would have come back. And he would have been cocooned.
Ripley, please help
They would have gotten him there pretty goddamn fast and cocooned pretty fast. But apparently she gives him a grenade and then leaves, and later on in the scene you hear the explosion. Like, that was it.
I'd be like, nah, suffer.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
But, I mean, that makes sense to cut it. You just assume he died, or even if he is Cocoon, he's going to die anyway.
I like the idea that he got face punched by the little mouth.
But yes, we get to see an egg finally, because I don't think we've seen like a full-on egg. Maybe we saw like open ones.
Not in this movie yet.
Not in this movie.
Yeah,
But
this
we
is the
see an
first
egg.
one.
First
we
time you
see
see
an
it.
egg open. I think we had seen a couple open ones in an earlier scene. But yes, the
I don't think so.
I don't remember.
No, she finds
unless
the
it's like
hive
in
here.
the background where you're like,
well, they were in the hive earlier when they first went to the
No,
thing.
but she finds the brood chamber, if you will.
Okay.
Also, that scene was cut when Vasquez talks to Hudson about the bees, man. Bees
Oh
have
yeah,
hives.
the discussion about a queen, but you kind of get it.
I know.
But yes, we see the egg, and I don't think the lips are thick enough on the egg. What do you think?
I agree.
They're pretty succulent, though.
They're pretty thin. They're pretty thin.
No, yeah.
I want more thick lips.
They're a little too red on the inside.
What the fuck?
Yeah. They're just a different color than the
Loud
green.
when you slapped yourself.
They're all pink on the inside, too.
Also, like, well, this one doesn't look pink enough. That's my thing. Also, did you notice the face huggers now have fingernails? I thought that was weird. Yeah,
do they?
Yeah, they have fingernails.
Oh.
If you look at in the scene where they're being attacked, they legit just have big fingernails coming
I mean,
off
it makes
of
sense to like latch on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, good lord.
So why is it in the first movie the face huggers just launched out, and then in this movie they're all slowly coming out of the egg? It's like
They just woke up.
Yeah, they're tired.
You know what they should have done? They should have all jumped out at once, and then it could have went to slow motion, like in Alien versus Predator.
I hate that fucking scene, dude.
You don't like the flying vagina scene in Alien versus Predator?
No.
Vagina? What are you talking about?
Anyway, so she rescues
On the inside.
So
They
she
gotta
rescues
spread first.
she rescues Newt from the aliens, and Sigourney Weaver sliced her hand open on that goo.
On the goo?
Because it's like glass, the thing that she was in. So yeah, so she's running away.
Oh,
They shoot an alien.
fiberglass.
The best part for the rest of the scene where she's carrying Newt, it's so fun if you look really close because they switch to a wooden dummy. But sometimes they show Newt's hand for too long. You can tell it's just not it's this weird, like mutated wooden clump of a hand.
The reveal of the queen, though,
Yes,
is just so
It's
fucking
so
cool.
good.
It's
The
this,
jaw like drops
Yeah.
out at the
dude,
bottom.
it's like this. It's like and again like this with her huge crown and her huge
Yeah,
legs
so-
that are on the ass end.
So the queen, the queen effect, it's every effect that was available at the time except for stop motion.
Yeah,
Even the scene later on that looks like stop motion is not stop motion.
I know it's a big giant puppet.
Yes. So, she gets into the thing. She sees the egg sac. Now, the part of the egg sac is a miniature. Cuts back to Ripley, and then
Yeah.
it cuts back to a part of the egg sac that was built. So the alien queen is two guys in a suit back to back. One's doing the little arm, one's doing the big arm. Like, here we go. We have it here.
Yeah. Also, this is one of my favorite figures too because
Yes.
this is the first one to incorporate the head moving like with the
It's better
crown
than
of
the
head.
first figure they put out. With
Yeah,
looks like
I
that.
mean-
you know what I want?
Yeah.
I want them to come out with heels exactly like that.
Yes.
I would wear the shit out of them.
I feel like I've seen like some kind of Giger inspired.
I've seen sunglasses and I've
Yeah.
seen actual like clothing. I have not. Why is that not a thing?
I love how both of us have the alien
We
queen.
brought the
and
same stuff to
and
the
we
set.
both don't have the egg sac that came with the toy. Anyway, so it's two.
Send us the hive.
So it's two people back to back. It's an hydraulic head. And then it's being supported by like a crane to move them around.
Yeah.
And then the legs are like rod puppets and stuff.
Yeah.
It's every single
It's-
thing available at the
It's
time.
incredible.
And again, it's constantly cutting back between like a miniature, practical effect, full size effect, and it's pretty seamless. Probably like maybe two shots that look awkward, and that's it.
I mean, if
but
you wanted
yeah,
to split hairs.
I love the scene where they're staring at each other, and again because the effects are so good in this that the wooden Newt really stands out. It's really just the scene where Ripley's slowly moving because then I look at the hand and I'm like, there's no fingernails on that. It's like peeling. Like, what the fuck is going on with Newt?
You don't know what they did to that little girl's hand?
But
That
anyway.
almost just spilled all over me.
Oh my god.
Because there's okay. Can we do this?
You can just put it down.
Yeah.
You can just put it down. So, the queen takes her head out of her head. So she has a head come out of her crown and then a mouth come out of the head.
It's awesome.
Great.
But I love that they have like this stalemate because like the aliens come out and then she like points the flamethrower at the eggs and like the queen's like, okay.
and then she tells the other one,
Yeah,
like,
she,
back
like-
the fuck
Yeah.
off, and you see
She
them
tells
start
the
to
other
creep
ones
back.
to leave,
I
like-
love that when they creep into it, and then they creep back out. I
Yeah.
was like, oh, that's
Like,
a good shot.
Okay, we'll leave.
The fucking face she makes when like she's like, all right, see, I called them off, and then the eggs start opening, and she's just like,
But we were joking. It's like, did the queen try to like get one on her and open that
Big
egg?
time.
Or was it the face huggers just like, there's a person? And the queen's like, get the fuck, stop it.
get back in your.
Hi, I'm gonna face hug you. Oh God, we're all on fire.
Mom.
But I love that Ripley looks at her like, all right, you broke the truce.
Yeah.
Fuck you. It's like
Flames it up.
fire.
But
Shoots
she
a bunch-
lights everything. Why couldn't
She goes a
kill
little overboard.
Yeah.
She goes, you don't have to waste all your grenades. She goes over. It's all about to blow up anyway.
I love it though because she's just popping these grenades in the big
Yeah,
royal
but then
sack.
this is why the queen's like, all right, bet. I'm going to kill you and your child too.
And it's actually this scene where you see Ripley in the bottom and then the rear projection of the queen. That's the one that looks a little
That's a little dodgy. When this thing rips its ass from the sack, that always freaked me out as a kid.
Because like when I first saw this, I'm like, is it gonna carry that fucking sack around with it? I'm like, it's detachable. I'm like, that's awesome.
Well, she can also like drop the legs too, because there's like extra legs that I guess
No,
moves it around.
I don't think those are legs. I think those are just like, I think it's like the goo, whatever they use to build their hive.
Oh,
it's
is
just
it?
to
You think?
support
Oh,
the sack.
the sack. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like extra.
I think
legs.
she sits. It's like a throne that she sits on.
Gotcha.
I did enjoy the yolk from the eggs pouring out of her, by the way. I was like, ew, that's so gross.
That was like, and that was a miniature. It's actually cool. They so the miniature that falls down when she falls down.
Yeah.
They have like a mirror behind her that's reflecting like a full size fire that's offset to make it look like there's a fire behind this miniature. Like it's so incredible how
It's
they
so
did all
good.
of it. Some of the shots of the rod puppet like walking down the hallway, like the arms are a little too wonky with it.
I like
It's
it.
Wah, wah. It's just weird when like the alien, the full size.
It does when it's like.
Yeah,
It's the bottom legs that get me. I
Yeah.
don't care about the arms so much, it's her actual
Yeah,
legs.
it's just the full size aliens like, and then it cuts to the miniature. It's like, bop, 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 bop.
I got no strings on it.
So Ripley gets in the elevator. She takes off. You think everything's fine. Yeah. But then I love the queen sees the elevator and does a little smile like, I'll get in there. Now, I assume, we don't see this, but I assume it's like cockroaches and she can like contract her body to fit in there.
She's pretty thin when you look at her.
Yeah, if you actually look at her, she's like, and
Yes,
some parts are like broken
especially
apart.
Yeah, especially that figure itself. It shows you how thin all those pieces
But
are.
you have the spikes and the big head, and how I know that she can't fit in the elevator.
Maybe she just rolled in a little ball.
Yeah.
And it was just
how,
like,
how I
"Whee!"
know she can't fit in the elevator is because the scene where she comes out of the elevator, they had to break the back of the elevator and put black fabric because they couldn't fit her in.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
who knows?
They don't want to break it.
Yeah.
But I love the fake out. This is the
Tony, it's been like 2 years.
Oh God, what happened?
she kept forgetting the word fake out and kept saying deep fake. You're worse than Crystal and her character Arch.
That was literally 2 years ago.
That was not 2 years
It was
ago.
like a year ago.
By the way, the Tank Girl episode, we filmed it late and she just kept getting.
I was here.
Yeah, she kept getting everything wrong, and I had to
Oh,
keep
man.
correcting her. I was like correcting her grammar throughout the whole thing. Anyway,
Sure, it was a fun time.
she was like, "Yeah, it's recarnated." I'm like, "Yes, Crystal, it's recarnated."
Leave her alone.
Anyway, so I like the scene where she goes out and Bishop's not there, and she's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you son of a bitch! God damn it, Bishop!"
Bishop! God damn you!
And it's cruel when the alien's coming out of the, because you don't see her
So
at
awesome.
first, and she
No.
comes out. And I like the whole like close your eyes, baby. We're
Yeah.
either gonna get nuked or eaten. I'm not sure which one.
Hopefully we explode first.
Yeah, but it's okay. Bishop's there.
My favorite thing about the ending of this movie is when the timer said 15 minutes. It literally was exactly 15 minutes.
Really? Was it?
Yeah, and both cuts too.
Oh,
Gotta
wow.
love that.
I love it when they do stuff like
appreciate
that. I'm just
that.
like, oh yes.
No, I like it when they screw stuff up like that. When the clock is constantly.
No,
hate it.
I hate
like
it.
that.
Bothers
I like
me.
Star Trek 5.
I'll count it out like as I'm watching the movie. Like
No,
when
no,
they
no,
don't
no.
show it.
I like Star
Like,
Trek.
oh, there's a timer.
Yeah.
Set.
You're dead. You're dead.
My favorite is Star Trek 5 when they're shooting up the shaft and
Oh.
you see the numbers on the levels and it's like level 5, level 20, level 6, level 15. It's just a different level.
Batman Forever when Dick Grayson's pushing out the bomb.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's dead.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because it's way too late. Anyway. So yeah, they get out of there. We hear the famous music. So James Horner did all the music for this. James Cameron didn't like how he edited the music to the movie. He didn't like how he was using the music.
Okay.
He had to come up with this last final thing in like a day. Like
it's one of the most iconic pieces
I know,
of
that's
music.
the ironic thing.
Yeah.
It's like it's something he threw together and it became the most iconic. But yeah, when the movie came out, like James Horner did not like how his music was used and was very, very upset about it despite being nominated for an Oscar for it. And it wasn't until Titanic they got together again. James Cameron's just like, yeah, we had to have like a meeting to make sure we didn't fight again. We had a system we worked on. They were more mature at that point.
I mean, James Cameron was dealing with a lot of shit on the production of this movie.
But it's also, it reminds me of like Ennio Morricone hates how Quentin Tarantino uses his music. But when I see the movie, I'm like, I feel like he's using it fine.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, they have it in their head. And
Artist interpretation, for sure.
They have trouble separating from their babies, I guess.
Well, it's also a thing too, like they scored it specifically to those scenes and that like spoke to them that way.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So
yes. So they get out of there. They escape the explosion, which is a light bulb and cotton balls.
Looks great.
It looks great. It looks great. And they make it on the ship, and I always turn the movie off here.
Yeah, it's the end.
Yeah, it's the
Anything
end.
happen?
They just go to sleep.
Yeah.
They go to sleep? Okay. Whatever.
Jonesy's somehow there. No.
Yeah, Jonesy lives.
We did it.
I want to make Jonesy's tale. That's going to be my
I feel like that's a thing. A comic.
My favorite is the fake poster of Sigourney Weaver with the cat. It's just like Alien. It looks like a romantic comedy. You ever see that?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to just get that frame. Just Alien. No. So they get to the ship. Bishop gets stabbed by the queen.
He gets the harpoon through the chest,
Yes,
man.
the queen who can fit inside the leg of the ship. Again, it's like cockroaches. I bet they could just contort.
It's fine.
How the fuck she get in there? We saw that thing take off. I don't know how fast she got in there.
Also, like, I don't know if the crown is big enough to fit in a certain way. She'd have to like, go sideways.
Yeah, I don't know how
It folds. It's like a fan.
Oh, maybe.
I don't think so.
Oh. All sucks in.
It's a cool scene, and this is a fatality you can do in Mortal Kombat 10.
Yes.
You can call the queen to kill your guy at the... Look at the fucking microphones. So yeah, Bishop is split in half.
It's so good. It's not just split in half.
Yes.
Milks
like
everywhere.
Which curdled.
He just
and
drank
he was
a
not
gallon
happy
of
about
it, and he's spewing it up, and the queen just grabs both sides and just rips him in half, and he flies across the screen.
Flies across, and
So good.
The cutting between like just the prop flying around and him is really good.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Not like the previous one.
no, not like Ash's head.
The jump cut.
Yeah, God.
In the middle of the scene.
Yes, just cut to something else. Anyway,
Yeah, exactly.
So the queen gets out of the ship, and it's awesome because it is the full size puppet
Yeah.
coming out of the ship.
I love how she breathes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They basically did like a lot of the audio, James Cameron and whatnot, like in their living room with like synthesizers and whatnot.
I believe it.
It was very
Saving a buck.
Gail Hurd said it was basically like a home movie for us.
I think that's why I love it so much.
Yeah. So Ripley gets Newt underneath the floor grates and she runs to where the power loaders are and cut to the dummy alien queen running around
With her big wonky legs.
Yeah, the walking's her slamming the head on the wall is pretty
So good.
awesome. That's cool. It's really creepy when Newt is underneath the floor grates and you just see the queen from the top.
Yeah,
like that
like
scene
looking
always
at her.
creeps me out.
Yeah.
And everything is happening so fast. I don't know how she had time to lay an egg somewhere on the ship.
Maybe she was doing that when she was all crouched up. There was one left. Oh, she
Well, what-
contorted herself.
Wait,
I
wait,
got it. She contorted herself and it fucking shot one right out of there, rocketed it right out onto that
What I was
ship.
going to say, when they show Hicks, when he's like, because Hicks is asleep for this whole scene. Is he already
covered in
Is he
acid.
already bandaged up?
He's all wrapped up. He's
Okay.
probably got sedatives on
so
him and
they
everything.
must have been parked for a while.
Sure.
So I guess while they're bandaging him up, she's probably like, ran around.
Sorry, do that. Do that again.
It went. She went. And then walked and put it underneath the floor grate and then
Gotcha.
And then was like, I don't know where to hide. Where did I come in? All right.
I love when Newt's under
That's
the
an
thing.
Alien 3 setup.
I love when Newt's under the grates and she's ripping off the
Yeah.
all
She's
the
like
grates.
shoving her hand under
Yeah.
her, trying to grab her.
And this giant arm like rockets in and like tries to grab her. Now I was,
Joe. Those fingers did not bend.
no, okay.
The arm
went like that.
flops.
No, it's just like this. It's just like
It made me think because Steve Wang is part of Stan Winston's shop because he also did Predator as well. But in the Guyver at the end, when David Gale turns into the Zoalord, those hands look awfully familiar.
Yeah.
They could be reused. I don't know.
This is the second time we've mentioned the Guyver on the show, and I want to point out that friend of the show, Clayton Fioriti, just did a review of the Guyver. So check that out.
That's awesome.
Beat us to it.
We've also done 1 and 2 on Movie Dumpster. So how do you like those alien eggs?
So everyone's reviewed the Guyver except for Hack the Movies is what I'm getting out of this.
It's awesome.
Oh, Johanna, we're going to review the Guyver tomorrow, and it's going to be like, my friend Joe said this about the movie. Well, my friend Clayton said this about the movie. Do you agree? Yeah, I agree. There's the review.
Yep.
Anyway.
Patreon exclusive.
Yes.
So the power loader comes out.
I had to stretch my leg because my knee pops. Yeah.
So
You've had me sitting here for like 2 freaking hours. My butt hurts.
Hey, you're the one who took a break to call James Cameron.
He called me.
That's right. Anyway, why didn't he call the store?
Why would he call you?
So
direct to me.
He doesn't have your landline.
Yeah.
The power loader gets revealed in this cool shot. Well, not revealed, but
Mine's
reintroduced. Better. Yes, yours is a lot better. And we get the classic line.
Get away from her, you bitch!
And Harry Potter ripped it off.
Apparently,
Molly Weasley, she's like, not my daughter, you bitch.
I don't know.
Rowling steals from everything, man.
Yeah.
Like Troll, the movie Troll. Yeah,
The Worst Witch.
The Worst Witch.
And she didn't even steal the best part, which was Tim Curry
singing.
J.K. Rowling, terrible novelist, great tweeter, terrible novelist. But anyway, let's get back to this. So we get the cool fight scene.
Yeah.
And
awesome.
again, you got the big hydraulic alien, you got the guy in the suit, it's mixing between miniatures and whatnot.
These are two gigantic practical things fighting each other.
So when you film like miniature stuff, you shoot at a higher frame rate and play it back slower because it needs to have weight.
Like Godzilla.
Reenact.
Oh, there you go.
I don't have one that's to scale to this.
I think that's
No,
none of them are.
Anyway, oh god.
Oh, she literally bitch slapped him.
So, you shoot things slow motion. And at this point, they had a camera that had like a system where you can change the frame rate while you're shooting. So that's how you get like the miniature moves slow, but then the tail like whips real quick.
Yeah.
So they're constantly cranking.
They're cranking like in the middle of it?
Yes.
Oh my god, that's
yes.
That would be nerve-wracking.
Yes.
To crank
Especially
back and
with
forth.
film.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just an awesome fucking fight. And then Ripley gets the idea to open up the airlock. Pretty risky. No one's tied down. Newt's just out and about. Bishop is still on the floor. I would have been like, I would have told Newt to like go to another room on the ship.
Well, she was underneath the floor.
Yes, but if you're gonna do the airlock, I'd be like, Newt, go literally anywhere else. Get the fuck out of here.
I think she just panicked. Like, what was she gonna do?
Yeah, that's true. Well, that should have just left Newt on the planet then. Anyway, so she opens up the airlock, and I like when she like whips the alien queen around and drops her down.
When they go down, it's like, oh,
down
man.
together.
Yeah. However,
wait, did it ruin the movie for you?
Much like Terminator,
yes.
James Cameron and his goddamn light continuity. We see the orange light on the top. They make a point to show a close-up of this orange light being shattered. And then literally the next scene is just fine. It's fine throughout the rest of the scene.
Whatever.
Just like the lights in the truck of the Terminator,
I know.
which we mentioned in Worst Terminator. Tom pointed that out.
Well, Michael Biehn went back in time and fixed the light on top of the power loader after it fell.
It's true.
I'm surprised we don't get one cutaway to like Hicks in the ship, just like with his arms like blow, because he's still tied down. And, like, when the air,
or like he's being like slowly like.
He's on the
You see the bandages starting to like slowly peel off.
But I like that Bishop has to grab Newt.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Queen grabs the thing as they go down. Ripley gets out. The Queen's crushed and trying to get out. And then as Ripley gets up, the Queen grabs her leg as she's opening the final airlock door.
Takes one of those cool Reeboks with her.
Yes, which they made recently.
If you want to buy them for $4,000, sure.
Yes. Remember they were only going to make them for men at first?
Yeah.
And I'm
I was like, are you kidding me? Like,
it's like, I get it. Because men buy more of this shit than women do.
There's people that collect shoes.
But those are women's, like, they're specifically a woman's shoe. Like,
I would wear them.
I would wear them too.
Yeah.
It's just weird, but it's like, come on, guys, you got to maybe don't make as many, but you got to throw the ladies something.
Yeah.
If you're gonna make them, just make a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I don't know. That pissed me off.
Whatever. I'm not gonna wear them.
I would if I could afford them.
If I could afford them, I would 100% wear those.
The bug stompers,
Do I
man.
look like the kind of guy who would dress up like something from a movie?
Huh.
Remember when we talked about Dune?
I wish I could be like, look, and I got the shoes too.
Oh, hold on. Oh, my breathing's really bad here. Okay. Still have the nose plugs from Dune. Go back and watch our Dune episode. Oh god, that just made my nose itchy.
Oh god.
Anyway, so how they did this, they just put the set sideways. So the alien queen is just standing up, but the way it's shot, it looks like it's going down a hole.
Yeah.
And they have big black fabric in the back. But yeah, she kicks the alien queen out. And somehow the vacuum of space does just not rip Ripley up and suck her out also.
Well, because there's still air like going past her.
I don't think that's how that works.
I'm pretty sure, right?
I don't think that's how that works.
Even I was like,
No, this is a little movie magic here.
Okay, I don't know.
I mean,
I never been to fucking
oh, the
space.
Alien Resurrection, whenever she was being sucked.
Yeah, Alien
Tiny
Resurrection,
hole.
they were all about to get sucked out of a tiny hole.
Well, this is also true. And then one of them does.
Yeah. So anyway, she escapes. The queen gets blown out into space. Do you ever? You think
She gives her the finger when she
Yeah,
flies away?
it's like
You think the
Leprechaun.
queen ever runs past the other alien? You think they ever were like, oh, hi?
Probably.
Did someone make something out of that?
I don't know. Maybe.
Also,
if not, you should.
How it should have ended might have done that.
Uh-huh.
I didn't mean to steal that joke if you did it.
If the alien
Yeah, we
skin...
don't steal jokes here.
We don't.
No, that's very rude.
Yes.
Yes, but keep going.
If the alien's, I don't know, skin, you want to call it, exoskeleton, is impervious to the acid that's inside of these things, would it or would it not burn up in the orbit of some planet?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Like
sure it burned up.
entering.
Yeah.
You
They
think
would
so?
burn
The
up.
atmosphere?
That's way hotter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would. Fucking
I don't know.
giant solid rocks burn up in the atmosphere.
I'm just saying, it could
No,
happen.
it's-
Hey, it could happen, Mick World. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying. No, it's not surviving entry into an atmosphere.
It gets lonely out in space, though, right?
Jason X didn't survive burning up in the atmosphere.
Yes, he did.
Oh, right, in the comics.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a great movie.
A lot of similarities to aliens, I believe. So yeah, they launch the alien queen out. Everyone's happy. Ripley's in underwear, but not sexy underwear. No, I'm gonna save that joke for Alien 3. Yes, and she's like, "Yep, you're gonna have dreams the whole way home."
Well, she asked if she's
Can
gonna
I?
be able
Yes.
Can I dream?
And she's like, "Yes, you can dream the whole way home."
You can dream about me and your fake mom and your fake
to
dad.
dream
Yes.
about drowning.
Yeah, you can dream of drowning.
Oh my God, Newt's dream, right? And she's just like drinking water in the dream the whole time.
So yeah, and then they take off.
I love how Bishop, she doesn't put him back together. She just takes his upper half and like puts him in a fucking Ziploc and puts him right in there.
They never put them back together.
Nope. He's like 3PO in the fucking backpack.
Yeah. So yeah, they just go to hypersleep and they go to sleep and they take off and we don't see him again for a few more years.
Yeah, kick up that Horner score, man. It's awesome.
Till another film. And that was Aliens. Do you like Aliens?
I love Aliens.
That's woke. No, Aliens is great.
Yeah.
I know there are people now who don't like it because they think the queen ruins the mystery and turning it into bugs when the alien could have been something more complicated. And I understand that and I get that. But like I said earlier, out of all the sequels you could have got, this is a good one to have.
Yeah, but that's just birthed out of things that Ridley Scott was saying when Prometheus and Covenant were coming out.
Maybe, yeah.
And then somebody be like, "Oh, well, Ridley Scott's the master filmmaker, and it's his baby," and blah blah blah. It's like he didn't want to even come back to direct the fucking sequel. And in retrospect, he's like, "Yeah, I should have did that because it was a really fucking box office success." Yeah.
But yeah, it worked out really, really well. It's a nice, solid movie.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
With all of the things going on behind the scenes, it's incredible
How good it turned out.
how good
yeah.
it turned out, and it, on a shoestring budget, it seems.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, for a Hollywood film.
Yeah, this and the next one have like really complicated productions. Alien had a complicated pre-production, but
Yeah.
I feel like when they were filming, things were relatively okay.
They also didn't expect it to do as well as it did.
Yes.
You know?
But like this one, like all the obstacles you had to overcome and all the people you had to fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. And just the constant headache on set every day. Like,
Yeah, and then it did great stuff for like sci-fi and horror. I mean, I don't give a shit about awards, but It was nominated
for a
shit.
bunch. Yeah.
She got nominated for Best Actress in the film. Did she win or she just nominated?
That I don't know. I don't keep up with that kind of shit. But I can tell you that everything in this film still looks amazing, and all the performances hold up really well.
Yes.
It's just it's just like such a good sci-fi action movie, like one of the best ever made. So
yeah, it's really phenomenal. The Alien Queen is like one of my favorite designs of any creature ever.
It's so cool.
Did you always want to be Ripley when you were a kid?
No, I wanted to be the queen.
Well, too bad you got to be the power loaders. Well, how were you when you were in the power loader? You're like, I finally
I made it. I made it.
Dream.
This one's special to me too because like I would always play with the toys and watch it. So that was cool when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I love it.
Thank you for being the power loader, by the way, because that was really awkward.
You're welcome, Tony.
I literally I needed someone to be the power loader. I'm like, oh, I don't want to be in it. Because one, I need to be behind the camera, and two, I don't want to be in it. That's a little
What's up with that power loader with the thick lips? I don't.
Oh God. There's a behind the scenes story that they tell about a prank they played on Sigourney Weaver. 100%. This is a prank that would get you fired now and would never make it. They had a balloon and they waited for Sigourney Weaver to sit in there and they pumped up the balloon so she thought the guy had a boner to trick her. And they all joke about it in the special features and they think it's hilarious. And I'm like, that's not making it. I'm pretty sure any future Blu-ray releases, that one's getting cut from the fucking special.
That's a pretty elaborate, like, kind of stupid joke to play on her.
1986.
I know, but like, I don't know.
I'm glad it just wasn't real because the further back you go in entertainment, the worse people were.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, at least it was a fucking balloon. God damn it. Then I guess Sigourney Weaver didn't care. But yeah, really, really solid film. Great time. And yeah, I mean, what should we review next? Let's see. I already did Alien versus Predator.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked about Alien Resurrection briefly, but that was
We're doing Resurrection.
We should probably focus more on Alien Resurrection.
Let's do Covenant.
Covenant, but I mean,
right?
Joe.
That was the one we saw together, right? In theaters.
Yes,
And
Joe. Let's not be one of those shows that reviews things out of order. We got to do Prometheus first.
Oh, okay. Right.
Which I apparently still fucking own. My dad dug through some shelf and apparently Prometheus made its way there. He's like, oh, one of your movies is here. And I'm like,
not connected canonically to the Alien universe, Prometheus is objectively a good movie.
No.
Yes.
All the characters are awful and stupid and make dumb decisions.
Why didn't she run to the side?
Why did they do anything? Why did the guy with the map who was in contact with the ship get lost, but then the people just running frantically got to the No, it's
I
bad.
like it.
It's
The
bad.
birth
It's
scene
bad.
is cool.
Huh?
The birthing scene's cool.
It's bad.
Okay.
All right, so we can do Prometheus, Alien Covenant.
No,
Alien vs.
actually,
Predator, Requiem.
Requiem I would actually like to
Requiem?
talk about. Covenant, no.
Yeah. What was the thing that got requited in Alien vs. Predator Requiem? I don't even know. Why is it called Requiem?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It was a requiem for a better movie.
Yes, maybe we could talk about Shocking Dark, aka Terminator 2, which is actually an Alien ripoff. There's so many other movies we could do. I don't know. Yeah, let us know what Alien movie we should review next.
Watchers 3, yeah.
Watchers 3. Should we do Watchers 3?
Watchers 3, yeah.
Yeah, we could do movies that were inspired by Alien. Like we did the Thing prequel, but we could go back and talk about the Thing.
Oh yeah.
We can do Jason X.
Or Jason X, very inspired by aliens. What was that Italian ripoff? The Italian
Alien Contamination.
Alien Contamination, which Joe Bob played on his show. We can talk about that. And
Alien 2 on Earth we can talk about too.
Alien 2 on Earth. That'd be a good one. Maybe I could find my old Alien fan films I made. No, we're not doing that. They're terrible.
Now I gotta see that shit.
Yeah, guys, I just don't know what to review next Alien-wise. There's so many options for us.
I don't know.
Anyway, thank you for being a subscriber and watching this video. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We're doing voicemails again. Give us a call. We missed hearing your voices. Johanna stays up every night going, I hope Buffalo Bill calls.
I actually do. That's not a lie.
Jessica was very flattered by Buffalo Bill's.
Now that's a lie.
She was like, what? Yes. If you don't get updates from us because YouTube sucks, we've started a mailing list. You could sign up for that and put that in the link below.
They don't update your subscribers anymore?
It's YouTube's so hit or miss.
Nice.
To be honest.
Gotta love it.
It's just like, if you look at like the podcast, download our podcast.
I'm dying.
If you look at our podcast numbers, right? It's like consistent across the board. Like each episode gets around the same amount of downloads.
Sure.
YouTube, if like a bunch of the fans don't like the movie we're reviewing, The Ring, as we found out, Midsummer, fuck your birthday, I guess. If a bunch of the fans don't want to watch the movie, YouTube stops recommending it, and then maybe it doesn't get sent to all the subscribers and whatnot.
Oh, that sucks.
That's just a theory. I have no way to confirm that. That's just what I'm thinking. So we made the mailing list. So the day after the episode, I email you all the links to where you can find every version of the episode.
Pretty great.
So check that out. And what else do we got? We got some other stuff coming up. I know this summer we're doing a convention at some point. We're doing like a show.
Oh, I got, we have Magic Mayhem and Little Rubber Monsters we're doing at the Colonial Theater. We're showing The Gate, and we're showing Ghoulies on 35mm film.
Yes.
It's our very first live in-person show on stage. We're going to be talking and stuff. We're not going to be Mystery Science Theater 3000 the movie.
Okay.
We're going to be doing bits in between, talking about the films, and then we're going to show the films. But Tony is going to be there. Hack the Movies is going to be there.
And I'm sure you can come
Or,
too.
yeah.
Yeah,
We would
I'm
love to.
included.
Yeah.
How many
of
people
course.
can I bring?
Everybody you know.
Well, I don't want it to get too crowded. I've been to Colonial Theater. It's big. So I should probably...
You really need to bring everybody. You need to tell everybody and bring literally everybody you know.
I meant in my crew.
Oh, in the crew. Bring them all.
Nah, I want to limit it. So we got to bring everyone's favorite, mint salad.
Yes.
Right away, mint salad. You know what? Brian and Mike from the Scooby-Doo episode?
Yeah.
They were only ever in that one episode. Bringing them back. Let me think.
And people love me on the show, right?
Well, you're already there.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying. That's a good enough reason to come.
Yeah, so that's a good reason to come. I'm trying to think who else from Hack the Movies can come. Doug from Good Times, Great Movies. He was on the private part. I'll bring him. And maybe while I have all them, we can like review a movie. Maybe I'll pick like the third movie in a franchise.
Oh,
Not sure
yeah.
what franchise.
Yeah.
But hi, Johanna. Yeah, so we will be there. And Joe, where can people find you other than this live event?
MovieDumpsterPodcast.com, wherever you get your podcasts. And we also have a YouTube channel. Please go head over there, give us a subscribe, check them out, check us out.
Yes.
Why don't you? We talk about movies just like on this show.
Yes. And we want to go to more horror conventions. Please recommend some. Tag the horror conventions and say, hey, you should have these guys as guests. They're very famous. Because if not, I got to pay for a table, and tables are expensive. Patreon.com/hackmovies. Anyway, that is it from us. Thank you, everyone. And we just got to think of another alien movie to review. We'll come up with something.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Men in Black 2.
Yes.
That's what we're going to do.
Exactly.
That's what we're going to do. All right, goodbye, everyone. That was a good episode.
Yeah.
I think
really
we nailed everything there.
Yeah.
Did I do okay? I've been feeling sick this whole time.
You did pretty well.
Yeah, you did fine.
Yeah. I know what movie we can review next.
What?
We could do...
Okay.
Oh my God! What is that?
Sorry, that's my dildo. I was looking.
Oh boy!
Got to clean that.
Oh, how did it get in there?
I don't want to know. All right, well.
Alien 3.
I can't believe it's finally here. The Alien 3 review.
Let's go pick everyone up.
Yeah.
I am ready to record Alien 3. Let's freaking go, baby!
Clayton, we're outside. Get on in.
I'll be out in a second.
Hey guys, I want to review Alien 3 too. Pick me.
Get in.
I'm a little lost right now. Brad Jones, Cinema Snob, let's go!
Hey, what's up? I'm Joe Lascola.
And I'm Sean O'Rourke.
And we're talking about Alien 3 today with Tony from Hack the Movies.
I can't wait.
Oh, it's gonna be a good one.
I think I just heard the van pull up.
Me too. Let's hit it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Mid-salad, Riley!
The bus to review Alien 3 is here.
Wow, I can't believe it.
I'm ready to get on the van to review Alien 3.
Scott the Woz, we're here.
Okay, Trish, Frank, Crystal, Ian, Xander. I think that's everyone. Jess, how does it finally feel to be on a full episode? Just a dream come true.
Oh, Bafangulo! Oh,
Oh. So they're all dead. All of them. Even mint salad? Okay, well, that's kind of a bummer. Thanks for letting me know. All right.
I'm sorry for your loss.
What? Who the hell are you?
I'm Prison Mike. I just escaped from prison, so don't say anything. Nobody knows where we're at, right?
No one ever comes into this store, so you should be safe, Prison Mike.
All right, good.
Hey, Prison...
I'm hiding out, and I can't have people know where I'm at.
No. No one will ever find you here. Ignore these cameras. These cameras mean nothing.
Oh, good, cameras.
Yeah, just ignore the cameras. Don't even pay attention to them. Prison Mike, I have a question. Have you seen the first 3 Alien movies?
Yes, we just actually watched them in prison before I escaped.
Oh, wow. So you had like an alien night in prison?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know they had those in prison, but
they have everything in prison.
Okay, well, speaking of prison and Alien, do you want to talk about Alien 3 with me?
Sure. So
okay.
You don't tell anyone where I'm at.
I will not, Prison Mike, I will not tell anyone where you are at. You're really helping me. I've been meaning to talk about Alien 3 theatrical cut for a really long time, and you're really helping me out of a jam here, Prison Mike.
Deal.
We're going to go through this movie, and I'm going to tell you why exactly the theatrical cut of Alien 3 failed. Okay, so, Prison Mike, what did you think of the first Alien movie? Were you familiar with it?
You know, I'm not a big sci-fi guy.
Okay.
Right? But I liked it way more than I thought I was going to like it.
Okay.
I thought Sigourney Weaver was really good in it. She was so good as she acted her ass off. And I mean, she literally acted her ass off. She had no butt. No butt. But other than that, it was really good.
Good. I'm glad you liked the first Alien movie. It's a very, very good movie. It was very unexpected. Did you know ahead of time that the thing was going to come out of the guy's chest?
I had an idea, but it kind of took me off guard.
Okay, because that's one of those things where it's like a lot of it gets spoiled before people even see the movie because it's so memorable. It's like the biggest part of the thing, but you went in fresh. You didn't know that was going to happen.
No.
Awesome. Did you like Aliens, the sequel?
I did. I actually liked that better than the first one.
That seems to be everyone's go-to. They really like the second. I like the first one more, but they're both great. But a lot of people tend to like the second one more because it's got the guns, the big robots.
Exactly.
So who's your favorite character in these movies?
Ripley, believe it or not.
Good choice, Prison Mike. So Prison Mike, a lot of people love the first 2 Alien movies. They loved them a lot. They were great. There was a lot of time in between, and for years people were like, all right, well, when's Alien 3 coming out? When they doing a third one? How are you gonna top the previous one? Because it's like the second one is like one of the biggest sequels of all time. Like in terms of like outdoing, like a lot of people think it outdid the first one. It's like, how do you possibly top that?
Yeah, that's why you got to wait 30 years to watch them. You just watch them all in a row.
Yes. You just binge them. Like I did as a kid. Well, actually, no, I watched them over the course of like a few months because you had to rent them at Blockbuster. So yeah, no one knew how to top Alien 3. And you know who else didn't know how to top Alien 3?
Alien 4.
No, well, yeah. No, the studio, Fox, they had no idea what to do with this movie.
Why is that?
This movie was a disaster behind the scenes. Let me walk you through here. They had William Gibson write a screenplay. He's one of the biggest sci-fi writers of all time. He did a lot of like cyberpunk stuff. He wrote a script and they didn't like it. They rejected it. They were like, nah, get it out. They wanted Rennie Harlin to direct this movie. He's a famous action director, and he had this idea where he's like, I want to go to the alien homeworld. I want it to have the whole movie take place on the alien homeworld, and I don't want to film anything on a spaceship or do anything that the other 2 movies did, which is ironic because he directed Die Hard 2, which is just Die Hard 1 in an airport. He like basically made the same movie. But yeah, he couldn't figure out a way to do it. He could not figure out a way to make this movie. And now, what do you think the studio did? You think they took their time and they looked through more directors and maybe pushed the movie off?
No, I think they would have done what I did and just rushed it and pushed it through.
Yes. So even though they didn't really have a director or a script or an idea or anything, and they didn't even know if Sigourney Weaver was coming back, they put out a trailer for Alien 3 that said it was coming summer of 1992. And then it said, on Earth, everyone will hear you scream.
We will discover on Earth, everyone can hear you scream.
So they just outright lied. They're like, yeah, we got a movie coming out. It's on Earth. Think of it later.
That's pretty ballsy. That's a bet I wouldn't be willing to take.
That's pretty ballsy to just come up with this idea and like get everyone really, really hyped up for it when you don't really have a clear idea ahead of time. So then finally, we got Vincent Ward. He was like this real artsy guy. He made a movie called Company of Wolves or something. They got him to come up with a story that basically is the framework for this film we're going to talk about. But his idea had some similarities, like Ripley crashing, characters dying. There was only one alien, and then the queen alien embryo. But what was different was it was on a wooden planet.
Made of wood.
Yeah, I guess it had a big metal center that was all technological, but the people who lived on the planet were like religious monks, and they didn't like technology. So the rest of the planet was all wood.
Okay.
Now, when you watch the first two movies, did you think that somewhere out there was a wooden planet?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, the wood planet thing didn't really last. Everyone was like, okay, that's kind of fucking stupid.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, they started making sets for this version of the movie. So they didn't even agree on the script yet. They weren't all on board, but they started building the sets because, again, they put out a trailer that said coming in summer of 1992.
Assuming they made them out of wood?
Yes, those were actually made out of wood. So eventually they fire Vincent Ward. He gets a story credit, and they get David Fincher to come and direct. Now, he's made some big movie. This is his first movie.
Alien 3 is his first movie.
That is his first, like, feature-length film.
And the other guys suck so bad, they just pulled this guy in.
Yes.
Pretty much. This rookie.
Pretty much. They're like, this guy who's never made a movie before. He's done some effects work and music videos. We got him. He's in. But David Fincher, he went on to make, like, huge movies. You ever see Seven?
No.
You ever see Fight Club?
Fight Club, we live it every day. With the Dementors in prison.
Did you ever see Panic Room?
Yes.
Okay, he directed Panic Room.
Fight Club's a big one.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And I think he produced House of Cards with Kevin Spacey.
Oh, that creep.
You know a lot of creeps in prison, Mike?
Yeah, but not that creep.
So Kevin Spacey's
He's
too
lucky.
creepy for prison.
I'll give him a knuckle sandwich.
So yeah, I'm surprised David Fincher went on to have this like huge career making these huge movies because like this was a well-documented mess behind the scenes.
So they just went balls to the wall here.
Yeah.
They just putting out the trailer before they even got Sigourney Weaver back.
Yeah.
And then they just hire this rookie director and just here, make this film and just wing it.
They basically
they
say,
just wing this thing, huh?
Go make this film. The sets are already being built. They look kind of like a church, so guess make that work. And he didn't even have a script. They're like, we'll write you the script as you're shooting it. And it's like, that's the worst way to make a movie. It's like the worst possible.
It's like going backwards.
Yeah, they really did go backwards. So Sigourney Weaver really liked David Fincher, and she asked, like, what do you have in mind for Ripley in this film? And he apparently went, I don't know, bald? And since she's a producer on this movie, she's like, yes, I will be bald. Everyone will be bald in this movie. She also,
bald is beautiful, Tony.
This is going to come up later. She had a clause in her contract that if she shot and had to come back for reshoots, they had to pay her $40,000 to cut her head again.
No one paid me $40,000 to cut my hair.
I'm sorry. You should be one of the biggest actors of all time. I don't know what to tell you. And what do you like about the look of the alien from the first movie?
It was the dumbest looking thing I ever seen. It was so fake. Close up, it looked real. But far away?
Well, okay, maybe not the execution, but what did you think of the design? You like the dome head and the mouth in the mouth?
Yeah, I like how the mouth came out of the mouth.
Yeah.
The little mini mouth, the scary mouth.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool. I did like the long head.
Yes. So that was done by H.R. Giger. We talk a lot about it in our first Alien review. Famous artist. They actually were going to bring him back. They're like, hey, make some more aliens for us. Whip up some designs. And then he did. And then they went, nah, we're not using them.
Why?
I guess because he I don't know. I don't really know. I've watched the special features so many times and I always forget why. I think he just didn't want to leave whatever country he was in to go work on the movie. So they're like, all right, good, whatever. They eventually somehow slapped the movie together and threw it out into the theaters, and we got Alien, the 1992 theatrical cut. Now, before we like deep dive into this, how did you feel about this movie when you were done watching it?
I liked it. It was going what you said. It was. I mean, you would think it would be horrible. Everything you just told me.
So you actually liked the movie?
I did.
Oh wow! A lot of people, when they first go into it, they don't. Especially this version of the movie, they do not like this one. People hate this movie.
As opposed to what other version?
We'll talk about that another time. There was another version released years later. Yeah. So when I was a kid, I really loved the first two. And at that point, there were only 3 movies. The 4th one hadn't come out yet. So like we rented the 3rd one and I got excited for it. And this is what a lot of people went through. They're like, yeah, Alien 3. Gonna be a lot of action again. They're gonna be shooting up aliens and Hicks and Newt are gonna be there. And then you turn the movie on. And I will say the beginning with the 20th Century Fox logo, they have that scary version of it. That was really cool. Yeah, this movie begins, it's kind of misleading what's going on in the beginning. So the queen...
Yeah, I was a little thrown off.
The queen left an egg on the ship. When did she have time to do that? I've always been curious.
I don't know. That's a good question.
It was kind of weird. It's like under a floorboard. It's like, when did she do that?
But I noticed in all these sci-fi movies, they just make up the rules as they go.
Yes. So they're cryo frozen, but not for 57 years this time. I think it's only been a few weeks. So we see the stuff in the...
I don't know how somebody could be frozen or in a coma for 57 years. No food, no water.
I guess whatever's in that pod keeps you young.
Yeah.
I didn't come up with it. I don't know. You should never watch a Star Trek. You'll be really confused.
Oh yeah.
With the
wouldn't even try.
You'll be like, how did they beam them? I don't get it. They disappear and then they reappear somewhere else.
Yeah.
So there's one egg with one face hugger. And it's just like, I think Newt's pod gets cracked. The movie's making it intentionally confusing what's going on. But someone has an alien on their face. We see an x-ray of it. And the next thing you know, the pod is just launched out of the ship.
Yeah.
Onto a prison planet. Yeah, and then this is where most people got pissed off. Hicks and Newt are dead. Did you expect that to happen?
No, I did not expect that to happen.
Were you upset by that? Because a lot of people are like personally offended by that.
Not so much. I've seen a lot of things in prison. Like, I was more upset about the dog than anything.
Yeah. So they find the escape the escape pod, and they find the corpses there. Like fucking Hicks gets wrecked.
Yeah,
Hicks has got like a beam in him and is split open. The actor from the second movie was pissed.
Why?
Someone went to the effects warehouse when they were making the movie. He was already mad that he wasn't in the movie.
Yeah.
And apparently the alien was going to come out of him at one point because they said, yeah, I saw the prop of you with the alien coming out of you. And he like called them and flipped out. He's like, no, you're not letting them fucking have the alien come out of me. And his agents screamed to them. This is this whole thing. And you notice they have his picture on the computer when they're writing that he's dead.
Yeah.
He got paid the same amount of money he did for Aliens just to have that picture in the movie.
What?
Yeah, he calls it shitstorm, but now he regrets it.
Good for him.
He regrets it because David Fincher went on to be this like amazing director. And he's like, if I had known who David
Fincher... And he screwed up all the connections.
Yeah, it's like, if I had known, I probably
could have been in Fight Club.
Probably, yeah, he could have been in Fight Club. Oh, God, he screwed it up. Yeah, so they're dead. They're fucking gone.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, but the dog, he knows what's going on. He sees a face hugger in there.
Yeah.
So the face hugger face hugged one of them, but it's still alive. In the previous movies, they died after face hugging something. So this one could just stick around, I guess.
Yeah, how convenient.
It's kind of like they're breaking the rules of their own universe. Yeah. It's a little confusing. All they had to do was show 2 eggs in the beginning instead of 1.
I know. What?
Why? Anyway.
It's like a kid playing a game. They just make up the rules as they go.
Yeah. Oh, did you ever play rock, paper, scissors with some assholes? They would go like rock, paper, scissors, and then you would always get the one kid that would be like gun. And it's like, that's not the rule, Jimmy. Okay, it's rock, paper, scissors.
But,
all right.
Yeah.
You can't say gun, bazooka. Like those kids fucking sucked.
I punched those kids in the face.
Yeah, is that how you got to prison?
We won't talk about that.
Okay. So the Rottweiler made me sad as a kid. By the way,
sad as an adult.
By the way, they make an action figure of the Rottweiler. I thought that was pretty funny.
I'm just gonna take this.
Okay, you can have that prison bike. Spike, I think his name was.
Yeah.
But it made me sad because when I was a kid, I had a Rottweiler and I was watching this movie with the Rottweiler in the room, and I'm like, oh man,
I would have busted out into tears. I would have hugged him the rest of the movie. Just held on to him.
I also watched The Omen with that Rottweiler once.
I've never seen that.
Oh yeah, apparently Rottweilers are the dogs of Satan. There's like a scene where Rottweilers are trying to attack all the main characters, and I'm just like watching it with my Rottweiler in the room, and he's hearing the dogs bark, and he was just like looking around.
Look at the balls on this thing. This toy dog got big balls.
I never noticed it, but you're right. They gave this dog just huge testicles. And you know what's funny? This is the one that they sell in Walmart. So they're making.
Does he got balls too?
No. So they're making modern alien toys, and they look like the ones from the movie, but they're colored to be all fun because they're meant for like little kids. This is meant for like little kids whose parents love aliens, so please both them. But then they made the dog look super realistic and gave it testicles.
Oh yeah.
I'm a little confused by that.
And they're hairy and veiny.
Thanks for letting me know they were veiny. So Ripley is now in the prison, and like I said, fans were hyped up for this. So what the fans wanted were their favorite characters coming back and having a nice adventure, a fun adventure full of thrills and whatnot. They wanted to see the people they care about go through Alien 3 together. And instead, they only got one of them with a bunch of bald prisoners. And people were really upset that they hyped this movie up for a really long time. And, they were upset that it was mostly just bald prisoners that they never met before.
I mean, I don't get the problem with bald prisoners.
I don't either. I like this. I think this all works. I was a little upset when I was a kid the first time I watched this, but as I watched it years later, I'm like, there's something good in here. I kind of like this. It might not make all sense, might not all make sense. And then eventually I found out there was a different cut of the movie, and I'm like, all right, well, this is great. But yeah, I guess all that hype. They're still really upset about it. And I'm sure they'll be complaining about their favorite character just being stuck with bald prisoner for years to come.
But you liked it so much that she went bald.
Yes. Well, actually, the reason she goes bald, the reason they came up with was that there's lice in the colony. So that's why she had to shave. And the lice that they used for lice, it was just baby crickets.
I mean, that's why I'm bald, because of lice.
There's lice in the prison. Well, I hear the prison system is not great.
Yeah.
It's rough
Not
in
the
there.
best.
I can see why you wanted to get out.
Yeah.
Luckily, I hate the government, so I'm just letting you stay here. I mean, I guess depending on what you did, but I don't want to ask, not my problem. My problem right now is getting through Alien 3. Okay, Prison Mike? So the prisoners are pissed off because they're all in this kind of weird religious cult in the prison.
Yeah.
And they just found out that there was a woman there.
I just want to say that I've taken a vow of celibacy. That also includes women.
I mean, at least it was a woman with no butt, so that helps.
If this movie was made now, they'd be like, oh man, she's got no ass. Not interested.
Exactly.
But yeah, so
I thought that's why she shaved her head, to help them look more like a dude.
Yes, I guess so. So the warden is like, I feel bad for the warden. He's like, all right, everyone relax. She's just here for a few, 2 weeks, and then she'll be gone. She'll stay in the infirmary. Everyone relax. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Everyone thought the aliens were coming out of their pants. It was just their boner being around the woman for a long time.
The warden does make a boner joke later on in the movie. But yeah, you know what's funny? Clemens is played by Charles Dance, the medical prisoner. Oh, well, you think he's a doctor, and then you find out he's got a whole backstory.
Yeah.
But he always plays like a bad guy. This is one of the few movies I've seen him in where he's a good guy.
Well, I was kind of sketchy about him at first. I was like, I feel like he's going to be a bad guy.
Right.
But then he just got nicer and nicer, and then he died.
Yeah. But it's because he always plays a bad guy. I'm pretty sure he's in Game of Thrones, although I never really watched that show, but he's in it. He was in the newest Godzilla movie. He's in a movie I talked about recently, The Last Action Hero. He's always a bad guy, evil British guy.
Yeah.
That's kind of his thing.
Brits.
Yeah, you know what? Wasn't really the bad guy, but he was a jerk in a recent movie that came out a few years ago. Ghostbusters 2016.
The one with all females?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prison Mike, what
Sounds about right.
What would you rather have to do? Go back to prison or watch that movie once?
I'd probably go back to prison twice.
You know, I know 5 women actually, who would agree with you on that. Yeah, so he tells the doctor, he's like, please do not let her out of the medical area. For the love of God, please don't do that. So she wakes up, and I love that he's just like, yeah, your friends are dead. And she doesn't even take like a minute to grieve, because right away she's like, oh, fuck, it was probably an alien. It was probably a goddamn alien. Which is fair. I would also think that too. So right away she demands to see her crashed ship. She's like, I need to see the ship. I need to see what happened. And she goes there. She finds out that Newt drowned and died, but then she sees the acid burn on the thing, and she's like, oh, fuck. She's like, I've seen this before, twice actually. I know what's going on here. In between this, that one prisoner finds his dog looking all sick and messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, his face is all messed up, as if something hugged his face too hard.
Exactly. And he just barely even cared. He's like, oh, it's a boo-boo.
He's like, who would do this to a dog?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
I would be finding out and everything.
Yeah, and you know what's weird? No one ever mentions this dog ever again.
Nope, like nothing.
Once the dog's out of the movie, it just disappears. No one ever mentions finding the body. No one ever mentions the guy who had the dog.
Or them big-ass balls.
Or its big-ass balls. It's almost as if they added this dog after the movie was already shot. That's that's how I perceive it. I'm like, wow, it seems like this dog is not really in this movie and it's just wedged in here. But anyway, let's back to this. So the fans are already upset that Newt's dead. They're like, oh man, Newt died. I really wanted to see Newt in Alien 3 because they had the really good relationship in the last movie. So to add insult to injury, they're like, oh, why don't we do an autopsy on her? Do you think this was a little too far?
I think so.
It was a little, like the fans are already upset.
Especially from the doctor.
Yeah. The fans are already upset. It's like, all right, well, movie, you kind of like, you're going to have to do a lot to win me back here. Please don't do anything creepy. And they're like, oh, we're going to cut the little girl's chest open and have blood everywhere and it'll be gross. And it's like, oh man, that's rough. I personally think it's cool. But, because I mean, like they wanted to make this one like a major tragedy, so you got to make it look like Ripley lost everything.
Why did the fans get upset at that? Because I don't see it that much of a big deal.
Because the first one's really the only Alien movie to have like a happy ending, kind of.
Yeah.
So they wanted them to like see them together. There were comics being made at the time about Hicks, Ripley, and Newt going on these adventures, and when this movie came out, they had to rewrite those comics and reprint them to where like Hicks and Newt now have different names, and then the Ripley in those comics is a robot Ripley. Yeah, it didn't make any sense. So yeah, so they're upset, but like then you have like the body being ripped up, and it's pretty like the guys who do this are Studio 80i, and they're pretty good with special effects. So the body looks like a real.
I guess
fucking
they didn't
body.
do that Alien then, because they were not good with special effects there.
I'm getting to that. I don't think they were. We're getting to that because some of this has the best.
We need
like
to talk about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when it comes. But they're the best at like the practical effects, the makeup effects and stuff. They're good at making corpses.
Yeah,
like a lot of when they're like bringing like Ripley in the beginning, she's like basically just like a rubber corpse.
Bishop looked cool.
Bishop looked really cool in this. I can't wait to talk about that scene. So yeah, the autopsy reveals she drowned, and the warden's kind of pissed off because they're not supposed to touch anything for them. So this prison belongs to Weyland-Yutani, the evil corporation. Yeah. And he I would be pissed off too, where he comes in, he's like, you cut up the bodies, you son of a bitch. Like, we work for people. They have to investigate this. I can't have you cutting up the bodies.
They just cut everything out. Just went right. Boom.
Yeah. And then Ripley's an idiot. She's just like, oh, there could be an infection. And she goes, it could be cholera. And then the doctor's like, there hasn't been cholera in 200 years. It's like, Ripley, you couldn't think of anything more modern?
Yeah.
It's like that's That'd be like you trying to get out of prison, being like, "Hey, man, I have the plague. I don't know. I gotta get the bubonic plague." And they were like, "You clearly do not have the bubonic plague. You're staying in here." So just to be extra super sure nothing's wrong with the bodies, even though Ripley knows how this goes, she's like, "Oh yeah, we got to burn the bodies." But like she knows like it would be in their chest and break out, right? Like
yeah, but she tried to burn the last alien.
But it's like clear that there's no alien in them, so I think she's just being a little extra. But it gives an excuse to have
being on the safe side.
Yeah, it gives an excuse for everyone to be in one area having a funeral while the alien is bursting out of the dog somewhere else, unbeknownst to them. I do like they call it the Bambi burster. So this chest burster has arms and legs, and it's just like shaking
Just
like a baby
wobbly,
deer.
I like
birth
to it or something.
Yeah, so I like what they did with this, and the toys and games went wild with this idea because before this we only saw the alien coming out of humans, so they're like standing upright mostly. But with this one, it's like, oh well, it came out of a dog. It should run on all fours.
Yeah.
It should move a little differently. It should bark. I don't think it's gonna bark. I don't think it would bark. But the reason I bring it up is the toy line went crazy with this idea. The what was it? The Kenner alien toys in the 90s. They had scorpion aliens, praying mantis aliens, like aliens that didn't even make sense. And if you would like to know more, go to the podcast Peg Warmers. I was a guest on their Kenner aliens episode. You listen to a lot of podcasts in prison.
Brag.
What?
Sweet brag.
Yes. Do you listen to podcasts in prison?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, cool. You should listen to Peg Warmers. It's all about toys and collecting toys.
Peg warmers.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds a little weird.
When a toy doesn't sell well, they call it a peg warmer because it just sits on the peg and it doesn't sell.
Gotcha.
Okay. Does peg warmer
like
mean
a bench warmer?
Does peg warmer mean something else in prison?
No.
Okay, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going, prison Mike. I really liked the funeral. I thought it was really nice. When dropping in the fire. The music's really nice in this movie. They got the whole like Christian church music kind of going on in this. And I really like Dylan's prayer. What'd you think of Dylan's prayer?
Nothing's certain. Only that some get called, some get saved.
I really don't remember it. What was it?
I don't know. He's just talking about like, people die and then there's new beginnings. He's doing a whole thing. He's like, every death is the promise of new life. And as their bodies are falling in the fire, the aliens coming out of the dog. It was a cool scene.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I like Dylan. You like Dylan?
I do like Dylan.
Yes.
Yeah, he was cool.
He's very religious. Were you religious in prison?
I am religious. I'm Christian.
Yeah, like the characters in this. Did you take the vow of celibacy?
I don't know what's up with those weirdos.
So I guess you're not sitting in prison waiting for God to come back because you left prison. So you're not as crazy. You're not as into it as these guys are.
Well, I am waiting for Jesus to come back. He will return.
Just not in prison.
Anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Anytime.
Well, these guys are specifically because we find out that they're like, you find out in a couple scenes later, like Clemens is telling her, it's like, yeah, so we used to work for the company and this prison had a bunch of prisoners and then they left. But these guys wanted to stay because they formed a Christian apocalyptic cult and I stayed with them.
Yeah.
So, So after this, Ripley is bald. She shaves her head finally.
Welcome to the club, Ripley.
Welcome to the club. So Ripley's supposed to be smart. In the previous movie, she's like the smart one.
Yeah.
She's like, don't let the alien in there. And then she's like, don't go to that goddamn planet. Don't go there. But, and again, I can see why people got upset with this because she was warned 10,000 times, do not interact with the inmates. So she goes to have fucking lunch with them unaccompanied. Yeah. And then this is also a problem people have with the film. So the first film, it's like truckers in space. They're relatable. They're kind of fun characters. Yeah. Like you can like, even though they're in space on a spaceship, they kind of act like you would see like an average Joe act.
Yeah.
And then aliens, it's Marines. And it's like, okay, well, I want these guys to live because, they're soldiers and whatnot. I'm on their side.
Yeah, they're like a Marines meets a Space Force.
Yes, they are the Space Force, technically. Yeah. They're called the Colonial Marines, but you know what? This is the future, so I'm sure they started off as the Space Force.
Yes, exactly.
But in this one, like, all the characters are awful people. Like I guess the warden and his, like, assistant are the only ones who aren't prisoners, but they're kind of assholes. But then Dylan is like, I like murdered women. And then
I was like, damn, dude.
So you as the audience is just like, well.
Yeah, I was like, what?
And they've all like murdered and like tortured and did like all like even the warden tells them like we've got like cuties fans in this place. This is real messed up.
Yeah, they were bad dudes.
So like the rest of the movie, it's just kind of like, well, I don't really care if they die. Like really, it's just like it's just like I mean I know like they're pretty much just there to get eaten. But before the previous two movies, you kind of cared for the characters. You didn't want them to die. But it's like, oh no, the cuties fan got eaten. Darn it! I can't believe it.
Oh man.
Oh wow, the child murderer. His head got blown in. Oh, tough luck, buddy. So yeah, he tells her like you need to leave us alone. So yeah, then this is the scene where Clemens tells them about the past, and then she just sleeps with Clemens.
I thought that it was real weird. They were very like discreet about it.
They
like,
film around it, yeah.
Yeah, she just got out of the bed and like I was like, I think he got out of the bed. One of them got out of bed and was just like, wait a minute, did that just happen?
Yeah. Poor Hicks. Hicks had to do the flirting the whole movie.
Yeah.
He got sprayed with acid. She had to go there and he was like, when I get better, I'm sure we're going to finally bone. And I taught her how to use a gun. This guy's just there and he's British. And she's like, all right, I'm in.
Yeah. Womp womp.
Women will do that. They're like, oh, that guy's got an accent. It's like, oh man, I worked so hard. It's like, oh, that guy's got an accent. It's like, but it's Charles Dance. He looks like the devil. I'm pretty sure he's played the devil once. So yeah, they bone off screen. And then a dude is cleaning a vent next to a giant fan. Would you ever, do you have to do this in prison? You ever clean next to giant fans?
No. Doesn't sound like the brightest idea.
It doesn't sound like the brightest idea. The fan is blowing, we find out.
Yeah.
So he's singing and he sees what he thinks is his dog in like the little under area of the vent. He should be like, how the fuck would a dog get down there? That's clearly not a dog. Also, it doesn't look like a dog at all. But this is, I think, the only time we've ever seen an alien shedding. Because in the previous movies, they never show you it shedding. They just find the skin. And this is the first time we see an alien spitting acid. I don't know if it was clear it was doing that, though. Did you catch on to that?
No, I didn't catch on to that.
Because, like, the tongue doesn't come out. It just shoots acid at his face. And he burns his face. It's fucking awesome when he gets thrown into that fan, though.
It is.
That was pretty fucking awesome. Did you ever watch any of the Star Wars movies?
No.
Okay, well, there's one where Luke Skywalker, like, he falls into, like, a big vent. And people have re-edited it to add this scene into it, so it looks like Luke Skywalker gets turned into the fan and shredded. It's pretty awesome.
We watched them in high school. I slept the entire time. They said you could either watch Star Wars or go to sleep. I chose the latter.
Well, you know what? If you watched Star Wars, you might have learned the difference between right and wrong and not have gone to prison, Mike.
Maybe.
I
chose sleep.
Instead, you slept through that valuable lesson.
Yes.
So Clemens knows that there's something up, and Ripley's not telling him anything. She keeps dancing around. It's like, why are we ripping up a dead girl's body? It's like, what was that acid burn? And he's like, I found another acid burn. Can you just fucking tell me what that is, please? And he's the one who points out, it's like, oh, he couldn't have been sucked into the fan because it was blowing.
Yeah.
Ripley searches her pod for the flight recorder, but she needs Bishop to use it because she needs some audio aspect to it. The warden chews out Clemens for letting Ripley out, and he's 100% right. He should chew him out.
Idiot.
Yes. Because what happens right away? The prisoners try to attack Ripley.
Mm-hmm.
And the one guy had to put goggles on. That was weird. He bends Ripley over and then he puts goggles on. Like he gets ready for it.
I mean, I guess Freddy's gonna spray everywhere. All that buildup.
See a lot of that in prison, Mike?
Maybe.
I never thought of it. All these years, I'm like, why is he putting goggles on? But yeah, you know what? Anyway, Dylan saves her. Because Dylan is like the religious leader and he punishes them when they do shit like that. Also, you're right. I feel bad for Bishop, who's just like,
yeah,
it's like arms just flopping around.
His eyes popping out.
Wait, why was
this weird goo in his eye?
It doesn't really make sense why they would put Bishop in the escape pod because he's just an android and he's broken.
Yeah.
Was he even in one of the pods? I don't even remember him being in a pod.
I don't remember him being in a pod either.
Yeah.
And he just plug his ass in and he just starts talking.
Well, that's in a couple seconds, but yeah. So then we meet the character Gallic, who's this
Oh, I think they're after me.
No, I think we're good. We're good.
Are you sure?
We're good. Just ignore that sound. You're fine. It's an old VHS store. It makes sounds. Okay. So we meet the character Gallic. He's like this creepy guy. He's like this really annoying guy that all the other inmates hate. He's there with two other prisoners, and they're like lighting candles to see how big this one tunnel is.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing is like the place has been abandoned for like years, and they only ever hang out in one area, so they don't even know how big the facility is. They have to like light candles to see how big it is. But yeah, during this time, the candles get blown out. They go to investigate, and the fucking alien comes out and just kills both of those dudes.
Yeah.
But Gallic gets just sprayed in blood. That was pretty fucking gnarly.
That was.
And the alien smiles at him. I thought that was. I mean, it's not smiling. It's just showing
like a sarcastic smile.
It looks like it's smiling.
Yeah.
But he becomes like infatuated with the alien. Like he's just in love with it or something.
I mean, it's kind of one of those things where you just can't look away. You're just.
Yeah.
Holy shit, this is awesome.
And to be fair, the alien, I guess, spares him, but I guess it had two bodies. Didn't feel like eating a third one.
Yeah.
But at this point is when Ripley gets Bishop and plugs him in.
How are you? I like your new haircut.
That is a whole animatronic. That's not the actor at all. So they had like remote controls and like gears and stuff, and that was like all done like remotely with like cables and whatnot. And it is like one of the best practical effects I've ever seen. Like for years I thought, I'm like, is that makeup? I'm like, that can't be makeup because his head is fucking caved in.
Yeah.
But it's actually a really sad scene because he's giving her information. You can tell he's like sad. He's trying to make jokes. He's like, my legs hurt.
Yeah.
He's like, I love what you did with your hair. But yeah, he lets her know. It's like, oh yeah, there was an alien on board and it was on the EEV and now it's here.
Yeah.
And then he's like, by the way, Ripley, can you kill me? That was like a bummer. So now it's just like
a bummer.
I can imagine like being in the theater, like, all right, well, thank God Bishop's still alive. And then he's like, please kill me, Ripley. I need to die. And it's like, well, fuck, now they're all dead. But that's when they bring Gallic in. He keeps talking to the alien. He keeps mentioning the alien as a dragon.
Yeah.
And then Ripley's just like, I want to talk about this dragon. And the warden's like, what the fuck? What could you possibly know about this? So she tells him. And of course she doesn't believe him.
No, he doesn't. Like, what, like, I think she knows a little bit more than you.
Yeah, by the way, like, you're in space. Why wouldn't you believe that there's weird aliens out there?
That's a perfect place for him.
Yeah, he's just like, oh yeah, well, you know, we are in space. There probably is a fucking alien that can do that. I never thought about that. Each of these movies, they're like, what? No. And it's like, well, yeah, the universe is pretty big. There's a lot of planets.
Yeah.
Also, she came from like a military vessel, so I don't know why he's not believing her.
I know.
It's not like she's just some random stranger. She's a fucking lieutenant. She should be listening to him. He should be listening to her.
Apparently, it don't matter to him.
No, it doesn't. He's like, what are you talking about, woman? You're crazy. And she's like, do we have any guns so we can shoot the thing? And he's like, no, we don't have any weapons.
And we're fucked.
That was so annoying. They have no weapons. Like, what are you guys doing?
Well, because it's not a functioning prison anymore. They're only there when like the company needs to like get rid of toxic waste. And that's it. Like, that's the only place for this place for them existing. It's like, yeah, if we ever need to drop toxic waste, we need people to take care of it. So he's like, yeah, we're on the honor system. No one has guns or anything. And she's just like, well, this is a huge problem. She talks to Gallic a little bit. Again, they're really hyping up this character Gallic. They're giving him a lot of scenes. He's all like, because they think he killed the two guys. So he's all like tied up. Clemens, closes the curtain, stops him. And Clemens gives his backstory and it's kind of sad.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I was addicted to morphine. And then a bunch of people got lit on fire. And then they died because I gave him the wrong pain. He's like, the wrong dose of painkiller.
Jeez, dude.
Yeah, and he's like, so 27 people died. So
but he took all the credit for it. He's like, I deserve more time.
Yeah, and I love when he just sits there and he goes, well, at least I got off the morphine. Like, that's just the same. It's like, yeah, well, 20-something people died.
Yeah. Accept the responsibility.
So that's really sad. And you can tell she really likes him, even though he's kind of a rebound because Hicks died.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But yeah, she's trying to she's like, I trust you and everything. And then the fucking alien punches a hole in his head.
Yeah. Boom.
Yeah. Now
I knew that was coming because I was like, they're building this up. He's about to die.
Yes.
And then boom.
Now this is the iconic moment that's like probably on the back of one of these tapes. The alien's face right in her face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they like that's in the trailer. That's on a lot of the posters. Like that's what sold this movie. But right before that is the first time we see the full-size alien. What did you see it throughout the film? What do you think about the alien when you see it in its full size?
Oh, I thought it looked so real fake.
Yeah. That's the thing. So this is a year before CGI. Well, CGI exists, but it's like Jurassic Park's not out yet. So people are trying to get creative. People are like, all right, everyone knows what stop motion is, like the claymation sort of thing. So they came up with another idea. They're like, hey, let's do a rod puppet. So this is a puppet on a blue screen. And they just like rotoscope and take out the wires later on. But this is back when you had to photochemically edit and composite things, and it wasn't the best. We talked about it many, many times on this show. I mean, just hanging out in the store. This is definitely not a show. This is not being broadcasted. Don't worry about it. The alien in this, like, it's like colored different. It's like
it's like a bright green.
Sometimes it's green and sometimes it's like way too black. It doesn't match the full suit and it just looks wonky. It looks so wonky. Luckily, like when you first see it walk up to her, it looks bad, but then you get the scene of it like right in its face.
Yeah, that's when it looked good.
Yeah, because that's Studio 80i making those like suits and everything. The suits look beautiful. The hydraulics in it look great. But yeah, this scene was intense the first time you see it because you're just like, oh shit. Like she's never been that close before without like a robot suit or something. She's completely
and it's kind of like just toying with her, like it doesn't kill her right away.
Yes, that was like the big mystery because I remember watching it. I'm like, wait, it just leaves her, and I'm like,
I mean, but we know now. We
eventually figure out why.
Like, but when you're watching, you're like, why isn't he killing her?
Yeah. So it's really, really cool. And then Gallic disappears from the entire film.
Yeah,
you never see that guy again.
It's kind of like Spike.
Yes, and the actor was like really upset. Because there was more with him, all got thrown out.
I've had friends say, in fact, we saw you in one scene and then you kind of disappear. You know, nobody knows quite where you disappear to, which is a bit of a mistake.
Kind of like you and Batman.
Wait, how did you know about that prison, Mike?
I know a lot more than you think.
Oh wow! Like
you watched that?
Did you recognize me from The Dark Knight Rises?
I did.
Wow.
That guy in the background looks like Tony from Hack the Movies.
Oh, wow. How did you know I was Tony from Hack the Movies? I don't think I ever properly introduced myself.
It was a good guess. You can see that head from anywhere.
Well, thank you for recognizing me in that film.
I know a star when I see one.
Do you like that film, Dark Knight Rises?
I did, yeah.
You like Bane in that film?
I love Bane in that film.
You like Bane, right?
Yeah.
Big Bane fan.
Yeah. I love him so much I named my dog after him.
Your dog in prison?
Before prison. Pre-prison.
Oh, before prison. Yeah. Okay. According to this movie, you just bring a dog to prison. Who knew?
Yeah, apparently.
I love the scene of her running while the warden's like, everyone relax. Some people died. We're working it out. And she just comes out and she's like, it's here. And he's like, oh, get this woman out of here. Yeah. And then it just fucking picks him up. It makes no sense. The alien probably wouldn't be that blatant and attack someone in front of everyone. But it's a cool fucking scene.
It is.
I just love the one guy, Moores. He just screams fuck and the scene ends.
Yeah.
Fuck! So this is another thing. This is how you know the movie didn't have a script ahead of time. So we're like 59 minutes in, right, to the movie. Suddenly, Aaron, the warden's assistant, they start this running gag where his name is 85.
85's going to be in charge. Jesus, give us a break.
Don't call me that.
Because that's his IQ. Because he has a low IQ. But like it shows up so late into the movie because they came up with that idea while they were making the movie. So
it's not even worth the joke.
Yeah, because most of the scenes he's just like a normal guy.
Yeah. He doesn't act dumb or anything.
No. And then like he kind of does in a couple scenes, and it's just like they're just throwing
They
anything.
really tried to fit that joke in there.
Yeah,
it didn't fly.
They were happy with that joke and they didn't know how to squeeze it in.
It was a lot funnier in their head.
Yeah, it was way funnier in their head. She comes up with a plan. She's like, we're gonna flush this alien out of the vents.
Yeah.
We're gonna use fire. I do like that when she's just like, because when she's asking about weapons, she's like, do we have the ability to make fire? Most people have enjoyed that since the Stone Age. And he's like, oh, okay. Because by the way, the prison has all this high-tech stuff and none of it works.
Of course.
She's like, what about the camera? He's like, nah, it doesn't work. She's like, we have flashlights? No batteries. Like, this place sucks.
Yeah, it was horrible. It was dumb.
So there's a toxic waste room that they could trap the alien in. There's no way to get out of it. So they're painting all the vents and stuff with this flammable liquid. They're going to light the fire, scare it out, lock it in the room. Everything goes horribly wrong.
Of course it does.
Yes, the alien kills a guy and his flare just lights up the place and fires everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
People are fucking falling out of the ceilings on fire. They're all just fucking dead. And then the scene just kind of awkwardly cross dissolves to them just walking slowly and being sad.
Yeah.
And then a guy goes, "Dylan, I found another one." And it's a dead guy on the floor, but he's not burned at all. His throat is slashed and he got his blood all over his face. You know, if I didn't know any better, Prison Mike, I would think that character who's dead on the ground with his throat slit and all bloody, he must have died a different way in a different scene. But then they cut that scene out. So then they put that weird line of dialogue where they go, "Here's another one." And they just make you think he was on fire. So they're sad. They're like, "Man, we didn't get the fucking alien." And there's nice foreshadowing here because the bucket gets really, really hot. And when the sprinkler hits it, it expands.
Yeah.
Good foreshadowing. So that's why when something happens later in the movie, you go, the bucket. That makes sense. You're not going to like text someone and be like, "Hey, why did the alien blow up at the end?" I mean, no, the bucket's there, so you don't have to text someone that.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you probably didn't text anyone because you don't have a phone in prison. Well, you're not supposed to have a phone in prison.
Right.
I won't write you up. You're not supposed to. Did you get
You're not supposed to escape from prison either, but
yeah, it's fucking.
Here I am in this rental store.
Yeah. You picked the perfect place to hide. I don't think many people are coming in here for a copy of Secret Life of Altar Boy starring Jodie Foster,
especially on VHS.
Yeah. Do you not like VHS? I mean, we have some DVDs. We have Bikini Airways, signed by the director. Do you have a DVD player?
I used to.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so while they're debating like what to do, Ripley's like, "I don't feel so good."
No shit, she got an alien in her.
Yeah, it turns out she has an alien in her.
Yeah.
And this was a cool moment, I thought, as a kid. I'm like, oh fuck, like how much can the alien ruin her life more? And it's like, oh, now the alien's inside of her. And it turns out that's not even the end of the alien trying to ruin her life. Well, that's a different movie for a different day. Yeah, she finds out it's a queen because it's got the crown. You can see it there.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh shit, that's like the
Beautiful
worst
queen.
one to have. That's the one you don't want. So I guess the alien face hugged her, but it broke Newt's pod. And then I guess it went to Ripley. And then it
The
face
thing
hugged.
really gets around.
And yeah, then it face hugged the dog and it somehow didn't die in between. Okay. They're rewriting the rules here. They're getting
Yes,
a
of
little
course.
weird with the rules. I'm guessing because it's a queen alien, it's taking longer to grow because all the other movies, it's like a day and it's out. Because the dog got out like right away. And that thing got face hugged afterwards.
Yeah.
Sci-fi rules. Am I right?
Exactly.
Anyway. So yeah, Aaron just won't let her tell the company. She's like, "Hey, tell the company that there's the contamination. They shouldn't come here." And he's like, "What? I want to go home. Fuck you." And she's trying to explain to him. It's like, no, they just want the alien. They don't care about you.
Yeah.
They just want the alien. But he's stupid because he has an 85 IQ.
I mean, I don't blame him. I want to go home too.
Yeah, that place looked like it sucked.
Yeah.
By the way, so there's a couple lines of dialogue that you might miss the first time. Because I remember when I was watching this as a kid, I'm like, why don't they just go outside? But then there's a couple lines where they're like, it's like below 80 degrees and the wind is like awful. Like you can't survive outside for long periods of time.
But in the second one and the first one, they went outside.
It's a different planet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a different planet.
Okay. Cut that so I don't look like an idiot.
Cut what? We're just having a conversation. This isn't a show. So Ripley decides she's going to look for the alien herself.
Of course.
She's just going to go look for it.
Ripley.
Lieutenant Ripley. The British people call her Lieutenant because I guess that's like the British version of saying lieutenant. It sounds like they're saying lieutenant. Who cares about British people? Except for the ones who, never mind, this isn't a show. You're not being filmed. Don't worry about it. So Ripley goes into the basement and she's like monologuing in this.
Don't be afraid. I'm part of the family.
I feel like David Fincher like shot this scene. Like the studio didn't want him to shoot the scene, and I think he shot it anyway because he thought it'd be important. Because she's talking about like, you've been in my life so long, I can't remember anything else. And that makes sense for like Sigourney Weaver, who had been doing these movies for a while. But if you think about Ripley, she dealt with an alien for one day, slept for 57 years, woke up for a few weeks, worked on a space station, dealt with aliens for one more day, and then slept. So I think she's like 2 or 3 days at the most dealing with this alien.
This alien thing.
This is the most she's dealt with the alien since then. But yeah, she's like monologuing. She's like, oh, you've been in my life. I'm going to do this to you, blah, blah, blah. Scene ends, cuts to black. She's fine. The alien won't kill her. Because the alien knows the queen's in there. Right. And it's just like, I need that thing to pop out eggs. I can't do it. Like, that girl needs to chill. So she tries to get Dylan to kill her. Because she can't do it herself. She's like, hey, do you mind? Would you just cut my head off with an axe?
Oh, yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I don't know. I would be like, hey, by the way, there's like a whole medical facility. I'm pretty sure you just overdose on something. I don't think you need to go right to axe beheading.
Or just step outside in that below 80 degree weather.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. That's what I would do. Because if I went out there, I want to die too.
Yeah, the big furnace. This is like, hey, you know that big fire? Furnace. Fire that thing up. I got to jump in. Shoot yourself up full of morphine so you don't feel it. Go right into that thing.
Go down in flames.
So Dylan's basically like, wait a minute, the alien won't kill you? We can use that. I'll kill you afterwards. He's like, I promise to kill you afterwards, but let's use this right now to our advantage.
He's like, it's been a while since I killed somebody. I'm a little rusty.
I'm a little rusty. Yeah. Another thing that probably came way late into production, Morse is suddenly a main character, this other random bald guy. Yeah. And they're like, oh, you made a deal with God to live forever. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, that's we're learning that really late into the movie. And this guy is now one of our third main characters. So it's like, okay, I don't know how that happened. Dylan inspires them to unite and kill the alien, but they really don't have any choice because Ripley's like, yeah, the company's going to kill you guys.
Yeah.
Like, they just want this thing. They don't care about you. I like what she said. She's like, first they sent out a team and they were expendable and Marines were expendable. Like, you guys are prisoners. They don't give a shit about you. Like, no one's going to care if you guys are gone. Which I don't agree with. I think even prisoners have rights.
Thank you.
Yes. Depending on the crime. So they're like, all right, fuck it. I guess
Unlike Kevin Spacey.
Huh?
Unlike Kevin Spacey.
He's doing another movie.
Oh, good.
He's done a couple movies, I think, since then. They're like all foreign films. They don't get wide releases. So their new plan is to use themselves as bait and lure the alien into like this corridor and then push it into a mold and drop hot lead on it.
Yeah.
It's a very risky plan. I would not be excited for this plan. Like, I would not be thrilled.
I mean, they didn't have many other options.
They really didn't have many other options. All right, so in this scene, there's you get the really, really bad effect and a way that they filmed around it. You get more of the rod puppet, and the rod puppet is straight up like you said, greenish yellow in some points. But they came up with this cool thing where like when the people are running, it's all from the camera's point of view. It's got kind of like a wide lens, and they had a steady cam so the guy would make it look like the alien was running up the wall. Yeah. I thought that was really effective. I don't know if you did.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Jaws. It's the Jaws thing. It's like where, hey, we can't really show the shark, so we'll use this camera thing with the music. How do you say Jaws?
Jaws.
Did you say it with L's too?
Jaws.
Jaws.
Jaws. I don't know.
I get made fun of all the time.
Jaws.
Yeah, I think you say it like I do with L's.
Jaws. Jaws is...
Jaws. Ah, God damn it.
I can hear the Philly accent when I say Jaws.
Yeah, that's like the main Philly thing that I have.
Yeah,
Prison Mike, I didn't know you were from Philly. That's like my main Philly thing is the words in AW turn into L's.
Yeah.
What's that clear liquid that you drink?
Water? Not water.
You don't say water?
No, I do not say water.
Okay. Me and you have a lot in common, Prison Mike.
Water.
Me and you have a lot in common, Prison Mike. I mean, I don't get caught for my crimes, but whatever. Let's get back to Alien 3. So I love all these scenes of the aliens chasing the guys. But again, because they're all like assholes, I kind of don't care when they die.
Yeah.
Except for the one guy, Pete Postlewaite. I can never pronounce his name right. He's I was about to say he's the bald guy, but I realized that wouldn't actually help.
No.
And that's another problem. There's many scenes in this where I'm like, I'm not clear who just died.
We all look alike.
They actually do all look alike in this movie. One guy has bandages. I'm like, okay, that's the bandage guy.
Even I got him confused.
You know, it's funny, that guy with the bandages, he's in the director's cut of Justice League. And the guy who put the goggles on when attacking Ripley, he's in the theatrical cut of Justice League. So both Justice League cuts have two different Alien 3 guys. Have you seen Justice League?
No.
Have you seen the 4-hour-long director's cut of Justice League?
I've never seen any 4-hour movie.
They don't play a lot of 4-hour movies in prison?
No.
Okay.
And I'm not watching them if they do.
Okay. So at one point, the one prisoner is going to pull the piston too early. And it's Zardoz. Did you ever see Zardoz starring Sean Connery?
Nope.
You never saw that famous image of Sean Connery with the red underwear and the bullet belts?
No.
No? Zardoz is a pretty good movie. But that one the fat bald guy is Zardoz in that film. I guess that would be cooler if you knew what Zardoz was.
Can't help you out there.
Zardoz is not a very good movie.
And this is why you're hacked the movies.
Yes, but Zardoz is a very interesting movie. I didn't know who that guy was for years, and then I saw Zardoz. I'm like, that guy's in Alien 3, and now every time I watch it, I'm like, it's so distracting. That's Zardoz. And for being technical, it's Arthur Frayne. Zardoz was the fake.
Yeah, Arthur Frayne.
The fake alien
Like,
that he made to manipulate Sean Connery's people. As we all know, except for Prison Mike, Zardoz isn't that popular, don't worry. So he basically calms down. She's like, please, for the love of God, we only got one chance of this. Stop it. So yeah, they're all pretty much dead. They're going to lure it. They're trying to lure it back in because he eventually does hit the piston again. And they're like, you got 5 minutes to get this fucker back in here. While this is happening, the company is coming and there's a mysterious person whose face they aren't showing.
Yeah, who was that?
Well, we'll find out. Actually, we won't find out. The movie never makes it clear who that guy really is. The expanded universe has, but who knows if that's accurate. So she finds the alien, but now she's in a predicament because the alien won't come out of this corner because it can't go through her because it's like, fuck, I can't kill her. I kind of need her. But Dylan comes with the plan where it's like, oh, I'm just going to grab her so he'll think I'm like hurting the queen and lure her out. And then it's that awful rod puppet again.
Of course. Yeah.
I love that it just looks at Moores and then just ignores him. And it's like, who would have thought at the beginning of the movie, never in a million years that I think that guy was going to make it toward the end because he was so forgettable. So yeah, they lure it into the little thing. They put it into the mold. And poor Dylan, he sacrifices himself. That made me sad.
Fuck you.
Dylan was a nice, well, he said he was a murderer of women. But in this movie, he did.
I thought he was very nice in this movie.
I'm sure he was redeemed by the Lord and he was deserving not to be eaten by an alien. But yeah, he gets fucking like destroyed by this alien so Ripley can get out. And then they pour the lead on the alien. They melt it. And it's a happy ending, right?
You would think.
No. This thing explodes. I don't know how it explodes out of the lead. Like, did it just jump really high? Like, it looks cool, but it doesn't make sense when you think about it. And a callback to the bucket, Moores is like, hey, that thing's boiling hot. Hit it with the sprinklers. And this fucking thing blows up. The only CGI that's in the movie when it comes to the alien is the head cracking. That is the only actual CGI in the movie. Because there was no other way to do it. It was like a new thing that they were testing. I feel like they should have waited another year to do this movie because then they could have had a CGI alien. And
yeah, that would have been a lot better.
It's still... you forget movies that weren't Jurassic Park. A lot of them had really bad CGI, but it would have looked a little bit better than this.
It couldn't look any worse.
I don't know. Have you ever seen Species?
Well, no.
There's a possibility it could have looked as bad as Species. Same guy, H.R. Giger, who designed the alien in Species.
Oh, go figure.
That's like Alien if the alien was like a hot girl who was horny.
Which one is that?
I got 1 and 2 here.
You don't have these in alphabetical order? Do you? Oh, yeah, you do.
The Species 1 and Species 2.
Oh, they look brutal.
Yeah, they're
Let
pretty
me
good.
see the case on that. Is that the alien?
Yeah. See, it kind of looks
He
like.
kind of reminds me of Slimer from Ghostbusters.
Maybe one day
it
we'll
looks
talk.
Like it looks like a human version of Slimer.
What?
Yeah.
Let me see this. Okay, yeah, this one is. Oh, this is the special collector's edition. Most of the covers, it's like sexy girl that's turning green. But anyway, the CGI in this is rough, and I'm afraid the alien probably would have looked like that.
When was that made?
Oh, this was made, I want to say 95, so it was like 2-3 years later.
So it just didn't have the budget?
I guess it just didn't have the budget. Yeah, so the alien is now dead, and then the company shows up, and it's Bishop?
Ripley.
Maybe? The guy says that he designed Bishop and that he's human. He's not an android.
Yeah.
And it's like, the company wanted me to send you a friendly face. Doesn't really make sense because it's like, she hated Bishop until like 20 minutes before he got split in half. Like,
Yeah.
she wasn't the biggest Bishop fan. So yeah, it's unclear. He's credited as Bishop 2, but I think there was like a video game where he popped up and his name was like Michael or something. And then, if you've ever seen Alien versus Predator, the movie is a prequel.
We did not get up to that part yet.
No. Yeah, that's a prequel. It's bad. But Lance Henriksen comes back again. He's Charles Bishop Whalen, like this character's great ancestor. It's stupid. I think they just wanted Lance Henriksen in the movie.
Yeah, definitely.
Besides being the robot.
Yeah.
I don't know why they wanted him more than the other two, but.
And good for that guy, just collecting a paycheck like that.
He really is. Yeah. Good for him. He was smart to come back for AVP. I mean, that was a bad movie. It's a terrible movie, but he probably got paid a bunch for it. I met him at a convention a couple times. He's really nice. He's like the sweet, tiny old guy. Ever see Man's Best Friend with him?
No.
Oh, man. You got to see Man's Best Friend. It's like he makes a genetically engineered like dog. I think it might be a Rottweiler. And it's got like superpowers and it like falls in love with a girl. And it like tries to kill a
Does
guy.
it have big balls too?
Yes. It legit eats a cat at one point, and the dog is so smart that it cuts the girl's boyfriend's brakes, and it can camouflage. It's a pretty awesome movie. But Lance Henriksen is the one that has to try to kill the dog because the dog's evil.
Oh man,
you got to check out.
Another dog dies.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but there's puppies at the end.
Is it me or am I the only one that thinks Bishop looks like
Willem Dafoe?
Yeah, William Dafoe.
Willem.
Excuse me.
Willem. A lot of people mess that up. Yeah, they both have those like skeletal features.
Yeah, I thought it was him at first when I first seen him.
That's another thing. Like whenever they play good guys, it's just like, you look so evil. Like it's not your fault. I think there was like, I read a thing years ago, like people with like skeletal features, like people are more scared of them. And I guess it's like an evolutionary thing for some reason. I don't know what the exact cause is. But yeah, because there's plenty of movies where Willem Dafoe and Lance Henriksen are good guys, but you're just like, what's that dude up to? I don't trust that dude.
I don't trust them.
And Ripley doesn't trust him.
It's those cheeks.
Yeah, because he's like, oh, we're going to take that alien out of you. She's like, bullshit. Like there's no fucking way you're doing that. And she does the noble thing. She throws herself into the fire.
Yeah.
And she's 100% right, because as she's doing it, he's like, please don't kill the alien. We need it. And then they kill Aaron.
And she just held it down too, so the alien wouldn't go anywhere.
So that was added later on, because this was being made the same time as Terminator 2. Terminator 2 had not come out yet. Have you seen Terminator 2?
No.
Okay. You might like Terminator 2.
Maybe.
It's the guy who directed Aliens. He did Terminator 1 and 2.
So then probably.
Yeah, you probably like it. Stop after that. Although I like Terminator 3, but that's because it's dumb. In that movie at the end, spoiler, the Terminator lowers himself into hot steel. Both Terminators get killed in this molten steel to like melt them. And they were writing this movie and they were like, well, shit, we have the same fucking ending. They're like, how can we make it different? So they went back and shot it to have the queen come out of her.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, if we do the one producer explains it, like, if we have the chest burster come out of her, like that is so alien that people will forget about Terminator.
Well, I took it as like the alien was trying to escape because they knew she was going to kill herself and the alien in the fire.
Yes.
So the alien was trying to escape, so she held it down so he couldn't.
And there was in the Wooden Planet script, there was an ending like that. There were two endings where she walks into fire, and there was another ending where they get it out of her and it needs warmth, so then it runs to the fire and kills itself on accident.
And then the whole planet goes up in flames because it's a wooden planet.
Oh yeah, I guess that would have happened.
Yeah.
It's a good thing they changed that. That would have been
was
weird.
A bad call.
The pictures are nice. The storyboards and the artists, conceptual artists, look really, really
What kind
nice.
of wood was it? Like a cherry wood?
You know what? I don't know. That's one of the producer's problems. He's like, we just couldn't figure it out. We're like, where did they get the trees for the planet? Like, he just couldn't figure it out. So yeah, the music swells and everything. So she finally did it. She rid the universe of the alien. And then Moores is the only one left alive. I assume he gets executed afterwards.
Yeah, probably.
But it's like, really? That guy? Like, the movie literally ends with him smiling. It's like, I didn't realize he was a character until,
I know.
until like,
where did this guy come from?
He had the one line in the beginning and then he disappeared. He's kind of just in the back. He says fuck that one time.
Yeah. Potty mouth.
But yeah, he was not like a big character until like the last 10 minutes. That's what happens when you shoot a movie without a script, Prison Mike.
Yeah, when you just throw it together.
Weird stuff like that happens.
You put the trailer out before the movie even
Yes.
happened.
So that's why Alien 3 failed with audiences. It was really, really hyped up. They were expecting something more like what they were used to. They wanted something like Aliens. And the movie took a very hard turn. It was a bit of a downer.
Yeah.
None of their favorite people came back. There's just a bunch of random bald prisoners and you can't tell them apart.
Nope, never can.
You never can. Yeah, and people felt really, really betrayed by this movie. I know James Cameron felt betrayed by it. He was like, I think that was a slap in the face to the fans, killing all my characters. Because James Cameron wrote Aliens.
Yeah.
He didn't just direct it. He like wrote and came up with those characters. So imagine him in the theater just going, the fuck, dude? Why'd you do that? He's since calmed down on it. He's since.
I mean, it's been 30 years. I would hope so.
Yes, he's like, I'm still not really thrilled about it. There's a reason people have come around on this. And that's because there is another version that was released, the assembly cut. But I still think this version that we have, it's not great. The movie's never going to be 100% great because of all the flaws and whatnot, but I still think it kind of works. The dog part's sad.
Yeah, I did not like that part.
Yeah, the effects could be better. But,
so basically, we need to make aliens great again.
Yes, we got to make them great again.
Gotcha.
Sadly, a person who's usually in the store died not too long ago, and she would have agreed with you. I think she would agree with you.
Yeah, I think so.
And probably many other things. But yeah, that's why it failed. It was a letdown. It didn't have all the action that the fans wanted. It was kind of confusing, the alien lore that we learned, because the face hugger was weird. And it's just a bummer. Just an overall bummer.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess because you have a unique perspective, I mean, was this movie accurate to prison life?
Except for all the bald people? No.
Okay. Well, this is all right. So I shouldn't go to prison and remember this movie. It won't prepare me for prison.
Correct.
Okay, good. Anyway, that is it from us. Please like, share, and subscribe. Call our voicemail line and sign up for our Patreon.
What the hell are you doing?
Oh, Prison Mike, I hope you're not too mad at me. I lied. This is a show that I do.
A what?
Yeah, we just did a show.
A show? You got me on a show? I'm trying to hide out here and you got me on a television show.
I mean, it's for YouTube. I mean, how many people could possibly see it?
I don't know. You tell me. How many viewers do you have?
I mean, I got like
12, 13.
I think I got like 45,000 subscribers.
1,000.
Yeah. And one of our alien videos actually got 100,000 views. Is that gonna be a problem for you?
Yeah, I think it is. Do you think it's gonna be a problem for me?
Do the cops usually watch YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
shit.
think.
Oh,
who doesn't watch YouTube?
Do you watch YouTube in prison? Is that where you watched Alien?
No, somebody sent it to me.
So that was the long-awaited Alien 3 review. We hyped it up for over a year. I hope it wasn't a letdown. I think people will like it. You think people will like it?
No.
Oh, God. Prison Mike, I think they found you. I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. What? No. Please don't.
Back.
Don't shoot.
We're going back.
Don't shoot. Why are you shooting? No.
What are you doing?
Oh, I had the most horrible nightmare that I did the Alien 3 review with just some guy and it ended horribly.
Was he bald?
Yeah. What are you guys doing here?
We're doing the assembly cut.
You know, the best version of this movie?
That's right. We have to review the Alien 3 assembly cut. Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here. And today we're going to talk about how Alien 3 got fixed years later after its release. We're finally reviewing Alien 3 the right way. I feel like I did it recently, but that was just a dream. We're finally reviewing Alien 3. Now, people, real quick, before we get into this, people have been asking, why do you keep saying YouTube search Alien 3? Why do you keep saying that? I don't understand. There are people who search it constantly and still message me like a year later going, I don't know why I'm doing this. So we used to have a system. We no longer do. It was a pretty okay system, but it turns out it was more of a guideline, but we were using it as a hard rule.
Yeah.
But we would run a movie we wanted to do against another search term based off like a good episode we did. And Alien 3 did not rank. That's why in older episodes we used to say like, it doesn't rank, it doesn't rank, it doesn't rank.
Because it wasn't the assembly cut. That's
so what we did was we just kept saying YouTube search Alien 3. So it would rank, so we could review it. And for a while, it didn't seem like it was working. And then I realized when I was typing it into the search thing, it was doing Alien and then cubed. But no one ever really types that. When you type that into Google, you don't actually do the cube thing.
No. Yeah.
So I typed Alien Space 3, and it turns out you insane assholes were searching it a lot. So we were like, good. We can finally review Alien 3. Then we made plans to review it. It was going to be in November. And then October happened. So we postponed it. And actually it worked out because this week is the 30th anniversary of Alien 3.
It all worked out.
It all worked out in the end. Now, before we go into the assembly cut, I said a lot of this in my dream to that person. But I
you were
ask
talking in your sleep a bit. So.
Yeah, yes. You're probably going to hear me say some similar things that I did in my
you have
sleep.
all that drool everywhere.
I'm sorry.
I don't think that's his.
Wait.
Sorry, guys, it was more of a nightmare. I'm going to have nightmares about Prison Mike for the rest of my days. Now, Alien 3. When did you first see Alien 3 and what was your initial reaction?
I guess I saw it. in the 90s at some time when it came out. Mm-hmm. Again, this was one that was on like it was either Showtime or HBO that my old man and my mother would watch. This wasn't one that I would put on because it was kind of like, oh, it's just a bunch of bald guys running around and there's not that much alien stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
I think we talked about this on the Aliens episode.
Yeah,
of where like Aliens was the one I'd watch all the time.
So you weren't a fan of this one?
It was fine.
Okay. And then pre-special edition, like, did you ever warm up to it, or were you just kind of the whole time?
Not pre-special edition.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you first see Alien 3?
Yeah, it had to be like the same time as him. I did not like it at all.
Yeah.
It's very jarring going from like the first one, then the second one, and then this one's just so like not even like dark and like the movie's like colored darkly. Yeah. It's just dark.
It's like a mean movie.
Yeah. The entire time I'm like, oh my God, like calm the fuck down.
Very mean-spirited film.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was kind of like you guys. I was not really into it. I was sad that a Rottweiler died because I had a Rottweiler.
I couldn't watch the scene.
I think I watched it with my Rottweiler in the room. But I was excited to see it. And I was like, oh, I thought that'd be a little different. But there was something about it
very brutal.
There was something about it that kept me. There were things I liked in it, even if I didn't think it was good as Aliens.
Well, yeah, there wasn't enough stuff for me to keep me entertained, I guess, as a kid.
And as the years went by, I would you catch it on TV. I'm like, oh, it's Alien 3, and I'm like, I guess I'll watch it. And I started to like it more and more and more.
I could never like just rewatch it.
Really, and I'm just like, what is it about this? There's something about this movie that keeps bringing me back. And lo and behold, the Alien Quadrilogy comes out.
Yes, Quadrilogy.
2003. And they actually released the assembly cut because famously David Fincher walked away from the movie. He's the only director who never came back for any of the behind the scenes. Right. He did not come back for this edit. I think I have it here. Let me see here. It was edited by Charles D. Lazarica. He produced the box set and he produced all the making of featurettes for it. So he actually got a cut that they submitted to the studio initially. And he based the assembly cut off of that original cut and kept it as faithful as he could.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I didn't get the Quadrilogy set. But then 2004, they started releasing them individually to coincide with Alien vs. Predator.
Yes.
There were those special, and then they put the Predator movies on special edition.
Yeah, which was funny because at the end of that comic that I gave you is an Alien vs. Predator, like part 1 mini comic thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, it's funny that I don't have it here because I lent it to Jessica. But the Alien 3 special edition DVD like frustrates me because the alien on the cover is from Alien. And the chest burster on the back is from Alien Resurrection. It's like, wait, why? How did they... I don't understand how this happened. Where was the quality assurance with that? Anyway, so I finally watched the assembly cut in 2004, and I was like, holy shit, this is a lot different.
Yeah.
And questions that I had were suddenly answered.
Pacing's different.
The pacing is different.
The whole message of the movie is different.
There's a whole like midsection that was very, very important. That was cut out. So when did you probably saw it with the Quadrilogy?
Yeah, I got the Quadrilogy. Now,
did you even know it existed? I don't even remember.
No.
I was on a lot of Alien fan like sites and stuff at the time because girls didn't talk to me in 2003.
They still don't talk to them.
So I had
they talked to me and I was on those things.
Yes. So I was on these sites and I don't remember anyone getting hyped for this. I don't ever remember anyone even mentioning this.
Yeah, I don't think I found out about this until like 5 years after it came out.
You found out from me.
So probably 5 years after
2008. Yes.
Yeah.
Because one day we binged them. I'm like, have you seen this version? You're like, no. And
I was like, what? What is this?
You're like, where's the dog?
I feel like people just still didn't give a shit, even if there was a alternate
Yeah, because like Alien 3. But I like that it came out because it's like, it's given the movie now had like a second chance.
Yeah, big time.
And David Fincher went on to do like amazing films.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much lately. I haven't seen anything really. After Benjamin Button, it was real hit or miss. But he made some amazing films. And I think people went back and were like, oh, well, let's watch his first film. He got a lot of shit for it. And they're like, hey, you know what? I could see like there's little things here that would show up later on in his filmography.
It's so bizarre, like, especially with the Alien films, like how much shit these people went through, especially like James Cameron and now David Fincher
got the brunt of it.
Oh, no, he got the big time. But like it was always a problem production. And you know what I mean?
Well, I mean... They started building the wooden planet sets when they gave him the movie, and they're like, "Oh, I guess it's not a planet anymore. We already started building it. Here's the script. Change it." And they're like, "We're gonna write the script as you're doing it."
There was 45 pages when they started shooting, and they were getting faxes like every day, like and shooting the next day. It was insane.
There's behind the scenes footage of Charles S. Dutton, the guy who plays Dylan.
Yeah.
And you see, there's a video.
You son of a bitch.
No, there's a video.
Oh, wait, wrong
There's a
one.
video, different Dylan. Oh, I'm sure there's fan theories that they're related. There's a video of him on set being like, yeah, they think they're closing me out by Saturday. I'm going to be impressed to see how they do that. Like, even he was like unsure what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's talk about this special edition, which is significantly longer, and it fleshes out some of the characters a little bit more. One thing I didn't mention.
Not just random bald guys.
Yes. One thing I didn't mention in my dream that I had, they started filming this with Jordan Cornenweth. He was the cinematographer for Blade Runner.
Okay.
And he's a great cinematographer. And then it turns out he had Parkinson's.
Oh, geez.
And a line producer on the film had a dad who died of Parkinson's like a few years prior, and he like recognized it, and he was like, "This guy's got to go." Like he told him like he's not going to be able to do the shop. So they replaced him with Alex Thompson, who did camera work for John Boorman's Excalibur, Ridley Scott's Legend, and of course, George Pan Comatos's Leviathan.
When are we doing Legend?
Legend and Leviathan.
That's another one we can do.
Yeah.
So good.
It's the best fantasy movie ever made.
It's so fucking good.
So let's start off with
this film is gorgeous.
Yes,
by
the
way,
film has
despite
always
its-
looked good.
Yeah.
Except for the Rod puppet. The film has always looked good. So now let's get into this film in a different way. Similar opening as before, with the face hugger on the ship, and it crashed onto the planet. It's still intentionally vague as to what happens. But luckily, Joe, you got me a comic book here. Because it's confusing, right? There's a face hugger. It shows that it's on someone's face. But then it's like Ripley is the one who got impregnated later.
Yeah.
I have all the answers here. You see, what happened was
Oh, God.
it went on nude. because we see it crawling on her pod. But then when they crashed, Newt drowned. So the queen alien embryo, which is black instead of pink, screwed that up.
Yeah.
It was like, oh shit, this broad's dead, and I got a week to gestate. So it crawled out of her mouth. I mean, it couldn't go into Bishop.
Not quite right.
And it could not go into Hicks because a beam crushed his head. So it crawled into Ripley's mouth. So now I know how the embryo got into
I was
Ripley.
gonna say, I guess this fixes that continuity error that there was just one face hugger.
No,
two embryos, right?
No. There's still only one face hugger.
Oh, okay.
And I have
sure?
I have a solution. Yeah. Well, it's
okay.
I'm pretty sure there's two
because there's only one egg.
Yeah,
that we see.
There's an explanation for it.
Okay.
It's a little inconsistent because they filmed this opening, I think, in LA when they got rid of the queen facehugger idea. So that's why it looks like a regular facehugger in the beginning.
Because the queen facehugger can lay multiple.
That's yes. So the queen facehugger can do that, and we'll get to that when we get to the queen facehugger scene.
Sorry.
In this version, Clemens by Charles Dance, who you remember from Ghostbusters 2016,
and Game of Thrones,
and Ghostbusters 2016.
Great movie.
And Last Action Hero.
And The Golden Child.
And
Brother Numpsy himself. He's here. He's great.
I love Charles Dance.
So we get introduced to him earlier.
I love his voice.
Yeah.
It's so good.
He's very quiet in this movie.
Although I asked the guy in my dream, and I'm going to ask you
Ripley,
guys.
I get it, girl.
I want to see. I want to see if you agree with Prison Mike. Whenever I see Charles Dance, I'm so used
to have
Prison Mike.
He was the guy in my dream.
Did Prison Mike have sex with Charles Dance too?
No. But I asked him.
Did you have sex with Charles Dance?
No. I wanted to.
Does he really have a glass eye?
I wanted to ask him because this happens with me whenever I see Charles Dance as like a good guy. It doesn't really work for me.
No, he really is always a bad guy.
I'm so used to being a bad guy. So when he's a good guy, I'm like, I don't feel comfortable around you, even though he's a good guy.
He's still kind of bad.
Yeah, but he's not bad.
Yeah. No, yeah.
But I like that he's earlier in the film here, and he's the one who actually saves her on the beach.
Which is a great scene, man.
Yes.
That's an actual beach in what? Britain or the UK somewhere.
Yeah,
it's like
I think
all
so, yeah.
black like that.
Yes, and they cover her in like that oil, and he's
Yeah.
the one who grabs her and runs out with her. So I guess
really
somehow
cool.
she washed out.
It's striking in all of those shots too.
Yes, completely different than the theatrical, where it's just the random guys get it with the dog, and they have that awkward blue screen with the crane.
Yeah.
So yeah, here's one thing. When this was first released, they didn't have all the audio finished because they never got around to ADRing it. So when you would watch this on DVD in 2004, he comes in, he starts talking, you just hear all this steam and background noise, and they had to subtitle what he was saying.
Yeah, it's very rough on
It's
that
very,
DVD.
very rough. But luckily in 2010, they got them back, and now on the Blu-ray, all the audio's there. They went back and they re-recorded it.
That cut on the anthology is gorgeous.
Yes.
Everything's remastered. It looks fantastic
Yes.
and sounds great.
Fox really took care of the, well, not the creative direction of the series, but they took care of the actual
restoration.
physical preservation of the series. So yeah, like I said, no dog. This version has oxen. So there's a herd of oxen that are pulling in the EEV, which I think is cooler than the.
I think it's really neat.
Than the big crane, yeah.
Well, even just the shot in general, just showing the outside instead of just being inside that prison the whole time,
Yeah.
whatever. It just felt like an actual planet.
Yeah, and they actually they mentioned why
Yeah.
they mentioned why they can't go outside because the weather gets really bad.
I mean, that's fine.
Because I remember being younger, like, why don't they just go outside? And it's like, oh, because it's like 50 below zero with debris flying around.
And they say that too. They're like, it's going to be 45 below in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
like pull
you're
the
not
shit
gonna be able
out.
to survive
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
Also different from this, how they find the corpses is very different.
Oh,
Hicks
man.
is still destroyed.
Yeah.
Dude.
You actually see his jaw like
the
broken
beam
in
is
half.
in his head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
and some dude's like, oh.
It's much more violent. They also don't cut to Newt in her pod like this.
Yeah, Newt's just literally like this.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they cut
But
that.
like, if she drowned in her sleep,
She wouldn't be like,
yeah. She wouldn't be like, eh.
because that was the thing. They said like later on, he's like, I don't think she was alive when it happened. But then you see the thing, she's like, ah. Maybe
Frozen
that's
in
just
time?
maybe that's how she sleep. Was that when I was having my nightmare? Was I like this the whole time?
Maybe for a little bit of
like
it. It's definitely more tasteful and it's even creepier,
Yes.
especially with the part later with the autopsy.
But they don't cut to the picture of Hicks on the computer screen because they didn't want to pay him for the special edition.
That's okay.
Now, how do you feel about the characters dying right in the beginning?
jarring. Like,
the thing is, like, we've had how many years to kind of mellow on that and go back to this, especially with this new cut.
Yeah.
And when you look at the first 3 movies as a whole, because I like Resurrection, but I don't consider it an Alien movie because it's not really Ripley.
Wow.
No.
Do you know what I'm saying?
You're correct. Yeah.
Wow.
So like this is well, she's a clone.
Not his Ripley.
Speaking of Alien Resurrection, my Cavity Colors shirt shipped today.
I ordered them too.
Mine shipped literally today.
I didn't get an email, but I ordered them. You gotta wear a matching newborn alien shirt.
That'd be really funny.
It brings back the horror of the series, where we got this crazy action-packed thing with aliens, but this...
I now really like it.
She's such a tragic character, and her whole arc, she just loses everybody through the series as you go, you know what I mean? And then ends up making the ultimate sacrifice.
I really like it now. I was upset originally. Yeah. But now I actually really, really like the change, because it does. What better way to establish that there are like total threats? It's like, hey,
also stakes.
Everything that you did to save these people, guess what? They're fucking dead now, and you got to do it again.
Which would probably happen if something like this happened. You know what I mean? Everybody's not like, whoa, what a crash! I'm glad we're all right.
Yes. That was I think there were earlier drafts back when it was like the Wooden Planet, where like they were around for a bit, and it's just like it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I like it. It's very controversial, and I know people want to write their fan versions, and they want Neil Blomkamp to make a terrible movie. Fucking, you want the Chappie guy to make an alien movie?
Yeah, I would. I am interested in it. I'd rather that than another fucking Ridley Scott movie. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I think we can all agree with that.
maybe that Alien series.
Yeah. So this is the beginning of actually trying to make the prisoners characters. We actually get an extra scene of Dylan leading a prayer.
Amen.
Amen. Before Warren Andrews comes in and lets them know what's happening. Of course, plays out the same from there. The prisoners are mad that there's a woman in there.
And they're celibate.
Yes, they're celibate, including women. You didn't specify animals, and they do have ox in there, so...
One of them's fucking that ox,
I'm just saying, I don't know if that counts.
Probably.
Reminds me of when I went to Scotland and in the
You fucked an ox in Scotland?
No, in the
Did an alien come out of it?
In the back. It's better.
I'm just picturing what your fiance's face would look like if he was here and heard that you fucked an ox in Scotland. But keep going.
Anyway, and I'm going to bring this up because this is kind of embarrassing to you. So
Tony fucking ox.
Vending, yes.
Okay.
There are vending machines in the bathrooms, and one of them you could buy an inflatable sheep that you can stick your dick in.
Huh.
He told me he wanted one.
I don't remember that.
He told me he wanted one.
It's a joke. It's for a joke.
That's pretty funny.
Instead, I was nice and brought him back a towel that looks like a kilt.
Whatever happened to that towel?
I don't know. I saw it at your house like ages ago. Like,
yeah, I don't know where the fuck it is now.
I'm talking within the last 2 years I saw it.
I would hang around my old apartment with my roommate just wearing that towel a lot of times.
That's kind of fun.
At least it got good mileage.
You're wearing a kilt, and they're like, wait a minute.
Oh, would you bring the sheep there? Don't spit on me, please.
So yeah, like
characters.
The movie kind of plays out pretty similar here. Ripley is concerned about the alien. Yeah. She's not. She doesn't even grieve her friends right away. She's like, I gotta make sure before I start crying.
Yeah. Well, she makes sure not to make the same mistake she made in Aliens by telling everybody that there's an alien. She's like, oh, there's a contagion.
I mean, if I were to wake up and be like, by the way, there's an alien. Please check if there's an alien.
I understand.
There might be an alien. How did it leave an egg on the ship? I don't know. It didn't seem like there was a lot of time.
Bishop put it there. Oh, I had a whole theory. Here's my theory. Bishop was actually like Ash. He was like, oh, I can't let anybody be hurt or whatever. But like, he totally took that egg and put it there, man. Because he lands.
Yeah.
He could have grabbed the egg, got back on the ship, and he's like, oh, I had to circle around. And he was like, oh, this is going to look bad if I don't bring anybody back. Comes back, picks up the kid.
And then he hides it under the floorboard of the Sulaco.
Yeah, if she saw it, she would have freaked out.
I still think the queen popped it out and slapped it under there.
It's possible.
I think so.
Shit out was like, fuck you, bitch.
Tony's reenactment was exactly how it happened.
Go back and watch our Aliens episode. I think I reenacted it pretty well. And I think I also put it on TikTok. So watch that. So yeah, no finding the hurt dog scene. Dog is gone. Poor Spike is gone.
I was so sad. Like
they make a toy of him.
Why?
I don't know.
And he had a little boo-boo face because all the.
I did like fucking rough. The humans don't have scars.
Yeah, the humans is just like, oh, it just shoves its thing down your throat or whatever.
Yeah,
the dog, it like rips the sides up, like the poor baby.
No.
I guess it's harder to fit on because that thing is not made for a dog's face, right?
Yeah, I can wrap on.
I mean, it could, but it's like it has an
out.
elongated like snout.
It can bend.
Yeah, sure, but like I'm saying, it was holding on for dear life, trying to get its little
You're saying
slimy
it should have
fingers
went to
around
a
it.
pug because the snout is flat.
Exactly.
So we get to the autopsy scene.
Good lord. Oh, God, the scene. Ugh.
And I'll ask you about that in a second, but there's an added bit where Clemens, when he's talking, he's like, hey, she drowned. It's fine. He actually stops and goes,
Was she your daughter?
and like Ripley has to like, because now you as like a fan who knows, and once you see the extended cut, it's like, shit.
Yeah.
Now she's remembering her actual dead daughter and this surrogate daughter.
It adds this whole another emotional weight to the scene. Like it's already
'Cause if you think
horrible that
about
we're
it,
gonna cut this little girl open, but
like they don't tell you how much time is in between this and Aliens. I imagine it's only like a few weeks. But even the beginning of Aliens to the end of Aliens, that's probably like a few weeks because she was on that space station. So she's still not done grieving her dead daughter.
No.
And now she got a surrogate daughter to help grieve her dead daughter. And now that dead daughter is dead
And
too.
then everything else that happens to her in this or whatever, like,
Yeah.
leave her alone.
Yeah.
So and it's a really good moment. I wish they left it in.
Yeah.
And there's a similar nude scene that they cut out of Resurrection that kind of is the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's in the special edition of that.
Also, to your point, doesn't matter how many years. That's the last thing she remembered when she went to sleep and woke up.
Yes.
So to her, it's like fucking this whole series is like a month for this woman.
So how did you feel? So it wasn't enough that he killed him. How did you feel about them ripping up that dead girl's body and like opening up her rib cage? Was that?
Why was there so much blood?
Oh man, I was extra squeamish this time watching this for some
Like-
reason.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah,
And you hear the like.
yeah, it's pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal.
It is, and
But, like,
the whole
also,
time.
if you're like doing the autopsy, like, can't you like have like a little drain thing to like have the blood come out, kind of like when you like.
Well, they
embalm
are
someone?
completely understaffed and
But,
they
like,
don't have any of the right
ew.
supplies.
They don't have any of the amenities at all.
Because that's the whole thing. It was like a functioning facility turned prison and then a prison facility. And then they were like, we're leaving. You guys stay here in case we got to do some shit.
Good old Wayland.
Yes. So they don't have, they have nothing.
They couldn't do something at least for like the little girls getting freaking cut open after.
I don't think they were planning on many
Horribly.
little girls to come to their maximum security prison. That's
Also-
all men. I feel like that was I think
Did
the
they break
chances.
her bones, by the way, to make her life flat? Because if she died and was like this, she would have been stuck like that.
Well, in this version, that's not the case.
Rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis eventually wears off.
Rick and Morty?
Um,
what is it? The freaking was it Scary Movie 3 when Brenda dies after the ring part? Whatever. And she looks so peaceful. She's like,
But I'm just saying, if I was on the maximum security prison there and someone said, "Hey, what do you think we'll see first? A scary alien or a little girl?" I'd be like, "Yeah, probably an alien. I don't know why there would be a little girl anywhere near this planet."
A human
getting cut open. Good lord.
It's a really powerful scene, actually.
Fun fact: when you listen to the commentary track for this, so Lance Henriksen he's only in the movie in like 2 scenes.
He's like a voice.
But he introduces himself in this scene to let you know that he bought the spiral staircase from the autopsy set. He's like, I really love that case, so I had him like break it down and ship it to my place.
I wonder if that's in his like pottery place where he makes his bowls.
Maybe, but apparently he
Gotta ask him.
really liked the spiral staircase. He's like, I really want that.
I want to get one of his bowls. He's a super nice guy. I think I said that already.
Yeah. Added scene. The 2 prisoners coming in with the dead ox. Babe. Poor Babe.
gonna
They're
throw him
bringing
in
her
the stew.
in. And again, we're getting to know like how the prisoners are reacting to Ripley there. This is the first woman they've seen in forever.
You need this scene just for that alone.
Yes.
Fuck the ox. Like, this is building the characters that are surrounding Ripley and
Because
what's
they
his
also
face?
had the one earlier when Clem's like first brings her in and they're just sitting there like, what? And then he has
Yeah.
to yell at them like, can you get the fuck up and like
Yeah.
do something?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
shows it more.
Yeah, and then in this one, like they're sitting there talking like what they would do if they see her, and it's a locker room talk.
Yeah.
I think locker room talk.
I'd be happy to kiss her ass. I'd be happy to kiss her anywhere she wants.
But yeah, I love the one part where they're like, "Hey, what's wrong with the
prisoner talk?"
Sure. They're like, "Hey, how this fucking bull die?" And he's like, "I have no idea." let's cut it up later. It's like, you guys don't want to maybe look into this?
Hey, Bill, what's this?
Yes, and then he pulls out the queen face hugger, which doesn't really match the face hugger we see in the opening scene, because at that point they had changed their mind.
Yeah.
Because remember, they didn't finish filming the movie in London. They went to LA to finish a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, the decision was already made, so you can't really add the queen face hugger into that.
No. But it was made before that.
It was made before that, but I think just the rubber model, not that it actually moving.
Yeah.
By the time those scenes came around, the decision already went through. But the queen face hugger, if you see a close-up shot, and a lot of times this becomes a viral image that gets shared by idiots, including one of my cousins, who it's an image that you'll see someone holding it from behind the scenes, and it'll be like, this was found in the ocean recently.
It looks like a face hugger.
And people are all like, I can't believe this is real. And I had a cousin share it, and I think she unfriended me when I pointed out that it was the queen alien. We're fine now. But
good.
But it's actually really cool. So it's got webbed hands, and it has the queen crown on it. And the idea is that it can implant a drone and a queen embryo, because the queen embryo presumably takes longer to gestate, so it needs a drone around to like protect it.
And apparently crawls out of people and into other people if it's feels threatened.
Yes, well that was added here, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I guess that's how we get 2 embryos with just one alien.
We got the Kenner toy.
Which I had at home. I forgot to bring that. Yes.
Didn't NECA make one? In like a pack?
NECA made like a theoretical Queen Bambi burster.
Oh, really?
Which isn't even in the movie, was never going to be a thing.
Okay. Because it was like the test footage or whatever they did. And Fincher was like, no, that's stupid.
Speaking of Bambi burster, during the funeral, we're cutting to the alien breaking out of the ox.
This scene is so great. It's the death and rebirth all in one.
I think it even works.
It's fucking great.
I think it even works in the theatrical cut with the dog.
Yeah.
But
It's a little more graphic. Like there's a lot of
By the way, how big the burster was that came out of that dog? It's like, how was that even in the dog?
Yeah.
Like, it makes a little bit more sense for the bull. When you think of the dog, it's like that's like almost the size of the dog. That makes no fucking sense.
That's basically the size of the dog.
Now, this scene, they added CGI to it in post. Because originally it was the rod puppet and they were going to rotoscope it. By the time it got to that, they were like, we're not doing this anymore. So they never even got around to rotoscoping it.
Yeah.
So they did use CGI in 2003 to complete this little Bambi burster, and it's fine. It's
looks all right.
It's not George Lucas level CGI edition. It's something that would have been in the movie. It's not like there's not a cockroach man with fur going in the background of it. There's not like a droids going around. Like the ox doesn't like try to burst out of the alien first. There's no weird shit like that.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You got to put Jedi rocks over this scene. Yeah.
Now, the alien running away, they were going to do it practically, and I'm sure you know what it was going to be, right?
An actual dog.
Yep.
A greyhound.
A little whippet. It's called a
Was it a whippet?
Yes.
Oh.
It looks like an Italian greyhound, the smaller greyhounds. And the behind the scenes of this, the footage of this is the most adorable thing in the world.
It's so cute.
Funny.
It's so cute.
So they gave it a full head, and like the dog was terrified, so they had to cut the head out so they could only film it from behind. And
wobbling.
It just doesn't work. And they said in the the special features, they show the footage and it looks awful.
Oh yeah, that's gonna work.
The dailies were like you were on the floor because they were so stupid looking. I mean, once in a while you do something like that. It's just so dumb. I mean, I've done it many times. I mean, you try an idea and it just sucks.
But in the commentary, they're like, look, when we rehearsed it in the studio, it was fine. And then when we got to the set, it got camera shy. And also, like, so that's in like a slaughterhouse sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they had like live chickens and stuff, and like the chickens were freaking out the dog. So that's why it was like super stiff running. And they watch it, they're like, it's just too adorable. We can't do it. I like seeing the alien run away, whereas before it was just that camera zoom out.
Yeah, I like that. I don't know. I think it looks good. And I just think the ox overall is just, I don't know. It's just better.
Yes. And then we get the scene where Dylan is talking to Boggs and Rains and Gallic. And this is important. Like, again, like the theatrical cut just tells you Dylan's the leader, but we really need to like see it. And he's kind of like the middleman between everyone. He's trying to like lecture them and whatnot.
He's the shepherd.
Yes. And Boggs and Rains, they hate Gallic.
The guy's crazy and he smells bad. I ain't going out with him anymore.
Because he smells
And he's stupid.
And he's crazy.
Excuse me.
He's stupid.
But mostly because he
smells. And we get a setup for Gallic, who is very important in this version. He's a secondary antagonist in this version.
Yeah, there's his whole arc is dropped.
It really is.
in the other cut.
Which makes the scenes where they linger on him in the theatrical cut like so jarring.
Yeah.
You're like, who is this?
It's Doctor Who, apparently.
Oh my god.
He went on to be a Doctor Who. Have you watched Doctor Who?
I actually started rewatching Doctor Who.
Oh, when'd you stop watching Doctor Who?
Eyebrow guy. Oh my god.
Peter Capaldi?
Thank you, yeah.
What did I tell you?
In the middle.
He was right. We were
had
talking about this before.
We had a whole conversation before this where I'm like, women couldn't shut up about Doctor Who until they made it an old guy, and then they all stopped caring.
I love Peter Capaldi though.
Then why'd you stop watching?
Because the show sucked.
No. I was telling them when they did the reveal, I was with my cousin and my friend Kate, and as soon as he came out, they both went, ah. I never heard him talk about Doctor Who again.
How do you not like Peter Capaldi though?
They just didn't want him. They wanted a young, sexy man with British voice. Were there any young, sexy men with British voices in this?
Charles Dance.
Middle-aged men with sexy voices.
You know who the studio wanted? The guy from... What was that sound? Is there an alien in the store, perhaps?
Hopefully not in the air duct right above you.
It's probably a ghost.
Hopefully not.
I hope he's hot.
The alien?
Yes.
Spoiler, it's the alien from Leprechaun 4, aka the Leprechaun.
Got that lightsaber?
Anyway, they wanted the guy who played oh my god, the insane asylum guy from Bram Stoker's Dracula. Why am I blanking on his character name and his actor name? I'm blanking on both.
Renfield.
Richard E. Grant?
No,
not Renfield.
Oh, who?
The head of the asylum. Yes.
Oh, Dr. I think it's whatever.
Yes, I think that's Richard E. Grant.
Oh, okay.
They wanted him, and there's like actually test footage of him, but then they went with Charles Dance.
I don't think he's like strong enough to play that character.
He would have looked like a good guy.
Yeah, but he's also a meek little dude, you know?
Yeah.
Dance has got that perfect balance.
So you're a woman, the last time I checked. Theoretical question. You've landed on a prison, and someone goes up to you and says, hey, don't leave this room. Literally everyone outside of this room is a rapist or a Cuties fan or a murderer. And they want to murder you and do awful things. So you shouldn't leave this room. Stay here for a week. You would probably stay in that room.
So I'm Ripley in this situation, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so like I've gone through everything she's gone through, right?
Yeah.
Why the fuck would men scare me after everything else I just dealt with?
Which is why that totally makes sense why she does what she does.
That is, it actually really is.
She was in the fucking power suit. We talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
Boxing a fucking giant alien.
I mean, I would still be tough, but stay in my room. If someone came in my room, I'd beat him up. But just for shits and giggles.
She wanted to send a message.
You know what? A week.
Yes.
I'm good. I'll stay here for a week.
Even the scene when she walks in. Bald, by the way, girl, get it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
She's not a weak character at all. And again, there's scenes in the previous movie where she's doing the same
but
shit.
I do love the scene where he's like, I'm a murderer and rapist of women. And she's like, oh, I guess that I make you uncomfortable. And then she sits down. Because you're right. It's like literally by her timeline, like a week ago, she was punching a 15-foot monster in the face.
Somebody also says, how about I put your fucking head through the wall? And she's like, okay.
He's like, I once stabbed a lady. She's like, yeah, that's cute. They're real cool, dude. We're all really
acid for blood.
It's like Elaine in Seinfeld when she makes fun of the two jocks. She's like, oh, we're all really impressed. And they like turn around.
Jesus Christ.
Clemens lets her know about like the history of the people becoming religious. And she's still dancing around his questions and be like, why did we rip open a 5-year-old girl? Like, what, why did we do that?
I want to have sex. Let's just forget about it.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
She's like, are you attracted to me? It's just like, I've been out here a long time.
A long time.
In the extended cut.
Dust it off, baby.
In the extended cut, it cuts to him going, so have I.
No, he's like, oh, dude, like his lip quivers and shit as he's taking a drink. He's like,
which I like, because in the theatrical cut, he's just like, I couldn't wait for a lady to come around.
I don't know.
And this one, he's like, I am also very horny, but I didn't want to say it first. Thank you for please saying it first.
He's also got his own problems.
Yeah.
I love how they play with in this assembly cut, like faith.
Yeah.
Throughout the whole thing, people are like, oh, God's going to save us. Well, God's not here. And now here's the dragon that's coming to kill us all.
Well, that's the thing. They're waiting for God to return. The
Yeah.
apocalypse.
But there's a couple cut scenes where like Ripley's like talking to somebody about their faith, and that one dude, 52, I think his name is
85.
85.
Which I got a thing. I know me and Prison Mike in my dream talked about, but I want to get your guys' input on it.
Really focusing on that dream.
It was a very vivid dream. Very vivid. It felt
Did you kiss
real.
at the end?
No.
Oh.
No. He looked like someone I knew, so it was weird. So yes,
Perhaps a future version of yourself.
You're gonna be bald
and in prison.
So there's a dude cleaning a vent. This is still the same as the theatrical cut, but now there's like an error because he calls the little. By the way, that was like a little hand puppet that they had of the teenage alien.
Yeah.
First time we see an alien shedding.
It's really cool.
Yeah,
I like it.
I love. So the theatrical cut had the cool scene where the face hugger is on the EEV and the lights flickering. You don't see it right away. We lose that, but we still get this because I love the fan. It's like, what's going on out there? They're like, oh shit, that's the alien.
Acid spit.
Yeah. And that's the first time an alien spit acid.
Yeah.
Because I guess when it's young, it needs to.
In that comic, his whole head burns away. He doesn't get thrown into the fan.
Okay.
Sorry.
Maybe that was in the original script.
Could it be?
Because they probably filmed this part in LA because he's calling the alien Spike, which is the dog that's not in this version.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I mean, you could presume that.
Maybe it was the ox. He thought the ox was in there.
Well, the ox's name was Babe.
Spike Babe.
Was there a different ox?
Could be. There was 5 of them.
Hey, I found the oxen. It somehow crawled into a man.
Why didn't they just bring back Jonesy?
Well, Jonesy wasn't on the Sulaco.
But like they could have like brought him back and had him in that.
Jonesy was on its own separate adventure.
Yes.
And
Does he have a comic?
And its escape pod landed on the same planet as her escape pod. And Ripley went, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
How are you still here? How is Jonesy like not in a museum being like, this is the oldest cat in history?
Yeah, the guy from Jason X is like, look, I got the cat from Alien and Jason Voorhees. I'm going to make $1 million.
Jonesy, that's not Jonesy from Alien, is it? Yeah, so now this is a continuity error, which I know this version fixes Alien 3, but this breaks it, and I'm going to burn all my copies later.
Okay, here we go.
So we get later on, movie plays out normally. We get a setup to Gallic, Boggs, and Rains off to survey the tunnel, which actually, like, is the theatrical cut. I'm like, where are they? What are they doing? And
It's
I like
very
the idea
jarring,
I like the idea that there are parts of this facility that have been untouched for decades. And they're like, we gotta like see what's going on in here. How big is this area? What's in this area? Like he finds like a cigarette dispenser.
Yeah.
That's probably been there for years and years and years.
He's a cigarette guy.
It adds a lot of mystery to like how big this place is.
And it also adds to the fact that like, just the scene before too, they hate this guy.
Yes, and they have to go on a mission.
These other
with
two
him.
guys.
Yes.
The crosshead guy.
The one, yeah,
and the
he
other
loves
guy.
Jesus so much. He put a cross on his head. I love Jesus that much.
It's okay to say shit.
It ain't
not
against God. His voice is so cool.
It's really
It ain't
cool.
against God.
Shut up.
You just sound like a cigarette smoking mom.
What am I, Patty and Selma?
Yeah.
It ain't against God.
That's what you sounded like.
Homer.
You sound like Beb Big Head.
Big Head?
It's not against God.
From Rocco's Modern Life.
Yeah.
God.
Didn't they reboot that recently?
It was good.
Was
Yeah.
it? I heard the opposite.
I thought it was good.
I thought it was good.
You said the same thing about Blair Witch, and I heard
Oh,
the
for God's
opposite.
sake.
I need to.
Just because the people
I
that
don't know
watch
who to
it,
believe about these reboots.
Why don't you believe yourself and watch it yourself?
Yeah.
No, you're probably gonna get another Ghostbusters Afterlife out of me for
Oh,
that.
I don't care.
Anyway,
I'm not gonna lose sleep over it.
yeah, they get killed normally. We
It's
cut to
fucking
Bishop.
good though, man.
So
I know
we
you
are-
talked about it in your dream already, but it's good.
Yes, we've already done the scene of like the guys trying to rape her and her getting out with Dylan's help, and at this point, she now has Bishop.
Got to re-educate the brothers.
Yes,
I gotta re-educate some of the brothers.
and they're back to the Bishop
Glad he
animatronic.
beat the shit out of them.
There is
though.
meat on that pipe.
Yes,
Like,
there
yeah.
was like a hunk
Yeah.
of meat on
Yeah.
that. And actually, this rape scene plays into a good scene that happens
Well,
later.
attempted.
That
Yeah.
was cut out of the theatrical cut. But this was like actually a decent kind of setup for something that happens later. But as it is now, it's like heavy metal music is playing for some reason. Elliot Goldenthal just felt like doing heavy metal music for that one scene.
You think that was his choice? Because the rest of his score is really good.
Yeah, Elliot Goldenthal is like wacky. He would do that. It is so funny hearing all the trumpets in this. I'm like, Batman Forever's like 2 years later, and he's just like, I'm gonna use more trumpets.
Whatever.
So many trumpets. Yeah, so Bishop is there, same thing, talking to her, and the effect is still amazing.
So good.
It apparently, so like the reverse shot on her, like the puppet they had sucked. So they had to do all those close-ups in LA when they actually had all their stuff and could like do it in studio and whatnot. But yeah, it's still to this day is like really, really good. And like the lips don't have to match perfectly because of how damaged he is, but they look like they're almost in sync.
He's also a robot.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So it's totally fine. The methyl cellulose.
It wouldn't be the biggest Hack the Movies episode ever without you slapping a goddamn mic. And people are probably wondering, we should probably mention, people are wondering, why is Crystal not in the biggest Hack the Movies episode? Because she got stuck in Tampa. Oops, maybe she'll make an appearance. I don't know.
The methyl cellulose on his mouth, the slime.
Yeah.
When he's like, blah, 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 when he's talking, it's disgusting. And I
And
love
his eye.
Yeah, and his eyes flipping around.
So the flight recorder knew there was an alien on board and everything. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, motion detection, and then he surmises that it's an alien.
It was with us all the way. She should be like, was there one or two? How did it get there, Bishop? Like, she should have more questions.
Just unplug me. I want to die already.
Oh, yeah. Then he's like, can you just fucking kill me? But in between this, we get an extra scene of them finding Gallic, who, after witnessing 2 deaths covered in blood, he's like, I'm going to have soup.
Cereal.
Yeah. And then when they find him, he's like, hey. And then they capture him. But
Like
yeah,
nothing
then Bishop
happened, yeah.
dies. Rest in peace, Bishop.
I really liked Bishop.
He wanted it.
He wanted it. Did you cry when Bishop died?
No.
You didn't go outside and scream, why?
No, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, shit.
I was like, why?
It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. He's just outside. Why?
I love
Shut the fuck up.
I love when she's like, how you doing, Bishop? And he's like, my legs hurt.
How you feeling?
My legs hurt.
Nice haircut. I
That's
like
a joke. So yeah, stuff plays out usual. There's added stuff of Gallic talking to Ripley. He has this whole line. He's like, in an insane world, a sane man must appear insane.
All of those little things that they add to that scene when when Dance gets taken.
He's completely changed by the alien. He's infatuated with it. It's like messed with his mind.
Well, again, we bring back in the religious concept, and it comes full circle here because he thinks this is one of the serpents that are going to like strike everybody down.
He keeps calling it a dragon.
Yeah, weed out the sinners and the saints, if you will.
What was the Netflix show we were going to do? Midnight Mass or whatever it was?
Yes, I never got around to
That's
watching
like
it.
another thing where it's a very religious thing or whatever, and they had the thing, but they thought it was an angel. Because angels are described as terrifying and everything, so all these people are just like, oh yeah, we gotta worship this thing, when it's just like, no, you don't! No, you don't! Get out of there!
That's something a non-believer would say. If a scary monster came in
No, but
here,
honestly, watch the show. It's so good.
I
If
do.
you
I
haven't
want to
seen
see
it, watch it.
I do like Mike Flanagan. I feel bad that I haven't watched it
It's so
yet.
good. He's doing Edgar Allan Poe next.
Oh, is he?
House of Usher.
What was that? Did you see that meme where it was like Michael Flanagan's next thing is like Skull Mansion, and like the characters were like the skull with red. It was something really stupid, and then they ended up sharing it because of how stupid it sounded.
I vaguely remember that.
So Clemens tells his backstory, how he got drunk, he gets killed. They added an extra shot of the alien's mouth opening up. That's not in the theatrical.
I think it needs that. I think it needs the vent with the blood dripping out.
Oh my god.
Yes, that is really cool.
All of those pieces that were snipped from this scene I think were essential.
And there are edits in here that I do think work, like edits from the theatrical that do work for time. Like if I had to make a movie short, they did make, in the essence, when we're talking just cutting for time without completely breaking the movie, I think they made some smart edits in the theatrical cut.
Not for this scene though.
Not for this
I guess
scene,
I guess they had to make it for this scene because
of what
dude
they
is like
cut
not
out
in
later,
the rest of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say this should have lingered more because this was another thing that Ripley had that was like a comfort to her.
Yeah.
And then there it goes. Taken away by the alien again.
One of the guys
that trust thing.
Mhm.
Where he, sorry.
Oh yeah, that entire.
He's like, "Do you still trust me with a needle?"
Yeah, because he told her what happened.
She just fucking
and she just puts her arm out, and it's
who's more tragic, Ripley or Justine from Frankenstein, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein?
Ripley.
I don't know. Justine is one of the most tragic characters in all of history.
Actually, yeah, because
she couldn't even rest in peace. They dug her up and chopped her head.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Never mind. Justine got it from all sides.
Well, I mean, also think about like Alien Resurrection.
Oh yeah,
that's right.
It's kind of the
It's
same
not
thing.
Ripley, but it's still Ripley.
It's my Ripley.
Yeah.
It's your Justine.
So yeah, this is also I talked about it with Prism Mike. So how do you feel about the Rod puppet on blue screen?
Man.
If they had waited another year.
I think because they didn't use Go Motion, so they used the Rod puppet.
They called it Mo Motion.
Mo Motion, and it was like the other thing looked better. I think this would have looked better if it was stop motion.
Yes, and and another problem is they like
Go Motion.
The budget was so rough that they couldn't make miniature sets.
No.
They had to do it all on blue screen and rotoscope it.
Oh, I just remembered because Giger comes back to design this alien.
And they only really use his Bambi Burster, kind of. Yeah,
but
they kind of use his design.
They only had $60,000 to make the alien.
Oh, wow.
That was it.
The puppet or just in general?
In general. That was the budget for the alien.
You know what I found out? I never fact checked this, but I read this fact that the little tail for the puppet aliens, they made more of those, and those are the dreadlocks for the Pred alien in Alien vs. Predator Requiem.
That's pretty interesting.
I never confirmed it, but that's something I read. I'm like, that would make sense if you have it laying around. Just make them old, make a bunch of them.
But he said, he just went on to say, they should have put more money. Instead of giving Sigourney Weaver $5.5 million, they should have put more money into the the special
I mean,
effects.
she could have done it. She was a producer on this. She could have twisted their arm.
Well, no, but she was also trying to work on Ridley Scott's other movie, The Duchess or whatever, who gives a shit, that nobody remembers.
But yeah, so Dylan dies. We get the famous face-to-face scene, which is awesome.
Wasn't going to be in the movie at all.
It wasn't?
Mm-mm.
Why would that have not have been in the movie?
You said Dylan dies.
Sorry.
I was like, wait, where did we jump ahead?
Clemens dies. What do you mean? I didn't read about. Tell me about that.
He Fincher ended up grabbing. Fox was like, no, we're not going to do it for whatever reason.
Wait, you're confusing two scenes.
No, it's the one where she's where it's right next to her face, like one of the most iconic things.
No. I know it's a different scene.
It is?
It's the scene where she goes into the basement by herself. That's the one that they didn't want him to do. And she faces off against it there. This scene was always going to be in the movie.
Oh, I thought this particular thing because they use it in all the ads and the trailers and stuff.
No, I'm pretty sure this was always going to be in it. But no, I think I heard...
I'm not making another $20 bet. That's for damn sure.
That's right. I should let everyone know. Joe lost the $20 bet from the Friday the 13th episode.
I made good on that.
No, because I know exactly what you're talking about when they said they didn't want him to film the scene. He just did it.
And he just grabbed her and shot it.
I think it's her in the basement.
Okay.
I think that's it. It would explain why it's so darkly lit and there's minimal stuff happening in it.
Is that like an iconic? I can't even remember that.
Yeah,
part.
I'm thinking
it's that.
This.
Yeah, I'm just saying
it's that.
I think you're blending two stories together. I think that was always going to be in the movie. Okay. That is. How can that not be?
You would think, but Stranger Things.
But no, it's a great scene. And what was your reaction the first time you saw that? Because I remember being when
it comes up to her,
she did.
Why is it? What's happening?
Well, basically what I am now, speechless, because it was what's going to happen?
And then it just leaves.
Yeah.
And it's is he satisfied? Because it didn't chase Gallic after it killed the two people.
Little mouth
it just gets really close. And
then it's just
I changed my mind.
Oh God, it's so good.
Also,
do I want 2 meals?
What is, I mean, this is by the way, this is supposed to be the protector alien.
Yeah.
He got real close to killing her. Also, he was noticeably absent during the rape scene. He probably should have been around for that. He probably should have been God, something's happening.
Well, geez, Tone, she wasn't going to die.
I guess.
Anti-rape alien.
Anti-rape alien.
He was watching he was perched up on top. He's a sick fuck. Look, that's what he was doing. He was up on the side.
You know what she needed? She needed Jason Voorhees to show up and save her. like the hero Jason Voorhees from Jason Takes Manhattan. Anyway,
he's gonna stab him with some kind of I don't know what needle in the garbage dump down there.
Jesus Christ.
Then we get the awesome "It's Here" scene.
It's here. We got condoms.
With Andrew just being pulled into the vent.
I love how they're trying to keep everybody calm.
Yeah.
And what's his face? Brian. The hell's his name? Brian Glover, the guy from American Wolf in London.
Yes.
He's trying to keep everyone calm, and fucking Ripley kicks the door, but she's like, "Get a fucking alien!" he's like, "That's enough!" and gets fucking pulled
Get that
up.
Polish woman back to the. That scene's awesome, and I just love Moore's.
Yeah.
Him just going.
Mopping?
Yeah. No, not the mop. When Moore's just sits there and the scene ends with him going, "Fuck!
Yeah.
No, but you're right. They're like Italian-looking guy who's mopping, and
He's like looking up like,
well, that's the thing. And the theatrical cut is just him mopping the wide shot. The special edition, it shows him being like, "Oh God,
Yeah, like why are you letting him mop this? Just go.
Why are they letting him mop it alone?"
He's also a prisoner. You got to remember, like, these guys are like murderers, rapers.
Yeah. So suddenly, Aaron is now called 85.
They bust his balls with that.
Yes.
Pete Postawait, by the way, who's just like in the background for some reason.
He's a background guy mostly.
Yep.
Anyway, the 85 thing. How do you guys feel about this running gag showing up so late into the movie?
85's gonna be in charge. Jesus, give us a break.
Don't call me that.
Hilarious.
I mean,
it's definitely, this is one of they came up with it while they were still writing and making the movie. There's a few things in this that show up like late, and you're like, I feel like this should have been established like a little further because he hasn't been really doing anything dumb. So it's a little bizarre.
But he is pretty dumb.
He gets dumber after they introduce this joke. But before that, he wasn't that. He was just a yes man.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say he's a yes man, but I guess like
and you know what? Prison Mike agreed with me, and you should agree with me too.
I mean, I kind of do, sort of.
I'll
never agree with you.
I really miss my imaginary dream friend, Prison Mike, even if he did use me as a human shield at the end of that dream that I had. They come up with a plan to use fire to smoke it out of the vents and capture it in the toxic waste storage thing because it's impossible to get out of there.
Yeah.
During the scene, she actually starts like coughing, and they add the scene where Dylan's like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "You could say it, but you don't look okay." They might have cut this out because it was a little too noticeable what was happening.
Yeah.
And I wonder if I agree. I probably would agree with cutting that, to be honest. Because you just leave it with the alien. Like, why did the alien leave her?
Yeah.
She already did a couple things with her throat. I think
back
this
when
was
Clemens dies, she does. She's like, "Oh, my throat! I got a sore throat, and I'm just pissed off or whatever."
Yeah, it was a little too on the nose, this one. So yeah, the alien kills the guy like before. Huge explosion. And then
there's a lot more explosion.
Yes, the theatrical cut, it's the explosion, then it cuts them with the sprinklers, and then it cuts to someone going, "Dylan, here's another one." That makes 10, even though the guy isn't on fire. So here's what they cut out.
People dropping out of rafters.
People dropping out of rafters. People on fire. She actually saves the two rapists.
Yeah.
And there's like that awkward moment where they look at each other and like, "Oh, I feel bad.
Whoops."
But they actually, the biggest change is they succeed. The alien comes down, and the one rapist, I guess he's just like, "You know what? I don't think I'm a very nice guy." So he's like, "I'm going to make the alien chase me into the thing." I like that they just have it cornered.
I think it's cool.
Realistically, they had like that fire and pole. They should have just ran up and started stabbing it.
Yeah. I mean, are you kidding me? That wouldn't have pierced its skin.
It might have.
Nah.
They're not that fucking thick. Whatever.
They're pretty thick.
I don't. Whoa.
No, not that. This one's super thin. What are you talking? This is the thinnest one.
I like how Crybaby does fucking sacrifice himself though, and they listen to him die.
Yeah. By the way, it goes on for a while. It's
Yeah.
like, "Ah!"
And Ripley's just like,
and they're like,
"Well, we got it." Fuck.
Ripley should have been like, "Oh, thank God," as he's still screaming.
Oh, she wanted to smile, but Dylan was there, right? So she didn't want to piss him off.
So yeah, then they trap it, and we get like the hint of the metal bucket expanding. And then here we go. This is the equivalent of like Newt's parents getting cut out.
Yeah.
We get the prayer said for the dead, and then Aaron and Ripley chat about the rescue team. And he lets her know, he's like, "By the way, the company thinks you're a top priority." And she's like, "Oh,
what?
Fuck." Like she knows. She's like, "God damn it, they're going to do it again."
Let's ask him if we can kill it.
Yeah. She messages him. She's like, "Can we terminate Xenomorph?" And they're like, "Please don't do that. Please don't do that."
Abort denied.
Abort denied.
How do you spell Xenomorph?
And then here we go. Gallic, the character they focused on a lot, finally gets a payoff.
It's pretty good. I like this a lot.
You know what? I'm on his side for this. He's like, "Can you let me go?" And they're like, "No." It's like, "Yeah, but I definitely didn't kill those guys."
But he's definitely crazy.
He's definitely crazy, but they're in fucking prison. What's the difference?
That he's had an epiphany. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Well, I would have been like, "Yeah, we'll let you go. Let's knock you up with Thorazine first. You don't do anything crazy."
He should, for all intents and purposes, be sedated. Clemens did not do his job.
Well, maybe he was sedated.
Oh.
And then I don't know if those guys know how to use a needle the right way. They're like, does anyone know how to use a needle? He's like, yeah, I do heroin. It's like, well, this is a little different. This is a little different.
Don't put too many cc's or whatever that cocktail juice is in you.
But yeah, Gallic, he gets out. He thinks the alien is speaking to him.
Yeah.
And for some reason, they leave one person guarding the door. They should all be huddled at that fucking door and never leave that door.
I kind of like this too, though, because the way he gets out of the restraints is that his buddy, he's like, I give you cigarettes all the time.
And this also gives Moores a little bit more to do early on.
Yeah.
So when he becomes the only character at the end, you're like, who the fuck is that guy? It's like, oh, he does something.
Because we get him a couple times, and like it was his responsibility, so he like knocks him out or whatever. That's how he gets away. But I love how this reformed murderer is like, I got to see this fucking thing. So he slits this guy's throat.
Yes.
But like,
and he's apologizing.
Like, I'm sorry. Sorry.
He's like, speaks to me. It does.
It's fucked up, man.
Yeah, and he opens it up because he wants to be one with the alien. It doesn't go too well.
No.
And then it runs away.
Yeah, really.
It has a goofy runaway.
It looks really bad.
It's goofy. It's like, then they find the dead guard. And like I said, how they cut it, it's like, here's another one, but like his throat is slit. It's like, I don't remember throats getting slit during the explosion.
The fire slit his throat.
Now you would be able to like digitally add dust and smoke and to make it seem like it was part of the same scene. This is like one of the last, like, the one guy who was shooting it, he said this is one of the last films he worked on that was photochemically like edited and composited.
Gotcha.
Because they went to digital afterwards, and look, I'm not saying a CGI alien would have looked great because we've all seen Alien Resurrection,
but the compositing could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, but it also probably would have looked a little bit better than what we got.
Also, the budget constraints and the reshoots and all that other bullshit contributed to that.
Well, that's what happens when you pick a release date and put a trailer out before the movie's even written.
And a poster and everything.
Yes, with Earth. And then you just don't deliver on it. But like I said, I talked about all of that in my dream.
We'll have to dream fast later so I can get the whole thing.
So yeah, Ripley goes to the EV, same as usual, scans, finds the alien in her. Added scene, Dylan in the assembly hall. So his plan is like, let's hang out here. There's no vents. We'll be safe until the rescue team. And they're like, we're Pete Postle away. He's just like, we're fucked. And Moores, you know, the guy who makes it out of the movie, he lights the fire and he realizes like, oh yeah, earlier she said that they're afraid of fire. And he's the one who comes with the idea, let's go to the foundry.
Yep.
It's like, wow, that character did something important. Now I'll know at the end why he's still alive, because they're focusing on him instead of cutting out all his scenes.
There was a big problem with this foundry, with the foundry ending, because they didn't know T2's ending yet.
Yes.
And they were like, oh, fuck, it's the same thing. I don't know if you talked about that.
I did talk about that.
Okay,
We can talk about it again when we get to the ending on how they ended.
I mean, I must have heard it at some point.
When I was talking to my sleep. That's probably why.
Yeah, when you were talking in your sleep, yep.
So in the special edition, when she's talking to 85 about wanting to go see the alien, she's the one, she has an extra line where she's just fully confident. She's like, it won't kill me.
Yeah.
I have a queen.
It won't kill me. I'm carrying the new queen.
And he's like, are you sure about that? Then they go in, and like I said, I think this is the scene that Fincher filmed against the studio's wishes.
Okay.
And it's a good scene, although it's kind of odd because she's like, you've been in my life so long, I don't remember anything else. And that's a cool line for like a trailer, and it's a cool line symbolically for Sigourney Weaver because she had been doing this for well over 10 years now.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, it's like she was 30-something or 20-something. And if we accumulate all of her time with an alien into one, it's like 3 or 4 days.
But that's all she's known.
Yeah.
For
the rest of her, the rest of her life.
Days.
It's like a never-ending nightmare, dude.
I guess.
Yeah, goes to sleep, wakes up, alien. Goes to sleep, wakes up, alien.
Alien.
Goes to sleep, wakes up, alien. Like, there's
Which is why she wanted to die in this. She wanted to die in this. She's like, I'm not doing this again.
Meanwhile,
because they wrote a script, they wrote a version where she survives at the end. She's like, no, put me back in the fire. I don't want to do another one unless they want to make Alien versus Predator. But we got to move on. So yeah, then we get to the foundry. More or less plays the same. There's additional lines, dialogue here and there.
Yeah.
then we get the cool like escape, like the plan to trap it. They're like, all right, look, we're dead anyway. The only thing we can do is kill this alien. So there's no evidence, so they have no reason to kill us. Because they're going to kill us for just even knowing that this thing exists.
Yeah. But at least we could foil their plans.
Yeah, we can foil their plans. So we can save everyone else. And there actually is an added thing when it won't kill her and she like asked Dylan to like kill her or whatever. Or no, this is before they find the dead body. Morse comes in and tells her, she's like, hey, it'll kill everyone. He's like, I don't give a fuck. So they had more tension there. And again, more scenes with Moors. But yeah, so they're like, all right, Ripley's immune, so she can help us out. We'll be the bait. We'll lure it into the thing, kill it in the.
Do you think that's why they axed that from the other, in the theatrical cut, like that whole scene before this? Because they're like, oh, we just did that.
The capturing?
Yeah.
The how they argued it, the one producer was just like, well, if you capture the alien, suddenly it's not scary anymore. But I like it because you know it's going to get out. So it's like extra tension.
And the way that it's released, sorry, I know I'm just retreading it, but like the way it's released is pretty clever.
Because like we've had 2 movies now of it sneaking around in tunnels and grabbing people. And it's been doing this.
Yeah.
But this is something new. It's like, oh, now it's caught?
Yeah.
We've never caught an alien before.
Never.
How is it going to get out? Like, 'cause you know it's getting out.
Big time.
But I get if they're cutting for time and they thought the movie wasn't going to do well, they got to put it in the theaters. I get them cutting it.
They thought every movie wasn't going to do well.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I don't know if this one did well.
This one did okay.
It did all right.
Okay.
It made its money back for sure.
It definitely made its money
Sorry,
back.
I didn't mean to do
enough to justify a 4th one, I guess.
And she came back. I guess the fucking paycheck was big enough.
So again, these prisoners are just there to be cannon fodder. And that is a complaint with the film, that they're not very likable.
They're prisoners.
That's the thing. Well, I talked about that with Prison Mike. The issue with this film is it's like, oh no, the rapist died. It's like, all right, I don't really care about these characters too much. It's like, oh no, the murderer got eaten by an alien. It's like, oh, darn. And that's a problem with Predators also. I like Predators.
Yeah.
But it's like, the one guy is like, when I get to Earth, it's going to be rape o'clock. And then when he gets his spine ripped out, I'm not like, oh no. Like, it's like, yeah, that probably should have happened.
The shock of the kills in this, I think, compensates for that. Of not giving a shit about them. Like a dude in the fan, it's just like a shower of gore.
Yes.
Which is something that we really haven't seen in these movies too much. There's fucking punches through people's heads.
Yes.
And you see their brains spilling out and stuff.
Yes, and there's even more in this. There's like a scene where they find a dead guy. Yeah. The alien's taking them out one by one real quietly.
Yeah.
But yeah, they have them like interacting and laughing and stuff before they come bait. So you have to care a little bit before they die. So yeah, the rod puppet was very limiting. And it didn't look very good. So they came up with that idea of just the POV cam. And I think it works super effectively. I really like that. With like the lens that they use. And that kind of imagery was used expertly in the superior film, I believe, Carnosaur 2, which actually has the same looking setting as this, the same color palette, and they do the warped POV camera. But then they use the plot of Alien.
It was the same cinematographer.
Cinematographer. Yeah. It was actually the Blade Runner guy. He was like, I didn't get to do Alien 3. But I
was like, come here, baby. I got a job for you.
For Carnosaur 2.
You got kicked off that Alien movie. Come here.
Have you seen Carnosaur 2?
Yes, Tony.
It's a good movie.
It's a great movie.
Sure
did you know they made a clock for Carnosaur 2?
Yeah, anyway, Alien 3.
And one day I will own that clock. All right.
For now, it stays in my basement.
One of my favorite addition to this is when they like fuck up. And so the plan doesn't go quite right. It's just like, what are you doing? And Dylan's just like,
improvising.
We're fucking improvising. Good.
I feel like you kind of have to do that with this thing.
Yeah.
Yes. And then this got not appreciated previously. Zardoz pulls the piston too early. Because that prisoner is Zardoz.
Yeah.
The character Zardoz in the movie Zardoz. A lot of people think it's Sean Connery, but no, Zardoz was actually one of the people in the beginning. I guess his full name was Arthur Frayne. He pretended to be Zardoz. Did you recognize Zardoz?
No.
I've seen that movie like one time.
Only once?
Yeah.
I've seen that movie upwards to 30 times.
Really?
It's such a fascinating movie.
I mean, it's definitely weird.
You know me, I love just beautiful, spectacular failures. And I'm like, I can watch this all day long.
It's just one I never really popped in a lot. Anyway.
Well, pop it in more. We'll watch it. Yeah, then again, the same. They lure the alien out. They get it into the steam, the mold, kill the alien, it blows up. The only bit of CGI is the alien head turning and cracking. That is the only CGI in the film. Well, that's the only CGI alien in the film. There were like the particles in the air outside. A lot of that was digital, like dust that was added. But that's the only like straight up CGI shot.
You mean fully CG?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna say, what,
I was like,
what were we
all the
watching
other
earlier?
Yeah.
No. Well,
all the other stuff is CG assisted.
No. There was no CG in this originally, other than this one shot. The rod puppet's not CG assisted. That's rotoscoped.
Oh.
The only CG in the special edition was the Bambi burster, but that was added in 2003, not 1992.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going by that one.
Yes. Yeah. Well, okay. In this version, it's the second CGI. Sorry.
Thank you. Because I was like, wait a minute.
I meant initially in the film's release, this was the only CGI shot.
Gotcha.
Okay.
The special edition, but that's an exception.
I think it looks pretty good, actually.
It does for the short amount it's on there.
Well, yeah.
But yes, then we get Bishop 2 showing up. They call him Michael Whalen, but he's credited as Bishop 2. The expanded universe explained who he is, but with this movie, you don't know who he is. Did that confuse you initially?
When I first saw him, I was like, wait, what the? And then I was like, oh,
and he's so clearly a bad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I love Lance.
Yeah.
But like I didn't like that it was like, oh, you modeled that android after yourself?
And also doesn't make sense. Like the company wanted you to see a friendly face. It's like she hated him.
Yeah.
Up until a half hour before she went into cryo sleep.
Yeah.
Like that's not a friendly face. What the fuck? But yeah, she calls him out on this bullshit. There is an added line where he's like, "We're gonna take it out of you," and then the Asian doctor's like, "It's real quick. A few incisions, 2 hours, you're done."
She sure is. You're
and
dead.
She's thinking about it. She's thinking about it. But she changes her mind. And she goes to sacrifice herself. Then there's a couple changes here. 85 hits him in the head. This actually justifies 85's like change because we saw more scenes of her doubting them. And now that he's actually seeing it play out, whereas before it's like, oh, it's gonna be fine. Like he doesn't really help them with the plan.
No.
But now that he's seeing it, he's like, oh, I guess she was right. I'm stupid.
The bad guys.
They like fucking murder the shit out of him.
They sure do.
Yeah.
But he cuts fucking Bishop, like his ear is hanging off. By the way, he's able to like talk. He's like, Ripley, please. No, if your ear's hanging off, you're like, ah! Like you're just screaming until you go into shock.
He really wants that alien.
Yeah.
But he's not a droid, and I know that because in the extended cut, he screams, I'm not a droid.
I'm not a droid!
Well, yeah, he also
And he
doesn't
shows
have
her the real blood.
Yeah, the milk.
But
It's
again,
not there.
yeah, but again, he should be saying, ah! Like until he's done. Now, the shot of her falling back into the fire. By the way, the reverse shot, it's definitely a man. But she falls into the fire. And you're right, they caught on to Terminator 2. They found out about the ending of Terminator 2, and they're like, we're going to be accused.
They're like, oh man, we can't have her do the thumbs up when she goes down.
They're like, even though we did it, we can't be accused of plagiarizing Terminator 2. That will look really bad.
Yeah.
So they're like, how do we change it? We'll have the alien come out of her. And I actually like that.
Yeah, I like this scene a lot.
People have commented, even though I like this version of the movie more, people were like, well, that's too excessive and stuff. I'm like, that was actually one of the changes I didn't mind.
I like that.
Yes.
She's like holding
Yeah, because she like embraces it and whatnot.
Well,
Because even at the end, she's fighting.
Yeah, but it's a definitive ending.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But yeah, and I would have preferred that stay in this version because even the effect in that version, like the close up of her, there's that bad flicker composite, and they mentioned in the thing, they're like, it was so rushed toward the end, it's never gonna look good.
Yeah,
it'll just never look good. And then it looks even worse in this, like it's like bad slow mo of her falling.
Yeah,
it's a little rough. I didn't particularly like that. Like I get the idea of it. Maybe if the effect wasn't so bad,
sure.
But I kind of would have preferred if they just left the Queen Alien. There she is. If they left the Queen Alien in this. But yeah. But I think all these changes kind of worked.
It made the movie better.
I think we all agree. It kind of fixed the movie. Now, is it...
Kinda. No, it
fixes the movie.
I think so.
Now, is this movie a win for you? Are you going to watch this all the time like I often do?
No.
I'm not going to watch it all the time. I think I'm going to watch it again because I don't think my wife has seen the assembly cut.
That's the thing. It's been out for years now.
We just never got around to watching
it. But this is at a time. So people are always going like, release the this cut, release the this cut.
Yeah.
I missed the early mid 2000s where they would just release these cuts without even. They were like, oh, by the way, here's Dawn of the Dead, 3 different versions.
Yeah, but why not? Now it's like this big kept secret because they're trying to gauge it to make a buck off it. Is that the whole thing?
If you have the cut, just release it.
Just fucking release it.
Why not? Put it on the same disc. They used to do it all the time.
Yeah.
I get why Disney won't do it with Star Wars because they don't want to admit that they fucked up, and they won't release any of that deleted stuff or behind the scenes stuff.
Just do it.
But yeah, it would be nice to get like more alternate cuts because we did have them, and I think people took advantage of. I think it has to do with people not buying physical media as much.
Not buying physical media. I think it's a lot more accessible. So like, if all of that stuff was released, somebody's gonna fucking hobble together a cut of their own and start.
And by the way, as
it.
far as I can tell, this version never streams.
That's another reason. Like, I don't. So if I see Alien 3's on, I know it's not this.
Yes, they almost never stream this one. Maybe you can get on Amazon, but when it was on HBO recently, Theatrical, Tubi recently, Theatrical.
And
this is the one where you need the extended stuff,
which is funny because isn't the special edition of Aliens the one they play all the time, not the theatrical cut?
I think the one that was on Tubi was theatrical.
Yeah,
was it really?
Yeah.
But I feel like they do play that one because it's not as big of a difference. It doesn't change the runtime too much.
No, I see what you're saying. It's like 2:45.
Yeah,
this one,
the first one is like an hour 50 minutes, maybe whatever. Then this one is like, oh, it's a 2.5 hour movie.
Yeah.
Hello.
But yeah, I think it really fixes the film. I think it's a film that is actually really good. It's always going to have flaws because of what happened behind the scenes.
Sure, but I mean, despite all that,
like consider like movies that were made like with horrible productions, like. It came out, the theatrical version didn't, unfortunately. But like this movie isn't as bad as it possibly could have been.
No.
Yeah.
And they had to pay Sigourney Weaver like thousands of dollars to put that wig on. Or they would have had to pay her $45,000 if they made her shave again. So they gave her a bald cap and it works. It's not like what's her face's blonde wig and Fan Four Stick.
Or the contacts.
But yeah, I really, really want people to go back and watch this version. Please watch this version. It is very, very, very good. Give it a chance. If this is the first time you've heard about any of these changes, does this change the movie for you? Does this fix the movie for you? Or are you like more guns? Newton Hicks.
This movie does something completely different than the first two, while still giving you the alien stuff.
Yes.
I
guess
it's a good ending.
Would you have wanted it on a wooden planet?
No. And no monks either.
No. Okay. Well, anyway, that was it from us. Thank you for watching the Alien 3 episode assembly cut. And you know what? In Prometheus, they have that technology where they can look at people's dreams.
Oh yeah.
I actually got that.
Oh,
so
perfect.
People actually, I think people are going to see my dream before they see this episode, which would be really cool.
No shit.
And you can see Prism Mike.
Oh, good.
And I want to thank you for this beautiful NECA Alien 3 video game version.
Oh, you got it.
I can put it with my actual version. They could be best friends.
I was saving all that Alien 3 stuff for you because I knew this was like your big episode.
It was. And
so it's a celebration.
I will only ever drink out of this cup for as long as I live.
I'm going to take that cup because you sold my freaking Amidala one. Monster.
I'm sorry.
Make sure you wash that
Taking
first.
this too.
And thank you, Bob Evans, for buying us that statue.
It's so pretty.
I forgot your name in the mailbag. You were also the person who bought the Ghostbusters DVD.
That poor guy.
Well,
we love you, Bob Evans.
Yeah, we do.
And that is it from us. I guess I'll see if Crystal came in. I think her flight should be coming in now. I want to ask her what she thought about Alien.
Hopefully there's no alien eggs or anything on it.
Yeah, hopefully not. But I'm gonna go find her and ask her about Alien 3. Thank you. Check out Movie Dumpster.
Yes,
it's a really good podcast.
Yeah.
Don't look up Johanna's username on any adult sites. Ignore it. Just don't look it up. In fact, go to church instead.
Yeah, no sweater meat heat.
That's what I learned from this movie. I found my faith and my religion. And I don't want to be around sinners anymore. And I'm waiting for the day an alien comes and takes you fuckers out.
Oh, I wish.
Celibate for the hell of it, yeah.
And thank you all of our fans. Thank you so much for supporting and making this insane idea happen. I can't believe you guys actually searched it for that long. Holy shit.
Still doing it.
Came through.
They're
going to be searching even more now when it actually drops.
Guys? Actually, fun, before I leave, okay. The reason we started the ranking system was because I wanted to do a little movie and I was told no, because it didn't match our criteria.
Okay.
And even though I don't need to match the criteria anymore, here's the movie that started the ranking system. I really wanted to cover Arachnophobia.
Oh my God.
I love that
But there were
movie.
no search results for Arachnophobia.
Don't you have like the actual like movie somewhere?
I think I have the movie somewhere, but I have this comic. So, you know what? For fun, let's do it again. YouTube search Arachnophobia. And we'll be back with Arachnophobia. And I'll finally talk about
Should be an easy one,
Actually,
right?
I was going to do Arachnophobia instead of Alien versus Predator. And then we had the meeting and we came up with the system. And that's when I came up with the Alien 3 thing. And now it's time. I'm ready to do Arachnophobia now. YouTube search it. Don't let me down.
God.
All roads lead to Arachnophobia.
Now let's go find Crystal. Goodbye.
Hey guys! Sorry I'm late. Did I miss the Alien 3 review?
It's finally done.
It's here!
Oh, look who decided to show up.
It got Jess!
Hello everyone, Tony from Hack the Movies here, and today we're going to be talking about the Alien 3 Workprint. I'm also going to talk about some like additional deleted scenes and info I found on them. Now, if you're new here, you're probably wondering why the Workprint cut? Why don't you talk about the theatrical cut or the assembly cut? Well, good news. We already have episodes on those. I reviewed both versions of the film with my friends on our main show, which you can find if you subscribe here. Check out our Alien 3 videos. And even on Patreon, I did a bonus video with Alien Theory, who I'm going to mention later on, for the William Gibson unproduced screenplay. But today we're talking about the Workprint cut of the film, and shout out to my fan Tyler Yost, who supplied me with this work cut. He is doing great work for us. I don't know why, he just volunteers and he hunts down all these Workprint cuts and alternate cuts of stuff. He is supplying us with a lot of material, so shout out to him. I'm very grateful. Now this cut, it's kind of an in-between. It kind of looks like when the assembly cut was turning into the theatrical cut. It has bits of both from each cut, along with some new things, and some things that are just missing completely. With a lot of these alternate cuts, Workprint cuts, TV cuts, there's a lot of minor changes to dialogue or additional takes of scenes. Maybe some shots run a few seconds longer, a few seconds shorter. I'm not going to go all into that. I'm going to focus on the stuff that I think is interesting, stuff that is like a big, very noticeable change, and stuff that kind of like, you know, stuff we've never seen before. That's what I want to focus on. However, if you go to sci-fi.com or absoluteavp.com, they have very, very detailed breakdowns, like almost minute by minute, of what is different in the Workprint cut. But let's focus on the big changes here. Alien 3 Workprint cut. Let's go. It's important to note that this cut has no music. Oftentimes, Workprints will have temp tracks, you know, music from something else that just sits there temporarily while the score is being worked. This is just completely silent, minus sound effects and dialogue, obviously. I only bring it up because it kind of points out how important Elliot Goldenthal's score is to the film. That is a very powerful musical score, and it really, really drives the film. So seeing these scenes devoid of that just shows how good it is in the final cut. So the opening title sequence is very similar to the other two cuts. Some of the names and shots are rearranged a little bit. No shot of the egg. It just shows the face hugger, which I thought was bizarre. Nor do we get the face hugger on the face x-ray. We just get the shot of the face hugger's fingers opening up and it climbing onto the pod. My theory is that they were doing this while reshooting and adding all the stuff in with like the dog and whatnot. And I think the egg was added in post because people were confused how a facehugger got on the ship. This cut seems to imply that the facehugger must have just snuck on with the queen, which probably makes more sense than the queen finding time to pop out an egg. But there you go. Other than that, it's more or less the same opening. One shot that you can find on the Blu-ray extra features, but never made it into any version. There was a really cool X-ray shot of the facehugger's like tube going down someone's throat, and you actually see it go all the way down. You can find that on the special features when they're talking about the effects and whatnot. So I know it exists. I've seen it. But as far as a cut of the film goes, it looks like out of the 3 cuts that I saw, it never made it into any of them. So the movie plays out similar to the theatrical cut. The prisoners have their dog instead of the ox. They, hoist the EEV up with a crane. Weird thing is the dog is barking at the facehugger, but there's no reverse shot of the facehugger reacting. This plays into my theory that this was being put together while they were still doing the additional shots of like the egg and whatnot. They probably were like, hey, you know what? We shot this scene with the dog barking. We need them to build a facehugger thing. And part of the set, we need to have a shot of the facehugger. So that's my theory. They just didn't have the shot yet while they were putting this together.
The survivor is a woman.
One of my favorite parts is when the prisoners find out that there's a woman in the prison and they get really, really mad. Dylan still has the part where he tells Warden Andrews that the presence of any outsider, especially a woman, is a threat to the harmony. But when he says especially, you could just hear a prisoner in the background screaming.
We view the presence of any outsider, especially a woman.
And I don't know why. That is very funny. If it's not in the other cuts, and if it is, it's mixed really, really low. But since the audio wasn't completely mixed here, it's just hearing that random guy scream especially. It's just really, really funny to me anyway. I thought maybe this cut would have the original autopsy scene of Newt, but it still plays out how it does in the other ones. Apparently the original Newt autopsy like really disturbed people. It was a little too graphic. All right, so this one's weird. The funeral starts, and right away, Andrews is already doing the prayer. There's no build up to it. He's like mid-prayer. And, then it cuts to Dylan adding his prayer to it. And during all of this, it never cuts to the alien being born. I think this is because they decided to do away with the ox and do the dog. They probably didn't have the dog prop built yet. So yeah, it's a very bizarre cut where it doesn't include the alien being born. There's no way they were not going to have that scene. It's an alien movie. You need to see it bursting out of people. So yeah, that one really, really threw me off. Just the whole funeral scene uninterrupted. Doesn't have the same effect.
Amen. 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 Amen.
Another funny change, the prisoner cleaning the vent is singing Paint It Black by the Rolling Stones, as opposed to In the Year 2525 by Zager and Evans. Or Zager and Evans? I don't know if I said that right. This could be a result of they had it in the script, they had him sing it, and then later on they found out that it was too much to license, so they changed it for a cheaper song. There's an alternate shot of the alien spitting acid into the guy's face, and actually this shot, I know you can't really tell because the VHS copy is very degraded, but I'll brighten it up a little bit. It's more clear that the alien is shooting acid in this shot than it is in the theatrical. In the theatrical, it's like the alien wiggles its head a little bit and then acid sprays the guy's face. Yeah, so they did build like a teenage puppet alien that I think could spit acid, and you can find pictures of that. And as far as I can tell, this is the only time they used it. The 2 prisoners get killed and Gallic gets sprayed in blood. Now in this cut, it just cuts to black. Or actually, no, it just cuts to the next scene. Gallic gets sprayed with blood, cut to Ripley setting up Bishop. I don't like this. I like how it is in the other versions. I like the reaction shot of the alien showing its teeth because it looks like it's smiling for some reason. This cut actually keeps a lot of the Gallic subplot in. So the decision to cut him out must have came really, really late into editing. So the movie plays out the same for the most part with minor changes until we get to the Clemens scene. Now the Clemens scene I think was going to be drawn out a lot longer, and it is in the assembly cut. There's a bit more of a build up to him getting killed, but I think it might have been even longer. There was supposed to be a lot of stuff with shadows in this film, and when you look at the behind the scenes, you could see them filming this. They have an alien suit that doesn't look like the finished alien suit, like the head's different, and I think they're just using it to cast shadows on the wall. I honestly think that we were going to see a lot more shadows building up to that death. For whatever reason, they didn't use that. I think there's only like 1 or 2 shots of shadow stuff in the assembly cut. But Clemens' death does play out a little similar to the theatrical. There's no close-up on the alien's mouth before it punches his head in, but it kind of works out the same. One thing I've never noticed until watching this version of the movie, this weird medical cart on the left side of the frame, that is composited into the shot. When you watch the Workprint cut, it's not there. And it's funny because you see a reverse shot earlier, a wider shot of that area, and there is a medical cart behind Ripley and a bed. But the bed and the medical cart look nothing like the cart that got composited into that shot. I think they might have threw that in there because the alien looked really good. The alien doesn't look that great in the final product, as my good friend Prison Mike said. What do you think about the alien when you see it in its full size?
Oh, I thought it looked so real. Real fake.
Yeah. But I guess they were like, hey, if we cover it up for a few seconds here, it's not going to look as bad. So they must have composited that cart in there. And it's interesting because they actually make a point to show the alien bumps an even smaller cart. But you can't tell in the final cut because they threw this big cart here. But in the work print, you could see it. I don't want to say clearly because it's such a bad VHS transfer, but you can see it at least. I just pointed out because I've analyzed every frame of this film and its versions for years because I'm insane. And I never could tell that that was composited in. That is a very good photochemical composite for the time. You're so distracted by the alien, you don't notice the cart. They don't do any cutaways to Ripley running while Warden Andrews is filling in the prisoners on what's been happening. I thought that was bizarre. This scene needs to show Ripley running. We're coming down from the very famous scene of the alien in her face. We need to keep that blood pumping until that next kill happens. Not cutting to her running kind of breaks the flow.
He seems to have been sucked into a ventilator. At 1400 hours, but he seems to have been sucked into a ventilator. At about 2100 hours.
So the Workprint cut does have them capturing the alien. There's one thing that never made it into any of the cuts, and that is the alien was supposed to be surrounded by fire, and the heat from the fire was supposed to distort it to give this like real unnatural look. They definitely filmed it. I've seen the behind the scenes of it, and it was actually in the fold-out poster for the official Alien 3 magazine. But none of these shots ever really made it into the final film. I mean, there's a couple shots where they have it cornered and you can see the alien behind the fire, but there was never actually like a close-up of it being distorted. That footage would be actually really cool to see someday. Another thing, they don't show the bucket cracking when the water hits it. What I think happened was the test audience, they probably saw the alien get covered in the lead at the end and then hit with the sprinklers and then expand and explode. And they probably didn't understand that that was happening. So I think they added in the bucket expanding and cracking, and then the line of dialogue later on with Gallic saying, hit the sprinklers, it's boiling hot. So yeah, in the Workprint cut, it's not there. So that's my theory. There's also no shot of the alien running out of the room when Gallic frees it, which is probably smarter because the shot of the alien running out of the room looks really goofy. For a movie that has a lot of goofy rod puppet stuff, that is one of the goofiest, just seeing it scuttle away.
They don't want to kill it.
So this scene was going to be followed up by a cocoon scene in several versions of the script. It varies depending on each version, but the long and short of it is that prisoners or Ripley find this cocoon or multiple cocoons. I think in the final version, it was going to be Gallic who was cocooned and rambling about the alien. And they end up lighting it on fire. None of this was filmed. They made like one cocoon. They didn't even finish it. If you want more information on this, check out Alien Theory's video. He did a really good breakdown on the cocoon scene and the different stages it went through before it ended up just being axed all together. But instead of that, they added the scene in the other cuts of Ripley going into the basement and facing off against the alien, only to be ignored by it because it won't kill her at this point. That is not in the Workprint cut at all. I think this is one of the scenes that the studio didn't even want them to shoot, and they just shot it anyway. So it probably came very, very, very late. In the behind the scenes, there's actually footage of it like getting in Ripley's face. The trading cards that come with it, I think even mentioned that it like knocks the pole out of her hand. So I think it was going to go on longer. I think they realized having 2 shots of the alien getting in her face was just overdoing it. So they probably just settled on the cut to black to make you think she died and then she's fine. Now, the prisoner Jude in Alien 3, he's Italiano. He's a fellow paisano like myself. In the Workprint cut, you can hear him screaming Italian way more clearly. And I had my good friend Trisha from Trisha's Italy translate what he's saying in this scene. So Michael Wayland, or Bishop 2, as he's credited in the credits, mentions to Aaron in this cut that he knows Ripley has an alien inside of her.
She's got one inside her. We know that.
And I love this addition in the Workprint where they drop the cage.
You're gonna need a bigger cage than that.
I've always thought that that cage was ridiculous and would never be able to capture the alien. So seeing a character call it out actually was really satisfying. Oh, in this cut, when Ripley has the alien cornered, instead of just screaming, come on again, I guess she had seen Predator recently, so she starts screaming, kill me. I know, they said kill me in Aliens and the deleted scene in Alien. I know it's probably a reference to that, but it is kind of funny that 2 of these characters in these franchises that are related both screamed kill me to trap an alien. I thought that was interesting. So there's a lot of additional or alternate shots of the alien when it's facing off Dylan. They hold on the alien a lot longer. They use different takes where you could see it clearly. It's interesting they decided not to use that for the final cut. The final cut, both cuts, it usually cuts to the alien covered in steam, like shaking, instead of it clear and focused as it should be, because it knows it's going to attack Dylan. So I thought that was weird that they had the shots and takes that you would normally use, and they chose to use even weirder takes.
Well, fuck you. Fuck you.
There's also more footage of the alien when it escapes the lead and it's climbing and chasing Ripley. In this version, Ripley is the one who comes up with the sprinkler idea on her own, instead of Moore's telling her to hit the sprinklers to kill the alien. Before she does that, she does the action movie line of,
For the last time.
that shot was in one of the trailers, and you could tell they filmed that line specifically to use for a trailer.
For the last time.
Alien 3.
But it does come off kind of cheesy in the movie, so I understand them taking it out. The one scene with CGI that was in the movie was the alien's head cracking, but then only the cracks were digital. In the Workprint, you actually see the alien head moving without the cracks. It's pretty funny. Also, the background looks completely different, so I think they might have composited into a different location later on. Ripley deciding her fate in the Workprint is very different. She takes a long time to decide if she's going to off herself with the Queen. She looks like she's actually considering taking Wayland or Bishop 2's offer to be frozen and have the alien taken out of her. She's really thinking about it. She really doesn't want to die in this ending here. And you can even tell when she finally says no, she seems like real regretful about it. She feels really sad when she looks at Bishop and goes, no. Like, she knows it's the right thing she has to do, but she doesn't really want to do it. It was right for them to change this. I like Ripley knowing what she has to do and coming to terms with it and accepting it. I feel like in this point in the movie, she's already kind of accepted it. It was fine to have the one moment of weakness, but having it drawn out, it kind of weakens the character. I like what they landed on with her just very sternly looking at him, being like, no.
Trust me.
No.
And lastly, there is no queen that comes out of Ripley when she falls to her death, which is fitting with the assembly cut. Again, that was probably something they were still building while they were planning on doing all the additional shoots. One of the things they cut to at the end is one of the dipping birds, which I didn't see in the rest of the film. It's not in the other cuts. They cut to a little dipping bird toward the end to kind of remind you of how the first movie started, which I guess is a nice way to bookend these with dipping birds. It ended up being a little bit more distracting.
Signing off.
And that's the Alien 3 Workprint cut and some of the deleted scenes I found in the other materials. This was fun to finally see. I'm a big Alien 3 fan. You can watch the other videos and see why. And I'm always interested to learn more about it. Even if you hate this movie, the production was so interesting and so controversial and so full of problems. Even if you hate this movie, it'll be fun to just learn more about it. And that's what I had today. I had fun learning about it. I hope you learned a lot from this video or thought it was interesting. I want to thank everyone who watched that Halloween 2 video. I kind of just threw that out there thinking nothing of it, and you guys really liked it.
Julie's full of sugar.
And I know it's not Alien 3, but shout out to Nick Coad, who drew this beautiful alien. It's from Aliens, but he's a big fan of the show. He's made art after watching certain movies we've covered, so we've inspired him, I guess, and he's an inspiration to me. What do you think of Alien 3? Which cut of Alien 3 do you like? The theatrical, the assembly cut, or this unfinished work print? Let me know in the comments below. Goodbye. Hi everyone, Tony from Hack the Movies here. Today we're going to talk about Alien Resurrection and figure out if it's the worst thing ever or if it's just weird and wacky on today's Talking About Tapes.
Talking about tapes.
Johanna, hi.
Hi.
I know you're excited to talk about this movie.
Very
but,
excited.
There's some bad news. You might notice that Joe's not here.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Well, I probably shouldn't be telling you this on camera, and I probably should have warned you. Joe died.
What?
Yeah, last night.
No more JoJo episodes?
Well, I don't worry. Don't worry. I have a plan. Last night he was driving in his car, and he crashed into a prison transfer bus. Blood and viscera got everywhere. It was pretty gross. But I know the fans wanted him in this video, so I went to the scene of the accident, and I gathered up the blood, and I cloned him. I'm a scientist, by the way. I cloned him in a cloning machine.
Where did you get a cloning machine?
We don't have time to answer these questions right now. But he's just getting done cooking. I'm going to open him up in the cloning machine. That's just right off. Unfortunately, I didn't position the cameras to show the cloning machine. But take my word, it's there, and it's pretty impressive. All right. Come on, Joe. Come on down.
Where am I?
What the? Oh! I know what happened. I must have gotten blood from one of the prisoners on the prison transfer bus and brought them back to life instead. Sir, what is your name, sir?
Prison Mike.
Prison Mike. I think I had a dream about this guy. Anyway, Prison Mike. Have you ever seen?
Kind of dream, you weirdo.
Prison Mike, have you ever seen Alien Resurrection?
Actually, yeah, I just watched it on the prison bus. Funny you ask.
Okay, that's interesting. They were playing Alien Resurrection on the prison bus. Well, this is good. We can still review the movie. I mean,
what a coincidence.
It sucks Joe's dead, but we got to keep going.
So I have a question real quick. So you cloned him. Did he just have the prison suit, or did it clone with him?
We really got to get into the
Okay,
movie here.
that's
We really
fine,
got to get
that's
into the movie. So Alien Resurrection, a movie that, if you watch the behind the scenes, no one wanted to make, except for whoever was the head of Fox Studios at the time. But literally, you pop in the special features, and it opens up with the producers like Geiler, Hill, and the other one, they're just like, what? It's done.
You know, we opposed Alien 4, actually, Walter and I.
This is a bad idea. And then Sigourney Weaver was like, I purposely killed my character so I didn't have to do more. And also because
then she was offered a lot of money, so she was like...
She also says, it's actually funny in the video, she said...
And also because I heard they were going to do Alien versus Predator or something that I thought was just sounded awful. I wanted out.
And I remember seeing this interview way back when, and I went, you're an idiot, Sigourney Weaver. It's a great idea. Turns out she was right. It was 2 terrible movies. I still think it's a good idea. It's just we're 2 bad movies. And even the director, right down to the director, they got a Frenchman, Jean-Pierre Jeunet, who did
Amelie?
He did Amelie after this, but he did City of Lost Children, Delicatessen. Even he, throughout the whole thing, is like, I don't know why they wanted me to do a Hollywood film.
Why you want to hire me? I am busy. I don't want to make a Hollywood movie.
Because I assume you're very well versed in Alien.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially 3. Like, it's pretty much done after 3, right? Like,
yeah, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap. And they could have like had another planet where someone found an alien, but I guess that would have been too repetitive.
I mean, they didn't have to clone Ripley either.
Well, that's another thing. She said like one of the reasons she wanted to kill herself because after 2 movies, there's the original. Then after 2 movies where it's like she didn't want every movie to be like, oh, I'm awake again. Yeah. No one believes me. There's an alien. There's an alien. They did come up with a clever way to write around that for this one. But yeah, Joss Whedon wrote this.
It says, I think he said it's his most hated movie.
Oh, I have a quote for him. I have a quote for him at the end. Joss Whedon, who did the Avengers movies.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
And he created Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Okay.
I mean, I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Chrissy Swanson is my favorite Buffy. How about you, Prison Mike?
Definitely my favorite.
Yeah, they ruined it with that TV show.
Yeah.
He wrote a good movie, and they had like really good people working on it, and then I guess it wasn't good enough for him, so he made that terrible TV show.
Yeah, terrible TV show.
And they got Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Yeah.
We want Christy Swanson. We should have Christy.
8 seasons,
8 seasons of trash. We should get Christy Swanson on the show.
Sure.
I would love to do an episode of Christy Swanson. What's she doing?
We
these
could talk
days?
about
I haven't caught up
Flowers in the Attic.
Okay.
She's in that.
So yeah, the one person who seemed really excited to do this was Winona Ryder. What do you know Winona Ryder from?
Stranger Things.
They play that in prison? Yeah. You guys have a Netflix prison account?
I'm all caught up on all the seasons.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah. I thought a show based around children probably wouldn't be streaming in a prison. I guess it depends what part of the prison you're in.
Right, yeah. You gotta stay away from the Dementors.
The Dementors, yeah. They're flying all over the place, right?
Oh my god.
Do they play The Office in prison? Prison Mike?
Yeah.
I thought so. Anyway, Winona Ryder was like thrilled to be in this. She was kind of killing it in the 90s. Dracula, Edward Scissorhands, not Godfather 3, but that worked out for her in the end. So yeah, she wanted to be in this. She's like, out of everyone else in the interview, she's like the most excited. They almost got Danny Boyle to direct this.
Huh.
Guy did it like Train Spotting and 28 Days Later, Sunshine, all that fun stuff. And like he was like attached, and then for whatever reason he left. And yeah, they went with Jean-Pierre Jeunet because he had a weird, wacky visual style, and he was really good with special effects. Like he makes these weirdo, arty French films, but they're very effects heavy, and you need to be an effects heavy director for these types of films.
Is that why the aliens were extra slimy in this?
Probably.
Yeah.
They were extra slimy.
Lots of KY jelly.
They brought back Studio 80i, and I got a thing about one of the guys, Alec Gillis. He responded to a message I did a while back. The cinematographers, the guy did 7, which is really good. You ever see 7?
I think so.
With the detectives. I know it's a cop movie. I'm sorry, but yeah, 7 is really, really good. Yeah, Darius Kaji did that, and now the visual effects supervisor, Pitoff, he became a director himself. Do you know what film he ended up directing?
What film did he end up directing?
He directed the 2004 hit film Catwoman, starring Halle Berry. Did you ever see Catwoman starring Halle Berry?
No.
It's really bad. Don't ever watch it. And in that time, he didn't learn English. Because when Halle Berry got her Golden Razzie Award, that's an award they give out for bad movies, she got Worst Actress, and she actually accepted the award. She's like, thank you for our director, who I couldn't understand because he didn't speak English. Joss Whedon, like I said, wrote the script. The script actually stayed the same except for the ending. I forget what the other endings were supposed to be, but we'll get to like what the ending eventually was. Yeah, and it was the first Alien film filmed in the good old US of A. And you know why? Because 1, America is great. 2, Sigourney Weaver had so much power this time. She's like, I don't want to go to the fucking England again. And they're like, okay, we'll film it here. Like, she had that much power after 3 movies. She's like, I don't want to go overseas. I just want to be able to come here and do it. Oh, when did you see this, by the way?
Definitely not in theaters. I definitely caught a AMC.
Oh, AMC.
Yeah.
I almost saw this in theaters. My grandfather had me and my sister in the car, and then he got distracted talking to someone when we missed the showtime.
Amazing. Very, very on brand.
And then he rented it, and we were going to watch it after dinner. And if I remember right, everyone got into a fight and started cursing at each other. And then my family sat down and watched Alien Resurrection. And at the time, I was a little let down by the movie. I didn't like this movie for a while, but it's since grown on me. I know it's your favorite. You think it's the best movie ever made.
Ever made.
Oh, so which version of the movie did you watch?
It was definitely cut down because it was on AMC.
No, I mean, like, which version, for this review, which one did you watch? Theatrical? Which one did you watch?
I don't know.
Disc 1.
Disc
1. That's the only one we
if
had.
it's that DVD right there, both options are on the same disc. So there's...
I put the DVD player on the bus and it just said disc 1, and that's the one we watched. I don't know where disc 2 is. Probably stole it. I have no idea.
Okay, so when you get this movie now on Blu-ray and DVD, you get 2 options, as you do with all the first 4 films. You get the theatrical cut and the special edition. Not much is different. Like, I was thinking of doing a bonus video, but I'll just mention it here because it's not much. So the movie opens up with all this like flesh, all this warped images of like flesh mixing up while the titles play. But if you watch the special edition, it opens up with a CGI bug that is tricking you into thinking it's an alien. Like, you see the teeth open up and then it turns out it's a tiny little fly and a guy kills it. And then the camera pulls back and shows the big ship. I guess someone went, that's stupid. Let's just freaking start with all the flesh. It turns out there's a military vessel conducting experiments and they brought back Ripley. And that was the big question. Like, how are they bringing back Ripley? How is this possible? Were you confused, Prison Mike?
Yes.
Prison Mike, you seem I'm just guessing. If you were allowed to have cell phones as a prisoner, you seem like the kind of guy who would text their brother-in-law asking questions the entire time they were watching the movie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
yeah, you seem like that.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and figure it out on my own.
Yeah. My brother-in-law does that all the time. You wouldn't like him. He's a cop. By the way, weird coincidence. My nieces look just like you.
They might be. I don't know.
All right, well, my sister's got a lot to explain. Anyway, let's keep going. So yeah, they're doing experiments on Ripley. They take the chest burster out of her. And in the special edition, the scene runs a little bit longer where the guy who's sewing her up, she like wakes up, like grabs his arm and shoves his head against the thing. But I had a lot of questions about the chest burster.
Yeah.
It doesn't look right. It doesn't look like the Queen chest burster from the previous film, which is confusing because they made a toy for Alien Resurrection and it's the Queen chest burster from the previous film, but it looks like a regular one. And this has bothered me for 20 years. And thanks to social media, I could bother the guy who made the damn thing, and he answered me. So let me pull that up. I asked Alec Gillis, who's one of the effects guys, Studio A guy. I said, why did you use a regular chest burster for the Queen alien instead of reusing the Queen chest burster? This is made more confusing by the fact that the movie sold a toy of the previous one. This has bothered me since 1997. If you were in his shoes, you would probably just ignore this, right? Well, you would probably ignore this and say, who cares?
I'd leave you on red here.
Instead, he actually answered. He said, these are dim and distant memories. 2 possibilities. The chest burster removed in Ripley was tiny and embryonic, so maybe it didn't turn into a Queen alien yet. And the other one is the director may not have wanted to tip his hand that the chest burster would become a queen, even though that's pretty obvious. What else would it be?
Yeah.
And he goes, as for the toys, the filmmakers rarely have control over what the toy companies do. So inconsistencies abound. I'm impressed you've been thinking about this for 25 years. I wish I could provide better closure. Thanks, Alec.
Sew her back up.
I understand the symbolism of this next scene of her in that big sheet trying to cut out of it. I get the weird French arty thing. It's like a cocoon and she's being reborn. But I can't figure out like an in-universe read. Like why is she in a sheet? Why is the sheet wrapped up? What
Yeah,
was
why
that?
did she have to burst through it?
Do you have any answers, Prism Mike?
I wish I did, but I don't. I'm sorry.
It's been bothering me for 25 years. A lot of things.
Maybe you should just ask the special effects guy again.
Hey, Alec Gillis, why?
Another question for you.
Another question, Alec. I will say the look of this film is great.
Yeah.
The production designer, I didn't write his name down, but he worked on Judge Dredd. Not the good one with Carl Urban, the Sylvester Stallone one. And say what you will about the Stallone Judge Dredd movie. It looked like the sets look great.
Mm-hmm.
Stallone's not the best in it, and Rob Schneider sucks, but the sets look great. Brad Dourif is one of the scientists. Prism Mike, did Brad Dourif's voice sound familiar?
Yes, it did.
What did it sound like?
It sounded like this little doll I know.
Oh, really? Chucky?
Yeah.
Yes, and we actually reviewed Child's Play recently.
Yes, we did.
And we did Lord of the Rings, the two. We're reviewing a lot of Brad Dourif movies
Big fan.
recently. We should have Brad Dourif on the show.
I would honestly love that.
I would really love. I've met Brad Dourif at a convention, but yeah, I would love to like sit down and talk to him. Be like, so, how about One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? That was a good movie. Sad when he died at the end of it. Anyway, J.E. Freeman from Wild at Heart. He plays the main evil scientist guy, Ren. And I really like what they did with Ripley in this because she's kind of part alien, and that's actually a really cool way to bring her back. Because, again, it's not just, oh, I woke up, aliens are around, I'm scared. Now it's just like, okay, is she, like, on the human side?
Can't she, like, sense them?
Yeah, it's like, even they're not really clear, like, how much of an alien she is or isn't. But, yeah, she's learning to talk. I like the flashcards with her.
What was it? A hand
hand.
instead of
She's
a
like-
glove?
she's like,
and
no,
then fruit
glove.
instead of cherry.
Yeah. Special edition. They show her a little girl, and she just starts crying. And that's the only callback to Alien 3 there, with what's-her-face dying. I wonder why they cut that out, because they have the quote from her in the beginning of the movie.
Maybe it's because they don't really have, like, a set character for Ripley in this, whatever. She kind of goes back and forth from being like, yeah, like, we got to protect everyone to, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Like,
she does go back and forth.
It's a lot.
Yeah. I love the General Perez. He always reminds me of Addams Family, because he was Tully in Addams Family.
Oh, that's where I know him from.
Yeah, he was the
Okay.
bad guy. Have you ever seen Addams Family, Prison Mike?
No. Sorry. We don't have that one in prison.
Oh. How about the new animated ones?
No.
How about the Wednesday Addams show?
Yeah.
You watched that one?
I did.
It's on Netflix. I mean,
It's on Netflix.
Stranger Things,
Yeah.
Netflix. I mean,
So the
Just so
prison
easy to
has
get to.
so the prison has Netflix, but the prison bus has DVD.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
Don't ask
what do
questions.
you think? They're going to stream it in the prison bus?
Well, at some point,
There's no Wi-Fi in the prison.
Yeah,
bus.
I'm surprised it's a DVD. I thought it'd be a VHS.
well, look.
They upgraded for them.
Hopefully, after this, you have a beautiful life of freedom. But if you ever end up back in prison, the first two Addams Family movies are on Netflix.
Okay. I'll
Check
keep
them
that in
out.
mind.
They're really, really, really funny. And like I said, General Perez, he is in the first one. He's not happy that Ripley has memories. Because he's like, that's the worst possible. Like, she literally exterminated the aliens. We don't want her doing that again, you asshole. We just spent a lot of time bringing these fucking things back. Then we see the Queen alien for a second. Now, remember, part of this movie was kind of like an apology for the last one. Even though we like it. You like it, right, Alien 3?
Yeah.
Okay. We all like it, but at the time, a lot of general audience didn't. So this was promised with more action and more violence and more like fighting. And it does have a lot of gun stuff in this. So I remember when I was a kid, I was like, oh man, I can't wait to see how she fights the Queen this time.
Yeah.
And then I was eventually disappointed. And yes, they are slimier, the aliens in this. Like, she's
KY
just
jelly.
dripping. Huh?
KY jelly.
It is it's always been KY jelly. I was
had like a freaking like gallon ton of it. Like
what I think it was, they show the aliens more in this one. In brighter
Yeah.
lights. And I think the idea is it's the fourth movie. Like, we get it. We know what the alien looks like. Let's just show them. And I will say these are the best looking. No, I don't like the design too much. I like the more biomechanical design, but when it comes to like effect, these things look like they're actually alive. I don't know.
Yeah.
What did you think?
They look way better than the other 3 previous.
Yeah, they
movies.
look. I mean, the other ones were smart and like hid them in shadows and stuff, but these things look like living, breathing things.
But even just like this movie overall, I say looks better than Alien 3. But sorry, Alien 3 is the better movie than Alien Resurrection. As much as I love it,
I thought you loved this one the most.
It's number 1, my favorite movie of all time.
So yeah, Ripley finally asked Brad Dourif. She's like, what am I doing here?
We used blood samples from Fiore 16 on ice.
Fury 16? He got the name of the planet wrong, and that is also... You know, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get Brad Dourif in here. I'll be like, hey, you got the name of the fucking planet wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure it's because of him.
Was that the first question she asked him when she was trying to pronounce fork? And then all of a sudden she just asked this random question?
Yeah.
But she couldn't pronounce fork. I said, I was thinking, like, how's she struggling to say fork, but then she asked this random question, like, perfectly.
Yeah, those are two, like, how do I say the name of the utensil? Also, how am I alive? And how would she even understand his explanation?
Don't worry about it.
But yeah, they found blood that was taken on ice at Fury 161. And I guess the idea is because the alien pulls from your DNA, maybe it mixes. So they were able to get her and the alien back from that blood. Why it took 200 years is anyone's guess.
Don't worry about it.
But they did it. There's more from the extended cut, but I forget a lot of it. But this scene, because the big question is, what happened to the company? And in this, she asked them, well, she assumes that they're the evil company, Weyland Yutani from the first 3. And he's like, oh, no, we're not the evil company. And in the special edition, you find out they were bought out by Walmart. And I got to find it. Years ago, I made the Weyland Yutani logo, but I made it like Walmart with like the Walmart colors. And I kind of want to make that into a shirt, but I don't know if Disney and Fox or Walmart will sue me for it. I'm not sure.
I mean, it'd be a parody.
Yeah, I guess so. But I do like that the guy is just like, we're not some greedy company.
Meanwhile,
we're the military and the government. It's like, oh, yeah, I feel so much better from that. And the other 2, she's warning them. And this one, she's just like giving them a heads up. Like, it doesn't, she's like, you're all going to die. Just want to let you all know. You're all going to die. That alien's going to get out. You're all fucked. You're all idiots. Let me know how that works out for you. All right, so then we meet the space pirates. From the Aru... no, they're on the Betty. They're on the Betty. What did you think of the space pirates?
I like space pirates.
Yeah, and I kind of see, this kind of feels like the seed of Firefly. Joss Whedon ended up making a show about space pirates afterwards. That may be in the Alien universe, according to the first episode. What was that?
And how'd that show do?
It got canceled in 1 season, but it was really, really good, and it got a cult following. So they were able to finish it in a movie that was really, really good and bombed financially. So Firefly and Serenity, they're really, really good, and then no one pays to see them. They screwed over that show first, though, because they air the episodes out of order.
Yeah, they did.
Literally, the episode where they introduced everyone, they made it like the 2nd or 3rd episode. They picked a random episode that was more action-heavy to air first, and no one knew what was going on. The captain is Michael Wincott, who was just in Nope. He was the camera guy in Nope, which Nope was really good.
I really like
I talked about that with Adam. You should check out Nope. Nope was cool.
Nope.
Also an alien movie. Christy is played by Gary Dorman from CSI, and I think he got arrested at some point. There was something up with this actor. Have you ever met Gary Dorman in prison?
No, I can't say I ever ran into him or anything.
No, darn.
Yeah.
He probably didn't have the dreadlocks and everything from this movie. Maybe he didn't recognize him.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, there's something. He went to prison for something, and for the life of me, I can't remember why. Winona Ryder plays Cull, who's like a new member of their crew. Good old Ron Perlman plays Johnner. Good old Ron Perlman, who tweets about peeing on his hand and shaking people's hands.
That guy's a weirdo. He's
a fucking... Like, other than just, like, being crazy liberal, he's also just a crazy guy.
I have a question about pee, because this was a actual debate, and if anybody follows me on Twitter, they saw me tweeting about this too, and you're all disgusting. Do you pee in the shower?
Yes.
Oh, goddamn. Do you pee in the shower?
No.
Okay, thank God.
What guy doesn't pee in the shower? Every guy pees in the shower.
Maybe when I was, like, a kid, but...
That's what I said. I was like, maybe I peed in the shower as a kid, but I do not pee in the
so much
shower
more
now.
It goes right into the drain.
That's literally what
It's not
everybody
like I'm
else
peeing
is
everywhere,
saying.
all over the walls.
That's what everybody else is
This is, by the way, I know I bring it up all the time. This is literally a Seinfeld episode. George gets
I know. Everybody was sharing the fucking
George
gifs.
gets
I know.
in trouble
I know.
for
It's all
peeing.
pipes.
It's
Yeah.
all pipes. They all go to the same place. No, different pipes go to different places.
All gets filtered.
I mean,
that's why you don't drink tap water either.
Okay.
I'm not against, like, if you pee in the shower, whatever, just don't make it like a thing of it.
A lot of the argument was like, oh, like I feel so relaxed in there, so I just go. And it's like, are you not an adult? Can you not hold your bladder? Like,
No.
I guess it's not as bad as shitting in the shower. Like, don't do that.
Oh, I do that too. No, I'm just kidding. I don't
You
do
waffle
that. Just blend it up.
okay.
If
well,
this is your first episode, did you expect to hear about shit in the shower? Anyway.
God damn it.
And then the weird French wheelchair guy, that's just someone who acted in the director's other movies. And I guess he was like, can my friend be in the movie? And they're like, yeah, sure, whatever. And then there's some girl who plays a character called Hillard. And then I checked her IMDb. She's like in nothing.
Yeah.
She's in Fear and Loathing, which I covered. She's one of
and
the
then she like stopped.
she's one of the
acting.
dinosaur people in Fear and Loathing when Johnny Depp's having that like LSD trip. And that's it. She was never in anything after that. I was like, huh. Weird. Anyway, they're delivering cargo to the military ship. And this is funny. I want to mention now, I am going to review the video game later this week.
Ooh.
The PlayStation 1 game. I played it. The little arcade game that's on the ship, that was made by the people who did the video game. Which, by the way, the video game for this movie didn't come out until 2000.
Yeah, it's delayed like massively.
It was super delayed. Huh?
I was shaking my head. I don't know why you said, huh?
So the arcade cabinet that's on the ship, like they designed that and they were like real upset that it didn't get enough screen time. So in like their opening cinematic for the game, they show their arcade game.
Oh my God.
But yes, check out that episode because the video game, it looks like the movie. It feels kind of like the movie, but you could tell that they did not like the movie and they just gave their own story. Johnner's real mean to wheelchair guy. He throws like a knife into his leg.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, just because he can't feel his leg doesn't mean he's not like injured.
Yeah, like he's still bleeding.
Yeah, she just pulls the knife out. She's like, "Oh, what an asshole!" I'm like, hey, can you get like some alcohol on that guy? Like, what are you doing?
It's never gonna get infected.
Also, you might know more about this. I'm not well versed in knives, believe it or not, but like, she just like breaks the handle off that knife like real easily. That's a shitty knife. I feel like you would have a better knife.
I'm more of a gun guy.
Oh, you're more of a gun guy. I'm not going to ask why you went to prison, but I'm oh, okay. I must have accidentally, you know what it was, Joanna? I must have accidentally cloned one of the guards' guns.
Yeah.
There must have been gun
clothing.
Gun DNA.
Stylish hat.
Amazing. Thank you for your service, Danny.
As with most 90s movies, the miniatures for the ships look great. And I'm still upset that we pulled away from that after the Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, all these miniatures and against the blue screen and the matte shots, they look beautiful. And then like 5-6 years later, they're like, everything's digital now. It's like, thanks, George Lucas. So the computer on the ship is father.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the computer on the first movie was mother. And it's like, okay, whatever. I think Joss Whedon thought he was real witty writing that.
I mean, look at a lot of his movies. He thinks he's very witty.
He thinks he's very witty. I know he's good with the ladies.
Oh, yeah.
Joss Whedon's great with the ladies.
Yeah.
You're not too familiar with Joss Whedon, are you?
No.
So Joss Whedon for years was like, I'm an ultra feminist and I write movies and scripts for girls.
Strong women.
Strong women. And I'm on the right side of history. And then during the Me Too movement, it turns out like he was just like using his fame to like hook up with chicks and threatening to like get rid of their careers and whatnot.
Harassing people, whatever. Michelle Trachtenberg, whatever, how you say her last name. Yeah. Who played Dawn in Buffy.
Yeah.
Apparently was not allowed to be in a room alone with him. That's how bad it was on Buffy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like,
seems like a cool guy to me. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I always say, I'm like,
you can't be alone with a child. That seems cool. All right.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
She was a child. She was like 17.
Oh.
16, 17. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Buffy. I'm talking about Buffy in the 90s.
Whatever. Point is, he like cheated on his wife or something. I was like, okay, the whole ultra feminist Joss Whedon couldn't relate to him, but lying to hook up with chicks, I'm like, oh yeah, that Joss Whedon. I can relate to him a lot. He also messed up Zack Snyder's Justice League. Not that it was going to be good anyway. It's like a whole thing. Oh, I like when they're checking them for weapons and the wheelchair guy. He has the best line where like the guy puts the metal detector and it's just going off and he just goes, want to check the chair? I'm like, I'd say that. Joss Whedon, that's a good line. That's a good line. I hope you hooked up with a hot girl the day you wrote that line.
Christ.
The general pays them in cash, which apparently is very hard to come by in the future, which I can relate to. Whenever I get cash, I'm just like, oh, this feels so quaint. I'm not used to having physical.
Quaint? I'm like, ugh, I feel like a peasant put in my bank account.
Or strip club. Anyway, but it's been a while since we went to a strip club. We should go to a strip club again.
I'm okay.
Ian still hasn't gone, has he?
He has no interest.
Why?
Why do you want to go to a strip club?
Because they're fun?
Such a dirtball, Tony.
I'm sorry, Prison Mike. I'm sorry, Prison Mike. You seem like a good guy who will never go to a strip club. So anyway. I do like that his whiskey comes in cube form and there's a laser that melts it. I'm like, where's that technology right now? I want that. That seems like such a cool thing. My cousin, when I first watched this, I didn't know what was going on. My cousin Jess had to like explain to me what that was. Turns out the cargo is people and the government is using them as hosts for the aliens. I do like the eggs in this one.
Mm-hmm.
The eggs actually, this time the eggs like kind of move and pulse. Whereas before they just open and that was it. But they almost feel like they're organisms themselves. I feel bad for the guy who like wakes up right as the facehugger's about to jump on him. And he's just like, ah! And they're just like watching while being horrified. Sorry.
Unbelievable.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, am I talking to Anthony?
Yep.
Antonio?
Anthony, okay. This is Alex with Member Services, and I'm calling to inform you some changes that has been applied to your timeshare. And to bring you up to date about those changes, I will be quick, all right?
I don't have a timeshare, but real quick, what did you think of Alien Resurrection? Do you think they should have just left Sigourney Weaver dead? Or did you like that they cloned her and brought her back for the sequel?
I would like the second option as well.
You like that they brought her back for the sequel? You're fine with that in the Alien Resurrection?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what did you think of the newborn alien at the end? A lot of people were upset that the queen alien died while giving birth, and spoiler. And people don't like the design of the newborn alien. They think it looks like a weird giant baby. I'm personally fine with it, but I would really like to know your opinion on it.
Well, sir, I think genetics experts might help us, with some experiments or something, so that they can look like human or plastic surgery. Don't you think that might be awesome?
I don't think you're familiar with the types of aliens in the film Alien Resurrection. I don't think you're updated on the lore. They're not quite the abducting people aliens. They're like space monster, like bug sort of aliens. And if you can't get these details about aliens right, I don't trust you with the timeshare that I don't own. Call me all day.
Was he laughing?
I'm sorry. That's the first one that actually talked with you.
Yeah, they usually hang up.
Yeah, they hang
hang
up right away.
I thought he was going to hang up.
Why did they call me about it? My family has a timeshare, but I don't own it.
Is that the one they're calling about?
I don't
Anthony,
know.
So your dad?
I don't know.
Yeah, we probably just messed up my vacation. Thanks.
Why would my number be there? Anyway, wait, why are you vacationing with my family, Prison Mike?
Don't worry about it. There's a reason those kids
We
look
need to
like
talk
me.
to your sister.
There's a reason those kids look like me.
I really should call my sister. So Ripley's playing basketball. And she's pretty good at it. She's
Very
pretty
good.
good at basketball. Ron Perlman tries to flirt with her. It does not go well. What if Ron Perlman tried to flirt with you?
I'm down.
Like current Ron Perlman?
I don't care. Well, no.
Who brags about peeing on his hands
No.
Peeing in the shower.
and peeing in the shower.
Oh,
and,
God, no.
like yells at Trump like years after Trump has already been out of office.
From Hellboy 2 and back, Ron Perlman.
Okay, so like Police Academy 6 or 7. I know he's in one of those to Hellboy 2.
Yeah.
In the makeup?
Hellboy 2 in the makeup? Hell yeah.
What about him as the Beast from the Beauty and the Beast show?
Sure. Sold.
Yeah, you would be.
Yeah,
anyway,
I would be.
Sigourney Weaver's not into him. And she like hits him in the balls. I like that. What's his face? Christy picks up like the fucking barbell and just hits her in the face. She just kind of brushes it off.
Yeah, she just starts bleeding. She's just like
bleeding. I'm like,
I just don't even see, like, she's so quick and like agile, and she moves out of the way. She's so strong, but he just let her hit him in the face with that and just took it. Like, why didn't you move out of the way?
I guess it was to show how tough she was. Like wrestlers do that, like when they let people hit them and they're like,
it's like they beat him up over and then they stop. Kind of like the Undertaker would.
Yeah,
like on the
yeah. The Undertaker would let them like,
just like bitch.
Yeah, yeah. Or like Kane would like get hit with a guitar and he would just stand there and would be like, ah.
Or they do the thing, and then they hit them and then they're just like.
Yeah. But yeah, they get into a little bit of a fight. We find out that her blood is acidic. Not as strong as the alien, but they show it like starting to melt. And then
no one notices that, right? Because she like
no one notices it. Here, she takes the basketball and she throws it behind her, and she actually did that for real.
They had to cut.
They had to
right
cut
away
the
because
scene,
Ron
so
Perlman
she actually
freaked out.
I forget who it was. She hung out with some NBA guy to like practice it, and she really wanted to do it. And I think they tried it a few times, and then she did it. And Ron Perlman, you could like look real quick. He got like so excited he ruined the take. So he turned and went, yeah, like he got like real excited. So he's about to turn, and then they cut to like a close up of him turning and just looking angry. But I remember like the one camera guy is like, I wish the camera was just a little higher because the basketball goes out of frame and people didn't believe it. They like thought it was fake. But I mean, that's kind of impressive.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to do it.
No.
I guess if you practice.
I know you wouldn't be able to do it.
I literally could not.
You personally.
I personally could not do it. But good for her. I don't know why alien DNA makes you good at basketball.
Don't worry about it.
I don't remember the other aliens.
Don't worry about it.
Like they were agile and anything. I don't remember them throwing a lot of stuff though. Anyway.
Don't worry about it.
So while this is happening, Brad Dourif is checking out the aliens. And he gets face to face with the one.
He's like making the face back.
Yeah,
at
he's like interacting with it. And again, this is like the most lit we've ever seen an alien. Like it's like real bright. And I like the alien and him are just like following each other. The aliens in this, they're a little smarter. And I think it was because of Jurassic Park. They're like, we want them to feel more like Velociraptors a little bit. Because Jurassic Park was popular. But yeah, I do like that the alien tries to bite him. And then like he hits it with like that freezing spray.
Yeah, and then it starts to learn.
It learns right away because he's about to do it again. And the alien like backs off.
It's just like, all right, bitch.
So Brad Dourif thinks he's the man right now. He's got a rude awakening coming to him.
He is not the man.
But yeah, this is something that you probably wouldn't have seen in the other films. Just a character like trying to kiss the alien through a glass. And I can see how some people watch this and be like, this is weird. But I think it's weird and wacky in a good way.
I'm fine with it.
And I'm fine with like the government doing experiments on the alien. Because there was a really good comic, which I would love to see adapted into a film. It's called Nightmare Asylum. I think it's Nightmare Asylum, where like this crazy general, like he has a bunch of aliens and he's trying to train them to be like soldiers. And like he trains them by like burning all the aliens in front of the queen. So the queen finally forces the aliens to do what the guy wants. And he gets all confident, and then he goes on his first mission with them thinking they'll listen to him. And as soon as they get off the ship, they just murder him. It's such a good story. Almost as good as Aliens Pig. That's another comic. Anyway. Yeah, so then Cull fakes being drunk, and she tries to pick up a mug with boxing gloves.
Yeah? Yeah.
That's her best fake drunk. That was a little weird. But I do like that she...
Where did the boxing gloves come from? I guess
they were in
the
like
training
a
room,
gym.
yeah.
I like that fucking QVC or Home Shopping Network still exist, however, like 400 years in the future.
Whatever.
I'm like, oh, those are still going around. Okay. But I like that she like throws the boxing glove at his drink and then Ron Perlman knocks the other guy's drink. But yeah, she goes to kill Ripley. It turns out she knows exactly who Ripley is. Like she joined with this crew to get there. But then she hesitates because they took the alien out of her. And I like this whole exchange between them where she's like, you're not Ripley. She died 200 years ago. And Ripley's like, who am I? I don't even know. But then this is when she starts letting her know, like, yeah, I can kind of feel the aliens. I can kind of like communicate with them. Not communicate with them.
It's like kind of like a psychic link-ish thing.
And I even like that she puts her hand on the knife.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of cool because it like doesn't bother her because it'll heal real quick. Yeah, it's just a really, really cool scene. And like, Call is just like, she like hates Ripley.
You're a sting. A construct. They grew you in a fucking lab.
Projecting?
Projecting. As we find out, she is projecting. But yeah, even at this point, Ripley's just like, yeah, you're gonna die too. I just want to ruin everyone's day. You're all gonna die. Yeah, now that I've warned you, you might have a heads up, but you're all gonna die. But yeah, she gets captured by Ren, and he thinks they're all terrorists. He's ready to kill them. Turns out they all had guns hidden on them.
I mean, they kind of are terrorists.
Not terrorists. They're pirates. Only she was there to fuck up with the experiment.
Yeah.
They had nothing to do with it. But they don't believe them. They think they're all involved. But I like how Chrissy's like guns come out, like Taxi Driver out of his thing. I like that Ron Perlman's mug, his thermos, actually was a weapon.
Yeah.
It's like,
I love that the security just let that go by without even checking it. Oh, it's just a mug.
oh, it's just a mug. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how Chrissy's arm ones went by. I think originally, and it happens
They
a
didn't
little
have
bit.
the best security.
Yeah,
clearly.
From what I heard, originally all the guns were going to be built into the guy's wheelchair. And at some point, they would all disassemble their guns from him. But then they have that scene where they're already, like, they ended up not going with it. So it is a little confusing how they got the guns in there. But the wheelchair guy, in a minute, he does kind of break it off.
Yeah, he had a bunch of parts on his gun. Like,
Yeah,
you couldn't put all them guns on.
But
that
yeah,
wheelchair.
originally they were all going to be in there. And for whatever reason, they
Yeah.
didn't do it. But yeah, so they kill a bunch of the soldiers, except for Ren and Tuco Salamanca from Breaking Bad. Did you realize that was him?
No, actually, I did not.
Yeah, that main soldier guy that's with him, that's Tuco Salamanca. He wasn't as like crazy as he is in Breaking Bad. Yeah. But yeah, for years, I remember when I was watching I love the reverse. When I watch Breaking Bad, I'm like, oh, that's Stefano from Alien Resurrection. And now I watch Alien Resurrection, I'm like, that's Tuco Salamanca from Breaking Bad.
I mean, look at the one roll.
I still gotta catch up on Better Call Saul.
Same.
I heard it was great. Did you ever watch Better Call Saul?
I heard the first season or whatever was boring, and then you got to get through that, and it gets good, and I just didn't even bother.
See,
That's how I feel about The Office.
I enjoy
the show. The first season
People
is the
say
best
that-
season.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
the most awkward and uncomfortable, and that's what makes it so great.
I always hear the opposite.
No.
Everybody's like, oh, skip the first season, watch it all, and then
No
go back
way.
to the first
Skip
season.
the other. When did they had 9 seasons?
Yeah, they went on. for way
Once
too long.
Michael Scott leaves, then you can start watching it.
Yeah, stop watching it for
Yeah.
Michael Scott leaves.
The first season is the best.
Well, the first season is so awkward because they're trying to be like the British Office,
Right,
which is
yeah.
way more, if you like awkward stuff, the British one
Yeah,
is like,
I gotta watch that one because
yeah, I don't know if you like, I love the British one.
Yeah.
And it's a lot shorter. I didn't watch the newest movie, but I love the British Office. And that's the first season's trying to be like that. And then they ended up
Yeah.
doing their own thing. There's like multiple offices. There's like a German one, a French
Really?
one. Yeah. Dude, Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant, they're like, yeah, let's keep this cash cow rolling. They're like,
Yeah, why the hell not?
they're like, France, you want to make an office? Sure, here you go. Like, yeah, they get royalties from all of it. Those guys will never have to work another day in their
I
life
mean-
because of the not just one office show, multiple office shows. How did we get on the office? No, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Let me see. So the aliens, they're not thrilled about being captured.
Nope.
They're not big fans of
They
it.
want to climb up in those ducks.
They want to climb up in those ducts and run around pipes, all that stuff that they love.
Yep.
Secrete liquid everywhere and make a weird
KY
hive.
jelly.
Yeah, they have KY jelly to spread.
Spread.
So they have 3 aliens in the one thing, and I like that the 2 aliens realize, like, oh wait, we could just kill that guy. And I like that the guy realized this probably happens in prison, where the prisoners turn on each other.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah. Anyway, they single out the one alien. I kind of feel bad for the alien because it's trying to fight back.
It's like the find the weakest of the bunch.
Yeah. No, but they like rip up his guts, which is clever. Which, although it's an issue now because it's like, how did you not account for this? Like, you knew their blood was acidic. Why wouldn't you make like something that?
So are they immune to each other's blood?
Yes.
Okay.
They are immune to their own acid. Which, by the way, in the first Alien, remember when they cut the face hugger and it's like burning through like and that's like a big deal. And that was a giant ship, and they're like, oh shit, we're all gonna die. It's gonna melt through the thing. In this one, that's a smaller ship, this new one. The alien's guts pour out. It's going through all these floors, and like no one is concerned about it. It's like that should dissolve throughout the whole goddamn ship and kill them all.
Yeah, like it would go through the bottom of the ship.
Yeah.
Out, and then it would create all that gravity like before.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering. What happened with that?
I don't
Where
know.
does
They
yeah.
change how the blood works from movie to movie. And then you get to the Alien versus Predator where it's like sometimes the Predator's weapons melt and then sometimes they don't melt. It's a little confusing. But yeah, Brad Dourif has the genius idea to go in there and check. Why wouldn't you just let the army dudes be like, hey, the aliens got out. They're on this floor below this thing. Go shoot them. Instead, he's like, well, I got to peek in there. And of course he gets grabbed. Not killed. We don't see him get killed. But yeah, I have it here, all caps. Why did Dourif go in there? And then it's followed by, why would the soldier go in there? The soldier opens up the door and like right away I'd be like, oh, hell no. I'm not, this is.
Be like, I'm getting on an escape pod. I'm out.
I'd call and be like, oh yeah, the aliens definitely got out. I'm not walking in there.
Yeah, so yeah.
Instead, he investigates, and I like that the alien remembered where the button was. It just freezes, dude. This is the most violent of the four. Like, it is gory as hell, this one. Like, the guy's arm freezes against the wall, and then, like, cracks Terminator 2 style, but he's not a robot, so blood gets everywhere. It's pretty brutal. And then the alien roars. None of the pirates care about Wheelchair Guy. I thought that was funny. They're like, what about this dude? They're like, fuck him. I'm like, oh, okay. He does a good job fighting an alien on his own.
I mean, they cared about him in this, the swim scene.
A little bit later. But
it was a great scene. That was
he just shows up. So like, oh, good, that guy's back. But at no point do they make it a priority to find him. But I feel bad for him because like the blood goes on his leg, which again, I know he can't feel it, but like it's melting his leg. Like it's a problem. And then
doesn't he start feeling it?
He touches it and it hurts.
That's
and then
what it
another
is.
drop goes behind his ear. And I'd be like,
that's what it is. Okay.
He should be deaf for the rest of the movie. But I like that he's like breaks the gun apart. He's like shooting the thing through the grate. I don't know why it comes back after the first time it was shot. But that's a kind of a cool scene because it ends. You don't know if he died or not. Ripley, the aliens are trying to get to Ripley. And I like that she uses her blood to get out. I don't know why there was a door in her cell that led to a tiny hallway. Do you have any theories on that, Prison Mike?
I do, but I'm going to keep them to myself.
In case you ever go back to jail and prison?
Correct.
He knows about the secret doors that lead to tiny hallways in prison. But yes, she gets out that way. I'm sure Joss Whedon wrote himself into a corner. And he came up with that bullshit escape thing. Do you think he blames that on the director?
Sure.
Joss Whedon really, I'll read a quote at the end. He likes to blame everyone else for this movie not being received well. So the aliens are going around. They're running amok. The soldiers are getting in their escape pods. The one crawls into the escape pod and just murders all of them. I feel bad for the guy. The guy is the last one in, and then he's the first one out trying to run away, and it grabs him back down. And then the general throws the most cartoony looking grenade I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like a bowling ball.
Literally, like not just bad CGI, it even acts like a cartoon. It rolls and then it like spins around. It spins around into the thing. And he blows them up and he gives them a nice salute. And then the back of his brain gets punched out. But unlike this is the first Alien movie where someone gets punched in the head and they're like, oh, I gotta check out what's going on. He like pulls out a piece of his brain. And I assume that guy's just watching while all this is happening. He's there with some dude. I guess you would want to see how that ends.
I mean,
if an alien punched the back of your skull out and you were still like walking and moving around, I'd be like, I need to see what happens here. I'm kidding. I would run.
Uh-huh.
I would run. Did you see that viral video? I don't know if you can see viral videos in prison. Someone shared a video where it's like, don't be this guy. And these people are at an outdoor dining thing. And this guy comes off a motorcycle with a gun to like hold them up. And a dude's there like on a date with a girl. And like, as soon as the gunman walks up past him, he just gets up and leaves. And the girl stays there and everyone else stays there. And everyone's giving the guy shit. And I said, I would do the exact same thing without even hesitating.
Why didn't everyone leave?
That was everyone's like, why would he leave that girl? I was like, why did the girl stay? The gunman clearly was focused on the other two.
I think it was like a hit on somebody. I think that's what that was supposed to be.
Yeah, they were like no one got shot or anything. They get chased off by the guys who are in the bar, but it's like, why didn't the girl also get up? Like, the guy was so smart. And everyone shitted on this brave hero.
How is he a hero?
He's a hero.
Okay.
By using common sense, he will inspire other people in that situation, and he will be remembered as a hero who changed the world in future history.
My God.
Just like Prison Mike will be a hero one day.
Absolutely.
When they figure out whatever he went to jail for is not a crime.
Correct.
I won't cut your throat and leave you here to die, you understand me?
By the way, Michael Wincott has like the best voice ever. The captain of the Betty, the pirate captain, where he talks like this. He has like the coolest voice. That's why I was glad he was in Nope. I don't see him in too many mainstream movies these days.
Yeah.
He decides, oh wow, there's some guns with slime on them. Let me go check that out for no fucking reason. And it's always bothered me. I'm like, why did he do this? And even the characters are like, hey, can you just come here? So sure enough, he dies.
Maybe they just wanted a reason to kill him off.
I don't know. If I was writing this script, which apparently is perfect, and like everything he writes is perfect, I would have come up with a better way to kill the captain other than he stops to look at some guns. That's like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. But it's pretty cool when the aliens like pull him down and like punch through his belly and everything. And I like when the aliens corner the rest of the crew. The CGI is a little weird. They look weird when they're CGI. They look like a different color almost.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they look gray, and I'm like, that doesn't match. But yeah, Ripley shows up. She blows the thing's brains out. They're just shooting again. The reason it was acid blood in the first movie is because the writer was like, I wanted to make sure it was really hard to kill the alien. You couldn't just shoot it because blood would. And in this movie, they just were like, yeah, we're just going to shoot them all the time in space. Like, there's no problem.
Maybe they have some type of fail-safe out there. It's been a few hundred years at this point.
No, because in the beginning, the general's like, I'm worried one of your people are going to shoot a bullet through the hole. But meanwhile, there's this acid that's just getting everywhere. I'm like, this is...
Yeah, making all kinds of holes. And
Joss Whedon. I would not have trusted him with Avengers after watching this. Cole is like unsure if she should join, but Christy, I guess, is now the leader. He's like, nah, she's coming with us. She shot an alien in the face. We could probably trust her. I do like the callback to the first movie where he's like, I don't trust anyone.
I don't trust him.
I don't trust anybody.
We can't trust her!
I don't trust anyone.
Oh, and Cole doesn't like the souvenir Ripley gives her. She pulls that freaking tongue out of it. And I checked. Winona Ryder, she touches the very end of the tongue. Her hand should be melting apart. I gotta talk to Joss Whedon. I said, Joss Whedon, you have a lot to explain for yourself.
You should probably DM him too.
I'm gonna DM and he's gonna like, look.
He hasn't been on Twitter since like
I'm
2020.
gonna like, Joss Whedon, you have a lot to explain. He's like, look, my lawyer. Oh no, not about that. So the alien blood now in your. But yeah, wheelchair guy reunites with them. They find out that the ship is headed for Earth. And apparently Earth sucks so much that no one wants to go there. Like, even Ron Perlman's like, oh, what a shithole. Like, everyone, like, I don't know what happened on Earth in this time, but everybody hates it. But that's one of the emergency things. It's got to send back to Earth. During this, Ripley finds a room. Because, by the way, we forgot to mention, she has an 8 on her forearm. And I'm shocked that my brother-in-law didn't text me asking what the 8 was. I thought for sure that was one of the texts I was going to get from him.
Well, I mean, maybe he watched Netflix and just like Prison Mike and watched Stranger Things, so understands what the 8 would be.
If I was your brother-in-law, I would have texted and asked you what the 8 was.
Okay.
Maybe it just slipped his mind.
We find out that this Ripley is the 8th clone, and we see the first 7 clones, and they're on our shirts. They're all like horrifying.
Yep.
So not yours. Sorry. So I guess the idea is that when they got the blood, the DNA was mixing too much. So it would always be some amalgam of the alien and Ripley like together. And actually, I don't know if you notice, when she passes the first 6, she goes past like a wall that has all the failed chest bursters also.
Oh, no, I never
There's like
noticed
a
that.
tube with like failed chest bursters in them. But then she finds 7, and it's like sad because they're still keeping it alive.
Me.
Which the whole kill me thing has been done in the previous film. Well, it got deleted from the first movie, but it was in the second. But yeah, like, it's actually really sad because like now Ripley's like, oh God, this is what I am. She's like, I'm not even Ripley. I'm some weird construct thing. And like, it's real depressing. What do you think?
She said, kill me. And let's put her out of her misery. She's suffering. Then you just set her on fire. She's not even going to die right away. She's going to burn and just going to feel that. until she dies. It's awful. Like, why would you kill her that way? That's the worst way to kill somebody.
No, I 100% because that's always bothered me.
It bothered me instantly.
How I think about it. Well, they're definitely not worried about bullets going through the hull because we've already established they don't care about bullets. The way I think is like we know what happens to the ship, but at that point they just think they're going back to Earth. I think her thing is I'm gonna light this all on fire,
destroy it all,
so they can't recreate me again. And I get that, but at the same time, you're like, can you shoot her first? I don't think you need to light her on fire.
Put her out of her misery first, and then light her on fire if you want.
Yeah, like light her on fire afterward. like people get cremated. They don't get cremated a lot. Well, I guess some people get cremated alive, but like that's not usually like. It's a little too rough. I think.
Yeah, a little inhumane.
Yeah, and it made sense in Alien, the deleted, I don't know if I told you, there's a deleted scene in Alien where she found the captain who went missing. And he says, kill me, and she lights him on fire. But that's because that's the only weapon she had. And I get they want to recreate that. But yeah, she's going to be like, can I borrow a gun and shoot this thing in the face? And then but even Ron Perlman calls her out. He's like, that's a waste of ammo.
Must be a chick thing.
Like, was that a chick thing?
Very Joss Whedon.
I was going to say that was very Joss Whedon.
Very Josh Whedon. Yes, I agree. Do you think he's like, I didn't write that line. I love women.
Yeah, the French guy added it.
That French guy wrote that line. I love women. You should come back to my hotel and we should talk about how much.
Come back to my house.
Come back to my house.
How bad that was.
They stumble by another room, which is all the dead cargo. Like, just all the bodies. They've all had their chests ripped out. But there's one guy who's alive. Purvis, the unfortunately named Purvis, played by Leland Orser, who's in a bunch of movies. And for some reason, the only one that springs to mind is Escape from L.A. at the moment. But he's in a lot of movies. He's a really good character actor. He really wants to know what's inside him.
What's inside me?
This scene is so frustrating. I'm like, can someone answer this guy's question? They're all like, oh, it's in him. We got to shoot him. Oh, no, we can't do that. He's like, what's inside me? He asks, to his credit, he asks real politely like 15 times. And then he just finally screams. They're like, yeah, you got a monster in you.
No, Ripley just bluntly is just like, yeah, so you got this. And this is how you're going to die. And
I love that he goes,
it's going to be painful as fuck.
They use this in the trailer. He's like, who are you? And she like smiles.
Who are you?
Oh, yeah. So Cole insists that they keep him alive and freeze him to take it out earlier, which they always talk about doing in the previous films, but then they never do.
Yeah.
They have to swim. And this is like the most memorable scene in the movie. It was used in all the advertisements.
It's so good.
What did you think the swimming scene?
That was my favorite scene.
It was pretty good.
I said, there's no way they could hold her breath that long.
Yeah, that's bull. Although people are saying that what's her face for Avatar 2, Kate Winslet apparently
9 minutes or something.
Yeah,
like
so she
that?
held her breath for 9 minutes, and
she now holds the record.
I don't know, seems like a lie. I'm willing to believe the basketball making one shot, her holding her breath for 9 minutes. I'm like,
Whatever.
that seems like bullshit. Like Kate Winslet is a huge actress. I'm sure there's like an insurance person that's like, absolutely fucking not.
No way.
Like, what are you doing here? Now, they are just regular aliens in the water. They are not aqua aliens, as that toy shows. Chris and Mike, I don't know if you want to show that off. I guess someone told the toy company that the aliens are going to be in water, and they're like, okay, we'll make a fish-looking alien. It's a cool design, but it's just that's not what they look like.
I like this scene mainly because it's nice to see the alien outside of the environment that we always see it in. Which is
we
in
never
the
actually
ship.
seen it like swimming. That was pretty cool.
It swims really cool.
And the CGI is not too terrible here.
No, it's not awful.
Yeah.
I think it gets a little awful when it's climbing the ladder.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second. I think I know what's wrong with that. But yeah, I like Ron Perlman uses his grenade launcher and it just blows up the one. That was pretty cool. Speaking of pee, they told some stories behind that because they had to throw like food and stuff down there because it was a kitchen area, and they had to put milk in the water to give it that like milky look to it, that because they didn't want it to look too clear. But apparently I think Winona Ryder was like, after a while, you're in there for a while, people just start peeing because they don't feel like getting out of the thing. How would you do? How would you feel swimming around Winona Ryder's pee, being chased by aliens?
I mean, if it's Winona, I'm okay with that.
Is it appropriate to pee in a tank on a film set?
I mean, it's okay to pee in a shower. So. Options are endless here.
He just pees everywhere.
Yeah.
I guess if you're filming for like hours and hours, you just want to get it done. You're like, I don't feel like going to the bathroom and slowing this down. I'm just peeing.
To be fair, like, yeah, like there's pee, but milk in the water. Yeah, I'd be like, fuck it at that point. I'd be like, whatever.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to drink that water.
It's just still swimming in it. I mean, it's getting in you somehow. Whatever's getting absorbed in your skin
orifice.
and
every
orifice
of your body. Yeah.
I like how the alien dodges the bullet and just lets the other one die.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool. Hillard gets killed because they realized her character was boring.
Yeah.
I don't know why Joss Whedon would write such a boring female character. I thought he was above that, but I'm not here to question.
Probably don't want to go home with her.
You know what? She probably turned him down. Yeah. So he wrote that scene, and that's why she's not in many movies after this. Cancel Joss Whedon again. It's been several times, I think. Yeah, so they realized the aliens set a trap. This is a real elaborate trap that the aliens set. So, like, they had to assume that someone would swim there. They had to bring the eggs there and then put the weird thing on top of it. I just don't think they're that smart. Like, I know they're smart, but this seems like obnoxiously smart. But yeah, it's cool that the face hugger goes on Ripley, because it's like, what would that have?
Yeah.
What would that have birthed? That would have birthed like a really weird alien. And God, I wonder if we're gonna see a really weird alien in this.
Nah, I don't think so.
But again, speaking of blood, she bites the tail off of it.
Yeah.
Is it because she's underwater? Does that not make the acid work? Like, what the fuck is going on
Maybe it
here?
dilutes it, or
maybe it dilutes it. I don't know. But yeah, they are climbing the ladder. Call goes to open the thing. And Ren's like, "Can I borrow your gun?"
bad move.
Bad move. Bad move. He kills Call. Drops her in the water, and the alien's like, "Yeah, that's cute. Whatever." So he leaves and locks them all behind.
Also,
what we're about to find out.
Yeah.
He leaves them all behind because he wants to get out, but he doesn't want them because he'll be fucked. Because, like, technically, if they make it back to Earth, he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Because they weren't supposed to be doing any of this. Like, it was all illegal. Yeah, the alien jumps out, climbs the ladder after them. This part, what I think it is
they have ray tracing?
Not ray tracing. I don't think.
Did they use ray tracing in
Well,
this?
what I think it is, they wanted, like, the water on it to look shiny. But, like, CGI water wasn't that great yet, so it just looks weird. The whole alien looks weird here when it's CGI. But yeah, so they're trying to shoot it. I don't know how they keep missing it. It's, like, just right.
Yeah,
it's gigantic.
It's just coming up, like, straight line.
Yeah. But funny enough, and I'll explain this later when I review the game later this week, they shoot it in the middle of the head and it explodes. That's actually a game mechanic, and they worked that into the game.
Sure.
But I like that it like sits there for a second, like, huh, and then explodes. Also, this is the first time we clearly see the alien spit acid. It did it in Alien 3, but it was like so frantic you couldn't tell. But yeah, I guess the acid, I can't tell what's going on here with Christy. The acid is on his face, and then he decides to cut his harness so the wheelchair guy can get away. But it's like, was he dying?
Maybe it was melting through to his brain?
That's what I was thinking.
Because, like, it was, like, here.
Prison Mike?
I don't know.
So, yeah, they kill the alien, they get up there, and then Call opens up the door for them. And that's a big mystery. How did Call survive? Now, I have a problem with this scene. Do you know what Ripley says to her?
What does Ripley say to her?
She goes,
"You took it in the chest, I saw it."
And then it cuts and she's touching her belly where the bullet hole is. I'm like, you literally just said chest. Why did?
Yeah, because wasn't it like down here? She was like, yeah.
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 I didn't even notice that, but yeah, you're right.
Well, they were dating ADR or something. They should have been like, oh, change it to belly. Like, it's just so annoying. She's like, you took it in the chest.
Well, let's just like put it like here. Like, whatever.
I can't blame Joss Whedon for that one. Okay. Yeah, she is an android. She's a robot, like the previous ones. But she's a robot designed by robots that were part of some robot rebellion because they didn't like being robots. They wanted to be free-thinking organisms or something. Yeah, and she was here to sabotage their whole situation. So yeah, we find out the reason she was giving Ripley so much shit for being half alien and not human.
She's projecting.
She was projecting because I guess she's programmed to feel insecure. Seems like a weird thing to program into an alien. She's insecure that she is not human. So she's like, she hates herself and she's projecting it on Ripley. Which is actually a pretty interesting concept. I wish they kind of did more with it, I guess. They explored it a little bit better, but it's kind of interesting. She plugs into the ship's computer, but before that, we find out that she's Christian. What did you think about that?
I love it.
You love it. Would you like to say a prayer right now, actually?
No, but I mean, this is Alien Resurrection, and I just want to mention the best resurrection there was, and that was the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
And then after that, Lazarus. That was a pretty good resurrection.
Yes.
Yes, I like the resurrection of Lazarus.
What about Ra's al Ghul?
That is where the... Okay, the Bible did it first, and the name was used for the Batman comics, the Lazarus Pit, but it came from the Bible, you asshole.
I know.
Yeah, it's funny. She does the sign of the cross, and Ripley's like, "You're programmed to do that." So it's like, I guess if the robots were like, "Hey, we have free will, even though we were created synthetically," they're like, "I choose to be religious, I guess." Also, they're still putting chapels on spaceships that far in the future. Good for them. Little interesting, there were no synagogues there. Raises a lot of questions. But we're not here to explore those these days.
Jesus Christ.
Actually, funny you mentioned it. The production designer, one of them, originally the ship was going to be shaped like a cross to fit in with the resurrection theme. But I think that design they ended up reworking and using for the Mark Wahlberg Planet of the Apes movie, because the space station in that was actually shaped like a cross. So I think the guy was like, I didn't get to do my cross ship. I'm going to use it for Planet of the Apes for some goddamn reason. Not even the good Planet of the Apes, like the dumb. Although I don't really hate the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes. It's just, it's not great compared to the other ones.
Well, I don't like that movie because a married man decided to leave his wife for another woman.
Oh, did you know that?
No.
A monkey woman.
So director Tim Burton was dating Lisa Marie, not Presley, not the late Lisa Marie Presley. Lisa
Thoughts
Marie.
and prayers. Yeah.
Huh?
Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers. Yeah. He was dating Lisa Marie for years. I don't know if he was married to her. I think they were just dating.
No, I think they were just dating.
And then on the set of Planet of the Apes, he cast his current girlfriend as an ape lady. And then Helena Bonham Carter also as an ape lady. And on the set of that movie, he fell in love with Helena Bonham Carter and cheated on his girlfriend with her. And ended up marrying Helen. But that means...
I wonder if she wore the ape...
Well, that's the thing. That means Tim Burton...
He's a fairy!
Tim Burton was on set looking at two girls he likes dressed as apes and being like, she's a way hotter ape. Like, that's a conversation he had to have with himself. It's so weird. Oh, man. She stayed with him for a really long time. They're broken up now, but... Anyway, I would love to talk about Tim Burton having sex with ape ladies all day long, but we got to get back to Alien Resurrection. She plugs into the computer, and she starts making a path to the ship. She screws over Ren. She lets all the aliens know where he is. Like, she has like lights directing to him, which I think is pretty funny. They realize they can't blow the ship, because I'm sure someone was like, we can't blow up the ship. We've already blown up like a few things in these movies. We got to do something different. So she's like, can you just crash it? Can you just crash it into Earth? Yeah, just crash it into Earth. I'm like...
Not even the moon. Just Earth.
Yeah, I would have been like, hey, can you crash it into the moon? Just in case an alien gets out. Can we crash it into the moon? But I don't know, maybe the moon. Did you know some women think the sun and the moon are the same thing?
What are you, Chelsea Handler?
Oh, and like I like Ripley's like, so why are you here again? She's like, well, I found out that the crew was going to get there and I knew they all die. And more people could die. And Ripley's like, what are you, an asshole? Like, why do you care about these people? And she goes, you're the new asshole model they're putting out. Yeah. So yeah, on the way to the Betty, they find out that they're close to the nest. And they try not to tell anyone about the whole ship crashing. But then they find out, and Ron Perlman has my favorite line, where he's like, I will kill you.
Kill you! Does that compute? Or do I have to draw you a schematic?
But she's like, oh, the queen's in pain. I got to go help her. And then, like, she just lets the aliens take her into the hive.
Yeah, because then she falls through the floor.
They call it, like, the Viper Pit. But I guess it's, like, the nest or the hive. It looks kind of cool. You see, like, there's other aliens in there. And again, like, the hive and aliens, that look cool, too, with, like, all the gooey stuff ever. But now it, like, moves and shit. It's just more alive. But yeah, this is the only time we've ever seen, like, an alien, like, carrying Ripley and her like hugging it back. Like, that's bizarre to see also. Yeah, I could see how some people had an issue with this one. They're like, I thought she was just gonna shoot more aliens this time. Now she's hugging them.
Yeah,
what the hell?
It was a very like intimate moment.
Yeah, it was very yeah. Well, James Cameron has a thing where he's like, Sigourney Weaver told me what she wanted to do with the alien. And she's like, one of the things was like, I want to die. And then one of her requests was she wanted to have sex with the alien. And I guess this is the closest they ever got to that.
You know what? Good for her. Good for her. Maybe the women are.
Maybe women are okay because they want to have sex with an alien. Oh my God.
I can relate.
But before we cut back to Ripley, Ren has been on the Betty and he's going to like try and force them to take him off the ship. And I actually like this moment where like Purvis, sorry, that name's funny. He knows the alien's coming out of him, and he uses that moment to be heroic. Now, I think we talked about this in Alien 3, or maybe I talked about it with you. There was an idea in Alien 3, like one of the 5 versions of Alien 3 that didn't get made, that there was going to be a head burster. And they kind of did it in this, where he grabs the guy's head, puts it to his chest, and the alien pops out of the guy's brain. That's freaking awesome. I
know. I thought this kill was cool.
I thought that was really, really cool. And then they don't know what to do, and they all just start shooting both of them. It's so insanely violent and over the top. Like, you kind of have to applaud it. You're like, I can't believe they got
What would you do? I know you'd probably be running the other way, but like normal people probably be like, oh yeah, we're killing this thing because we're not going to have another one of these.
No, I would shoot it because there's not a lot of places to run because they're on a smaller ship.
Tony would just leave everyone there and just walk away. That's what he would do.
It would be like that girl from Jason X, whatever, just take off, blow up yourself in the meantime.
I'd be like, guys, I think it's over there. And I would just open the airlock and be like, I'm not taking any chances. So they're all good. But yes, cuts back to Ripley. It turns out Brad Dourif is alive. And thank God he is, because he's explaining everything.
Dude, I'm sorry. I loved it. It was so stupid. The way he's talking.
And I think it's kind of weird that his character was purposely kept alive. I guess he's supposed to be food for the newborn. He was purposely kept alive so he could deliver this information to the audience, I guess. Maybe because Joss Whedon didn't trust the intelligence of his audience to understand what was happening, because Joss Whedon thinks the common people are idiots. That's just my assumption. He's such a good guy. Yeah, he's all like, by the way, Ripley, so the queen was laying eggs and everything was normal. And then she stopped and grew a giant vag. Now she's having baby like a human does. And I think he goes like, and now she is perfect. I'm like, this is way more inefficient than laying eggs. Like, the egg thing was fine. That was working really well. Now she's got to pop out one of these things at a time. Every single, like that, this seems like worse, right? Am I crazy?
I'd rather drop some eggs and have
drop some eggs. The eggs were optional. But yeah, so there's a giant 40-foot vagina on screen. What did you think about that?
It looked like Sigourney Weaver knew all about that vagina.
What was Brad Dourif saying about it? Like, she's doing it for you or something. Like, what was he saying again?
He's like, that is your gift to her,
Yeah,
Ripley. And she's, but I like that the queen is like propped up and it's just like, she like, only her 2 little arms are moving because the other ones are propped up. She's like screaming. It's like the other aliens couldn't build her like a nice chair or something.
Chair. Birthing chair.
So then the newborn alien pops out of her.
Beautiful
butter.
baby.
Was it weird that guy kept talking in the chunky voice, but like, you're a beautiful butterfly.
Beautiful butterfly.
I have the action figure for the newborn here.
It's missing something.
I'll get to that. They made a bigger one. So the Alien Resurrection toys, they made like a big alien figure that was the first movie's alien for some reason. But I just found out that they made, what was that?
Oh, I'm just looking at the boxes
They made like a big newborn alien. It was like super limited, and I kind of want to hunt that down. Now, Prison Mike. You might notice this alien's not really packing anything, right? It's like a Barbie doll, nice and smooth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So originally, they decided, the alien is like half alien, half human. What kind of human is it? Like, they decided to give it male and female genital. So it was literally a vagina with a big penis in it. They shot the movie with this. And in editing, they were like, oh my God, we cannot put a movie out with this. This is horrifying. And even the director says,
because he said even for a Frenchman, it was too much.
In like the wider shots, they had to spend thousands of dollars digitally airbrushing this fucking thing's crotch to get rid of its weird penis vagina that was flopping around. And it was one of those things where it's like, why did they even build it? Like, someone should have known, like, as they were building it, someone should have been like, oh, they're just going to cut this later. Let's not even do it.
I don't even know how it got approved.
That's the weird, the fact that it made it so far. However,
Hmm.
I think the NECA figure, they make a new figure of this, and they include the genitals in
No,
it.
they
I guess
don't.
fans really wanted to.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. And it's really great. If you look up the actual like statue they have in their workshop, it's so gross looking. But yeah, so the newborn, are you looking up the NECA figure?
Maybe.
Are you about to buy it?
Thinking about it.
Nice.
Nice.
So the newborn comes out, and I remember being a kid going, what? What is this? I thought she was going to fight the queen again. What is going on? And I remember hating this thing. I hated this whole ending. I hated this thing for years and years and years. And now I think it's awesome and hilarious.
Yeah, I think
what did you think the first time you saw it?
I busted out laughing. Like, I busted out laughing.
What did you think, Prison Mike?
I thought it was really cute. I thought it was pretty cute.
It looks like a baby.
It does.
Looks like a baby.
It's a beautiful, beautiful butterfly.
You know, I wonder if my sister saw this movie. She gave birth recently, and I wonder if this movie was as accurate as that.
Yeah, very relatable. Be like, oh, yeah, I remember doing
sister
that.
can relate to the queen alien. My sister had to pop
I mean,
out
it might
too.
have been a C-section, so probably.
Yeah, Ripley should have been nice and done a C-section for her. Anyway.
Why couldn't the other aliens do it for her?
All right, now I have a question. Okay, so this is the most emotion we've ever seen from a queen alien. It's like crying, kind
Yeah,
of.
it's just like, my baby.
And like the newborn alien, it's like, I have no idea what this thing is, and just slaps the top of its head off. And I remember being a kid just going, what? I'm like, I wanted to see a queen alien fight. And it's like vomiting blood up and it's dead. But yeah, this whole time I'm watching it, I'm like, so the other aliens are still there. Shouldn't they be there? Right? Shouldn't the other aliens
Maybe
be
she was
there?
like, I need this to be a private moment between me and my daughter,
She
Ripley.
told that to
Yeah.
So she was like, other aliens, I would like to have a private moment with me and my baby that I care about. And they were like, did our mom just say she has a favorite? Okay. But yeah, the whole time I'm like, shouldn't the alien, because remember in Aliens, Ripley went to burn the aliens showed up and the queen was like, hey, back up. We got stuff going on here. Yeah, so that was a little bizarre. If this movie was made now, 100% they would have had, because with more digital effects, they would have had a scene where this newborn killed a couple of the aliens. That's, I think, what you needed. Because it's weird that they're just not there. They just let the queen die. But yeah, it thinks Ripley's its mother. And again, because I assume Joss Whedon just thinks we're idiots, they need a Brad Dourif to go, it thinks it's your mother. It's like, no, yeah, we got it. And it kind of has Sigourney...
It's your mother?
Huh?
You said you think it's your mother.
It thinks you are its mother. It kind of has Sigourney Weaver's like skull structure, which is kind of creepy.
Yeah.
And it has eyes. It's the first alien to have eyes. And it has like...
And they're really deep sunken in dark
Yeah,
eyes.
deep
Like,
sunken
they're
in
like
eyes.
3 inches back. Like,
yeah, and it's got
why
the
are they
weird,
so far back?
It has like a weird...
I like the nose.
Undeveloped nose.
I like the little point that points out actually
Yeah,
moves
but it
when you
doesn't even
smell
have
him.
like scary eyes. It has like big puppy dog eyes.
it's-
It's Disney eyes is the
Yeah,
thing.
like
that
Puss in
they-
Boots. It reminded me of Puss in Boots.
It's basically Puss in Boots. I hear that new Puss in Boots is good.
Yeah, very good.
I
Apparently.
won't see it. Cartoons are for children.
Oh my god.
But I hear it's pretty good.
Pass this to me so I don't like knock everything over. I want to look at him.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the sunken eye. It's just black.
Yeah.
It does have a little like doohickey nose though.
Oh, I should say while we're doing this, hold on.
What is that?
That's the Betty, the ship.
Sure.
Real
Whatever.
quick. I should plug. Let's do a little plug before we get back to the movie. I can't show you images of it, but on Patreon, we just put up Nick Code. I finally got his name right. Nick Code did amazing illustrations of each of us with an alien. It's Joe with the rest in peace, Joe with the original xenomorph, me with the queen. Prison Mike, you're there too. You're there with the dog alien.
Yeah, I'm the best one there.
I showed Prison Mike in between edits. And Johanna as Ripley with the newborn. And I specifically said to the guy, I was like, you need to show its eyes more and make its face dumber. And I went, have its tongue sticking out.
Is it like drooling on me?
It's drooling on you. It's like the coolest like background ever.
Yeah, that's gonna be my like. I'm gonna stretch that, and it's gonna be my PC like on both monitors.
So it's at our $10 tier. At that tier, you get exclusive live streams and exclusive wallpapers every month, except for November when I forgot. Anyway, yeah. So the alien thinks that Ripley's its mother. It's all like trying to like hug her and everything, and Ripley's
she's like, ugh.
Ripley doesn't really know what to think. Because I think Ripley's like, is this thing going to kill me? Like,
it just killed her.
Yeah.
Why would it kill
technically
me?
killed its mother, but I guess I look like him. But I like when Brad Dourif thinks it's going to like him too. He's like, come here. And the newborn literally goes, huh? Like, really excited. And then it just bites his freaking head off. She hightails it out of there. And the newborn is not thrilled about this.
Nope.
But yeah, then it becomes like a whole thing where like, I like how in the crew of the ship, none of the pilots survived. So they're all like guessing how to fly the ship. They're like, I guess we do this and I guess we do that. Meanwhile, Ripley's running. Good for them. Ripley is a pilot. I like how that worked out for them. And I love the line when she does get to the ship where she does that epic jump across the thing. I like when he's like, do you know how to pilot this? She's like, this piece of shit's older than me. And then, of course, you get the line, I thought you were dead.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
The door, the airlock wasn't closed. And then Call's like, you know what? I'll go and check it out by myself.
Smart.
Right away, Ripley should be like, no, I know how this one ends. Let's all go back there together with guns. So yeah, she goes, and I like that the alien actually does shut the door for her. I thought that was considerate. It's just like, oh, okay. But yeah, the newborn kind of is keeping Call like hostage, not hostage, but like,
it's like inside that thing and it's trying to reach her, but
it doesn't look like it's trying to kill her right away. I think it's just like seeing a lady. It's like, oh, there's another girl, and
maybe
I guess
it wants to have a plaything.
Yeah, I think it's just is looking for a mother figure. But unfortunately, I think she realizes it's a robot, and she's just like, nah, I'm not having this. It's funny, like Call fell into the water earlier, and realistically, she just got up, and because she's a robot, doesn't need to breathe, and the aliens just left her alone because they don't give a shit about. If a robot is not trying to kill an alien, you notice they never go after the robots. They're like, yeah, we don't care. We can't make more aliens out of you. Who cares? But yeah, this alien wants to play with her, I guess. And then poor Stefano goes back there to look for her. And his freaking head gets like it's like a watermelon. This thing crushes his head like a watermelon. That was awesome. Again, how could you not like this movie? And it even like shows its brain on his hand, like it's all happy about it.
It was like, ha!
But after Call and DeStefano both disappear, Ripley's finally like, ow. Yeah, I know what's happening here.
Doesn't have the psychic link with that one.
But yeah, I like the whole thing where she's like, hey, I'm your real mother. Come here. Be friends with me.
She's like rubbing on it. They're rubbing on each other.
Yeah, that's a little weird. That's a little weird. I don't know many parents that go up to their kids like this.
Tom Brady.
Oh, yeah, Tom Brady. Yeah.
Right on the lips.
Did you see the newest thing? His teenage kid was like on his lap. They took a picture of like their feet next to the pool, and then they flipped it, and it's him kissing his teenage. It's like, dude.
No, I did not see that.
I'm like, what the fuck is going? Like
I get it, but like also like no. There's a certain age where that needs to stop.
Yeah, I feel like teens, like that's a little. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the earlier stuff was a little weird, but I know there's like. I'm from an Italian family. I don't do the overly kissing things, but the Italians are known to do that.
Very kissy. Yeah.
But I've never sat on my dad's leg. Like that's weird. That's weird. So Tom Brady should really be this alien's parent. He would really get along with it. Instead, Ripley tricks the thing. She like cuts her hand on the tooth. Okay. So the little bit of acid blood makes a tiny hole. And that is the strongest hole in the world.
It was just sucked right out. And then, the alien said, this sucks. And then was just sucked out, right?
You're mixing that with Jason X, where the girl gets sucked out. You ever see Jason X?
No.
That's where Jason goes to space.
Oh, that makes sense.
A girl literally dies the same way as this, but it's not as cool.
Yeah, you don't see her sucked out. It's literally just like blood afterwards.
But she has a good one-liner. She says, this sucks on so many levels.
And then she dies.
Watch our Jason X review. Yeah. So the little tiny hole is the strongest thing in the world. But in Aliens, when she opened up that big airlock and like the little kid and whatnot were grabbing on, that didn't seem as strong as this tiny hole. Like what? I'm not a
different
scientist.
Pressure from how I don't
like,
know.
wait a minute.
I don't know. But no, I thought you were a scientist.
When it comes to biological,
you can just clone people, but yeah, you can clone people. But
I'm a biologist. I am not a physicist, okay, or whatever the type of scientist is.
Thank you for clarifying.
But I think we joked about in Aliens, like when Ripley is like on the ladder and opens up the airlock. Realistically, her arm just should have shredded off.
Yeah.
But yeah, this poor alien, little cut in its back, just pours all the guts out. It's the most violent death. And you feel kind of bad for it
Because it looks so scared.
And there's that thing where like it's sorry, this is sad. It's like when you take a dog to be put down. Like it's like the dog trusts you and you have to do it, but you feel bad. And it's like, why are we going to the vet? It's like really, so that's what Ripley's going through right now.
And it like took forever too. Like
it took a really long time.
Loves painful long deaths.
Also, think about Ripley. Like her daughter died. The girl that she met that she was trying to be a mother to also died. I mean, she killed her alien queen baby the one time. And then the queen alien, which was also her daughter, also just died. So this is like the 4th or 5th kid of hers that has died. So I get why she's sad. I get why she could be a little sad. But yeah, it's brutal. Like the guts pour out of it and then get sucked right back in. And they even go right down to the skull. Like even the skull like cracks. And then that's not even enough. They have to show all the guts and bones like flying into space. Like that's fucking brutal. It's a great effect though. It's a great effect. Say what you will about the end of this movie and if you like the newborn or not, that is a really cool
The sound
effect.
it makes really upsets me.
Huh?
The sound it makes really yeah. Oh, and then she's just crying like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, oh my God. Why would
she apologizes to it.
Why are you just standing there watching?
She didn't apologize to the other aliens she killed.
Oh my God.
They were technically her
This
off.
one wasn't her.
Yeah, what about that alien that was hugging
Don't
her
worry about
earlier? She's probably like, I'm sorry to that guy too. I feel bad for him.
Don't worry about it.
So yes, they suck her out. The ship almost burns up in re-entry, which is pretty funny. Now, they crashed the ship onto Earth.
Yeah.
That is the biggest explosion. They blew up the side of like some continent. I hope no one was there. Because that is like a huge explosion to the point it's like moving the
It
clouds.
looked nuclear, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like a giant nuclear explosion.
Don't they show, I think it's like deleted or whatever, extended or whatever, that they're in like fucking Paris.
Yeah, I'll get
Maybe that explosion got rid of Paris.
So what happened? I don't know. Yeah. So what happened is the thing crashes. They all survive. In the theatrical cut, they're looking out the window at Earth with the clouds. And she's like, wow, it's beautiful. I didn't expect it to be. And I like where she's like, so what happens now? And Ripley's like, I have no idea. She's like, I've been in space for 400 something years. I don't know. I'm just thrilled to not be in space anymore. But in the special edition, they have the same line of dialogue, but you're right. They're in like a post-apocalypse Paris.
Yeah, like the Eiffel Tower's broken.
I don't know if that is, I don't think that implies that like the ship blew up Paris. I think Paris just looks like that in the future. But yeah, if they left that scene in the theatrical cut, it would be the only time Ripley was actually on Earth. Because in Alien, she's on a space station, but she never makes it back down there. But yeah, and it just kind of ends on this weird note where it's like, all right, well, Ripley's back, kind of.
And they crashed into Earth. One they had died.
Well, no, their ship.
You're right.
They were on a smaller ship.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, it kind of ends on like, I could see why they had a lot of trouble with the ending for this, because it just kind of is like, all right, well, we killed another alien that snuck on the ship. This is like the 3rd time we've done it. And then now they're on Earth and they're just walking around, or they're just looking out a window. I get why I think originally they were supposed to fight the newborn on Earth. And for whatever reason, that didn't happen. I don't know why.
Wasn't there something with like Alien versus Predator? Because that technically happens on Earth.
No, because that wasn't even in development at this point. But yeah, that is Alien Resurrection. It's weird and it's wacky. But I think it's also fine and fun.
What do you think? It's fine and fun. It's fun and fine.
I really did hate it for a long time.
I never hated it.
Yeah. I really did hate it for a long time.
You held a couple grudges during this for several years.
But I think it was after I saw Alien versus Predator, I walked out and I was like, I think Alien Resurrection was better than that. And I could have sworn Alien vs. Predator was going to be better because I was 13 and that's how I thought. Now that I'm an adult and someone said, do you think Alien vs. Predator would be good? I'd be like, yeah, probably not, to be honest. Yeah, I've grown to really like it. Those first 4 movies, I genuinely really love. And yeah, it's weird. And even the director will be like, well, I tried to make a Hollywood movie. I did my best. They really went for it. I like what they did with Ripley because technically it's a different Ripley. So it kind of doesn't diminish Alien 3 too much. because like the real Ripley technically is dead. So I kind of get it. There's some cool ideas in there. There's some dumb shit in it. There's some dumb stuff in the script, although Joss Whedon wouldn't say that. I have a quote from Joss Whedon here.
Let's hear it.
It wasn't a question of doing everything differently, although they changed the ending. It was mostly a matter of doing everything wrong. They said the lines, mostly, but they said them all wrong. And they cast it wrong. And they designed it wrong. And they scored it wrong. See, you got a problem with the fucking music. They did everything wrong that they could possibly do. There's actually a fascinating lesson in filmmaking because everything that they did reflects back to the script or looks like something from the script. And people assume that if I hated it, then they changed the script. But it wasn't so much that they changed the script, it's that they just executed it in such a ghastly fashion as to render it almost unwatchable. I think he's being a little harsh. I think the movie looks great. I think it sounds great. If anything, his script isn't that great. Again, he pointed out, like, the acid blood is inconsistent. There's no reason for the captain to go down there. The hidden door leading to the tunnel in the prison is stupid. Like, he's acting like he's the only good guy in the situation. He acts like a good guy a lot, apparently. Right. And it's like, no, you're also to blame. Like, everyone else will kind of, like, be like, yeah, I guess I could have done that better. I could have done that better. And Joss Whedon for years is like, no, everything I did was great. It was amazing. They all screwed it up. And I think recently, I'll see if I can find the quote. I think recently the director kind of was like, shut up. Like, I think he kind of responded to that. But yeah, I think it's a fun time. I think people need to give it a chance. With Alien 3, I keep telling people, like, hey, check out the assembly cut. There is a good movie there. It's still a little flawed, but you might like it. Alien Resurrection, I'm like, if you don't like this one, I totally understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it, but if Prison Mike, if you were like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen, I hated that baby at the end, I'd be like, yeah, I could see that. I could see that.
I liked it.
How would you rank this?
On a scale of what?
If you had to rank the first 4 movies.
I would probably rank it in 3, 2, Resurrection, and 1.
You're putting 1 at the bottom?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah, no, I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Good job, Prison Mike. You know, maybe he will like Prometheus and Alien Covenant.
Oh, God.
Maybe he'll like those. Maybe he'll like Alien vs. Predator. You know what? I could see Prison Mike being like, yeah, Alien vs. Predator was awesome.
How would you rank it?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
But yeah, if we factor in the other sequels, like, god damn. Like, is this, I think this is better. Like, people are mad that I like this more than Prometheus. What?
How?
Prometheus sucks.
Yeah, I know. Like, how are people mad?
No, but they're like, yeah, but the original director came back. I'm like, yeah, well, that's what makes Prometheus even worse. It's like, oh, the original guy came back and he made it suck. I'm like, that kind of makes it worse. Alien Covenant was terrible. Me and you.
We were so mad.
Me and her saw Alien Covenant in the theater, and I think
did we bust out laughing?
So there's 2 robots in Alien Covenant. Who plays them? The Magneto guy.
Yeah, Michael Fassbender.
Michael Fassbender. So the evil British Michael Fassbender is playing the flute. He's the British alien. Oh, the British robot. And then the good American Michael Fassbender comes in, and they play the flute together. And he puts the flute in his mouth and goes, "I'll do the fingering." And they play the flute together, and then they kiss each other. And we sat in the theater going, "What the fuck is this? Like, what is this? What the fuck?"
I was being a kissing that scene in Resurrection where he Ron Perlman kissed the guy in the wheelchair. That was just, it was weird.
Well, that was a celebratory kiss.
Yeah, he slipped some tongue in there. I was like, whoa. It was like long and weird.
You know what's funny? Because there's so much sexual tension between Ripley and Call, and they never even get close. Meanwhile, Ron Perlman's like, "Let me lay one on you, buddy."
Yeah.
And then Michael Fassbender's fingering himself. But anyway. The worst one is probably Alien vs. Predator Requiem, just because you can't see anything. We rank that as worst Predator movie. The second Alien vs. Predator, the whole movie's like shot in the dark. Like you cannot.
I hate that.
You can, and it's not even.
And then it always makes a glare, and it's just weird.
Yes,
pain in
like
the
you
ass. You have to
cannot
watch it
see
in-
the film. It's weird.
It's dumb.
But anyway, that is it for Alien Resurrection. Thank you so much, Prison Mike.
Thanks
I'm
for-
glad I
thanks
brought
for
you back.
bringing me back, Tony.
Yeah. So
Appreciate that.
So Alien Resurrection, the Holy Resurrection, Lazarus Resurrection, and the Resurrection of Prison Mike. Those are all the resurrections. Halloween Resurrection.
Oh
although
my
technically
God.
no one was resurrected in Halloween
No.
Resurrection. That title makes no sense.
The franchise was resurrected.
No, it died after that. Literally,
I know.
Halloween Resurrection was so terrible. They're like, we have to remake it. There's no way we can follow up on this. But yeah, let us know what you guys think of Alien Resurrection. And I'll try my best to bring Joe from Movie Dumpster back to life. I'll try my best. What if I bring him back to life and he's like, "Wah!" Do I light him on fire?
Yeah.
I should probably
Let him
shoot
on fire.
him.
Yeah.
Let him on fire and then kill him. Don't kill him first.
And yes, check back later this week for my Just Like the Movie review of Alien Resurrection. It's not a full-on game review. I'm just comparing it to the movie. People got confused. They thought it was... Watch it. It's going to be really good. Goodbye.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out our other videos and Patreon page.
Talking about tapes.